Welcome to the global survival world. The 10 billion people of the world have been divided into small teams in the form of classes, studios, gatherings, and other groups. The shelter is your only safe location for now. To increase your chances of survival, the shelter will have a 7-day protection period. At the same time, every player will awaken a talent. The types of talents are myriad, some strong, some weak, all depending on your luck. Players can teleport from the shelter to survival instances, obtain resources there to upgrade the shelter, and enhance their own strength. During the shelter's protection period, players will not be forcibly teleported. We look forward to your performance. In a hazy daze, Su Yang heard a mechanical voice. He moved his body on instinct, but something fell off, so he turned his head slightly. A soft warmth and a faint fragrance enveloped him, so comfortable that Su Yang almost let out a groan. Yet he quickly realized something was wrong. Wasn't I on a spring outing? He instinctively opened his eyes, and what filled his vision was a swathe of snowy white, full soft. 2 words flashed through Su Yang's mind as he unconsciously extended his tongue and gave a lick. This isn't a dream. A shrill scream abruptly shattered Su Yang's dazed thoughts, followed by a cascade. Oh my god, where are my clothes? Who took off my clothes? Wow, Xiaoxue, after just one winter break, you've developed again. Who's touching me? We're all girls, what's there to be afraid of? No, there's a guy. It's Su Yang. Girls, I'm doomed, he's seen everything, I'll never get married now. After the wave of screams came a surge of noisy commotion. Once they discovered Su Yang, the scene descended into chaos. Su Yang was speechless. How is this my fault? He only remembered that he and his classmates, all newly minted sophomores, had gone out. After a year together, their homeroom advisor had suggested a class spring outing. There were fewer than 50 people in their class, with only a dozen or so boys. Since there was a fish pond at the destination, some of the boys had suggested fishing. A bunch of boys, Su Yang included, had eagerly started fishing, completely ignoring the blazing sun overhead. The girls, uninterested, had stayed on the bus to rest. Because he had left his phone on the bus, Su Yang had gone back to get it. The moment his hand touched the phone, everything went black. This is too much. Su Yang could now see clearly all 30 girls in the class were here, and he was the only male. Everyone was down to 3-piece underwear, and he himself was left in nothing but a pair of briefs. He had never expected this. Lin Ruoxue was less than 1 meter 60, petite and delicate, yet her figure was astonishingly curvaceous. Have you seen enough? Just as Su Yang was sighing inwardly, a voice filled with clenched teeth anger sounded by his ear. Turning his head, he discovered it was his homeroom advisor Tang Yun. He realized that Tang Yun was wiping something on her desk. A faint crystalline sheen vanished under her cloth. Wait, that seemed to be his drool. A horrifying thought flashed through Su Yang's mind, leaving him utterly stunned. Had he actually just licked his homeroom advisors? That couldn't be. Although Tang Yun was their homeroom advisor, she had only just graduated when she took over their class. She was only 24 this year. Their university was known for its top 10 campus belles and 4 great beauties. Those 4 great beauties were not students, but teachers. Tang Yun was one of them. Their class alone boasted 3 of the top 10 campus belles, making them the envy of the entire school. Yet the most popular person was still their homeroom advisor Tang Yun. Those dozen boys in the class had rushed off to fish, mostly to show off in front of her. If they ever found out that he had just buried his head against their homeroom advisor, and even, they would probably be jealous enough to tear him apart. The thought surfaced unbidden in Su Yang's mind, yet the corners of his mouth still curved upward. This scene falling into Tang Yun's eyes made her seethe with anger. This guy had clearly taken full advantage of her, and even dared to lick. But she also knew this was not the time to dwell on such matters. Everyone quiet down. Tang Yun stood up and called out. She was usually gentle and considerate, so at her shout, everyone fell silent. In truth, Tang Yun was still deeply flustered, merely forcing herself to remain calm. I believe everyone heard that voice. If nothing has gone wrong, we've all been transported to this so-called survival world. Her words stirred up another wave of commotion. No way, we really transmigrated. I get it, this is just like those survival novels. I want to go home. As the noise swelled again, Tang Yun felt a pounding headache. At that moment, a cool, bespectacled beauty stepped forward. Stop complaining. In a situation like this, complaining is nothing but a display of incompetence. I've already confirmed that all of this is real, and I have already awakened my talent. The speaker was Tan Xingya, one of the 3 campus belles in their class. Her personality was icy cold, but after a year of getting along, many had realized that she was the smartest person in the class. She was also the most rational one. Her 2 sentences alone made many timid girls start sobbing softly. They just wanted to go home. Yet Tan Xingya's words made them understand. There was no going back now. Stop crying, all of you. I know this is hard to accept, but right now the most important thing is to awaken your own talents. Tan Xingya spoke as she glanced at Su Yang, who was sitting on the ground. Next, we must determine the director of our shelter. Why are you looking at me? Su Yang felt baffled. This woman was icy and aloof. Although she was beautiful, she was not easy to get along with. That said, she was right. The most urgent thing now was to awaken their talents. As for why he was sitting down, that was a profound question. As a normal male in a situation like this, sitting was simply the most polite posture. You have one chance to awaken a talent. Do you wish to awaken now? A system prompt echoed in his ears, and Su Yang's brows lifted. Of course he would. A humming vibration resounded. The next instant, Su Yang saw his personal panel erupt in a burst of 9-colored divine radiance. Congratulations, you have awakened a unique God-tier talent, Infinite Enhancement. God-tier talent. Su Yang's eyes flew wide open. Just from the name alone, one could tell how powerful this talent was. Talent Infinite Enhancement, unique grade God-tier description, a unique God-tier talent that can infinitely enhance bound objects. The higher the enhancement level, the stronger the resulting ability. Effect 1. For every female you bind, you gain 1 infinite enhancement binding slot and simultaneously increase the upper limit of enhancement levels. Effect 2. For every female you bind, you may enhance her talent once, directly raising her talent by 1. Effect 3. For every female you bind, you gain 1 talent point, which can be used to enhance talent skills. Note 1. The quality of the female affects the enhancement level. Note 2. The binding process requires contact at 0 distance. During this process, the female's talent is enhanced and her talent is simultaneously copied. Note 2. Using talent points to enhance the talent will, for each level raised, increase the effect on the female's talent by 10. So strong. So outrageously, explosively strong. That was Su Yang's first reaction after reading his own talent information. He could infinitely enhance anything. As long as he had enough materials, forget level 10 or level 100. Even level 1000 or 10,000 would not be an issue. The only troublesome part was that his enhancement level itself needed to be raised. At the moment, he only had 3 enhancement slots, and his enhancement level was merely LV10. Only by binding with the opposite sex could he increase his number of enhancement slots and raise his enhancement level. According to the rules, the quality of the female he bound with was rated from 1 to 10 points, and after binding, his enhancement limit would increase by 1 to 10 levels. If he bound a woman rated 9 points, he would immediately be able to enhance an item up to LV19. Not only that, he could also copy the other party's talent and make it his own talent skill. Although the copied talent would initially only have 10% of the original's effect. He thought as long as he accumulated enough talent points, the duplicated talent could even surpass the original owners. The moment this thought surfaced, Su Yang's heart gave a heavy thump. Unable to help himself, he opened his personal status panel. Name Su Yang. Talent God tier Infinite Enhancement unique. Strength 10. Constitution 9. Agility 8. Spirit 8. Talent skills none. Backpack 010 empty. So weak. He was nothing more than an ordinary person. But as long as he bound a few powerful talents, he would be able to obtain several powerful talent skills. Once his strength rose, it would be as easy as breathing. It was just that the binding method was a little too convenient. Zero distance contact. Between a man and a woman, there was only one way to achieve zero distance contact. Such a grand, lofty talent. Yet it came with such a vulgar restriction. But he liked it. Although he was secretly delighted, Su Yang did not let it show. Including the homeroom teacher, there were 31 females before his eyes. If he claimed them all, that would be 31 talent points. Not only that, he would gain 31 enhancement slots and 31 talent skills. His enhancement level might even be raised to 200. After all, the girls in his class were all quite good looking. In that instant, Su Yang had already made up his mind. The girls in his class were all targets he had to bind. But this was not something he could show openly. At this moment, the girls in the class were also awakening their own talents one after another. I did it. I awakened a crank talent strength enhancement. I awakened a brank talent fireball. A mine is in a rank talent backpack expansion. The scene grew lively once more. Only then did Su Yang realize they were in a room of about 40 to 50 square meters. Though brightly lit, its surroundings were nothing but solid walls. It was like a gigantic box. Su Yang noticed Tan Xingya quietly discussing something with the homeroom teacher. A moment later, the homeroom teacher lifted her head and swept her gaze over everyone. Students, this is a survival world. We must cooperate if we are to stay alive. Now report your talents one by one. Yusin, you'll record them. All right. Class monitor, Guan Yusin nodded. Though she wore her hair short, she was still one of the school's campus belles. Every day, she received a mountain of love letters. Because her personality made her the easiest campus belle to get along with, she had a good relationship with Su Yang. In fact, the two of them had even been classmates in high school. Su Yang, what talent did you awaken? A cool, clear voice suddenly rang out. Su Yang reflexively lifted his head and saw that the one questioning him was actually Tan Xingya. Oh well, if it had been the homeroom teacher asking, Su Yang would definitely have shown her his talent information at once. His talent was something that would have to be made public sooner or later, because only by doing so could he quickly grow stronger. Don't be shy. You are the only male among us, and you are the best candidate to be the shelter director. Tan Qingya's tone was cool and rational. So your talent is very important to us. The shelter was not large, and she had not made any effort to lower her voice. Her words reached the others as well. Let Su Yang be the director of our shelter. That could work. And honestly, Su Yang looks pretty handsome with his clothes off. What kind of wild talk is that? Why is he still sitting down though? Oh well, Xiaoshui, you're still too young too. She's still young. Can you really say that with a straight conscience? Before their banter could stray completely off track, Tan Qingya spoke up. My talent is shrank information. Specifically, I can record and store all kinds of information, and using the information I possess deduce a target's weaknesses and the optimal handling plan. A sharp intake of breath rippled through the room. And shrank talent. Aside from a few, everyone stared at Tan Qingya in shock. And you? She ignored the others and fixed her gaze solely on Su Yang. For a moment, every gaze converged on Su Yang. He simply decided to go all in. I awakened a god-tier talent, infinite enhancement. The details you can see for yourselves. With that, Su Yang projected his talent attributes before everyone. A god-tier talent. Even the ever-cool Tan Qingya could not help but part her lips in surprise. But when her gaze swept across Su Yang's talent description, a faint blush immediately crept over her face. For the first time, she felt that her own talent was almost embarrassingly well-suited. The others still needed a moment to digest Su Yang's talent. But the instant she saw it, her own talent automatically began to analyze it, and the analysis was extremely detailed. Most striking of all, the final conclusion of her talent analysis was that she herself needed to bind with Su Yang. Binding required zero-distance contact. What kind of ridiculous talent was this to come with such an indecent condition? Su Yang's university was one of the top 10 on Blue Star, and anyone admitted was a favored child of heaven. After a moment, everyone snapped out of their daze. A god-tier talent. There's even something above Shrank. Is that higher than Shrank, or even SS Shrank? Hey, is this really what we should be focusing on right now? Just looking at this talent, I can't help feeling it's a bit improper. What's improper about it? It's just getting bound by Su Yang, not getting tied up. What's there to be afraid of? Are you blind? The binding method requires zero-distance contact. What? There's actually something that— Girl, there's something wrong with you. Who cares if it's proper or not? As long as it's strong, it's fine. Worst case, I'll just think of it as being bitten by a dog. A dog? Come on, Su Yang is one of the school's top 10 male heartthrobs, and he ranks near the top in looks. And honestly, seeing him with his shirt off, he's exactly my type. The women's words grew increasingly bold. Staring at this group of girls spouting such brazen remarks, Su Yang could hardly match them with the images he had formed over a year of knowing them. Why did it feel like after he awakened this talent, they were even more excited than he was? Since you've awakened a god-tier talent, I believe you're the best choice to be director. Tan Qingya spoke again. Her voice remained cool, but her cheeks were faintly flushed. I agree as well. The homeroom teacher stepped forward, even secretly letting out a breath of relief, as if some heavy burden had been lifted. I have no objections. This is a god-tier talent, and it's unique. If he doesn't take the role, who should? I agree. With no objections raised, Su Yang was directly elected as shelter director. You have been chosen as the director of this shelter. Transmission function unlocked. Chat channel unlocked. Trading channel explained. A series of system notifications rang out in succession. Not only Su Yang, but everyone else received the same prompts. Wow, there's even a chat channel. We can only enter the regional channel. The global channel hasn't been unlocked. One region has 100,000 people. Are these all classes? It's not just classes, there are also tour groups and other teams, all grouped together as units. What is this place? Does anyone know? How dare you kidnap me? Is your dadly gang? Are you kidding? I'm a little thirsty, can someone get me a bottle of water? There are over 30 of us in the class, and not a single bottle. Who can take me back? I will offer 10 million. 10 million. Even if you offered 100 billion, you can't go back. Everything was fine when we came here, now we can't go back. The chat channel was chaotic. There were all sorts of discussions, but the most talked about topics were still water and food. Su Yang quickly noticed this in the tiny shelter. There was nothing at all. However, the bus they had chartered had some supplies. Yet the crossing mechanism didn't even bring their clothes, let alone anything else. Before the chat channel was unlocked, they hadn't communicated much. But now it was different. I'm getting a bit thirsty too, but we have no water. Not only do we have no water, but we also have no food. Is it over? Are we going to die in this shelter soon? Please no, I haven't even found a boyfriend yet, I don't want to die. Panic spread like wildfire. After all, they were just a group of girls not yet 20. Panic was normal. This can't go on. Tan Qingya's expression shifted as she clenched her teeth and wanted to say something. But just before she spoke, she saw Su Yang, who had been sitting, stand up. Everyone, don't panic. Su Yang's tone was calm. I studied the teleportation function and discovered that we can be transported to the so-called survival instance. We can gather water and food from there. Seemingly infected by his calmness, the girl's panic dissipated quietly. Su Yang, that. A petite girl suddenly raised her hand. Will the survival instance be very dangerous? Su Yang looked down and saw it was the fierce-looking Lin Ruoxua. Danger is definitely present. This statement caused many girls to change their expressions drastically. But Su Yang's next words brought them strong confidence. But don't forget, I awakened a god-level talent. This sentence immediately brightened the eyes of many girls. That's right, Su Yang possesses a god-level talent. With him here, we'll definitely be safe. It's just a survival instance, what's there to fear? I'm a mage with fireball. Thank goodness. Tan Xingya secretly breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Su Yang. This Su Yang seemed somewhat reliable. Classmates. Suddenly the class teacher spoke up. She seemed a bit embarrassed and said, I forgot to tell you, I awakened the SS level talent daily resource sign-in. You can sign in once a day to receive some resources. What? SS level talent? No wonder she is the class teacher. Everyone was surprised again, and Su Yang was also shocked. He didn't expect Tang Yun to awaken an SS level talent. And it was a resource sign-in. This was extremely important for them. Teacher Tang, have you used your talent today? Su Yang asked. Not yet. I haven't used it yet. Tang Yun shook her head. I'll use it now. Sign-in successful. You have received a box of mineral water, 121. 5L. It's mineral water. Tang Yun happily said, then took out the signed mineral water from the sign-in space. Wow, it's a box of large bottles, and it's a bit sweet. Great, we have water to drink now. Teacher is amazing. How can you insult the teacher? Oh no, I meant. Everyone's faces lit up with surprise. Then someone opened the box to get some water. But at that moment, Tan Xingya stepped forward. Wait, we can't drink the water. What? Immediately someone was dissatisfied. We're thirsty. I know. Tan Xingya remained calm, but this is currently our only resource. I don't know if you've noticed, but the chat channel was unlocked, and there is also a trading channel. The most important thing is that someone has already attempted teleportation and obtained some resources, even weapons. But water is still a precious resource. I see. Su Yang immediately understood. Tan Xingya, do you mean that we can trade water? Exactly. Tan Xingya nodded. Teacher Tang can only sign in once a day. We cannot rely entirely on, so we still need to teleport into the survival instance. Saying this, she glanced at the 12 bottles of mineral water, but the survival instance must have its dangers. These 12 bottles of water are our assurance against danger. The girls fell silent. No one there was a fool, nor was anyone unreasonable. They all understood Tan Xingya's words. Indeed, Tan Xingya, your analysis is correct. Su Yang nodded, but said, in that case, let's keep half of the water and use the rest for trading. But Tan Xingya wanted to say something, but was stopped by Su Yang, who quietly said, we also need water to maintain our stamina. This made her pause, and she stopped saying anything further. Okay, how is the count going, old class? Su Yang turned to look at the class monitor, Guan Yusin. The two were high school classmates, and Guan Yusin was the class monitor back then. At first, Su Yang called her class monitor, but at some point he started calling her old class. Guan Yusin said she was getting old. It almost sounded like she was calling a homeroom teacher. But Su Yang still didn't change his way of addressing her. Guan Yusin wasn't satisfied, but after 3 years, she had gotten used to it. Even the year in college had made the other classmates accustomed to it. After giving Su Yang a glare, Guan Yusin's expression became serious, as she said, including Teacher Tang, we have already counted all 32 of us. But most of the students do not have combat-type talents. As she spoke, Guan Yusin sent the statistics to Su Yang. Upon looking at it, Su Yang was stunned. He was shocked. The highest talent should be God level, and the lowest would be Flevel. Yet among the 32 of them, the worst talent was at least Clevel. And only 9 people awakened Clevel talents. There were 12 people with level talents at most. There were 5 people with a level talents. There were even 3 people with level talents. At this point, Su Yang noticed something was off, because that only accounted for 29 people. Adding himself and the class teacher made it 31. So who was the last one? Su Yang saw a name at the very end. Qin Mingyao. The last of the 3 school beauties in the class, she also awakened an SS level talent. No way. Do we have 2 SS level talents in this team? Moreover, the SS level talent that Qin Mingyao awakened is telekinesis. This is an incredibly powerful talent. I must obtain this talent. In almost an instant, Su Yang made up. He couldn't help but glance in one direction, where he saw a relatively open area in the cramped shelter. A girl stood there quietly. Her skin was as white as freshly shelled lychee, with a hint of coldness in her gaze. It wasn't intentional, but seemed natural, like the moonlight on a snowy mountain. Dressed similarly in a bikini, the moment Su Yang first saw her, all he noticed was her coldness. Different from Tan Xingya's rational and calm demeanor. Qin Mingyao's coldness was like a lonely moon hanging over a snow peak. Beautiful yet unattainable. It seemed that Su Yang's gaze was noticed. Qin Mingyao looked over at him, her eyes showing no hint of shyness despite Su Yang's current attire. It was very calm. This woman is not easy to deal with. Su Yang withdrew his gaze. There was no need to rush. Compared to other teams, theirs was already off to a fantastic start. Among the three class talents besides Tan Qingjia's information control, Su Yang was surprised by the petite and delicate Lin Ruoxue. She had awakened in class healing technique. However, her healing abilities were indeed that of a true healer. Now there was no need to worry about anyone getting hurt. What he didn't expect was that the class monitor Guan Yusin had also awakened in class talent. War Aura. It allows allies to gain a powerful support talent that doubles all attributes during battle. With this War Aura, their start was much easier compared to others. After understanding the talents of his classmates, Su Yang began to study the shelter. Shelter. Level initial safe house. Space 150 cubic meters, 53 m. Upgrade requirements 100 units of ordinary wood, 100 units of ordinary stone. Indeed, it was very small. It was only 50 square meters. Suddenly a thought struck Su Yang: could this shelter be enhanced? Once this idea arose, he couldn't hold back. After trying it out, he discovered that it was possible. Would you like to bind this shelter? Binding will allow it to be in. This prompt indicated that it was feasible. Moreover, Su Yang discovered some patterns. Enhancing the shelter once required exactly one upgrade material for the shelter. He just didn't know what effects such an enhancement would have. However, there were currently no materials available. This thought had to be temporarily shelved. From the conversations in the chat channel, Su Yang had already figured out how to collect materials. That was through treasure chests. There were treasure chests in the survival instance. Treasure chests could yield food, water, and weapons. At this point, Tan Qingya had already gathered enough information. She called Su Yang along with Tang Yun, Guan Yusin, and Lin Ruoxue. Finally, she also called Qin Mingyao. The six of them all had at least class talents. Su Yang glanced at them, realizing that this was the true core of their shelter. However, their discussion couldn't avoid the other people around. In such a small place, it was impossible to avoid being overheard. I've roughly understood the current trading prices. Tan Qingya said while looking at Su Yang. Now it's up to you to see what your talent can enhance. In an instant, everyone's gaze fell back onto Su Yang. Oh well. Facing the gazes of the girls, Su Yang remained calm. I've already tried. My talent can indeed enhance all things, even the shelter can be enhanced. Enhancing once requires one upgrade material. Is it always these materials, or will more materials be needed after enhancing to the first level? Tan Qingya asked. The materials won't increase. For example, if I have 1,000 units of ordinary wood and 1,000 units of stone, I can enhance the shelter to level 10. When Su Yang said this, the girls were all incredibly shocked. The shelter can be enhanced. Truly worthy of a divine talent. It's amazing. So should we enhance the shelter now? I wonder if enhancing the shelter will increase its space. No, right now there are only 3 enhancement slots. We should focus on enhancing weapons. Indeed, enhancing weapons is the most important right now. Soon the girls reached a consensus. I think the same. Let's enhance the weapons first. Tan Qingya nodded and said, I just want to confirm one thing. Is your enhancement slot bound to a single item or a category? It's a category. Did you underestimate my divine talent? How could it be a single item? Su Yang replied, for example, if I bind a pistol, I can enhance all pistols of that model. This statement brightened the eyes of the girls. Tan Qingya sighed in relief. It seems the divine talent is even better than I expected, which means there are more weapons available for selection now. As she spoke, she listed several weapons found in the trading channel: iron rods, daggers, axes, cleavers. These are the weapons currently available on the market. The iron rods and daggers are decent, but the axes and cleavers are quite expensive. Pointing to a dagger in the trading channel, Tan Qingya said, I propose we buy this dagger first. Not only because it's cheap, needing only 200 milliliters of water, but more importantly. She didn't finish her sentence, her gaze turning towards the silently watching Qin Mingyao. Su Yang immediately understood. Mind control. Mind power could manipulate the dagger to kill. Qin Mingyao clearly understood Tan Qingjia's meaning as well as she nodded and said, I have 12 points of mental power, and I can control objects up to 1 kilogram. As long as my mental attribute increases, I can control heavier weapons. She paused slightly and added another sentence. Though I haven't tried it, controlling the dagger shouldn't be a problem. It's just that I'm not yet used to it, so one is preferable. I understand. Tan Qingya nodded. Then let's purchase this dagger. As she spoke, she looked at Su Yang. Currently, only the leader could conduct the transaction. Su Yang nodded and directly purchased the dagger. The next moment, a dagger appeared in Su Yang's hand. Item: rusty knife, enhanceable. Category: weapon. Quality: white. Attribute: sharpness 1. Enhancement requirement: 3 units of ordinary iron. It only required 3 units of iron to enhance once. After this information was revealed, Tan Qingjia's eyes lit up. Leader, I remember you can only enhance bound items up to level 10, right? Correct. Su-young nodded. Then let's directly purchase 30 units of iron, setting the price at 50 milliliters of water per unit of iron. 50 milliliters. Su-young hesitated for a moment. Isn't that a bit high? That's already a bottle of 1.5 liters of mineral water. Tan Qingya didn't respond immediately, but glanced around at the others, then said in a very low voice, "We don't have much time left." Su-young instinctively glanced at the girls and noticed that many of them were sitting down looking quite exhausted. A sudden realization struck him. They had set off early in the morning around 7 and had arrived by 10. It should be around noon when they crossed over, and they had likely been in this shelter for 2 to 3 hours. Everyone was hungry, especially since many hadn't had breakfast. Nodding slightly, Su-young directly listed 30 portions of 50 milliliters of water in the trading channel, pricing each at 1 unit of ordinary iron. It turned out that water was still extremely precious at this moment. In less than a minute it was sold out. Su-young immediately began enhancing the rusty knife. Enhancement successful. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the rust on the originally rusty knife quickly faded away, turning it into a brand new knife. Item: ordinary knife, 1 enhanceable. Category: weapon. Quality: white. Attribute: sharpness 1. Enhancement requirement: 3 units of ordinary iron. Is this enhancement? It's simply transforming decay into the miraculous. Not only were the girls astonished, but Su-young was also equally surprised. However, it wasn't over yet. Su-young directly enhanced the knife to 10. Item: ordinary knife 10. Category: weapon. Quality: white. Attribute: sharpness 5. Enhancement attribute: toughness 5. Enhancing to 10 not only increased the sharpness by 4 points, it also added an enhancement attribute, toughness 5. Su-young had originally worried that the knife was too fragile, but with this attribute, it was different. However, the knife was now at its maximum enhancement level. He wondered if enhancing to 20 would yield a second enhancement attribute. Su-young mused over this, but this matter could only be verified later. It's up to you now. Handing the knife to Qin Mingyao, Su-young spoke with a serious tone. Qin Mingyao said nothing, but nodded, her gaze becoming even colder, as if she had made some kind of determination. Under Tan Qingya's suggestion, Su-young purchased a machete. Item: ordinary machete, can be enhanced. Category: weapon. Quality: white. Attribute: sharpness 3. Enhancement requirement: ordinary iron material 10. Su-young originally planned to enhance it, but found out that it required 10 units of ordinary iron material for a single enhancement. He decided to give up for now. This was because the remaining water needed to be used to equip the girls with some weapons as well. Most importantly, to exchange for some food. Consequently, half of the 6 bottles of water he originally planned to save were also used. In Tan Qingya's words, everyone should at least have something to eat before being teleported into the survival instance. Is everyone ready? The teleportation is about to begin, Su-young asked the girls. All right, ready. Let's go, we'll fight. Although many of the girls were still trembling, they gritted their teeth and nodded. At this moment, Su-young was not standing at the very front. In front of him stood a figure about 1.8 meters tall. If it weren't for Su-young's height of 1.83 meters, he wouldn't have had the confidence to stand in front of her. Fang Xingnan, the sports committee member of the class. Despite her height of 1.8 meters, she indeed possessed beauty. She had both looks and figure. In fact, she had even done some fashion cover modeling during high school. The reason she stood in front of Su-young was that she had awakened her a grade talent: ironization. Ironization allowed her body to become as hard as steel, and even the 10 enhanced small knife could only leave a white mark on her skin. Like Su-young, her weapon was also a machete. The others had only iron rods and wooden sticks. With limited resources, they could only make do for now. As the teleportation was about to begin, she was already prepared for ironization at any moment. Seeing that everyone was ready, Su-young silently muttered the command for teleportation. Buzz. In the next moment, a flash of white light appeared, and the 32 of them, along with the small shelter, instantly vanished. The shelter was also teleported away. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a dilapidated classroom. Broken desks and chairs with missing legs. Most importantly, the walls around them, and the striking blood red on the blackboard. It was blood. Oh, someone couldn't help but scream. Everyone quiet. Su-young's expression tightened as he barked a command. Only then did they realize that the entire shelter had become transparent, encased in a white translucent protective shield. This was the result of the 7-day protection period. After 7 days, they would have to rely on the shelter's own defenses. If the shelter remained as it was a basic safe house, it would surely be inadequate. However, that was not something to worry about for now. Su-young's expression grew serious. I won't say much this time, it's understandable. But I don't want a second chance. This time we have the new player protection shield in place. Otherwise, with our current shelter, that scream would have attracted outside attention already. Don't ask, we are in survival mode. This last sentence made the girls instantly quiet down. The few who had originally screamed quickly covered their mouths. The shield lasts only 3 minutes, so hurry up and prepare. Seeing the girls starting to prepare, Su Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to be so harsh, but as he said, they were in survival mode. Moreover, survival mission requirement 1: survive here with your team for 3 hours. Requirement 2: kill 10 zombies. Reward 1: complete any one requirement reward with 3 white treasure chests. Reward 2: complete all requirements reward with 10 white treasure chests. Note: after all tasks are completed, additional points can be earned, which can be used to purchase treasure chests and supplies in the points mall. Friendly reminder: please protect your shelter. If the shelter is destroyed, you will not be able to return to the safe zone. This task information appeared before Su Yang as soon as they arrived. Only the head of the shelter could see it and decide whether to share the information. The last friendly reminder made Su Yang's pupils constrict as he became increasingly aware of one thing. It was imperative to upgrade the shelter within 7 days. Not just upgrade, but also enhance. With the thought, Su Yang shared the task information with everyone. Immediately, the expressions of the girls changed drastically. Zombies. It's over, there are zombies here. This is a world where zombies exist. Whoa, I'm scared. As expected, the girls' reactions were not surprising to Su Yang. Zombies which only existed in movies and novels once they appeared in reality. It was a different matter altogether. Even the most rational Tan Qingjia's face turned pale at this moment. Don't be afraid, Su Yang said in a deep voice. We are not weak. Shengnan's ionization can prevent the zombies from harming her. And Qin Mingjio's telekinetic control can kill the zombies when they get close to us. Most importantly, we have Xiao Shui the super healer with us. As he spoke last, Su Yang's gaze landed on the petite Lin Ruoxua. The little girl flushed as she was noted. Actually, she was also very scared at that moment, but she still gritted her teeth and said, don't worry, if you get hurt, I will heal you. Right? We have a super healer. And we also have the head with SSS and even divine talents. What are we afraid of? The time is almost up. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Su Yang said, Fang Xingnan, when the shield disappears, check the back door of the classroom. Leave the front to me. The shelter not only became transparent, but also had a small door added. They'll go with you. It was Qin Mingyao who spoke, and she had already picked up the 10 enhanced small knife in her right hand. She seemed prepared to throw it at any moment. Su Yang nodded and stepped out of the shelter with Fang Sheng and closely following him. As the 3-minute countdown ended, the white translucent shield disappeared instantly. Suddenly, an indescribable stench and foul smell rushed in. This time the girls were all mentally prepared and managed to hold it in. Su Yang cautiously peeked out, his pupils suddenly narrowing. He saw 3 swaying figures on the other side of the corridor. He slowly retreated, and at that moment Fang Shengnan also checked clearly. There were no zombies over there. Currently, only these 3 zombies were seen. Fang Xingnan, you come with me. Oi Qin Mingyao, you support from behind. The rest stay alert in place. Saying this, Su Yang took one last look at Tan Qingya. The other party nodded to indicate she understood. Su Yang peeked out again, and when the 3 zombies had their backs turned to him, he signaled Fang Shengnan with his eyes. The 2 immediately walked out of the classroom. Without any hesitation, Su Yang accelerated and dashed forward. Thud! The machete in his hand swiftly beheaded the nearest zombie. Only at that moment did the other 2 zombies finally realize something. Roar! With a roar, the 2 zombies turned and rushed toward him. But just as one of them turned around, a flash of cold light flickered. Thud! A machete struck into its head, but couldn't cleave through, becoming lodged inside. It was Fang Shengnan who had struck. At that moment, she had already ironized, resembling an iron person. Seeing that she hadn't cleaved through the zombie, she instinctively let go of the machete. Then she tightened her fist. Bang! The zombie, which had already been half-cleaved, was directly obliterated by Fang Xingnan's punch. In an instant, white and red exploded everywhere. Fang Xingnan couldn't hold back and turned to vomit. Meanwhile, Su Yang's machete beheaded the 3rd zombie. It was clean and efficient. The 3 zombies were dealt with in less than 3 seconds by the 2. Qin Mingyao, who was not far behind, had no chance to take action. Just witnessing this process, she felt no discomfort at all. Much better than Fang Xingnan, who was currently vomiting. But soon Su Yang noticed that the 2 zombies he had beheaded were still not dead. Even with just their heads left, they were still roaring and trying to bite. Su Yang frowned and could not help but swing the machete. Bang, bang, bang. After a few strikes, Su Yang received a system notification. Kill the first-tier zombie points. 1 killing zombies can also earn points. Su Yang's heart stirred as his gaze fell on another zombie head. Seconds later, kill the first-tier zombie points. 1 Su Yang, what is that? What is that? Su Yang instinctively turned around only to see Qin Mingyao gently waving her right hand. Swish! A crystal the size of a thumb flew out from a pile of red and white. Under Qin Mingjio's telekinetic control, the crystal floated before Su Yang. Tier 1 crystal core description derived from a Tier 1 organism possessing special energy. Function can be used to upgrade the shelter and for item consumption. Is this a crystal core? Suyang exclaimed, surprised that this thing could be used to upgrade the shelter. This should be a good thing, right? It was not Qin Mingyao speaking, but Fang Shengnan. Are you done throwing up? Suyang's words made Fang Shengnan's face slightly flush. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to blame you. In fact, I almost couldn't hold it in myself. Suyang waved his hand and caught the floating Tier 1 crystal core. There should be 3 zombies, so there should be 3 crystal cores. Let's search for them. Off. Fang Shengnan's face showed a bit of embarrassment. No need. Qin Mingyao shook her head slightly. I've already searched, and there's only this 1 crystal core. Is that so? Suyang frowned slightly. It seems that not every zombie produces a crystal core. Are you all okay? A soft voice came from Guan Yusin. Seeing that the 3 were unhurt, Guan Yusin's gaze lingered on Suyang for a moment longer. Then she quickly noticed the pile of red and white on the ground. Swish. Guan Yusin's little face turned pale instantly, yet she managed to suppress the instinct to step back. It's fine. Suyang shook his head slightly. You should go back and keep watch while we check things out. Saying this, the 3 continued forward to investigate. Guan Yusin retreated, informing the other girls about the situation. A few minutes later, Suyang and the others returned to the classroom shelter. They relayed the findings to everyone. This should be a university, as there are quite a few teaching buildings. The building they are in seems to be an ordinary teaching building, possibly part of the old campus. Because this teaching building only has 5 floors and no elevator. They are currently in the rightmost classroom on the 3rd floor. The good news is that there are no zombies in the classrooms on this floor. Not far down below is the campus supermarket. Although it is not far away, the supermarket is in disarray. However, Suyang spotted some food and drinks. The bad news is that there are zombies roaming at both the top and bottom of the stairs. How many zombies are there? After learning the situation, Tan Xingya asked immediately. Many. There are probably 14 or 15 combined. Suyang replied in a deep voice. He understood Tan Xingya's implication, the campus supermarket downstairs. And that was also his thought. But it would be somewhat difficult. Is there a chance to lure out a few at once? Tan Xingya asked again, wanting to clear out 3 to 5 zombies at a time. That should be impossible, came the reply from Qin Mingyao. Previously I didn't act, but noticed some noisy sounds at the stairway which were clearly attracted by the commotion made earlier. If the battle hadn't ended within 3 seconds, the zombies at the top and bottom of the stairs would have probably been drawn over. A silence fell over the group. At that moment, Fang Shengnan stood up. I will create a commotion to attract the zombies to the rooftop, and you all take the opportunity to go downstairs. What about you? Lin Ruoxue instinctively asked, her face filled with anxiety. Don't worry, I'll be very strong after I ironize. Indeed, she was very strong. With one punch, she could explode a zombie's head. Suyang's mouth twitched, but he did not agree. This idea is indeed good. You could even find a rope to lower yourself down afterward. Oh, that's a good idea. Fang Shengnan's eyes lit up instantly. Yet Suyang's next words caused her to... But the problem is that once you are surrounded by zombies, or even knocked to the ground, the sentence was left unfinished. However, all the girls present could imagine that scene. Fang Shengnan's ironization could not last forever. Once the ironization was lifted, and she was overwhelmed by the zombies. Fang Shengnan shuddered and obediently sat back down. In fact, Suyang had another point he hadn't mentioned, which was that even if Fang Shengnan attracted the zombies, it would only be a temporary solution. After all, their shelter could not be relocated. However, this method is still quite good, it just needs to be modified. Suyang's lips curled up slightly. Tan Xingya beside him seemed to understand something. 10 minutes later at the stairway, Fang Shengnan took a deep breath and nodded to Suyang and the others behind her. At this moment, behind her, besides Suyang and Qin Mingyao, there were several figures. Further away, Tan Xingya and the others also looked tense. Start. With a low shout from Suyang, Fang Shengnan ironized again. She then stepped into the stairway. Roar. Almost instantly, the several zombies wandering in the lower corridor noticed her. Like sharks scenting blood, several zombies rushed crazily towards Fang Shengnan. The zombies in the upper corridor also spotted her and charged over. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Fang Shengnan was surrounded by zombies. In her ironized state, these zombies could not harm her. No matter how they bit, they couldn't break through her ironization. However, the foul odor nearly suffocated her. At that moment, she fully realized how ridiculous her previous plan was. A few zombies were manageable, but 7 or 8 made it impossible for her to break through the encirclement. Over a dozen were on the verge of overwhelming her. Old class. Just as Fang Shengnan was in a panic, Suyang's voice reached her, bringing her some reassurance. In the next moment, an invisible light spread out. Fang Shengnan felt her strength surge instantly. Her body, which was about to be crushed, suddenly straightened. Die for me. With a low shout, Fang Shengnan punched the nearest zombie, exploding its head. Bang bang bang. Meanwhile, Su Yang and the others also took action. Holding a machete while feeling his power surge, Su Yang stepped into the encirclement and swung at a zombie's head. With his boosted strength, that swing directly exploded the zombie's head. No doubt Old Class was formidable. This talent was indeed impressive. Steer talent wore aura, doubling all attributes. Su Yang's strength had now increased to 20 points. Slashing zombies became extremely simple. However, the most ferocious was neither him nor Fang Sheng. It was a little girl holding an iron rod shorter than Lin Ruoxua, standing under 1.5 meters. Wang Sisi, the shortest girl in the class, yet actually the oldest. Because she was too short as a child, her parents made her start school a year late. Thus, she was also the only girl in Su Yang's class who was over 20 years old. Su Yang remembered that during the first few days of school, some girls celebrated her belated birthday from winter break. At 21 years old, he didn't know if it was due to her stature or if she naturally had a youthful face. Wang Sisi loved to wear Lolita-style outfits. 9 out of 10 Lolas are rich. Wang Sisi was the richest among them. One accessory from her Lolita outfit costs over 1,000. Su Yang's impression of her was that of a super wealthy little girl. There was no helping it. After all, she was truly a daughter of a wealthy family, with her family's enterprise being a large listed group valued in the hundreds of billions. Crade Talent Power Enhancement. This is Wang Sisi's talent. Although it is only Crade talent, it can double her strength. At this moment, she has already become a key player. Despite the shock in his heart, Su Yang's speed was not slow. In just a moment, he had already dealt with 3 zombies. Wang Sisi had already exploded 4 zombies on her side. Qin Mingyao also took action. One must admit that SS grade talent is indeed SS grade talent. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few flashes of cold light passed, and the 10 enhanced knife pierced through the heads of 5 zombies. Adding to that, Fang Shengnan had also taken down 2. Even if one more zombie appeared than anticipated, there would only be 16. Now only 2 remained. A sharp light flashed in Su Yang's eyes as he swung the hatchet, splitting open the head of one of the remaining 2 zombies. Before he could react, the other one was smashed by Wang Sisi with a stick. Su Yang's mouth twitched, especially upon seeing the Lola's face still full of unquenched excitement, feeling a wave of sadness in his heart. It's over. That cute loli dressed in Lolita had completely transformed into a violent loli. Su Yang, not good. I sense zombies approaching. A girl with a ponytail changed her expression dramatically. There are quite a few, about 20. Li Lu. Her talent is great perception, allowing her to sense nearby living beings. However, zombies are not true living beings. She couldn't sense them. At this moment, only under Guan Yusin's aura was she barely able to sense the existence of the zombies. Su Yang said nothing and immediately looked at Tan Qingya. Seemingly understanding his intention, Tan Qingya immediately said, "The class leader can hold on for another 5 minutes, but it's best to finish within 3 minutes. The longer it takes, the more it drains the class leader, and she won't be able to activate the war aura again in a short time. Although grade talent war aura is strong, it has no cooldown time limit. But with Guan Yusin's current attributes, 10 minutes is the limit. The longer it lasts, the greater the burden on her. Recovery will also take longer. If she really had to maintain it for 10 minutes, she wouldn't be able to activate it a second time in the short term. Not to mention her being the trump card on their side, just based on their years of acquaintance. Su Yang did not want her to suffer any hardship. In fact, at this moment, they had already completed the second mission requirement. They could return to the shelter and then teleport away. But at this moment, no one mentioned leaving. Everyone was smart, understanding that teleporting back now would only prolong their time until death. Moreover, 3 minutes. Su Yang's mouth curled into a cold smile. That's enough. Suddenly, a sound of frantic running came from downstairs. This time, Fang Shengnan took the initiative to charge forward. Seemingly adapted as she faced the oncoming zombies, Fang Shengnan grabbed the first zombie in front. With a forceful lunge, she directly pounced on it. Immediately, several zombies were knocked down to the ground. Wang Sisi, this violent loli, charged up first, swinging her iron rod at the zombies on the ground. Su Yang then moved to kill the remaining approaching zombies. There were still a few zombies further down, but before they could charge up, they were slain by Qin Mingyao manipulating the knife. However, after killing these few zombies, Qin Mingyao's face had already turned slightly pale. Clearly, she had expended too much energy. From the beginning until now, she alone had killed over a dozen zombies. The consumption was naturally quite high, but it was enough. The fallen zombies had already been dealt with by Fang Shengnan and Wang Sisi. In fact, almost all of them were taken care of by Wang Sisi. This violent loli swung her iron rod like a whack-a-mole, smashing the 5 or 6 zombies that Fang Shengnan had knocked down in just 2 or 3 hits. The two quickly came to Su Yang's side, and Fang Shengnan immediately dealt with the few zombies surrounding Su Yang, employing the same tactic again. The violent lowly was online beating the moles. Let alone 3 minutes, within less than a minute this wave of zombies was also dealt with. At this moment the three had already reached the second floor. Without any hesitation, Fang Shengnan quickly went to the second floor to check. She found a few more zombies. But these were not enough for the violent lowly to smash. There were more zombies on the second floor, but most of them were locked in a classroom. The ones wandering outside were quickly dealt with by the three. The more than 20 zombies locked in the classroom were even easier to deal with. Fang Shengnan blocked the door, and as each zombie poked its head out, either Su Yang or Wang Sisi smashed their heads. In the last 10 seconds of the agreed 3 minutes, the three returned to the third floor. Guan Yusin stopped the war aura, leaning weakly against a girl caring for her. Is anyone injured? The healer Lin Ruoxue immediately came over. I'm fine. Fang Shengnan nodded first, as she had already withdrawn from her iron transformation. She had consumed quite a bit, but still had some strength left. Wang Sisi flicked her double ponytails. Just a few zombies, how could they possibly hurt this young lady? Lin Ruoxue's gaze fell on Su Yang, and after he shook his head slightly, she breathed a sigh of relief. Yet a hint of inexplicable disappointment flashed in her eyes. It seemed she felt disappointed for not being able to contribute. But she quickly recovered. Not being injured was a good thing. Back at the shelter, everyone began to rest while starting discussions. What was the situation on the first floor? Su Yang turned to Tan Xingya. There were hardly any zombies. This place is likely in an old school district somewhat remote. After you dealt with those zombies, there were almost none left. After a pause, Tan Xingya continued, at least there are none within Li Lu's sensing range. My sensing range was about 200 meters just now, but it seems there are 1 or 2 responses from that small supermarket downstairs. Li Lu immediately supplemented. Is that so? Su Yang pondered for a moment. It shouldn't be a problem. Later I'll go down with Shengnan and Sisi to take a look. If everything's fine, you can come over. However, he glanced at Qin Mingyao. The shelter must have someone guarding it. You've expended a lot, so stay here and guard. Qin Mingyao said nothing, only gently nodded. At this moment a girl suddenly spoke up. Including me, the 4 of us will go, the rest stay here to guard. Seeing the girl who spoke, Su Yang immediately reacted. She had awakened a great talent backpack expansion. It allowed her backpack to expand tenfold, both in terms of quantity and capacity. Everyone's backpack has 10 storage slots, and each slot can only hold 10 identical items. But Shu Ye's talent allowed her backpack storage slots to reach 100. Moreover, each storage slot could hold 100 identical items. Bringing her along would be the most suitable. That's fine. Su Yang nodded, and after discussing with the other girls for a while, the 4 set off. Quickly the 4 arrived on the first floor. After observing for a while, and finding no zombies, Su Yang signaled Fang Shengnan with his eyes. The 2 quickly made their way to the small supermarket, leaving Wang Sisi vigilantly watching their surroundings. Her current task was to protect Shuyu behind her. Upon entering the small supermarket, Su Yang and Fang Shengnan's eyes lit up. Although the entire small supermarket was a bit messy, there were quite a few items. However, the 2 did not let down their guard. Looking around, Su Yang discovered that there were indeed 2 zombies here. Not 3. One of them had its spine broken and could not stand. From the current situation, it was not hard to deduce that the zombie with the broken spine must have been dealt with by the other 2 zombies. It could be said that 2 people. However, during the battle, those 2 were probably bitten and had now become zombies. Just 2 zombies. This was easy. Without any further communication, Su Yang and Fang Shengnan had already established a tacit understanding. The 2 approached, and each targeted a zombie. Roar! The 2 zombies also noticed them, but before they could react, Su Yang and Fang Shengnan struck with a knife and a punch. They quickly eliminated the 2 zombies. Looking at the clean and efficient Fang Shengnan, Su Yang's gaze flickered with a hint of inexplicable anomaly. This couldn't go on. Without the class leader's war aura, my combat power is currently not even as good as Fang Shengnan. Indeed, I still need to bind a few people and copy some talent skills. Su Yang, there are so many things here. After dealing with the zombies, Fang Shengnan finally noticed that this small supermarket had a lot of supplies. Drinks, instant noodles, bread, chocolate, all kinds of snacks. Su Yang also wore a delighted expression. Let's call Wang Sisi and the others over first. Okay, I'll go get them. Fang Shengnan nodded and ran out to fetch them. 2 minutes later, Wang Sisi and Shu Yu also entered. The 2 girls gasped in excitement. So much food. Great, we can finally eat our fill. All right, hurry and pack up, then we'll head back. Su Yang interrupted the girls' excitement. Shu Yu, you pack the mineral water instant noodles and bread, the ones that have more quantity. Okay. Shu Yu began to pack. With 100 storage slots, she could fit a lot of items. Su Yang didn't pack anything, but started to look around. Indeed. After checking the area, Su Yang was disappointed to find no knives, not even a fruit knife. However, he eventually discovered a small storage room. The room was not large, only a few square meters, filled with mineral water and some drinks. There were also a dozen boxes of instant noodles. What left Su Yang speechless was that a box of noodles could not fit in his backpack. He needed to open the boxes to put them in. Luckily, Shuyu was there. Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Without her talent, the three of them wouldn't have been able to carry much. Suddenly, just as the four were almost done collecting supplies from the small supermarket, a piercing scream interrupted their actions. That's Yutong's voice. Wang Cici's expression changed. Not good. Su Yang's eyes flashed with seriousness. Xingnan, you come back with me. Cici, you take Shuyu and hide here for now. As he spoke, Su Yang dashed out of the small supermarket, and Fang Shengnan unhesitatingly followed. Wang Cici wanted to say something, but seeing Su Yang's back, she could only grit her teeth and lead Shuyu to hide in the storage room. As soon as he ran out of the small supermarket, Su Yang's expression darkened. He saw that the third floor was in chaos with faint shadows of zombies flickering. Why are there still zombies? Wait, are they upstairs? Su Yang suddenly remembered that the fourth and fifth floors hadn't been searched. Damn it, I should have finished searching them first. At this point, there's no use in saying anything. As he approached the teaching building, Su Yang instantly felt his strength surge dramatically. Battle aura. This situation did not improve his expression. If it weren't for the dire circumstances, Tan Qingyao wouldn't have activated the aura. Rushing up to the third floor, Su Yang's eyes first caught sight of a fireball hitting a zombie. However, it only struck its chest, knocking the zombie back a few steps and leaving a charred wound. Fireball technique. This was the grade talent awakened by Himimi, but due to its currently low power, she couldn't use it many times. Moreover, she was still a physically weak girl. That's why she wasn't designated as a combat member. The fact that she had to take action indicated the situation was very urgent. Without hesitation, Su Yang wielded the machete he had already unsheathed and struck at the zombie that had been pushed back by Himimi. Fang Xingnan, who followed closely, had already hardened her body and charged forward. Kill a first-tier zombie points 1. It was surprisingly easy to kill. Su Yang instinctively glanced at the zombie's charred chest wound. It seemed that the fireball technique was quite effective. While he thought this, Su Yang had already rushed into another battle. However, the battle was already over. Fang Shengnan had dealt with 3 zombies, but all 3 were in a severely injured state. Su Yang's gaze fell on the other side, where a dozen zombie corpses lay haphazardly. Not far away, Qin Mingyao was softly lying in Tang Yun's embrace, her face pale as a sheet. Su Yang, I'm sorry, Tan Qingyao stepped forward with a face full of remorse. Now is not the time. Su Yang waved his hand, his gaze falling on Chen Yutong, who was near her face covered in tears. More precisely on her pale arm. There was a bite wound there. Blood was oozing out. Without needing to ask, they all knew it was a zombie bite. Yutong, don't cry, I'll heal you. Lin Ruoxue had already begun to treat her. However, after the white healing light flashed, Chen Yutong's arm had healed. But while the bitten flesh had regrown, it hadn't fully recovered. The issue was that the bite mark remained not only dark red, but also showing dark red veins. Though slow, the dark red was spreading. This was the zombie virus spreading. What was Xiaoxua? I won't turn into a zombie, right? Looking at her own arm, Chen Yutong couldn't help but cry out in pain. The others also wore anxious and sorrowful expressions. What about Xiaoxua? Panicking Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but rushed towards Su Yang after hearing his voice. Wu, it's my fault. I can't heal Yutong. Su Yang's expression darkened, but he wasn't in a panic. Don't worry, I'll think of a way. I won't give up on. Su Yang spoke earnestly, his tone serious, which reassured the girls. Chen Yutong, who was also infected, stopped crying, but tears still flowed uncontrollably. Xingnan, take the 2 of them and bring Cici and the others back. Su Yang remained calm, knowing what needed to be done. Fang Xingnan nodded and called 2 girls with combat talents to go downstairs. Only then did Su Yang turn to Tan Qingyao. Tell me what exactly happened. It's like this. Tan Qingyao took a deep breath and began to explain. It turned out that after Su Yang took Fang Xingnan and the others downstairs, Tan Qingyao planned to clear the zombies they had killed, at least to see if there were any first-tier crystal cores. At first it went smoothly, we cleared out more than 10 first-tier crystal cores. Just at that moment, Tan Qingyao said with a bitter smile, Chen Yutong discovered a treasure chest. A treasure chest? Su Yang looked surprised. Yes, it's a treasure chest located in the corridor from the 4th floor upward. I knew the 4th and 5th floors hadn't been searched yet, but I thought the chances of something happening were low, so I let someone go up. As a result, I didn't expect that while the 4th floor indeed had no zombies, the 5th floor had quite a few zombies. If it weren't for Qin Mingyao stepping in to kill most of the zombies in the end, it might not have just been Chen Yutong who got bitten. As she spoke, Tan Qingyao looked up at Su Yang, her tone very serious. This is my fault. I shouldn't have taken such a risk. No, this is not your fault. Tang Yun interrupted Tan Qingya, her expression serious. Taking the treasure chest was something we all agreed upon. If anyone should be held responsible, it should be me as the class advisor. I didn't handle it well. No, I'm not blaming anyone. Seeing everyone wanting to take responsibility, Su Yang quickly interjected. I just want to understand the situation. By the way, where is that treasure chest? Perhaps that treasure chest can save Chen Yutong. It's still up there. We didn't have time to get it down because of the appearance of the zombies. Tan Qingya replied. At this point, Fang Shengnan had already brought the others back. After understanding the situation, she didn't say anything, just looked at Su Yang. The two exchanged a glance, nodded, and then went up to the 5th floor. The way was quiet. There were no zombies. Su Yang even checked the 5th floor. Apart from 2 tightly closed classrooms with some zombies, there were no other zombies. The two only took the treasure chest and did not deal with the zombies in those 2 classrooms. At this moment, a treasure chest lay before Su Yang and the others. A white treasure chest. What Su Yang anticipated the most was to open this white treasure chest and find a remedy for the zombie virus. It's just a white treasure chest. Normally no one would think like this, but they were different. Chen Miao Miao, it's your turn now. Su Yang's gaze fell upon the black-haired girl. Chen Miao Miao, an A-class talent with luck. Su Yang too must say in advance. Feeling the eyes of so many upon her, Chen Miao Miao felt a bit uneasy and anxious. Although my talent allows me to obtain luck according to my will, I may not necessarily open an antidote this time. Don't worry, no one will blame you. Su Yang said solemnly. No matter what you open, just do your best. Alright, I will give it my all. Chen Miao Miao gritted her teeth and activated her talent. Then she opened the treasure chest. Whoosh. Blue light flashed. 3 test tubes of potions appeared before everyone, emitting a faint blue glow. However, Chen Miao Miao's gaze suddenly froze, turning into immense disappointment. Because this was not what they wanted. Item Virus Enhancement Potion can be enhanced category consumable quality blue attribute. After the first use, it can increase physique and strength by 5 points. The second use will be ineffective. Enhancement requirement first tier crystal core 3. Blue. And 3 of them. Su Yang immediately understood how extraordinary Chen Miao Miao's talent was. Opening 3 blue rare items from a white treasure chest. No one would believe it if he told them. However, although the items were good, they were not what they wanted. Upon seeing the attributes of the potions, the hope in Chen Yutong's eyes instantly vanished. She collapsed as if all her strength had been drained away. The scene was eerily quiet. Soon soft sobs could be heard. They were worried about Chen Yutong as well as themselves. Su Yang wanted to say something, but at this moment anything would be futile. Ding. Suddenly at this moment a system notification sounded. You have led your team to survive for 3 hours in this survival challenge while completing all task requirements. Please make a choice. Choice 1, return to the shelter and receive the rewards for this survival task. Choice 2, continue to survive and receive additional rewards. Note: for every hour of survival, each person can earn 1 point. This was not the part that made Su Yang happy. What truly excited him was, survival task has been fully completed and the points mall is now open. Suddenly a special interface appeared before Su Yang. The points mall interface. A plethora of goods, and Su Yang even saw the virus enhancement potion. Goodness, this item costs 1000 points each. Since there is a virus enhancement potion then. Su Yang's gaze shifted to one of the items. Item Virus Vaccine category consumable quality green attribute. After use, it can kill the zombie virus in the body and restore bodily functions to normal. Note: this vaccine is ineffective for humans who have already turned into zombies. Price: 300 points each. This is what they needed. Everyone. Su Yang suddenly stood up. There is hope, Chen Yutong is saved. Saying this, he shared the information with the others. Instantly the girls exclaimed in surprise, some even cried tears of joy. Chen Yutong's eyes brightened once again. That's great, there's a vaccine, Yutong, you are saved. But it costs 300 points, and we don't have many points right now, do we? What are you afraid of? From now on, for every hour we 32 people will earn 32 points. Right, Yutong, just hang in there. 2 or 3 hours will do. With Xiao Shui here, we can delay the spread of the virus. Sticking it out for 2 or 3 hours won't be a problem. Each girl chimed in with a suggestion. Indeed, Lin Ruoxu's healing technique, while unable to cure the zombie virus, could slow its spread. And it wouldn't even take 2 or 3 hours. Tan Qingya came to Su Yang's side saying, we already have 103 points now. I know. Su Yang nodded. As the director, he could mobilize the points of everyone in the shelter. He could also see everyone's points. The person with the most points was neither him nor the violent lowly Wang Sisi, but Qin Mingyao, who had been healed by Lin Ruoxu and had awakened. Her points alone exceeded 40. Pay more attention to Chen Yutong's condition, Su Yang advised. Leave this matter to me. Tang Yin spoke up. I'm not as strong as you all and can't fight, but I can handle this matter. Teacher Tang, your words make me feel ashamed. Su Yang replied somewhat exasperated. You possess an SS grade talent and can sign in for supplies every day. Don't underestimate yourself too much. This woman, seeing her students fighting, felt guilty for not taking action herself as a teacher. She had to admit she was a good teacher. But, seeing that Tang Yin still wanted to say something, Su Yang interrupted her directly. No buts. By the way, we had a bountiful harvest at the small supermarket this time. Shuyu. Su Yang turned to look at Shuyu. Coming. Shuyu, who was still comforting Chen Yutong, immediately came over. Teacher Tang, from now on you and Shuyu will be responsible for managing supplies, but right now. Su Yang glanced around, smiling slightly. Let's eat first. The 3 portable stoves from the small supermarket have also been brought back. We can all start boiling water. Each person gets a bucket of instant noodles, a sausage, and a marinated egg along with a piece of bread. Make sure everyone eats well. As soon as these words came out, the girls cheered in unison. That's great, there's food now. Long live the director, finally something to eat. Instant noodles, I love them. While the girls cheered, Tan Xingya quietly reminded. This is a bit excessive. Although the small supermarket brought back a lot of items, there were over 300 buckets of instant noodles. Divided among 32 people, each would only get about 10 buckets. That could last for 3 days. But 1 bucket of instant noodles per meal could only sustain survival. For combat members like Su Yang and the others, this was far from enough. Tan Xingya knew very well that regardless of the others, combat members must eat plenty and well. Su Yang seemed to know what she was thinking, gently patting her small hand. Don't worry, I have it all under control. By the way, how many crystal cores did you collect? Upon hearing Su Yang mention the crystal cores, Tan Xingya stopped dwelling on the matter. The chances of zombies dropping crystal cores aren't high. I only have 17 in hand. However, the zombies we just killed haven't been checked yet. As she spoke, Tan Xingya seemed to understand what Su Yang was planning. Are you planning to enhance that virus enhancement potion? Yes. Su Yang nodded. The virus enhancement potion can already boost strength and physique by 5 points if it gets enhanced. Pausing for a moment, a glint of expectation flashed in Su Yang's eyes. It will definitely enhance strength and physique further, potentially even enhance its attributes. Right now, we must increase our combat power. I don't believe this survival world will let us pass through the next 2 or 3 hours safely. Tan Xingya simply nodded, remaining silent, but she agreed with Su Yang's words. She also felt that safety was only temporary and the next moments would likely not be easy. 175 points of experience. This represents the killing of 175 zombies. After eating and resting for a while, Su Yang took Fang Shengnan and the others to deal with the zombies in the 2 classrooms on the 5th floor. This is how they accumulated so many points. The total number of zombies in the 2 classrooms exceeded 70. However, due to the door being present, Fang Shengnan fortified the door. Su Yang and Wang Sisi dealt with the zombies at the entrance. Killing zombies was surprisingly easy. Thus, the zombies in this teaching building were finally cleared. It was also at this moment that the girls who had not left the shelter began to take action. They scavenged for any usable resources. To train them, Su Yang even had them strip the zombies of their clothes. Currently, they were all without clothes. Although the clothes on the zombies were filthy, Han Xiaoyan's awakened talent was grade cleaning technique. Even if stained with blood, she could restore them to their original state with her cleaning technique. At first, the girls were disgusted and many of them vomited. But they persevered through it. Su Yang felt very gratified. He was not afraid of low talents or weak abilities. What he feared were those little fairies. Fortunately, there were none. Su Yang was unaware that while he was out fighting, Tan Xingya had shared a lot with the girls with the support of their class leader Tang Yun and others. This led to their current smooth progress. While 175 zombies seemed like a lot, the crystal cores collected were not many. They only obtained 33 first-grade crystal cores. Not even 1/5. But this was already enough. Enough for Su Yang to enhance a virus enhancement potion. Soon the first 10 enhanced virus enhancement potion appeared. Item: Virus Enhancement Potion 10. Category: Consumable. Quality: Blue. Attribute: After first use, it can increase physique and strength by 10 points. Second use is ineffective. Enhanced attribute: All attributes, 3 such strong attributes. Seeing this 10 enhancement potion, Su Yang was secretly astonished. He didn't expect this item to be so powerful. An increase of 10 points in strength and physique was already quite exaggerated. He was surprised that the enhancement attribute was an increase of 3 points in all attributes. Beside him, Tan Xingya was also shocked. No one understood the effects of this virus enhancement potion better than her. With her great talent of information control, she knew how exaggerated it was to increase both physique and strength by 10 points at this stage. The other girls were also astonished. My goodness, it can actually increase physique and strength by 10 points. It's not just 10 points, it's 13 points along with 3 points in agility and mental attributes. This potion is too strong. Is it the potion that's strong? Clearly it's the director that's amazing. Exactly, the director's talent is too abnormal. Director, hurry and use this potion. Yes, director, please use it soon. Faced with the girls urging, Su Yang shook his head slightly. Then he handed the potion to the dazed Fang Shengnan. Shengnan, this potion is for you to use. For me? Fang Shengnan looked incredulous. No, how can it be for me? You should use it yourself. But Su Yang's tone was firm. No, it's meant for you. Because your fortification is too important for all of us. But my fortification is only in a grade talent, and Fang Shengnan wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Tan Xingya. Fang Shengnan, stop talking. Right now your fortification is indeed the most important, especially since you don't have to worry about being bitten by zombies. As for the others, whether it's the director or Qin Mingyao or Wang Cici, even if their attributes are enhanced, they still face the risk of being bitten. A vaccine costs 300 points. You've seen the items in the point store. Do you really want to spend another 300 points? This. Fang Shengnan fell silent. At this moment, Su Yang smiled slightly. Don't hesitate. There are actually 2 more here. Using it now would actually be at a loss since it's only an enhancement of 10. These 2 might enhance to 20. Originally, this was just a joke from Su Yang to lighten the mood. But as soon as he spoke, he noticed Fang Shengnan looking at him in a strange way. The surrounding girls also fell silent. Oh no. He forgot that enhancing the binding level required contact, and binding necessitated close proximity. It wasn't a big deal when he said it. But now it felt as if he was emphasizing to let someone bind with him. Wouldn't that just lead to misunderstandings? However, having spoken, Su Yang could only change the subject. Ahem, Fang Shengnan, hurry and use it. Fang Shengnan withdrew her gaze and looked at the potion in her hand. Actually, the moment she saw the potion, she was also looking forward to using it. After all, her attributes were not that. Name Fang Shengnan talent: a grade fortification, strength 8, physique 8, agility 7, mental 8, backpack 1010, machete x1, iron door x1, a bottled water 550 milliliters x10, Snickers x10. Although she had awakened her fortification, her strength and physique were only 8 points. She was not even as strong as Wang Cici the lowly. Clearly she exercised often. But Fang Shengnan seemed to forget that her exercise was just to maintain her model figure, not for fitness. Using the virus enhancement potion was not complicated, it only needed to be injected into the body. As for the process, in Fang Shengnan's words, it wasn't painful at all, though at most she felt a warmth throughout her body. Moreover, the whole process only took a few minutes. After a few minutes, Fang Shengnan's attributes began to change. Name Fang Shengnan talent: a grade fortification, strength 2113, physique 2113, agility 10-3, mental 11-3, backpack 1010. 21 points in strength and physique. So strong. This feeling is even stronger than the class leader's war aura. Fang Shengnan's eyes sparkled. I feel like I can take on 100 by myself now. Come on, it's just an increase of 13 points in physique and strength. It's not like you can fly to the sky. Wang Cici looked speechless. One in the class was the tallest, one was the shortest. One was a fashionable model. One was a childish lowly. They seemed fundamentally mismatched. However, in reality, they had become good friends. Heaven knows how their brainwaves synchronized. Wang Cici was reminding her best friend not to be arrogant. I was just saying it casually, no arrogance here. Fang Shengnan mumbled. Although they were best friends in front of Wang Cici, the tall figure of hers seemed more like a younger sister. In terms of age, it was indeed so. Fang Shengnan's enhancement made everyone very happy. As the current main force, the stronger Fang Shengnan was, the safer they would be. But this was not enough. Tan Xingyao approached Su Yang. Director, it's time for you to enhance your strength. I know, but there are only 3 crystal cores left, which is not enough for enhancement. As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, he noticed that Tan Xingya's expression was somewhat unusual. Wait, she wouldn't be. What I mean is binding. Tan Xingya didn't bother to hide her voice. Everyone was in the shelter. In this tiny place, her words could be heard by everyone. The shelter, which had been buzzing with small discussions, suddenly fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Su Yang felt a bit embarrassed. But Tan Xingya seemed to ignore that, her expression calm and rational. Since you gave the first virus enhancement potion to Fang Shengnan, it's clear that you recognize your lack of strength. However, as long as you bind, you can replicate the talent skills, which is the fastest way for you to enhance your strength. Moreover, this way our talents can also be strengthened and become even more powerful. As she spoke, Tan Xingya suddenly turned to Lin Ruoxue, who was eavesdropping. Let's not even talk about anything else. Just think about Lin Ruoxue's talent. After binding, you might get a single enhancement that could heal Qin Yutong directly without needing a vaccine. Huh, me? Bind? Lin Ruoxue was stunned and then seemed to react. With her face flushed, she waved her hands. No way, I. That. Her expression was adorably cute. But Tan Xingya didn't care about that. Her gaze shifted to Fang Shengnan. And Fang Xingnan's fortification is also the talent skill you need most right now. Huh, me. Fang Xingnan shrank back, her tall figure of 1.8 meters surprisingly looked a little like a timid quail at that moment. At that moment, a few girls guarding outside ran in. Director, zombies are approaching the teaching building. Zombies. Su Yang immediately stood up, followed by Fang Xingnan and Wang Cici. Their reaction seemed less about fear of the zombies and more about a hurried escape. Seeing this scene, Tan Qingya slightly furrowed her brows. It seemed too direct, a more tactful approach was needed. In that moment, she appeared to make a decision in her heart. Arriving at the corridor, Su Yang bent down to take a look. Sure enough, in the distance, several zombies were approaching the teaching building. Not too many, we can proceed according to the previous plan. Su Yang turned to say something to Fang Xingnan and Wang Cici. The two nodded and followed him down. Meanwhile, Tan Qingya addressed the group of girls behind her. We can't just sit idly by, and let's move the tables and chairs from the 4th and 5th floors down. Move the tables and chairs. The girls were momentarily confused. Qingya, are you planning to block the stairs? Lin Ruoxue seemed to understand something and suddenly spoke up. This is just in case. Tan Qingya paused and explained further. If we stay here for 1 hour, we'll earn 32 points. We don't necessarily have to kill zombies. The girls immediately understood. Right? Just by staying they could earn points. If too many zombies appeared, they could easily block them from coming up. Then they could slowly kill time. At that moment, the girls looked at Tan Qingya with a bit more admiration. However, they did not know that this method was merely a last resort in her eyes. Moreover, she did not believe that simply blocking the corridor would guarantee their safety. This was a matter of survival. Downstairs, Su Yang and the others were already prepared. Fang Xingnan entered iron transformation, and she took out the iron gate from her backpack. This was her current weapon. Su Yang and Wang Cici stood behind her. Behind them were 3 others. He Mimi, who possessed the fireball technique, along with He Xiaoyan and Chen Yanan. Knowing that He Mimi's fireball technique was not just for show, Su Yang planned to let her practice. He Xiaoyan was there as a precaution. After all, Su Yang and the others might not have the capacity to focus on too much while killing zombies. If they got too much zombie blood or even bits of flesh on them, it could lead to infection. At that moment, He Xiaoyan's cleanse spell could resolve those hidden dangers. Chen Yanan, with her awakened grade talent, had abundant stamina. Her physique attribute was at 13 points and her recovery speed was quick. She was there to protect He Mimi and He Xiaoyan in case of a sudden zombie attack. However, this situation was clearly unlikely to happen. In front of them, with the cooperation of Su Yang and the others, the zombies were quickly dealt with. In fact, Fang Xingnan alone took out the majority. With her enhanced strength, she no longer treated the iron gate as a shield, but as a weapon. With a swing, she sent 3 zombies flying, and one was killed with a single blow to its shattered skull. The other 2 fell unable to rise again. Although Wang Cici, the violent lowly, lacked the benefit of a war aura and couldn't take down a zombie with a single swing, it only meant she had to swing a few more times. On the contrary, Su Yang found himself at a disadvantage. Looking at the corpses of the zombies, he increasingly wanted to bind them. Not to mention, binding the 2 before him would allow him to replicate their talents. Iron transformation plus strength enhancement. Any zombie would have to stand aside. Hey, your eyes look a bit off. A voice interrupted Su Yang's thoughts as he looked down. Su Yang saw Wang Cici looking at him with a playful expression. I mean, Su Yang, were you just thinking about something inappropriate? Like binding me and Xingnan together? Su Yang's mouth twitched this slowly. Yes, I was just thinking about binding you and Xingnan together on the bed. Su Yang nodded seriously. Huh. This left Wang Cici speechless. You? I won't talk to you anymore. Wang Cici's small face flushed, avoiding Su Yang's aggressive gaze. What's wrong? Fang Xingnan approached, looking curious. Nothing, let's hurry and check for crystal cores. Saying this, she pulled Fang Xingnan and ran off. Su Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Little one still daring to compete with me. At this point, Su Yang had decided to be shameless. Shamelessness brings meat. Only by being shameless can one obtain more boldly. At this moment, He Mimi and the others also approached. Director, weren't you going to leave me a zombie to practice with? He Mimi complained. God knows how much determination it took her to muster the courage. Yet she didn't even get a chance to strike. Cough, cough, there's no rush, let's get used to this first. Su Yang finally remembered this. He Xiaoyan and Chen Yanan had already gone to search for crystal cores. What more could He Mimi say? Moments later, Fang Xingnan extended her right hand, saying, Luck is good, there are 5 crystal cores. So many. Su Yang exclaimed, surprised, considering there were only about 16 or 17 zombies this time. That's a 1/3 probability. Just as he was about to say something, a voice came from upstairs. Director, not good. There's a large group of zombies coming from the east. How many? Su Yang's expression became serious as he placed the crystal cores into his backpack. At least 70 or 80, and some are very fast. Very fast. How fast? Su-yang already had the answer. He saw 3 figures rapidly approaching them from over 200 meters away. Their speed exceeded human limits. They would cover 100 meters in just 5 or 6 seconds. Mimiyu and Hishayan go upstairs. Hurry. With that last shout, Su-yang nearly yelled. Mimi and the others didn't dare delay and turned to run upstairs. Wang Cici, you two hurry up too. Those things are too fast to deal with them in the corridor. As he shouted this, Su-yang had already reached the corridor entrance. Fang Shengnan and Wang Cici quickly followed, and at that moment the 3 fast-moving zombies were only a few meters away. Fang Shengnan. Su-yang called out, but Fang Shengnan did not respond. Instead, she horizontally placed the iron gate in her hands, completely blocking the corridor entrance. She herself immediately entered iron transformation. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud bangs, and Fang Shengnan couldn't help but take 2 steps back, her right foot bracing against the stairs. Feeling the impact from the iron gate, she silently rejoiced. She was glad she had used the first batch of the 10 virus enhancement potion. Otherwise, just from that impact, she would have been knocked away. The iron gate had already deformed. But at that moment, Su-yang was quick-witted, swinging his machete at one of the zombies. Bang! The zombie's head was chopped in half by Su-yang, and its body immediately softened. 1. Su-yang silently counted. Wang Cici also took action, but her strike merely left an indentation on the head of the closest zombie. This caused almost no damage to the zombie. However, due to her strength, the zombie was knocked down by Wang Cici's blow. It happened to fall at Fang Shengnan's feet, and without thinking, she raised her foot and stomped down hard. Bang! With a sound like a watermelon bursting, only 1 zombie remained. But at that moment, Su-yang shouted retreat, because the dense horde of zombies in the distance had already drawn near. 70 or 80. The numbers might be 1 or 200. Why are there so many zombies? Wang Cici's expression changed. However, her speed did not slow down as she quickly ascended. At that moment, Tan Xingya had already brought some people down from the 3rd floor. They were all carrying some tables and chairs. Hurry up and come up, use these to block the staircase. This is a good idea. Su-yang's eyes lit up, and he said to Fang Shengnan, wedge this iron door shut here. Okay. Fang Shengnan seemed to understand Su-yang's intention and forcefully pushed the iron door. With a thud, the last zombie was knocked away. Immediately, she wedged the iron door in the corridor and hurried upstairs. Throw it. After Fang Shengnan came up, Su-yang shouted softly. At once, the girls holding tables and chairs threw them down. In no time, the corridor on the 1st floor was piled high with tables and chairs. At this moment, the main horde of zombies had already arrived. They were frantically crashing against the tables and chairs, with many zombies even managing to squeeze in their bodies stuck inside, struggling wildly. At this time, Tan Xingya had come down again, with more people planning to continue throwing tables and chairs. From her appearance, it seemed she intended to completely seal off the 1st floor. Wait. Su-yang stopped her, gesturing with his right hand as he took out an iron bar over 2 meters long from his backpack. He had dismantled it from the shelves of a small supermarket downstairs. Now it was just in time for use. Aiming at a wildly struggling zombie, Su-yang jabbed forcefully. There was a squelch. The struggling zombie froze, then its body slackened, no longer moving. Kill a level 1 zombie points. 1. This left Wang Cici, who witnessed it, momentarily stunned as she hurriedly asked, are there more? Give me 1. Su-yang said nothing, merely handing her the iron bar in his hand. Then he took out 3 more iron bars. Fang Shengnan also took 1, while Chun Yanan grabbed another. However, the 3 of them did not hold their position at the staircase, but instead followed Wang Cici to the 2nd floor corridor. They directly began stabbing down the corridor. One after another, they quickly killed over a dozen zombies. Su-yang also managed to kill 5 or 6, but couldn't kill more. The dead zombies made the tables and chairs even more securely block the way, preventing other zombies from squeezing in, let alone coming upstairs. Seeing this, Su-yang also moved to the corridor, looking for opportunities to kill zombies. The other girls, noticing the situation, also joined the killing team. Without iron bars, they used the tables and chairs in their hands as weapons, throwing them down fiercely. Go to the 5th floor. Tan Xingya finally reacted and led the group to the 5th floor. Taking advantage of the height, a desk dropped down could smash a zombie to pieces. In no time, all the girls began frantically searching for things to throw down. Although not every attempt was successful, there were still continuous notifications of kills among the girls. Haha, I just smashed another one. I've killed 3 already. Oh yeah, another hit, 100% headshot. Looking at the steadily increasing points, the girls became more and more excited. However, Su-yang, who was on the 1st floor, had a somewhat uneasy expression. Wait, stop throwing. Su-yang shouted loudly, the noise is too loud. There are more and more zombies. While speaking, Su-yang saw figures of zombies appearing in the distance, their numbers growing. Most importantly, he spotted several special zombies which possessed jumping abilities. They could leap 2 or 3 meters high and 7 or 8 meters far. With this jumping ability, they could easily reach the second floor. The girls also noticed these zombies and immediately began to panic. Not good, there are jumping zombies. Damn, with that jumping ability, they would definitely win a gold medal at the Olympics. Is this really the time to joke around? Oh, they are jumping over. What should we do? At that moment, 2 jumping zombies had already reached the bottom of the teaching building. One of them jumped up, seemingly trying to reach the second floor. Whoosh! A flash of cold light appeared, piercing through that zombie. It was a small knife. Qin Mingyao. Su Yang's heart stirred, and the next moment's cheer confirmed his guess. Wow, that hit. It's Qin Mingyao. You are amazing, Mingyao. Awesome, Mingyao. At this moment, the second one also jumped up. It seemed that after overextending herself with the knife, Qin Mingyao had not yet recovered. She couldn't deal with this jumping zombie in time. At this moment, Su Yang gripped the iron bar tightly and violently jabbed at the jumping zombie. Thud! He pierced through the zombie's head. However, Su Yang's expression did not improve much as more zombies were approaching. We can't stay on the second floor any longer, we need to go. Fang Xingnan and Wang Sisi nodded, and the 4 of them ascended to the 3rd floor. As soon as they reached the 3rd floor, Tan Xingya, who had been waiting, said to the people beside her, "Quick, throw things down and block this corridor." Clatter! A large number of tables and chairs were thrown down, quickly blocking the corridor from the 2nd to the 3rd floor. At this time, a jumping zombie had already jumped to the 2nd floor, but was blocked by these tables and chairs. What a pity! Looking at the increasing number of zombies, a hint of regret flashed in Su Yang's eyes. How many points would it be if they could kill them all? But he did not lose his mind over points. When it's time to cut ties, one must cut them. Everyone returned to the sanctuary. We are preparing to go back to the place of refuge. Su Yang's tone was decisive. Tan Xingya opened her mouth. Actually, she wanted to suggest throwing everything that could be thrown from the 3rd to the 5th floor to kill a few more zombies. According to her calculations, they could still kill at least 100 or 200 zombies. But in the end, she did not speak up. She knew very well that she could not question Su Yang's orders. She had to ensure that Su Yang established enough authority. A team only needs one voice. This was better for their group. After confirming that everyone was present, Su Yang decisively chose to return. Buzz! The entire sanctuary trembled slightly and instantly vanished from the empty classroom. What Su Yang and the others did not know was that less than a minute after they teleported away, a speedily approaching shadow appeared in the distance. In just a few seconds, it ran from afar to the bottom of the teaching building. Then with a few leaps, it jumped to the 3rd floor and entered the empty classroom. Only at that moment could its appearance be seen clearly. It had no skin, its grayish muscle fibers were exposed like rotting ropes, quivering slightly with its movements. Its vertebrae had pierced through its back skin, forming a row of uneven, glistening hooked spines with viscous black blood hanging at the ends. Its limbs twisted unnaturally. A pair of murky white eye sockets only held 2 points of scarlet remnant light. It raised its grotesque head, seemingly sniffing something in the empty classroom. Seemingly confirming that there was nothing, it immediately became enraged, roaring and howling. Once outside, the densely packed zombies below became its targets for venting. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the originally densely packed hundreds of zombies were reduced to broken limbs and pieces of flesh. That terrifying monster had disappeared. Oh, we are back. How wonderful it is to finally return. Feeling the familiar aura, the women felt a wave of reassurance wash over them. Although the sanctuary was small, it provided them with a profound sense of security. Congratulations on leading your team to successfully complete this survival mission. Reward: 10 white treasure chests. Due to your team's outstanding performance, having killed over 100 zombies, a hidden reward has been triggered. Reward 1: 3 green treasure chests. Reward 2: points earned are doubled. Reward 3: survival world teleport card, zombie survival X1. What? There are hidden rewards. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Su Yang's eyes, but he did not check the rewards immediately. Instead, he opened the points mall at the first opportunity. 1,060 points. Originally, there were only 530 points, but the hidden reward doubled the points. Just thinking about how they gained 355 points in such a short time left Su Yang secretly astonished. Of course, 64 of those points were for staying for 2 hours. This meant that in just over 10 minutes, they had killed nearly 300 zombies. If they steadily stayed for 3 to 5 days, they would surely gain even more points. With the doubled points reward, the total would be quite frightening. Su Yang felt a bit regretful, but he did not regret it. With their team's current strength, if an unexpected situation arose, even a total wipeout was possible. He couldn't take risks for some points. These thoughts flashed through Su Yang's mind. What had already happened wasn't worth dwelling on. His gaze landed on the points Mall intending to exchange for a vaccine to cure Chen Yutong. Wait, what is this? Suddenly, Su Yang saw something. A zombie virus enhancement vaccine priced at 50 points. Not expensive, quite cheap. However, there is a flaw. This is an enhancement vaccine, not an enhancement potion. But Su Yang still chose to purchase one. If they only had 530 points, he would have thought twice. But now with 1060 points, he could take a gamble. Item virus enhancement vaccine enhanceable. Category consumable. Quality white. Attribute after the first use, it can transform and enhance the body, successfully increasing physique and strength by 12 points. Second use, ineffective. Note, using this potion carries a certain risk of enhancement failure. After failure, there is a chance of bodily mutation. Enhancement requirement 0. 1 first order crystal core. White items are far inferior to blue ones. Yet even so, this vaccine can enhance physique and strength by 12 points. From this attribute perspective, it is already worth a green item. But the additional risk of failure changes things. Especially with the mutation side effect. Who knows if it could directly turn someone into a zombie. Otherwise, it wouldn't just cost 50 points. The virus enhancement potion is worth 0 points. And even if it only increases physique and strength by 1 point without that side effect. The virus enhancement vaccine likely needs to cost a couple of 100 points each. Seeing that the enhancement requirement was only 1/10 of a first-order crystal core, Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. That already counts as half a success. Now he hoped that after enhancement 10, the side effects could be eliminated or at least weakened. Su Yang thought this way. But a minute later, looking at the vaccine in his hand, a glimmer of ecstatic joy flashed. Item virus enhancement vaccine 10. Category consumable. Quality white. Attribute after the first use, it can transform and enhance the body, successfully increasing physique and strength by 35 points. Second use, ineffective. Enhancement attribute grants immunity to the zombie virus. After the enhancement 10, the attributes not only increased. Most importantly, the side effects not only disappeared, but also granted direct immunity to the zombie virus. Su Yang felt a surge of excitement and warmth in his heart. Then, as if thinking of something, he stood up and walked towards a pale-faced, short-haired beauty. Seeing Su Yang approaching, Chen Yutong's eyes lit up with hope. Su Yang, is it? Don't worry, you are saved, and it's even better. As he spoke, Su Yang shared the attributes of the virus enhancement vaccine 10. Everyone saw it. Wait, isn't this the virus vaccine? Wait, this is enhancement 10. Holy crap, immunity to the zombie virus. Does this mean you won't be afraid of being bitten by zombies? What are you thinking? Doesn't it hurt when a zombie bites you? Stop talking nonsense, hurry, and use it on. Yes, this vaccine can make one immune to the zombie virus. It will definitely help Yutong recover. For a moment, all the women were stunned by the attributes of the virus enhancement vaccine 10. Chen Yutong was so excited that she started to cry. Although there was already a way to solve her infection from the zombie virus, the virus inside her body felt like a ticking time bomb. Every second it existed was torment for her. Stop crying, we will be fine soon. As he spoke, Su Yang injected the vaccine into Chen Yutong. One must admit the virus enhancement vaccine after enhancement 10 is indeed powerful. Just a few seconds after the injection, effects were already visible. The clear red patterns on Chen Yutong's white lotus-like arm faded at a visible rate. In less than a minute, they completely disappeared. Whoa, I'm all better, I really am better. Looking at her arm that had returned to normal, Chen Yutong could no longer hold back and buried her head in Su Yang's embrace, crying. Originally, this was quite a touching scene, but at that moment Wang Sisi exclaimed, "Holy crap, Yutong, did you take advantage of the director?" Su Yang, Chen Yutong, the women. The scene suddenly fell silent, and the previously crying Chen Yutong also stopped. I didn't. Wang Sisi stopped talking nonsense. Chen Yutong hurriedly pulled away from Su Yang's embrace, leaving him with a tinge of regret. Even though all the girls in the class had finally put on clothes thanks to He Xiaoyan's cleaning technique, none of those clothes fit. Loose and baggy. Surprisingly, they were actually quite nice to hold. Ignoring the noisy crowd, Tan Xingyao walked over to Su Yang. Did you eliminate the side effects after enhancing the vaccine? It was clear she had also seen the properties of the virus enhancement vaccine in the points mall. Yes. Su Yang nodded. Does enhancing materials also require crystal cores? Yes, but one first-order crystal core can enhance one virus enhancement vaccine to 10. Su Yang's answer made Tenkinjia's eyes light up. That's not much consumption. We can sell some to exchange for other resources. Sell it. Su Yang was somewhat surprised by Tenkinjia's words, but he understood that since she said so, there must be a reason. Exactly. Tan Xingyao nodded. I have investigated. It seems that the places everyone is teleporting to are all zombie-infested worlds. After a pause, she expressed her guess. It's possible that the survival instances we are teleporting to are all in. Moreover, there had been teams that underwent a second teleport, and it seemed they entered the zombie world first. Su Yang immediately understood if the second teleport led to another survival instance still in the zombie world, then the virus enhancement vaccine would have significant value. Reward 1, Green Treasure Chest 3. Reward 2, this time the points are doubled. Reward 3, Survival World Teleport Card Zombie Survival 1. In addition to the 10 white treasure chests for completing the task, this time the harvest from survival is quite abundant. The information was also shared with everyone, and the girls were overjoyed. So many rewards. 10 white treasure chests and 3 green treasure chests, we hit the jackpot. Before, just 1 white treasure chest from Meow Meow could reveal a blue item. Now, there are 3 green treasure chests. You're thinking too much. That was because Meow Meow used her talent, which seems to only be usable once a day, right? Soon all the girls' gazes focused on Chun Meow Meow. Feeling their eyes on her, Chun Meow Meow felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly spoke up. Yes, my talent can only be activated once a day, so don't expect me to open anything good again. This statement left many feeling somewhat disappointed. But at that moment Tan Xingyao spoke up. Chun Meow Meow, although your talent Little Luck can only be activated once a day under its passive ability, your luck will still be better than ours. This? After hesitating for a moment, Chun Meow Meow nodded. I suppose so. My talent Little Luck has both active and passive abilities, and both can increase the luck value. Oh, is that so? Su Yang's eyes lit up as he pushed the 10 white treasure chests over. Then let you open these white treasure chests. With the boost of your talent, your luck is surely better. Okay then. Chun Meow Meow nodded. But don't get your hopes up too high. Don't worry, we won't blame you no matter what you open. With Su Yang's reassurance, Chun Meow Meow opened the treasure chest. The first white treasure chest opened, but what was revealed left many greatly disappointed. Because it only yielded a case of 550 milliliters, 24 bottles of mineral water. Now Shiyu's backpack already had over 500 bottles of such water. Chun Meow Meow felt a bit awkward and glanced at Su Yang. Su Yang said nothing but gestured for her to continue. The second treasure chest revealed a pack of toast and 3 pieces of ordinary wood. The third treasure chest only yielded 10 pieces of ordinary wood. She opened several in a row, but the best outcome was merely 10 canned meat. The worst was 10 pieces of ordinary wood. With 3 white treasure chests remaining, Su Yang did not let Chun Meow Meow continue opening them as he noticed the disappointment on the faces of the girls around. Seeing this, he smiled. Looks like you all think what Meow Meow opened wasn't that great. No one answered, but sometimes silence is the best response. Tan Xingyao wanted to say something, but was stopped by Su Yang. He pointed to the last 3 white treasure chests and said to the girls, there are still 3 white treasure chests left. Who wants to give it a try? Don't worry, even if you open just 1 piece of ordinary wood, it's fine. Someone immediately objected. 1 piece of ordinary wood. Who do you look down on, Su Yang? The violent lowly Wang Cici said proudly. It's time for you to witness the invincible luck of me, Wang Cici, the destined child. As she spoke, she abruptly opened the white treasure chest. Then, whoosh, the face of the destined child turned crimson, and without a word she turned and hid behind Fang Shengnan. Tsk tisk, indeed not just 1 piece of ordinary wood, but 2 pieces. Su Yang gave a meaningful glance at the destined child. For a moment, all the girls were shocked. Was Wang Cici unlucky? How could that be? She was a rich young lady born with a silver spoon. Having casually done a few live broadcasts, her fans skyrocketed to over 10 million. She didn't need to put in effort to inherit unimaginable wealth. But the result? 2 pieces of ordinary wood. The disparity was too great. At that moment, Tan Xingyao stepped forward and opened a treasure chest. 1 bottle of mineral water, 2 sausages, and 2 pieces of ordinary stone. Quite a bit better than Wang Cici, but still not comparable to Chun Meow Meow. For a moment, all the girls looked at the last white treasure chest, as if they were facing a great flood or beast, instinctively taking a step back. Seeing that no one stepped forward, Su Yang simply went to open it himself. He wanted to see his own luck as well. The result? Looking at the 3 pieces of ordinary stone before him, Su Yang's mouth twitched. What the hell is this? Is this my luck? Ha ha, Su Yang, aren't you supposed to have a god-level talent? And this is what you got. The violent lowly was revived with full health, full of mockery. But Su Yang's one sentence made her grit her teeth. I have more than you. What is there to be proud of just having 1 more unit of material? But you have more. You? Wang Cici was furious. This Su Yang was really annoying. At this moment, Tan Xingyao spoke up about the situation she understood. From the chat channel, she learned that for most people, opening 3 to 5 pieces of material from a white treasure chest was common. There weren't many who opened food or water. Even now, the value of water in the trading channel, although not as high as before, still had a considerable market value. 24 bottles of 550 milliliters mineral water was indeed a considerable fortune. The girl's expressions became complex, realizing how incredibly powerful Chun Miao Miao's talent was. So Miao Miao's talent is this strong. Being able to open so many good things from a white treasure chest is indeed impressive. It seems no one has been reported to open blue-level items from a white treasure chest. Little luck. I think it's more like super luck, right? Wait, does this mean that in this regard, even the director is not as good as Miao Miao? The last sentence need not be said. Su Yang's face darkened, and he no longer paid attention to the girls. As for the 3 green treasure chests, Su Yang hesitated for a moment and asked Chun Miao Miao for her thoughts. Su Yang decided to wait for her talent to recover tomorrow and open them together. Item Survival World Teleport Card Zombie Survival can be strengthened category consumable quality green attribute 1 can teleport into the zombie survival dungeon and specify the teleportation location within a certain range. Attribute 2, after teleportation it can extend the shelter's protective shield by 10 minutes. Note, using this item for teleportation can negate 1 force teleport. Strengthening requirement, Tier 1 Crystal Core 10. An absolutely good item. Su Yang even considered strengthening it. He had tried to strengthen it and found that it was bound to the teleport card. Needless to say, there must be various teleport cards, and if they can be strengthened. Just extending the protective shield by 10 minutes is very important. Not to mention being able to specify the teleportation location within a certain range. This is extremely important. This teleport card must be bound. Tan Xingyao walked up to Su Yang, her tone very serious. She understood better than Su Yang the importance of the 2 attributes of this teleport card. Especially since Su Yang's infinite strengthening can enhance these 2 attributes. Strengthening 10 also has enhancement properties. Teleportation is uncontrollable. But this teleport card gave Tan Xingyao a glimpse of some controllability. However, the problem arose. Su Yang currently had no binding slots for strengthening left. His god-level talent for infinite strengthening initially only had 3 binding slots. Now all have been filled. The first item was a rusty knife. The second item was a virus strengthening agent. The third item was a virus strengthening vaccine. So, you need to quickly increase your binding slots. Increase the number of binding slots. I want to as well. Su Yang's lips twitched, but the question is, can I just wish for it? What surprised Su Yang was Tan Qingjia's next words. There's no need to hesitate, I'll start first. After saying that, she turned and walked toward a small corner of the shelter. It was only at this moment that Su Yang noticed there was a small room in that corner. It was a very simple little room. It was only constructed with some wooden boards. When was this made? Su Yang was taken aback. In fact, this was a secret that Tan Xingyao had arranged while they were out hunting zombies. Although it was very simple, it was still a private space. What are you standing there for? Hurry up, we don't have much time. You saw the properties of the teleportation card. There might be forced teleportation happening. We must create a sufficiently safe shelter within 7 days. No, what I meant to say isn't this. Looking at Tan Xingyao, who was calmly analyzing the situation, Su Yang was somewhat at a loss for words. But at this moment, Su Yang had already noticed that the entire shelter was very quiet. This was to be expected. After all, Tan Xingyao had not been discreet, and in such a small space, everyone would naturally hear it. At this moment, many girls were facing Tan Qingjia's bold actions. Each of them was wide-eyed, completely dumbfounded. The class leader Tang Yin opened her mouth to say something, but in the end she realized she had nothing to say. As the class leader, she naturally could not allow male and female students to act so rashly. But this was a survival world. What was there to be afraid of? Meanwhile, Su Yang had completely given up. Given his talent situation, he was not suited to be a virtuous gentleman. The girls were not worried about these. What was there for a guy like him to be afraid of? Without saying a word, Su Yang quickly stepped into that small room. Tan Xingyao followed closely behind and closed the door. Once the door was shut, the originally quiet shelter suddenly became lively. However, seemingly afraid of disturbing the two, the girls were conversing in hushed tones. But their curiosity was growing stronger. They went in, they really went in. Holy crap, is Tan Xingyao so fierce? I'm a bit regretful now. I heard Su Yang doesn't have a girlfriend, so the first opportunity is gone. I didn't expect you to be so promiscuous, how shameless. But given Su Yang's talent, do you think you can escape? As soon as he entered the small room, Su Yang found that it was not very big. It was probably only about 4 or 5 square meters with no bed at all. There was just a small mattress laid on the floor and a blanket. He recalled that this item seemed to be from a small supermarket. He didn't expect that Shu Yu and the others even brought this along, but thinking of Shu Ye's talent, he felt relieved. He felt relieved. He just didn't know how much her talent could improve after binding with Shu Yu. No rush, let's deal with the situation in front of us first. Su Yang's gaze fell on Tan Xingyao, who was a very calm and rational woman. Su Yang also knew that the other party was using herself as a precedent. However, at this moment, a flash of panic passed through Su Yang's gaze and her calm eyes. Indeed, she appeared calm on the surface. But when it came down to it as a woman, she was still flustered. Have you thought it through? Su-yang asked, and for some reason his voice was a bit hoarse at this moment. Tan Xingya took a deep breath. She looked up, her gaze calm. I've thought it through. This is something that must be done. However, she didn't notice that her voice was slightly trembling. Su-yang did not waste any more words and stepped forward to embrace Tan Xingya. The loose-fitting clothes made it easy for him. Su-yang knew that if it weren't for coming to this survival world, he would have never had the chance to hold her in his arms in this lifetime, let alone take it a step further. Now, not only could he, but he could also do it even more unrestrained. At this moment, Su-yang suddenly felt the survival world wasn't so bad after all. Omitted in 1,000 words. The lively environment in the shelter fell quiet again. Even if Tan Xingya did not want to make any noise and was trying to control herself, in such a situation she still couldn't manage it. The sound was not loud, but in the quiet shelter it was very clear. And once the sound started, it lasted for more than an hour. Damn, didn't they say men only last a few minutes? It's been an hour already. Heavens, I'm a bit scared. If you're scared, step aside, I'll go next. What? Is this promiscuous girl so fierce? It's just a matter of time. Ooh, I also want to try what it feels like. Hee hee, I want to too. How about together? Are you crazy? Doing it double. Listening to the sounds around her, Guan Yusin felt a bit uncomfortable. She had known Su-yang for 4 years. All along, she had only regarded Su-yang as a buddy. In fact, there were many things she hadn't shared with her parents, but had told Su-yang. In her heart, Su-yang was just a bro. There was no romantic relationship between them. The saying that there is no true friendship between men and women was scoffed at by Guan Yusin. She believed that her friendship with Su-yang was genuine. But when she saw Su-yang walk into the small room, she felt an inexplicable urge. She wanted to rush in and stop Su-yang. At this moment, hearing the sounds and movements inside, she completely understood one thing. What genuine friendship? That's self-deception. That bastard Su-yang had already become an irreplaceable presence in her heart without her knowing. She felt a bit regretful. If she had known, she should have been the first. Inside the small room. At this moment, everything stopped. Su-yang was panting heavily, and Tan Xingya beside him had already fallen asleep. She was too tired. It was only at this moment that Su-yang began to check the notifications that had appeared earlier. You have successfully bound a female with a score of 96, triggering talent abilities. You have gained 1 enhancement slot and 1 talent point. Your maximum enhancement level has been raised to level 19. You have successfully replicated the SS level talent information controller. It worked. Seeing this, Su-yang felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. Then what surprised him even more was yet to come. Due to the successful first binding, you receive an additional 2 enhancement slots and 2 talent points. There's a reward bonus for the first binding. Su-yang was even happier. He opened his personal attributes interface and saw that there was indeed a change. Name Su-yang talent, God level infinite enhancement, unique strength 10, physique 9, agility 8, spirit 8, talent skill SS level information, controller LV1 talent points 3 points, backpack 910. The replicated talent skill starts at level 1. Su-yang's eyes lit up. He originally thought he would need to use the talent points gained to upgrade to have a LV1 talent skill. Now it seems that this is not the case. Moreover, this time, he had a total of 3 talent points. 1 point per level can upgrade the SS level information controller to LV4, which is equivalent to 40 of Tan Xingya's abilities. And it's still SS level. At this moment, Su-yang had already discovered that Tan Xingya's talent had upgraded to SS level from an S-level information controller to an SS level information controller. As for the abilities, absolutely powerful. Just the LV1 information controller amazed Su-yang immensely. He now possessed an extraordinary ability to remember everything. His brain was like a supersized USB flash drive capable of recording all information. He could even refer back to it whenever he wanted. And it had analytical capabilities. This was already no less than Tan Xingya's previous S-level information controller. This was the effect of the SS-level information controller at 10. Although an S-level information controller cannot enhance their own strength, this innate skill makes things much. Sometimes remembering many things is indeed very important. Su-yang was lost in thought when he noticed Tan Xingya had awakened beside him. What surprised Su-yang was that Tan Xingya directly rolled her eyes at him. Can't you be a little gentler? Knowing it's my first time, you are still so rude. Oh, it's my first time too, I just couldn't help it. Su-yang subconsciously scratched his head, looking rather foolish. It's not his fault. The appearance of Tan Xingya, this little girl, was simply a lethal strike for him. However, he didn't notice that when he mentioned it was his first time as well. Tan Xingya's eyes brightened considerably. No woman would disregard such matters. Although Tan Xingya knew in her heart that Su-yang would have many women in the future, she had already accepted it. Yet there was still a sense of inexplicable discomfort in her heart. At this moment, however, Tan Xingya was unaware that her mood had improved significantly, and she felt an inexplicable joy as well. All right, enough of this, we should go out now. Gathering her emotions, Tan Xingya said to Su Yang. Without waiting for Su Yang to respond, she stood up and headed for the exit. But in that moment of standing up, a flash of pain crossed her face. Nonetheless, she held it in and walked straight out of the shabby little room. Goodness, isn't it a bit awkward? Su Yang silently exclaimed in his heart. But then he seemed to think of something, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Haha, even the most rational woman has her moments of madness. A glint of reminiscence sparkled in Su Yang's eyes as he quickly followed her out. The two of them emerged to the gazes of the other women. However, when Su Yang looked over, they all turned away, not daring to meet his gaze. Of course, there were exceptions. For instance, a certain faded girl, the violent lowly, was raising her eyebrows and winking at Su Yang. Please, you're a lowly, not a lecherous uncle. At that moment, Tan Xingya spoke expressionlessly. Let me say one thing, it has already succeeded. My innate talent has been upgraded from level S to level SS. What? Tan Xingya's words immediately shocked the other women. She didn't say much more, opting instead to share her talent attributes. It really upgraded. An S-level talent, that's outrageous. The director's God-level talent is simply amazing. Wait, what about the director? Can you enhance one more? That's right. Su Yang nodded. And not only that, now I can enhance up to level LV19. I also possess the S-level information controller, but only with 10 of Kinjia's effect. Saying this, he decided to display his attributes as well. But soon someone noticed his talent points were not 1 but 3. How do you have 3 talent points? Isn't it supposed to be 1? Someone asked. Ahem, that's because it's an additional reward for the first binding. Su Yang's face turned slightly awkward, but he quickly recovered. Then he revealed the additional reward talent points and binding slots. So now the director has 3 binding slots for enhancements. Correct. Su Yang nodded. At that moment, Tan Xingya suddenly spoke up again. Very well, I believe everyone has seen the director's changes. In that case, the next person to bind needs to be arranged. Her words immediately silenced the entire. Are we really going to arrange that now? No, Xingya, Su Yang just finished, and you are asking him to do it again. Do you think he's a beast? Can he handle it? Such fierce words naturally came from Wang Cici, the violent lowly. This made Su Yang's mouth twitch, and he wanted to say something. Even if asked to do it again, now he would have no problem. Fortunately, Tan Xingya didn't actually treat him like a beast. I'm just saying we need to arrange it, not that we should start right now. Tan Xingya's tone remained calm, as if she were discussing something as trivial as eating or drinking. With my successful example, the next step is for the director to gain the talent skill to enhance his strength. Looking at Fang Xingnan for a moment, she then glanced at Qin Mingyao. Currently, Fang Xingnan and Qin Mingyao talents are the most suitable to enhance the director's strength. And as the main combat power, enhancing both your talents is absolutely beneficial for us. Me. Fang Xingnan's face flushed red, and she instinctively wanted to refuse. But she was pulled back by Wang Cici. Stop it, it's your turn next. No, the next one, while both go together. Wang Cici's astonishing words left Fang Xingnan dumbfounded, unable to say a word. Instead, Qin Mingyao remained cold, saying nothing and showing no signs of refusal. You are also one of those ranked at the front. Tan Xingya glanced at Wang Cici, her tone still calm. Not just you, but also Lin Ruoxue. Her talent enhancement is also very important for our overall strength. Hummy, that. Lin Ruoxue, who was called out, panicked. Wait, has no one considered my opinion? Su Yang thought to himself. Well, it doesn't matter, I won't suffer any loss. However, Su Yang also noticed that the atmosphere in the room was becoming increasingly strange. Seeing that Tan Xingya wanted to continue ranking, Su Yang directly interrupted her. Alright, let's hold off on these discussions for now. I plan to enhance the binding for the shelter. Sure enough, this statement diverted the attention of Tan Xingya and the others. Enhance the shelter first. Tan Xingya frowned slightly, as she had originally planned for Su Yang to find a suitable weapon for enhancement, then sell the enhanced weapon. Although they had the virus vaccine as a trump card, this item couldn't be priced too low. Currently, there probably weren't many who could afford it. Weapons were rather hot sellers. But now having 3 slots. Thinking of this, she nodded. Alright, enhancing the shelter is also a necessity. However, we currently only have the materials from those treasure chests. At most, we can enhance it to 3. Although they had opened 10 white treasure chests, 7 of them were opened by Chen Miao. The materials obtained were actually quite a few. However, altogether, they could only enhance the shelter to 3. I know, but I want to see the effect of enhancing the shelter. Su Yang said. Tan Xingya didn't say anything further. She also wanted to know the effects after enhancing the shelter. The other women felt the same. In fact, everyone knew that this small place was too cramped. As for whether to upgrade the shelter first and then enhance it, they had considered that as well. The two had already discussed this with the other women. The materials consumed for upgrading the shelter weren't much, and now there were teams that had already upgraded the shelter from an initial safe house to a primary safe house. But it was only an upgrade from 50 to 100, with the height increasing from 3 meters to 5 meters. Then it gained the functionality of being able to install equipment. Suyang wondered if enhancing first and then upgrading would yield a larger shelter, especially if the enhanced attributes would disappear after upgrading the shelter, or if something else would happen. All these needed to be tried out. After all, it only consumed some materials, so of course it was worth attempting. The shelter can be strengthened by 10, with an initial level of a safe house. The space is 450 cubic meters, 153 m. Each level of strengthening increases the area by 10 without affecting the upgrade requirements of 100 ordinary wood and 100 ordinary stone. Suyang directly strengthened the shelter to 3. Following Tan Kinjia's suggestion, he took out some supplies to trade for enough materials. Suyang did not plan to trade the more than 300 buckets of instant noodles. However, he had a significant amount of bagged instant noodles. Moreover, he could also spare some bottled water for trading. With just these 2 items, he managed to acquire enough materials to upgrade the shelter to 10. Each level of strengthening increases the area by 10. Although the height remained at 3 meters, the area of the shelter had now expanded to 150. It had doubled in size, making it feel significantly less cramped. The shelter really has gotten bigger. Tisket has increased by 100, and we are still just at the initial safe house level. Indeed, their primary safe houses are only 100, which is even less than ours. I just wonder if there will be any effects when our shelter upgrades. Looking at the space before him, Suyang felt a sense of relief. There was an opportunity to set up some tents, or simply use wooden boards to create some rooms. Although it was still quite cramped, it was much improved. However, what truly caught Suyang's attention was the strengthening attribute of the associated interface. With this attribute, the shelter now had the capability to access chat channels, trading channels, and more. It seemed rather unremarkable at first. At most, it would allow Tan Xingya and the others to trade within the shelter rather than only him as the owner being able to trade. However, in reality, this strengthening attribute was particularly special. For instance, when they are transported to the survival world, could they also trade with others in the shelter? If that is indeed possible, then the significance of this strengthening attribute would be immense. At that moment, Tan Xingya was operating on the interface, having already entered the trading channel. She listed the virus-enhanced vaccine that Suyang had strengthened. There were not many, only 3. This item cost 50 points each, and Suyang used the remaining 1,010 points to purchase 9. All were strengthened to 10. It wasn't that Suyang wanted to buy more, but the point store only sold 10 of these. Once the point store was opened, each appearance of goods had a limited quantity. Even the number of types was for instance, the goods available in the point store that Suyang and the others opened this time were only 30 types. Each type could only be purchased in quantities of 10. If they bought them all, there would be nothing left. Only by being transported again for survival would the point store refresh. However, that was not a problem. If they were out of items, they could purchase from others. It's believed that offering 60 points would attract many sellers. Although it was only for 9 strengthened vaccines, it left them with only 8 first-level crystal cores. That's fine, as soon they would have more first-level crystal cores. Because the 310 virus-enhanced vaccines listed by Tan Xingya were priced at 300 points. Is it expensive? Very expensive. Yet in the point store, a virus-enhanced potion that only increases physical strength and power by 5 points sells for 100 points. The 10 virus-enhanced vaccine can only increase attributes by 35 points, but it grants immunity to the zombie virus. It is worth mentioning that anything enhanced by Suyang allows him to modify the name and some unimportant details. Selling a virus-enhanced vaccine 10 with that name would definitely not work. Moreover, there is that strengthening attribute. Item T virus vaccine category consumable quality, white attribute 1. After first use, it can transform the body, increasing physical strength and power by 35 points. Second use is ineffective. Attribute 2 grants immunity to the zombie virus. This is the attribute information of the virus-enhanced vaccine 10 that Suyang modified. Of course, this is only for external reference. In Suyang's eyes, it still holds the original 10 attribute information. The T virus was merely a momentary whim of his. It didn't have much impact. In fact, this vaccine had already spread. Chat channel of Zone 9527. Damn, that T-virus vaccine in the trading channel can actually immunize against the zombie virus. It can also increase physical strength and power by 35 points, but it's just too expensive. Indeed, it's clearly a white grade, but the price is even higher than that of blue virus-enhanced potions. 300 points, are they crazy for money? Haha, although I can't afford it either, that T-virus vaccine is worth the price. It can immunize against the zombie virus and increase attributes. Who wouldn't want it? Haha, our boss has already gathered 300 points. He's going to buy one now. The entire chat channel was discussing the T-virus vaccine. It couldn't be helped this item was too important. Now that the transport world was a zombie world, being immune to the zombie virus meant no worries. Within 10 minutes of being listed, Tan Qingyao received a pile of private messages. Indeed, there were people who managed to gather 300 points. However, it wasn't truly 300 points, but items worth 300 points. Chunhu 71st level crystal cores is the limit. I can only add 300 points at most. Tan Qingyao 70 is too little. 101st level crystal cores is the fixed price. Chunhu's sister first level crystal cores are 100 points each, but there are people on the market offering 300 points, and still no one is selling. Chunhu's 71st level crystal cores are definitely worth 300 points. Tan Qingyao 100 cores. Chunhu 80 cores, that's my final offer. Tan Qingyao 100 cores. Chunhu. Watching the chat messages on the shelters associated, Su Yang smirked slightly, bargaining with Tan Qingyao. Does he know what it means to be an S-level information controller? That is a talent capable of mastering information. Since Tan Qingyao dared to set this price, she certainly had her confidence. Indeed, after some back and forth, Chunhu conceded. Chunhu, fine, 100 cores it is, but that 300 points are gone. Tan Qingyao 100 first level crystal cores plus 300 points. Chunhu. He seemed genuinely exhausted. Perhaps he also realized he was not good at bargaining. Chunhu chose to trade without further ado. In a certain shelter in the protected area, this shelter had already upgraded to a primary safe house, with an area of 100 and a height of 5 meters. It had a space of 500 cubic meters. This is the primary safe house. Inside this shelter there were around 17 or 18 people. Each of these individuals was a muscular man. What was different was that on one wall of this 100 shelter there was a door. Inside was a small standard room of 15 square meters. It was just a normal hotel-style standard room. At this moment, a 2-meter-tall man was cursing painfully. Damn it, this girl named Tan Qingyao is simply a black traitor. Not lowering the price at all, it's too blackheart. The big man cursed for a while before looking down at the vial in his hand. Damn it, such a small item almost emptied our family's savings. The big man was Chunhu, who was trading with Tan Qingyao. Chunhu was a fitness coach and also the owner of a gym. He had been in a meeting with his brothers and employees when he was transported. Since they were all muscular men from fitness backgrounds, upon first arriving in the zombie world, Chunhu and the others killed quite a few zombies. Originally, they had more than 20 people, but some of them were bitten by zombies and ended up turning into zombies. The second time luck was a bit better, although some were injured, but they had points to purchase the virus vaccine. However, this meant that their hard-earned points were left with very little. Upon seeing the T-virus vaccine, Chunhu did not hesitate to acquire it. Though the cost was quite high, upon seeing the T-virus vaccine, Chunhu still felt it was worth it. Old third, use it. Chunhu did not use the T-virus vaccine he obtained, but handed it to a burly man beside him. This burly man was even more exaggerated taller than Chunhu, who was 2 meters tall. Big brother, you should use it this. Quit your whining. Chunhu interrupted the burly man rudely, angrily stating, you awakened an 11 talent of giantization. This is most suitable for you. As long as you're not afraid of being infected by zombies, you can slaughter among the zombies, and we can harvest more. At this moment, people outside the room began to persuade him. Exactly, third brother, you should use the most suitable one. With no worries, third brother probably wouldn't be afraid, even if he encountered 100 zombies. Then we just follow behind to pick up crystal cores. The boss is right, what are you waiting for? Use it, and then we can kill our way back. At this point, the burly man no longer hesitated and injected the T-virus vaccine. 300 points for one. This price is quite high. There are probably very few who can offer 300 points at this moment. Those who privately messaged Tan Qingyao genuinely wished to trade items. Tan Qingyao was overwhelmed on her own, so Su Yang started assisting her in checking. Only he could operate within his own interface, others could only manipulate the interface affiliated with the shelter. At this moment, Su Yang saw a rather unusual message. Who caming? Is it only 3? I want to exchange for 5. 5. Can you afford it? Su Yang initially thought so, but upon seeing the next message from the other party, he realized he was mistaken. Who caming? I will trade this. The other party sent a property of an item. To be precise, it was the property of a blueprint. Item: luxury apartment, blueprint category, equipment, blueprint quality, blue attribute, can construct a luxury apartment with 5 bedrooms, 200 in the shelter. It's actually an equipment blueprint and a luxury apartment. Su Yang's eyes flickered slightly. This is indeed a good item. After upgrading the shelter to a basic safe house, 3 pieces of equipment can be installed. Many shelters have already installed rooms, but some say that equipment should be for weapons and such. Only then can safety be ensured. However, the basic safe house is only 100, and if equipment like rooms isn't installed, living there would be inconvenient, especially since many people lack enough backpack space. Their supplies are stored in the shelter. Even Su Yang and the others with Shu Ye's talent have a corner of the shelter piled with a large amount of supplies. The most important thing is, with rooms some matters would become easier. Su Yang sent a message back. Su Yang, the item is good, but it's not worth 5 virus vaccines. Hu Kaming, brother, this item is really good. Each room is 40 and has its own bathroom. Hu Kaming, and it's blue quality, but really is worth this price. Su Yang, hell, without electricity or water, what can those things do? Hu Kaming, you can install electricity and water devices. Su Yang, 3 pieces no. Hu Kaming, don't. The value of this item is truly significant. It's equivalent to adding 200 to the shelter. Hu Kaming, upgrading the shelter to a basic safe house only provides 100. Trading you 5 virus vaccines is hardly excessive. This was also true. Su Yang suddenly realized. His shelter had not upgraded, but the area had already reached 150. However, other shelters did not have this condition. Equipment that can increase space indeed holds significant value. After some back and forth, the other party paid an additional 200 ordinary materials. The equipment blueprint was in hand. The moment he got it, Su Yang tried to enhance it. However, upon seeing the cost of enhancement for this blueprint, Su Yang couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Item: luxury apartment blueprint, enhanceable category equipment blueprint, quality blue attribute, can construct a luxury apartment with 5 bedrooms, 200. Enhancement requirement: any blue equipment blueprint 1. The cost of enhancement is actually 1 blue equipment blueprint. What's the point of enhancing it? Su Yang couldn't help but shake his head slightly. What did you buy, eh? Wang Cici suddenly peeked over. Wow, such a good item. Her exclamation attracted the attention of all the girls. What is it? Let me see. Heavens, it's a luxury apartment. 5 bedrooms, fantastic. Finally, I can sleep on a soft big bed. Just as Su Yang thought when this item appeared. All the girls cheered. Even Tan Qingjia's eyes flashed with a hint of expectation. However, she said, buying this now isn't a necessity, the shelter still has enough space. I know, but it's already bought. Su Yang smiled and interrupted her. And if we rest, well, we can fight better. Tan Qingya had nothing more. Rather, Tang Yin expressed some concern, saying, this is an equipment blueprint. Oh, we need to upgrade the shelter to install it. Will upgrading the shelter now affect the current enhancement attributes? One must admit Tang Yun's concerns were not without reason. It should be retained. Tan Qingya hesitated, her tone somewhat uncertain. Then let's give it a try. Even if it's lost, we can enhance it again. Su Yang didn't mind. However, not now. Tan Qingya still needed the affiliated interface to conduct transactions. She had already started acquiring virus enhancement potions. Out of the 9 virus vaccines, 6 had been sold, and the remaining 3 were close to being traded. There were quite a few groups in the 95-27 area. Forget 9, even 90 virus vaccines could probably be consumed. Whether it's materials, crystal cores, or supplies. Tan Qingya accepted everyone. As long as the price was right, she would trade virus vaccines. Although the shelter did not distinguish between day and night, some people were already feeling hungry at this time. After returning to the shelter, everyone hadn't eaten much. Tang Yin started to have people prepare dinner. Currently, the food for everyone was managed by 4 people, one of whom was Qin Yutong. She had awakened a clever talent in nutritional arts which could increase the nutritional value of food. The other 3 were Wu Linlin, Wang Qian, and Qin Yu. Wu Linlin also awakened a clever talent which was flavoring arts. Her flavoring arts could make food tastier even without salt and other seasonings. Her talent could enhance the taste. However, it was just the taste. In reality, without salt, there was still no salt. But when she teamed up with Qin Yutong, it was as if eating without salt was equivalent to having salt. Wang Qian awakened a level material processing talent capable of handling various materials. She could even properly deal with some spoiled supplies. As for Qin Yu, she was the chef among the 4. Not only did Qin Yu have a certain cooking skill, but her awakened talent was also a level advanced cooking. Yes, a talent like that. In her words, with her original cooking skills, she could thrive in a small restaurant. Now with her talent, she could even be the chef in a 5-star restaurant. If only there were sufficient ingredients, otherwise Su Yang and the others could feast. However, even instant noodles under her skill were exceptionally delicious. Slurp. Qin Yu, you're amazing. This instant noodle is the best I've ever had in my life. While eating the instant noodles, Su Yang spoke to a short-haired beauty. The short-haired beauty is Qin Yu. He really. Qin Yu smiled, originally thinking that awakening high-level cooking in this place would leave her useless. It seems that's not the case. You betrayed me. You clearly said you would only be my personal chef. Wang Cici looked heartbroken. But Qin Yu, who knew Wang Cici very well, just shot her a glance. The 2 were roommates. Yes, this young lady lived in a villa. Originally, it was just her and Fang Xingnan, but after an incident where she tasted the delicious food cooked by Chunyu, she brought her to her villa. Actually, although Chunyu's cooking skills were good, her family background was not great. Her living expenses were all earned by working odd jobs, and the food was even worse. But she was also a strong-willed girl. It was Wang Cici who half begged and half coerced her into becoming a chef in her villa. Don't be fooled by Wang Cici being a carefree little girl. She was actually quite perceptive. Did you really think she was a super-rich second generation just waiting to eat and die? If that were the case, she wouldn't have been the first to actively confront zombies. But well, she could indeed be a bit violent. Well, has your strength and constitution improved? Su Yang asked, eyes full of expectation as he looked at Fang Xingnan. No. Fang Xingnan shook her head, a trace of disappointment crossing her face. The T-virus vaccine had only granted immunity to the zombie virus. It had not increased strength or constitution. As transactions multiplied, he had accumulated enough resources to provide it for his people. At Tan Qingjia's suggestion, Su Yang had Fang Xingnan injected with a T-virus vaccine, the virus-strengthening vaccine 10. They had wanted to see if it could boost strength and constitution. The result was now clear: it could not. It seems the virus-strengthening vaccine and the virus-strengthening elixir are from the same series. Tan Qingyao was not surprised. The vaccine came first, and then the elixir. Seems we overthought it. Still, immunity to the zombie virus is enough. Su Yang shrugged. Though slightly disappointed, he accepted it. Besides, they only had 2 of the virus-strengthening elixirs left, and now that they understood the limitation, they would simply give every member a T-virus vaccine. Su Yang had already acquired over 50 of the virus vaccines, but it exhausted their points. Tan Qingyao had hoped to earn points when selling the vaccines, but as always, other teams currently did not possess many points. On the other hand, they had bought a large number of Tier 1 crystal cores. Su Yang already held 500. Any team with a bit of courage could kill zombies. It was merely a matter of quantity. From the chat channel, Su Yang even saw that a team had already teleported to the zombie world for the 3rd time. Now 31 T-virus vaccines were laid out before Su Yang. 1 per person, 2 to a group to prevent accidents. Su Yang looked at the women. 1 injects, 1 observes. If anything goes wrong, notify me immediately. Okay, they answered, nodding. They put their T-virus vaccines into their packs, then stared at Su Yang with heated gazes. Do not misunderstand. It was not that they felt that way about him. Su Yang had said that before using the vaccines, he would upgrade the shelter to install the luxury suite. The women were excited about the luxury suite. Upgrading the shelter was easy: 100 common wood and 100 common stone. Because of the vaccine trade, Su Yang and the others had collected 3,000 to 4,000 of those ordinary materials. After a short while, the upgrade succeeded. Su Yang first shared the shelter's upgraded attributes, then inspected them himself. Shelter attributes level: primary safe house 10. Space: 1,500 cubic meters, 300 square meters, 5 meters. Defense: Tier 1 1 star 10. Devices: 03 none. Special attribute subchannel. Upgrade requirements: common wood x 1,000, common stone x 1,000, common iron x 100, common glass x 100, Tier 1 crystal core x 10. When he saw there were no reinforcement attributes, Su Yang felt a jolt of unease. He soon noticed a special attribute, one that did not exist in other matches. Moreover, the shelter's reinforcement level had been reset to 0. Yet the primary safe house had gained a 10 level. Su Yang was surprised. When the women saw the shelter's new attributes, they gasped in astonishment. 1,500 cubic meters. That's 3 times larger than other shelters. Like other shelters, area doubled after upgrade, but ours is 300 square meters. Huh, is that special attribute the old reinforcement? Subchannel. Wait, this feels like an integrated channel. Holy, I can trade now. With this subchannel, it seems we all can trade. After watching for a while, Su Yang began to understand. The reinforcement attribute's auxiliary interface had been preserved and even upgraded. Previously, it had been uncertain whether that interface would still function after teleportation. Now, with the subchannel's appearance, there was no need to worry. As long as one remained inside the shelter, even while in another survival world, the subchannel would function normally. Moreover, every member could use it for chat or for trading. As for the primary safe house 10, it likely inherited the shelter's former 10 level. Or after the upgrade, the shelter's reinforcement level transferred to the safe house. In any case, its immediate effect was to raise the defense value. Defense increased by 10. Currently, the primary safe house's defense stands at Tier 1 1 star. What does that mean? Simply put, the shelter can now withstand ordinary zombie attacks. It was no longer like before, a mere wooden hut that a few zombies could tear apart. During the 7-day protection period, they need not worry about that. Once protection ends, the shelter will face the dangers of the survival world directly. A handful of zombies could still break through. Now even against 30 or 50 zombies the shelter should hold and not be destroyed. What a pity. Seeing this, Su Yang's mouth twitched. He regretted not reinforcing the shelter to 20. Not only would defense have risen to 20, there might have been an extra reinforcement attribute. As if sharing the same thought, Su Yang and Tan Xingyao exchanged a glance, both seeing the other's regret. Director, what are you waiting for? Install the luxury suite. Wang Cici urged when Su Yang hesitated. All right. Su Yang responded, took out the blueprint, and selected install. A prompt asked if he was certain he wanted to install the blue luxury suite blueprint to the shelter, with the reminder that once a device was installed it could not be removed from the shelter except by special items. Such a restriction. Su Yang raised an eyebrow, but it did not make him hesitate. Install. The next moment, the right wall of the 300 square meter shelter glowed. A portal shimmered into being. Beyond it was a corridor and then 5 bedrooms. The women rushed in to explore at once. They soon came back out disappointed. There are indeed 5 bedrooms, and it's indeed luxurious, but there's not only no power, there's no running water either. The bathroom and toilet are just for show. Come on, having beds and sofas is already nice. Hey, at least it's a place to sleep. Yes, compared with others, we're much better off. In truth, no water and no— Su Yang sighed softly, but his gaze soon fell on the luxury suite's attributes. He discovered the installed blueprint could be reinforced. The luxury suite's attributes were not as absurd as before. Device luxury suite reinforceable. Category living. Quality blue. Attribute contains 5 bedrooms. Total area 200 square meters. Reinforcement requirements: common wood x 100, common stone x 100, common iron x 10, tier 1 crystal core x 1. Once installed, the device's state differed completely from the blueprint form, and its reinforcement requirements were also different. Although blue quality because it was a living class device, its reinforcement demands were not high, but still greater than what the shelter upgrade required. Given Su Yang's stored materials, these reinforcement materials were trivial. With a grand sweep of his hand, Su Yang immediately reinforced the luxury suite to 10 in one go. Device luxury suite 10 can be enhanced. Category lifestyle. Quality blue. Attribute contains 1 master bedroom, 10 secondary bedrooms, and 1 kitchen. Total area is 1,000. Enhancement attribute: free water and electricity. Enhancement requirements: 100 units of ordinary wood, 100 units of ordinary stone, 10 units of ordinary iron, and 1 first-stage crystal core. As soon as the enhancement was completed, Su Yang was overjoyed to see the 10 attribute. To say nothing else, the enhanced attributes were exactly what they needed. Free water and electricity. This meant that there would be no shortage of water or electricity in the luxury suite. All facilities could now be used normally. The 10 luxury suite attributes were immediately shared by Su Yang. The group of women rushed in upon seeing this. Even Tan Xingyao and Qin Mingyao entered this time. Before the enhancement, the 2 ladies hadn't gone in. Su Yang also entered. It was very luxurious. The master bedroom was the largest with an area of 100. The bathroom and toilet were separate rooms. Especially the oversized round bathtub in the bathroom, which even had a heating function. The secondary bedrooms also had bathtubs and heating functions. However, they were just the common type of bathtubs. Moreover, the area of the secondary bedrooms was considerably smaller than that of the master bedroom, but still over 70 square meters. Compared to a typical luxury hotel room, it was far superior. This level of luxury exceeds that of the 7-star hotel my family runs. Wang Cici's face showed a hint of surprise. Haha, I never expected that I would also have a day to stay in a 7-star hotel. Bathtub. I want to take a bath. Sisters, with free water and electricity, we can take a shower now. Oh, long live showers. Wait, the director is still here. Don't undress so quickly. What are you afraid of? Everyone has seen everything. Even if they haven't now, they will eventually. Exactly, so come on, director, let's do it together. Hee, our great director, hurry up. What the heck? This group of crazy women. Su Yang immediately exited the room, causing the girls to burst into another round of laughter. Let them be pleased for now, but they should wait for me. Despite the girls' boisterousness, no one rushed to the master bedroom. Clearly, the master bedroom was implicitly reserved for Su Yang. Su Yang didn't hold back and entered the master bedroom. To be honest, taking a bath was truly comfortable. After killing so many zombies, how could he not smell? After washing up, Su Yang sat on the bed and took out a potion from his backpack. Item: Virus Enhancement Potion 19. Category: consumable. Quality blue. Attribute: after first use, it can increase physique and strength by 14 points. Ineffective after the second use. Enhancement attribute: all attributes 3. With enough first-stage crystal cores, Su Yang naturally enhanced these 2 virus enhancement potions. But even enhanced to 19, it only increased physique and strength by 4 points each. Additionally, the enhancement attribute did not increase. Does it need to be enhanced to 20 to improve, or is this enhancement attribute fixed? Suyang pondered, actually wanting to know if enhancing to 20 would yield a second enhancement attribute. Unfortunately, that was destined to be unachievable. The reason was quite simple. He could currently only enhance to 19, unless he bound another person. Knock. Knock. Suddenly at this moment someone knocked on the door. As Suyang was about to ask who is it, he suddenly silenced himself. At this time someone knocking on the door. His eyes brightened, and Suyang quickly walked up to open the door. But when the door opened, the person in front surprised him. Why is it you? Seeing the woman at the door as cold as a snow mountain's ice lotus, Suyang instinctively spoke. Qin Mingyao. Suyang had thought it might be Tan Xingyao, or even Wang Sisi bringing Fang Xingnan. But he never expected it to be Qin Mingyao. Qin Mingyao merely glanced at him coldly, not answering, and walked directly in. Although a bit confused, Suyang still closed the door immediately. However, in shutting the door, he did not notice the door crack of a secondary bedroom opening on the right. What the hell, that's Qin Mingyao, right? It is her, right? Xingnan. 3 questions in succession were enough to illustrate Wang Sisi's shock at this moment. Suyang had a wild guess in his heart, and it turned out to be correct. Wang Sisi truly intended to team up with Fang Xingnan to find him, and had even taken actual action. However, when they finished bathing and opened the door, they saw someone at Suyang's door. Wang Sisi simply couldn't believe her eyes. She actually saw Qin Mingyao. That Qin Mingyao. At school, due to her cold personality, not many people interacted with her. Thus, everyone regarded her as very mysterious. She was also called the most mysterious school beauty. But Wang Sisi knew Qin Mingyao very well, and in a sense they could be considered childhood friends. The Wang family and the Qin family had a good relationship, and their great-grandfathers had even fought together in the past. If not for the fact that both their grandfathers were male, they would have married each other long ago. Wang Sisi's aunt was Qin Mingyao's paternal aunt. However, due to their personalities, their relationship could only be described as passable. Yet because of this, Wang Sisi never expected this ice woman to take the initiative to come. At this moment, Fang Xingnan was also dumbfounded. She knew the relationship between Wang Sisi and Qin Mingyao. Whenever there was a banquet held by both families, Wang Sisi would always bring her along. Oh, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you Xingnan dragging your feet, I would have entered the room and taken Suyang down long ago. To let this ice block take the lead is the greatest shame of my life. Fang Xingnan was full of questions. I admit that I am a bit slow. But something like this where we could bathe together and it just comes to us, I truly can't bring myself to do it. And don't treat it as an insult. Master bedroom. After closing the door, Suyang was about to say something when Qin Mingyao spoke up. Suyang. Taking a deep breath in that moment, although Qin Mingyao remained expressionless, her icy demeanor could no longer be maintained. You know my purpose for coming, but I need to clarify something. There will only be this one time between us. To emphasize her point, Qin Mingyao explained again. After all, I need to enhance my talent, and you need to replicate my talent to strengthen your power, so we can Suyang raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. He directly lifted Qin Mingyao and threw her onto the big bed. Then he pounced on her. Whether it is only this one time is not up to you. Wait. Ugh. After more than an hour looking at the faintly sleeping Qin Mingyao beside him, Suyang smirked slightly. Then he opened the information to check the records. You have successfully bound a female with a score of 98, triggering talent abilities. You have gained 1 enhancement slot and 1 talent point. Your maximum enhancement level has been raised to level 28. You have successfully replicated the SSS level talent skill, Mental Maestro. TSK a score of 98. Suyang couldn't help but be astonished. But at this moment, Qin Mingyao, with her rosy complexion and no longer the cold aura she usually had, looked perfect in his eyes. Even more stunningly beautiful. A bit maddening. Unfortunately, the system only recognized a score of 98, and the enhancement level was only raised by 9 levels. But that's okay, now he could enhance items to 28. Although he really wanted to enhance that 19 virus enhancement potion, Suyang still decided to hold off for now. It didn't strengthen to divine level, but to SSS. Suyang's eyes flickered, half surprised and half unsurprised. In that instant, he finally understood. His infinite enhancement talent could not elevate an SSS aptitude all the way to divine. But the gap between telekinetic control and the mentalist discipline was vast. Calling it an upgraded version would not be an exaggeration. Telekinetic control felt to Suyang like using his hands to direct a weapon. Mentalist was simply striking with his hands. The latter was far more fluid. A mentalist could manipulate a weapon as nimbly as one would move an arm. Suyang experimented and discovered that even a LV1 mentalist allowed him to control objects weighing 1 kilogram. It was not that the mentalist rank was low, but that his current spirit attribute was too weak. With a thought, the serum enhanced to 19 reappeared in his hand. At that moment, the 19 virus enhancement serum showed a message that it could be further enhanced. After consuming 3 first-tier crystal cores, the first 20 serum was created. Item Virus Enhancement Serum 20 can be further enhanced. Category Consumable. Rarity Blue. Effect on first use increases constitution and strength by 15 points. Second use is ineffective. Enhancement Property 1, all attributes 5. Enhancement Property 2, grants immunity to zombie virus physiology. Enhancement Requirement First Tier Crystal Core 3. Su-Yang stared in astonishment at those properties. Just as he had guessed, the 20 enhancement unlocked a second enhancement attribute. The first enhancement attribute only improved once it reached 20, but the second attribute, immunity to the zombie virus, also appeared. Su-Yang frowned slightly, a vague unease crawled into his chest. Moments later, he had also forged a second 20 vial. Item Virus Enhancement Vaccine 20 can be further enhanced. Category Consumable. Rarity White. Effect on first use modifies the body to increase constitution and strength by 810 points. Second use is ineffective. Enhancement Property 1, grants immunity to the zombie virus physiology. Enhancement Property 2, all attributes 3. Enhancement Requirement First Tier Crystal Core 0. 1. Of course. Was this an overlap? Su-Yang had a sinking feeling after using a 20 enhancement serum, another 20 vaccine might no longer have much effect. Better send a message first. Tell everyone not to use the enhancement vaccines yet. Su-Yang used the subchannel to broadcast the warning to everyone. That was the subchannel's advantage. While inside the shelter, Su-Yang could privately message everyone. After that, he injected the 20 virus enhancement serum into his own body. Heat erupted from within him moments later. Su-Yang felt his strength heighten, accelerating with bewildering speed. Before long, he was drenched in sweat, even a little filthy. Why does this feel like those novel techniques of washing sinews and replacing marrow? Noticing the unpleasant smell, Su-Yang shook his head and stepped into the bathroom to wash. When he emerged, Qin Mingyao had already woken. She seemed ready to go wash too. As she moved toward the bathroom, Su-Yang blocked her path. Qin Mingyao frowned, her tone edged with displeasure. They had agreed it would be only that once, but this man was truly shameless. Ahem, don't misunderstand. I want to inject you with this. Su-Yang cleared his throat and produced the last virus enhancement serum. He had reforged this one to 20 as well. Qin Mingyao did not refuse, but she clutched the sheet around her tightly. Su-Yang could only administer the injection into her shoulder. After hesitating, Su-Yang finally injected himself with that 20 virus enhancement vaccine. Soon he felt a warmth within and a slight increase in his strength. Huh, did it increase? Su-Yang was surprised. He opened his personal status panel, and sure enough, it had improved. Name Su-Yang. Talent Divine Level Infinite Enhancement Unique. Strength 33-3. Constitution 32-3. Agility 16-3. Spirit 16-3. Talent Skills SSS Level Mentalist LV1 SS Level Information Controller LV1. Talent Points 4. Inventory 910. All attributes had increased by 3. This meant that the 20 virus enhancement vaccine had no effect on other attributes beyond those listed, but the second enhancement property, all attributes 3, still took effect. However, constitution and strength had risen to twice the agility and spirit values. Yet his strongest talent skill remained the mentalist. That was awkward. Suddenly, Su-Yang thought of Feng Shengnan and Wang Sisi. Whether it was iron hardening or brute strength enhancements, with his current strength and constitution, he could unleash formidable power. This was why he had not allocated talent points to the mentalist skill. Suddenly, Qin Mingyao uttered a soft exclamation and dashed into the bathroom. Apparently, she too was washing away the grime inside her. Never mind those thoughts. The most important thing now. Su-Yang strode into the bathroom. He simply wanted to test how his boosted strength and constitution felt. Su-Yang, what are you doing? Get out now. No, you get out, please. Boo-hoo. You bastard. Morning came. Though the shelter did not distinguish between day and night, the channel still displayed time. When Su-Yang woke and looked around, no one else was by his side. After washing, he opened the door and met several people's gazes. Some had already woken. A few had not slept at all. Oh, bold faces reap rewards. Su-Yang had already confirmed that reality the night before, so he simply ignored the strange looks from the women. Here, these are the 20 virus enhancement vaccines. Group leader, please replace everyone's vial with this later. He walked to Tang Yun, whose expression was complicated, and handed her one of the reinforced 20 vaccines. 20. Though it sounded like a question, Tan Qingjia's tone carried a hint of certainty. Yes. Su-Yang nodded, which immediately piqued the women's interest. Tisk 20, oh, as expected. Whoa, it increases so much. At minimum, it adds 8 points to constitution and strength. The second enhancement attribute, Is all attributes 3. No wonder. Director's talent is impressive. Director, thank you. Hurry and make something tasty to reward him. Yes, more treats, or I won't get any. The conversation up to that point was harmless, but the tone then shifted. Su Yang's mouth twitched. What were this group of crazy women plotting? Still thinking of his meager low-30s constitution and strength, he felt a measure of relief. Not enough. They numbered 31, and he was only 1. Having just 30-some points in constitution and strength was insufficient. He needed other means to raise his attributes. But the trading channel currently had few attribute-boosting items, and those available had already been used. Such items had to be traded away by their owners. Right, there were 3 green treasure chests. Su Yang suddenly remembered them and glanced around only to find Chun Miao Miao absent. He learned that she had only gone to bed in the middle of the night because she had been busy trading items. Although the shelter had been upgraded, it had not been reinforced yet. Tan Xingya had arranged a shift system for trading, and the subchannel made things considerably more convenient. Are you planning to let Chun Miao Miao open those 3 treasure chests? Tan Xingya seemed to have guessed what Su Yang wanted to do. Yes. Su Yang nodded. But Tan Xingya spoke up. I believe Chun Miao Miao's talent should not be used for opening treasure chests. What do you mean by that? Su Yang looked puzzled. If not opening treasure chests, where else could Chun Miao Miao's small fortune be used? What I mean is when Teacher Tang signs and we can try to have Chun Miao Miao's talent enhance her. Tan Xingya said, her eyes flashing with a glimmer as if data was running through her mind. Have you calculated it? Su Yang instantly understood something upon seeing this. Although his information controller effect was only 10 of Tan Xingya's, it did not mean he was unaware of what this talent could do. Calculation. It is a reasonable simulation based on a large amount of data and information. It is a capability belonging to the information controller. Tan Xingya nodded. The result of my calculation is feasible. We can try it once. That sounds good. Trying it once won't have much impact. Su Yang nodded. At that moment, Tang Yun walked over holding a bowl of porridge. Let's have breakfast first. We can discuss other matters after. Century egg and lean meat porridge. Su Yang looked surprised. Where did this come from? I traded for it. Tang Yun replied. It seems someone got hold of some pork. Is this from the found freezer? Su Yang immediately thought of this. After all, the zombie world they entered was a modern society, and there must be well-preserved freezers. It should be, but it's also possible that they found something like a refrigerator. Tan Xingya answered. Otherwise, some meat products would have appeared in the trading channel long ago. Although some have appeared now, the quantity is not large. She pointed to the century egg and lean meat porridge in Su Yang's hand and said, just the 3 gene of pork from this morning is worth 300 points. So expensive. Su Yang raised an eyebrow, but thinking about it, it really wasn't easy to find these things now. Scarcity makes things valuable. Perhaps during the second teleportation, they could look for some. Today they would definitely have a second teleportation, but before that they still needed to prepare. Breakfast was quickly finished. All the girls had come out. Qin Mingyao also emerged, but she had returned to her usual cold demeanor, though there was a hint of charm between her brows. This made Su Yang's heart feel a bit heated. Fortunately, he had not forgotten the main issue. After explaining Tan Xingya's plan to Chun Miao Miao, she seemed a bit troubled. Director, my talent only enhances myself. It cannot be applied to Teacher Tang. It's fine, just operate as Tan Xingya suggested. Su Yang smiled and said, or you can imagine Teacher Tang Yun as a super invincible treasure chest, and you are opening the treasure chest. Yes, this was Tan Xingya's plan. It was a sort of alternative enhancement. Although it seemed a bit unreliable theoretically, it was operable. However, Su Yang's words made Tang Yun roll her eyes at him. But she still spoke up. Miao Miao should give it a try. Even if it fails, it's no big deal. Shin Miao Miao. The two prepared for a moment, and under Tan Xingya's countdown, they simultaneously used their talents. Sign-in successful. You have obtained 10 Type 54 pistols. Upon hearing this system prompt, Tang Yun was taken aback. Did it really succeed? To be honest, she hadn't thought it would work this way. But now, they actually signed in for pistols. This was clearly a success, right? I signed in for 10 pistols. Saying this, Tang Yun took out the 10 pistols. Pistols. Everyone was startled, and Su Yang quickly picked one up. Item type 54 pistol, enhanceable category, weapon quality blue, attribute 1, damage 10, attribute 2, effective range 50 meters, magazine capacity 8 rounds. Enhancement requirements: ordinary iron material 10, excellent fine iron 3, first order crystal core 1. Type 54. Su Yang sighed, inwardly feeling a bit disappointed. Why is it this old relic, the Type 54? Wang Sisi looked disappointed. Although disappointed, she skillfully began to inspect it. This loli has played with guns before. Su Yang suddenly realized that the world of the wealthy was beyond imagination. Well, although it's an old relic, they are all brand new. Apart from the insufficient range and low damage, there are no other drawbacks. Wang Sisi began to critique. Having a gun is already good, others may not even want it. Su Yang waved his hand, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. And this thing can also be enhanced. That's right, and Director Yu. Wang Cici's eyes burst with astonishing brightness. Director, hurry and enhance one Desert Eagle. Su Yang, should I even listen to what you're saying? Actually, I do not recommend choosing this pistol for enhancement. Tan Xingya suddenly said, although there are 10 guns, there are only 80 rounds of ammunition in total. Once they are used up, there will be none left. This. Su Yang paused, slightly realizing she was right. He had just overlooked this point. But after thinking for a moment, Su Yang still shook his head. No, this pistol still needs to be enhanced. Even with the bullet limitation, it can still become our trump card. He paused, his tone becoming serious. Moreover, we cannot have everyone leave the shelter. We need to keep some. The pistol will also be one of our defense forces. Perhaps there will be bullet trading later. Tan Xingya paused, realizing Su Yang was right. This made her furrow her brows slightly, as she found that with the enhancement of her talent, she had begun to overlook many things. To be precise, she was becoming increasingly aligned with absolute calm. This is not a good thing, because it would make her subconsciously neglect the safety of her team members. It seems she needs to add a lock to her own talent. The excellent fine iron required to enhance the pistol belonged to the green materials. Fortunately, the girls had also collected some last night. The quantity was not large, only about 30 units. But it was enough to enhance a pistol to 20. However, he did not enhance the pistol to 20 all at once. Item type 54 pistol 10 enhanceable category weapon quality blue attribute 1 and damage 15 attribute 2 effective range 100 meters magazine capacity 12 rounds. Enhancement attribute accuracy 50 enhancement requirements ordinary iron material 10 excellent fine iron 1 first order crystal core 1 accuracy 50. This enhancement attribute is also acceptable. Among the girls, probably only Wang Cici had shooting experience. The others certainly had little hit rate. With this enhancement attribute, it would be much better. Now let's see what attributes are at 20. Su Yang directly enhanced the pistol in his hand to 20, and when he saw the second enhancement attribute of the pistol, he instinctively exclaimed, "Damn!" Su Yang's exclamation drew the attention of the girls. "What's wrong?" Wang Cici put her hands on her hips, looking dissatisfied. "Haven't you had enough last night?" "You should know. My young lady, you better not say anymore." Afraid that others would know that she almost got sent to the door last night, Fang Xingnan quickly covered Wang Cici's mouth. Su Yang looked helplessly at the increasingly unrestrained lowly, said nothing, and simply shared the attributes of the 20 pistol. Item type 54 pistol 20 can be enhanced. Category weapon. Quality blue. Attribute 1 damage 20. Attribute 2 effective range 200 meters magazine capacity 15 rounds. Enhancement attribute 1 eye accuracy 80. Enhancement attribute 2 void magazine capacity 10 rounds generates 1 round every 10 minutes. Enhancement requirements ordinary iron X10 excellent fine iron X1 first order crystal core X1. When the women saw the second enhancement attribute of the pistol, they were all astonished. Wang Cici couldn't help but curse. What the hell, this thing can create bullets out of thin air. Void magazine. Generates 1 bullet every 10 minutes. Wait, does this mean we won't run out of bullets? Tan Xingya was also dumbfounded. This completely defies the laws of physics. However, just thinking about the existence of time travel, creating something out of nothing, is also acceptable. Or not. It's absurd. Tan Xingya, who possesses S-level talent as an information controller, is actually a firm believer in science. But now, well, it's a survival world. It's easy to understand how science mixed with a bit of mysticism. Alright, now there's no need to worry about running out of bullets. Su Yang let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, the pistol was already in Wang Cici's hands. Goodness, the magazine won't come off. Wang Cici looked disappointed. I was planning to take the bullets out and keep making more bullets. This, you actually thought of that move. Su Yang exclaimed internally and couldn't help but try it out. Sure enough, it didn't work. Now the magazine of the pistol was integrated with the entire gun, making it impossible to detach. Forget it, at least there are 25 rounds of ammunition. Once it's used up, it can slowly regenerate. Compared to this downside, Su Yang was already quite satisfied. Although there was a time limitation, it still meant unlimited bullets. The next steps naturally didn't need to be elaborated. Enhance. Enhance. Still enhancing. Excellent fine iron is not cheap, and not many people sell it. But after offering a high price, Tan Xingya quickly gathered 200 units. All 10 pistols were enhanced to 20. During this time, the green treasure chests also allowed Chun Miao Miao to open them. There were indeed good items. 2 blueprints came out of the 3 green treasure chests, and they were all of green quality. However, Su Yang chose not to install them because 1 blueprint was for a toilet. The other was for a 50 luxury single room. They couldn't use them and didn't want them. Tan Xingya planned to sell them, but no one had yet offered a price she was satisfied. At this time, everyone used the 20 vaccine. Not only were their attributes enhanced, but they also gained immunity to the zombie virus. Even Fang Shengnan injected another 20 vaccine. Originally, it was just to try it out, but her attributes did indeed improve. Name Fang Shengnan. Talent A-Class Iron Transformation. Strength 21-8. Constitution 21-8. Agility 13-3. Spirit 14-3. Backpack 1010. The enhancement effect of 20 worked on Fang Shengnan. The enhancement effect kicked in as well. This is quite good. While the women were adjusting to their increased strength, Su Yang began enhancing. First, he enhanced Qin Minjiu's small knife. Now she could easily control several small knives. Since he also had the talent skill of a mentalist, Su Yang planned to enhance two for himself. Moreover, the enhancement material for this small knife was the simplest, requiring just 3 units of ordinary iron. Su Yang directly maxed it out. Item: Ordinary Small Knife 28. Category: Weapon. Quality: White. Attributes: Sharpness 14. Enhancement Attribute 1, Toughness 10. Enhancement Attribute 2, Penetration 100. Despite being of white quality, the enhanced attributes could easily surpass many blue items. Especially that Penetration 100 was perfect for killing zombies. Su Yang only enhanced 3 small knives at 28. 1 for himself and 2 for Qin Mingyao. Qin Mingyao still had 8 knives at 20, making a total of 10 flying knives for combat. Su Yang could already envision the scene of a horde of zombies falling. In fact, Su Yang also wanted to find some more numerous weapons to bind and enhance. But the enhancement slots were already insufficient. Starting with 3 initial slots plus 3 from the first enhancement and 1 slot that Qin Mingyao brought last night. Now there were 7 binding enhancement slots. But now there were already 6. 1 for the small knife, 2 for the virus enhancement agents and vaccines. Then there were the shelter luxury suite and the just enhanced pistol. Now there was only 1 slot left. And this slot must be given to the teleportation card. Item: Survival World Teleportation Card. Zombie Survival can be enhanced. Category: Consumable. Quality: Green. Attribute 1, can teleport into the zombie survival instance and specify teleportation locations within a certain range. Attribute 2, after teleportation ends, can extend the shelter's protective shield for 10 minutes. Note: using this item for teleportation can negate 1 force teleport. Enhancement requirements: First Order Crystal Core X10. Taking out the teleportation card, Su Yang chose to bind it. From now on, he could enhance any teleportation card. To Su Yang, this item was extremely important. From the chat channel, many people complained about the teleportation card, because the so-called range is actually only within a circular area with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Moreover, after teleportation, it's not guaranteed to arrive at the designated place. There can be certain deviations. For instance, if you want to teleport to a hotel, you might end up in the vacant lot next to it. A few meters of deviation could sometimes lead to vastly different outcomes. If not for the effect of extending the protective shield, this teleportation card would be of little value. But for Su Yang, it was different. He could enhance it. After enhancement, it should reduce the deviation, right? Su Yang believed that once enhanced, the deviations would surely vanish. Originally, he intended to try enhancing the teleportation card to 10, but upon seeing the first enhancement attribute, he changed his mind. Then, without hesitation, he enhanced it to 20. Item: Survival World Teleportation Card. Zombie Survival 20 can be enhanced. Category: Consumable. Quality: Green. Attribute 1, can teleport into the zombie survival instance and choose teleportation locations within 3 areas. Attribute 2, after teleportation ends, can extend the shelter's protective shield for 120. Enhancement Attribute 1, this teleportation increases the shelter's defense value by 100. Enhancement Attribute 2, this teleportation grants 100 points to the shelter. Note: using this item for teleportation can negate 1 force teleport. The 20 enhancement attributes did not disappoint Su Yang. The first enhancement attribute increased the shelter's defense value by 50. Now it was 100. The second enhancement attribute was even more surprising, doubling the points. He didn't expect the teleportation card to have such an effect. Most importantly, the change in Attribute 1 now allowed for choosing teleportation locations within 3 areas. After use, maps of the 3 locations would appear, and one could select a location on the map as the teleport point for teleportation. No deviations would exist. With such a teleportation card, it provided an extremely safe start. The last preparations for the second teleportation were complete. Once everyone was ready, Su Yang chose to use the teleportation card. Moments later, they along with the shelter disappeared from this haven. The second teleportation began. Buzz. The entire shelter trembled slightly before returning to normal. Su Yang knew they had been. Survival Task Requirement 1, survive here for 12 hours with your team. Requirement 2, kill 50 zombies. Reward 1, complete any requirement to receive 5 white treasure chests. Reward 2, Complete all requirements to receive 3 green treasure chests. Note additional points can be earned upon completing all tasks, which can be used to purchase treasure chests and supplies in the points mall. The requirements have been raised. Last time it was to survive for 3 hours and kill 10 zombies. This time it requires survival for 12 hours and killing 50 zombies. This isn't a big issue. Glancing around, Su Yang's gaze fell on the protective shield. Seeing the countdown of 120 minutes, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then Su Yang stepped out of the shelter's door, with Fong Shengnan following closely behind. Safe. Taking a look at the surroundings, this place was a hotel. To be exact, this was the presidential suite on the 46th floor of the Royal Court Hotel. The total area was about 800 square meters, enough to accommodate their shelter. This is also another advantage of the 20 teleportation card. As long as the area can bear the shelter, it can be teleported over. Moreover, it can even be embedded for teleportation. Although the area of this presidential suite far exceeded that of the shelter, it was divided into several rooms. The teleportation card directly eliminated the room restrictions, effectively merging the entire floor. After coming out, they were still in the presidential suite, with the shelter replacing several rooms. Stepping out further led to the living room, where Su Yang's eyes immediately fell on several zombies, some in bathrobes and others completely naked. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before Su Yang could take action, several streaks of cold light shot from behind him, piercing through the heads of the zombies. Qin Mingyao had made her move. Quick, accurate, and ruthless. Without giving the zombies time to react, there was no noise at all. There were only 7 zombies in the entire presidential suite. The door was closed, and the crisis was averted. At this moment, the other women gradually emerged from the shelter. Tisk 1 man and 6 women, truly worthy of a presidential suite. Wang Sisi exclaimed, instantly recognizing the gender of the zombies. Plus, this is a presidential suite. Those who can stay here are either rich or noble. The situation is clear without needing further explanation. However, what do you mean by looking at me like that when you say this, little girl? Su Yang felt a bit uncomfortable. At this moment, Fong Shengnan walked over. Confirmed there are no zombies on this floor. The exit leads to the elevator and the stairs. I took a look, and there were no zombies. By the way, presidential suites usually require key card access, including the stairs, so it's safe to say there are only these 7 zombies. Understood. You seem to be quite familiar with this. Su Yang muttered in his heart, and then turned to Tan Xingyan. Seemingly knowing what he wanted to ask, Tan Xingyan nodded. The subchannel is functioning normally now. Normal. Su Yang's eyes lit up. This meant they could chat and trade. This enhancement indeed has powerful special attributes. Very good. Su Yang nodded, then his expression became serious as he looked at the women. Next, let's proceed according to plan. Everyone clear? Clear. Although the women looked uneasy, they nodded in response. Su Yang didn't say anything further and walked out of the suite with Fong Shengnan. Following them was Li Lu. Using the virus enhancement vaccine, Li Lu gained 12 points in strength, 11 points in constitution, and 3 points in agility and mental attributes. This brought her mental attribute to 15 points. Perception is crucial. Tan Xingyan spent a considerable amount of resources to acquire items that increased mental attributes, allowing her to enhance. Li Lu's current mental attribute is now 20 points, enabling her to sense zombies within a radius of 1 or 200 meters. It's not that Su Yang didn't enhance, but such items are extremely scarce, and binding them feels a bit wasteful. The group arrived at the 45th floor, which had luxurious suites, second only to the presidential suite. Li Lu activated her talent ability, sensing the situation in 2 suites. 3 zombies in one suite, 5 zombies in the other. Li Lu quietly said to Su Yang. Su Yang nodded and walked to the door of the room, directly using a 28 knife to break the lock. However, he didn't enter, but turned to look. 3 zombies, 3 people. Who will go? Su Yang's last question was directed at the women still at the stairway. They'll go. To Su Yang's surprise, it was Chen Yutong who spoke up. They'll go too. And I will. Following Chen Yutong were Chen Yu and Li Lu. Su Yang nodded and let the 3 enter. Finally, Fong Shengnan also followed them in. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds erupted, and soon it was over. Chen Yutong and the others came out. They all had blood on them. The 3 looked slightly pale, but their gazes were different. Training. This was the task Su Yang required to complete after the second teleportation. No matter what talent everyone awakened, each person had to kill a few zombies. Since they could be immune to the zombie virus, why fear zombies? Even if a few pieces of flesh were bitten off with Lin Ruoxua as the healer, they could recover as before. In fact, after using the vaccine, no one's strength or constitution was below 20. Killing zombies is not difficult. The main hurdle is overcoming psychological barriers. This is also the most important reason Su Yang proposed this training. At this moment, the door on the other side was also opened by Su Yang. This time entering was the class instructor Tang Yun along with 4 girls from the class. Su Yang stepped inside. In the room, there was only one zombie in the living room. Seeing a living person enter, it roared and charged at them. The expressions of the girls changed, showing some panic. They instinctively took a few steps back. Su Yang did not take action. As long as they weren't in life-threatening danger, he wouldn't intervene. Bang! Tang Yun made her move. She swung the baseball bat in her hand fiercely, directly smashing the zombie's head into a pulp. Her strength was 21 points. Such an instinctive full-strength strike was not something these ordinary zombies could withstand. Wow! The bloody scene made He Xiaoyan, who was behind Tang Yun, vomit immediately. The other 3 girls were the same. Don't vomit, hold it in. Su Yang's tone was cold. Now any food is precious and you don't have the right to throw up. If you do, you'll go hungry. Originally feeling nauseous, Tang Yun, after hearing Su Yang's words, forcefully held it in. He Xiaoyan and the other 3 also held it in, though it was quite a struggle. Yet Su Yang's next sentence drove the 4 girls a bit crazy. He Xiaoyan, you 4 go look for crystal cores. Searching for crystal cores. Looking at the mixed red and white matter on the ground, He Xiaoyan and the others felt a bit frantic. He Xiaoyan took a deep breath, but the foul smell that hit her face almost made her vomit again. But she still held it in. With great effort, battling both physiological and psychological discomfort, she began searching for crystal cores. The other 3 girls, seeing this, could only grit their teeth and join in the search. Found it. After searching for a while, one of the girls happily held up a first-level crystal core. Not. Su Yang nodded, then pointed to one of the rooms, saying to He Xiaoyan, He Xiaoyan, there's only one zombie in this room, you go in. Having seemingly adapted a bit, He Xiaoyan nodded with a look of determination, gritting her teeth as she charged inside. Bang, bang, bang. Soon sounds of fighting came from the room. Su Yang stood at the door watching. Although the entire process could only be described as chaotic, He Xiaoyan still completed the training of single-handedly killing a zombie. It can be seen that as long as the psychological barriers are overcome with the current attributes of the girls, single-handedly killing zombies is actually quite easy. The other 3 girls also completed their training one after another. The zombies on this floor were also dealt with. Next up was the 44th floor. It was still training. Su Yang and Fang Shengnan took turns leading the group, and in less than 2 hours everyone completed the training of single-handedly killing zombies. Although most of the people looked pale, it was clear their breaths were different. Just because individual training has concluded does not mean the training is over. It is nearly noon now. Time for lunch. This is also a part of the training. For the girls who have just slain zombies, eating is indeed a challenge. Lunch mainly consists of instant noodles along with some bread and snacks. There was no time to prepare. In fact, there were no ingredients. Don't just stand there, eat up. After eating, take a short break, then we'll continue the afternoon training. Su Yang said this with a smile, appearing like a demon among the girls. How cruel. How can anyone eat under these circumstances? But if they don't eat, they will lack energy for the afternoon. They had no choice but to force themselves. After about 10 minutes, lunch was over. Su Yang announced a half-hour break, then they would start training. Half an hour later, training began again. This time Su Yang and the others were not leading. 5 of them formed a small team and started searching for zombies to kill. Li Lu had already used her innate ability to roughly perceive the entire Royal Court Hotel. Apart from the bottom 3 to 5 floors, there weren't many zombies on each floor. Just as she was analyzing with Tan Xingya, the Royal Court Hotel was indeed a high-end hotel of extravagant standards. It was simply expensive and certainly not fully occupied. The 20 teleportation card offered 3 areas: a shopping mall, a vegetable market, and then this Royal Court Hotel. The first 2 definitely have a large amount of supplies, but there are likely many zombies as well. They chose the Royal Court Hotel, and it was the top floor. Easier to defend than to attack. Even if a large number of zombies appear, they can block them in the corridors, just like when they first teleported to the school. Su Yang, together with Fang Xingnan, Qin Mingyao, and Wang Sisi, descended to the 5th floor. They didn't immediately clear the zombies on this floor, but took out a large number of mattresses from their backpacks. Each of the 4 had 50 mattresses in their backpacks, totaling 200. These mattresses were piled at the staircase and elevator corridor, completely blocking the route from the lower floors to the 5th floor. Alright, now we can clear the zombies on the whole floor. Su Yang turned around to start clearing the zombies on the 5th floor. The earlier commotion had already attracted some zombies. At this moment, several zombies appeared in the corridor of this floor. Roar, roar, roar. Sensing the presence of living beings, these zombies charged madly towards Su Yang and the others. Their roars drew in more zombies. Fang Shengnan held a metal railing in her hand and blocked the rushing zombies with a horizontal strike. In her ironclad state, she wasn't the slightest bit concerned about the zombies scratching or biting her. With Fang Shengnan standing in front, Su Yang held a sharpened steel pipe and thrust it fiercely into the head of one of the zombies. Thud! The head was pierced, and the zombie was killed instantly. Wang Sisi also took action. This violent loli was indeed violent, even though Su Yang had prepared several steel pipes. But this loli had insisted on having Tan Xingya buy her a fire axe. Now swinging it around smashing zombie heads was as easy as smashing a watermelon. It was too bloody. Behind the three, Qin Mingyao was the most relaxed. Without any visible movement, 2 flying knives whizzed over the heads of the 3 and darted into the zombies. Originally, there were over 20 zombies. Now only 5 or 6 remained standing. Qin Mingyao, you are killing too fast. Wang Sisi said with a dissatisfied expression. You're just too slow. Qin Mingyao replied, glancing at her indifferently. Huh. Su Yang raised an eyebrow and asked Fang Shengnan beside him. Do they know each other? Fang Shengnan nodded and whispered, they've known each other since childhood, and you know how it is. Understood. They clearly don't see eye to eye. Am I slow? Wang Sisi became a bit agitated, but soon she seemed to think of something. Raising an eyebrow, she said somewhat sarcastically, well, I indeed can't compare to you in speed. After all, I just talked the talk, while some people silently went directly to deliver themselves at my door last night. What the hell is this related to me? Su Yang's mouth twitched slightly. Wait a minute, something's not right. Are you two watching me? He cast a questioning glance at Fang Xingnan, who awkwardly turned her head to avoid his gaze. Yes, it really is. Wait, could this violent loli be serious? Thinking of Wang Sisi's bold declaration, to team up with Fang Shengnan to take him down. And seeing Fang Shengnan's expression at this moment, Su Yang felt a chill run down his spine. Wait, last night was not a loss either. Perhaps today. Wang Sisi's words made Qin Mingyio's expression change slightly, but she quickly composed herself. Looking at Wang Sisi with a disdainful gaze, Qin Mingyao spoke calmly and indifferently. So you will never be better than me. Oh damn, that was a kill shot. Su Yang shouted inwardly. Sure enough, the next moment, the violent loli exploded. Huh, I'm not as good as you. What are you saying, Qin Mingyao, you ice block? I, Wang Sisi, would not be inferior to you. Come, let's have a onion on. Wang Sisi roared using both her hands and feet. At this moment, she was already being held back by Fang Shengnan. This action was so skilled that Su Yang was somewhat dumbfounded. He realized that this loli had suffered quite a bit in front of Qin Mingyao. Enough, there are still zombies to deal with. Su Yang felt a bit of a headache, but he didn't slow down. He threw a small knife, controlling it to kill a zombie that had just emerged from a room. Kill a first-level zombie. Score 1. This method of killing zombies is indeed the easiest. After some back and forth, Fang Shengnan managed to quiet Wang Sisi down. Qin Mingyao also stopped provoking the loli. After checking a few rooms and killing a few more zombies, this floor was considered cleared by the 4. Next up was the 6th floor. However, there weren't many zombies on the 6th floor. This was because the commotion from the 5th floor had attracted zombies from the 6th and even 7th floors. All that remained were some zombies inside the rooms. For the 4, there was no difficulty at all. Break the door. Kill. All operations were smooth and flowing. They were too weak. Su Yang sighed inwardly. As long as his strength increased to 15 points, zombies would no longer pose a threat. At 20 points, it would be a violent slaughter. His strength had already surpassed 30 points. And Wang Sisi, who had the innate power enhancement, was terrifyingly strong under her innate explosion. Especially since it seemed like they were secretly competing over who killed more zombies. Wang Sisi was truly going all out. By the time they reached the 10th floor, she was panting heavily, lacking the energy to continue fighting. Not just her, Su Yang noticed that Qin Mingyio's face had turned slightly pale, clearly worn out as well. Initially, he thought it was just Wang Sisi competing, but Qin Mingyao didn't take it seriously. But now Su Yang understood. They were indeed childhood rivals. Both were competing to see who was superior. However, Qin Mingyao ended up winning. There was no surplus to the matter. In this situation, she was quietly and calmly silent. If it were Wang Sisi, she would definitely be jumping for joy. Then there would be some verbal sarcasm and provocation. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, Su Yang could imagine the scene. They both seemed to be overly exhausted. But the task was completed. Because the others in the class had already cleared the zombies on the 11th floor. They had started their clearance from the top down. However, in Tang Yun's words, it seemed that the commotion made by the 4 of them was too loud. Most of the zombies below the 20th floor were attracted down. Su Yang thought about it as well. After clearing this path, they had killed 400 to 500 zombies. Up to this point, all the zombies in the Royal Court Hotel from the 5th floor had been dealt with. To be safe, Su Yang and Fang Shengnan took Li Lu and checked again from the 5th floor. They confirmed that there were no zombies left. Night fell. The zombies in this base had been thoroughly cleared, but the matter was far from over. This was indeed a luxurious hotel. There must be supplies. There may not be much food, but other resources are available. For instance, bed linens and those high-end chairs. The luxurious suite at Su Yang's shelter is better than this, but those items can only be used within the shelter and cannot be traded. Everything in this hotel can be traded as long as Xiaoyan performs a few cleaning spells. The shelter can trade at any time now. These items can be dismantled for valuable resources. Tan Qingya is even more ruthless than Su Yang. She even plans to strip the wires from within the hotel. Although the shelter has some light now, it is a benefit for newcomers. Once the novice period is over, the shelter will be pitch dark whether it is day or night. In the luxurious suite, utilities are free, but the wires need to be pulled out to power the shelter. These are minor issues that Tan Qingya can handle. Tomorrow morning I plan to take Shangnan and a few others out. You and Teacher Tang will be responsible for the hotel, Su Yang discussed with Tan Qingya and the others during dinner. Tan Qingya nodded, not speaking. Tang Yin wanted to say something, but only managed to utter, "Be careful, everyone." "Don't worry, Teacher Tang." Su Yang smiled slightly. "The minimum strength and physique for those going out tomorrow are both 20 points. And we are bringing 3 handguns, and just a few zombies can't threaten us. How about bringing 2 more handguns and leaving 3 for us?" Tang Yin said. She was still uneasy because Su Yang would take a few people to a shopping mall several kilometers away. It was one of the 3 choices presented during the teleportation. They currently lack most supplies. However, they are still short on clothing. All the girls in the class are wearing loose clothes, none of which fit properly. The shopping mall must have a large quantity of clothing and, more importantly, many daily necessities. Of course, Su Yang won't take just anyone with him. Qin Mingyao, Fang Xingnan, and Wang Sisi will definitely go. Then there are He Mimi, Shu Yu, and Li Lu forming a team of 7. After enhancing her attributes, He Mimi's fireball technique has become even stronger. A single fireball can explode a zombie's head. There's no need to mention Shu Yu. Without her, even finding plenty of supplies would be impossible. Li Lu, on the other hand, can sense zombies, now helping them avoid many troubles. Su Yang wasn't planning to confront zombies directly and fight through. In fact, bringing along old classmate Guan Yusin would be optimal. A war halo could elevate their combat power. But this hotel also needs someone to keep watch. This is why Su Yang didn't bring Lin Ruoxue the healer. He already had the strongest combat power with him. If Lin Ruoxue were also taken away, any danger at the hotel would spell disaster. Thus, leaving 5 handguns behind was also necessary. After clarifying all this, Tang Yun had nothing more to say. After dinner, Su Yang headed to the 5th floor alone. Although many mattresses blocked the exit, this place felt safer to guard. Because the commotion tonight was considerable. No one rested. Everyone was dismantling all usable resources in this hotel. Tan Qingya was trading in the shelter using the sub-channel. Sure enough, there were zombies. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Su Yang clearly heard the roars of zombies coming from the corridor, separated by numerous mattresses. They couldn't breach the barrier created by 200 mattresses. Su Yang's task was not just to guard, but also to inspect. He needed to check if these mattresses could completely block the zombies, ensuring a safer outing tomorrow. After an hour or two, once he confirmed everything was safe, Su Yang stood up. Upon reaching the 30th floor, he found the demolition team. The upper floors appeared unchanged. But entering the rooms revealed that they had been utterly transformed. Su Yang's mouth twitched. The bathroom glass was one thing. Did they not spare the toilet either? These women are too crazy. It was only after returning to the shelter that Su Yang learned a piece of news. Dismantling platform. Yes, according to the information collected from the chat channel, there should be teams that now possess dismantling platforms as equipment. Tan Qingya confirmed. While others can trade, she hardly engages in trading herself. Instead, she enters the chat channel to gather all information, even though a massive amount of information floods in every second. For others, without filtering, it's nearly impossible to discern anything. However, her innate ability allows her to clearly record every piece of information. The so-called dismantling platform was deduced from some information. So everything we collect can actually be dismantled? Su Yang's eyes sparkled with insight. Yes, Tan Qingya nodded. However, the dismantling platforms that have appeared now are not of high level, and the items they can dismantle are limited. But regardless, the emergence of the dismantling platform means we have already gathered enough materials in advance. What? Enough? Su Yang's heart leapt. The materials Tan Qingya referred to were not just any materials. They were materials specifically to enhance the shelter. Now it takes 1,000 units of ordinary wood and ordinary stone to enhance the shelter once, plus 100 units of ordinary iron and ordinary glass. Finally, it requires 10 first-tier crystal cores. The crystal cores are manageable. During the day, they killed at least a few hundred zombies. Now the crystal cores they have are enough to reinforce the shelter to 28. What they lack are materials. Therefore, upon hearing Tan Qingya say they have gathered enough materials, Su Yang was naturally delighted. Without further ado, he chose to reinforce. Shelter 10 can be reinforced. Level primary safe house, 10 space, 2,000 cubic meters, 4,005 meters defense value, first tier 5 stars, 10. Equipment, 14. Luxurious, sweet blue special attribute, subchannel reinforcement, attribute equipment level 1, can increase one equipment in the shelter by 1 level. Upgrade requirements: ordinary wood 1000, ordinary stone 1000, ordinary iron 100, ordinary glass 100, first tier crystal core 10. Although Tan Xingya gathered the materials, it only allowed the shelter to be reinforced to 10. But that's sufficient. Reinforcing to 10 increased the shelter's area by 100 square meters, not much. As for the defense value, it rose from first tier 1 star to first tier 5 stars. To be honest, Su Yang wasn't very clear about this defense value number yet. But any enhancement must surely bring benefits. Then the installation limit for devices increased by 1. This was good news. The special attribute of the subchannel seemed unchanged. The enhancement attribute that Su Yang was most looking forward to did not disappoint him. Device level 1. No need for excessive explanation, just this phrase is enough to illustrate the preciousness of this enhancement attribute. Soon the news of the shelter being reinforced to 10 reached others. The shelter has been reinforced. My heavens, this attribute. The area has increased, and the defense has also improved. I feel like we no longer need to worry about zombies. The number of devices can be increased, other shelters probably can't achieve that right. Hey, you all haven't noticed the key point, isn't it? That enhancement attribute. Device level 1A, this attribute is too exaggerated, directly raising a level out of thin air. Doesn't that mean that using it on the luxurious suite will elevate it to purple at? Purple. It seems that there hasn't been one yet, right? This attribute cannot be used for enjoyment. Su Yang nodded. Once this device level 1 is bound, it cannot be undone. Therefore, one must choose carefully which device to use it on. The luxury suite is one thing. Now only 5 days are left in the 7-day protection period. I hope to acquire equipment that can enhance the strength of the shelter in the next 5 days. At the very least, it should be something for defense. However, even if we gather the materials next, we won't be able to enhance it. Su Yang let out a bitter smile, his expression filled with helplessness. Since their shelter is in the presidential suite, the newly upgraded 100 square meters still had some spare space. Now there is no spare space left unless they tear down the remaining rooms. But there is no need for that. It's fine to enhance it when we return to the shelter. This reminded Su Yang that when choosing the teleportation point next time, he needs to consider the factors for strengthening the shelter. This doesn't impact much. However, there is one thing that puzzled Su Yang: the treasure chests. He initially thought that with such a large royal hotel there would be several hundred zombies. Surely there should be some treasure chests, right? But the result? None. Completely none. The girls searched several times, but found no treasure chests. Tan Xingya even speculated that this might be a downside of using the teleport card, but she wasn't entirely sure. There was another reason for going out tomorrow, which was to find treasure chests. However, Su Yang didn't expect that by 10 o'clock at night, he would know how to obtain the treasure chests. They were teleported over at 10 in the morning. By 10 o'clock at night, it would be a full 12 hours. As for the zombies, don't mention 50, the number they had killed had already exceeded 500. This survival task was also completed. You led your team to survive for a full 12 hours during this survival challenge, while completing all task requirements. Please make a choice. Choice 1, return to the shelter and receive the rewards for this survival task. Choice 2, continue surviving for additional rewards. Extra reward 1, survive for 12 hours. Each person can receive 20 points and 1 white treasure chest. Extra reward 2, survive for 24 hours. Each person can receive 50 points and 1 green treasure chest. Extra reward 3, survive for 72 hours. Each person can receive 100 points and 1 blue treasure chest. Are the extra rewards this generous this time? Seeing this prompt, Su Yang's heart skipped a beat. His gaze fell on the last extra reward 3. 3 days. As long as they stayed for 3 full days, not only would everyone receive 100 points. Most importantly, they would all receive a blue treasure chest. With Chun Miao Miao around, how many good things could 32 blue treasure chests yield? Maybe it could yield the equipment they desired. Tan Xingya also couldn't help but let her imagination run wild, finally turning to Su Yang and saying, "Go, it's so late, hurry back to your room and sleep." Su Yang, what does this mean? Su Yang was a bit confused. But what Tan Xingya said next left him. I have already arranged for someone for you, and tonight you will bind another one. What the heck? You arranged it? For a moment, Su Yang didn't know what to say and just stared wide-eyed. Tan Xingya, however, did not say anything more and directly pushed him into the room. Of course, given her power attribute, if someone didn't want it, she wouldn't be able to push them at all. Especially after someone returned to the room, he hurried to the bathroom to wash himself clean at the fastest speed. Then he just lay down and waited for someone. However, by around midnight, Su Yang was getting a bit anxious. There was a knock on the door. Su Yang quickly rushed to the door and opened it. "Why are you here?" Su Yang was taken aback. "Why can't it be me? Or are you disappointed? Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Guan Yusin, who was originally feeling her heart race, suddenly got angry. Su Yang realized he had misspoken and quickly said, "No, how could I be disappointed? I am surprised." Saying this, he directly pulled Guan Yusin in and shut the door. However, he didn't notice that as he closed the door, the other room doors opened simultaneously. What the hell, you guys were actually peeking. Bull, how can you blame us? You yourself are the same. No, I was just studying, after all it will eventually be my— You shameless woman, how can you say that? Speaking as if you are so pure. If you have the ability, don't peek. Alright, stop arguing, keep it down, or well be found out. Inside the room, Guan Yusin, who was dragged in by Su Yang, suddenly looked panicked. What are you doing? What am I doing? Looking at Guan Yusin's shy face, it was the first time Su Yang had seen her like this. He couldn't help but feel playful. Hee, of course I'm going to eat you, this little white rabbit that jumped into the trap. Uffed. Guan Yusin couldn't help but let out a laugh. What are you laughing at? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. With a bend of the body, Su Yang lifted Guan Yusin up. Guan Yusin exclaimed, but seemed to realize something immediately and hurriedly covered her mouth. Taking this opportunity, Su Yang had already brought her to the bed. Guan Yusin was flustered. Wait, you. No waiting. Su Yang pressed down, leaning close to her ear and whispering, I already said I've been waiting for a long time. Is what you said true? Guan Yusin pushed herself up with both hands, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course. Then do you like me? Although her gaze was somewhat evasive, Guan Yusin still asked this question. Su Yang did not answer directly, but instead smiled gently. Guan Yusin, you need to understand one thing. There is no absolute pure friendship between men and women. Do you think I chose this university just for the proximity to home? With my initial college entrance examination score, I could have chosen a better university. That's right. Guan Yusin suddenly realized. She had asked before, but Su Yang said it was because it was close to home. She believed him. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. So what is the real reason? Although she had a guess in her heart, Guan Yusin still asked. At this moment, her watery eyes radiated an enchanting expectation. Su Yang pressed down again, leaning close to her ear and whispering, of course it's for you. The girl completely succumbed. Regardless of whether this was a lie or not, she no longer cared. But in fact, her worries were unnecessary. This was not a lie. Su Yang truly liked Guan Yusin. He had even thought about confessing, and he had sensed the girl's affection for him. Once he confesses, it would most likely succeed. But reality had hindered his steps. Although Guan Yusin's family background was not as good as Wang Xixi's, it was still quite superior. There was no possibility between him and her. Now it was different. Therefore, Su Yang had completely become reckless. I won't miss a single one of what I want. Even. A figure flashed in his mind, and Su Yang's heart grew even more determined. If I encounter her, I won't let go either. You successfully bound a female with a score of 96, triggering talent ability. You have obtained 1 enhancement slot and 1 talent point. You can enhance the highest level, which has been raised to level 37. You successfully copied an S-level talent Valkyrie. The system's prompt sounded again, but Su Yang ignored it. Now is not the time to check these. After everything settled down, Su Yang carried the unconscious Guan Yusin into the bathroom. After a while, Su Yang lay quietly, although he had not yet fully enjoyed himself. However, Guan Yusin could no longer endure his torment. So, Wang Cixi, when will you bring Fang Shengnan to team up? Setting aside his chaotic thoughts, Su Yang began to check his attributes. Name: Su Yang. Talent: God level infinite enhancement unique. Strength: 33. Physique: 32. Agility: 16. Spirit: 16. Talent skills: SSS level mentalist, LV1 SS level Valkyrie, LV1 SS level information controller, LV1. Talent points: 5 points. Backpack: 910. SS level talent skill Valkyrie. Guan Yusin's talent has also been enhanced. Originally in S-level War Aura, it has now upgraded to S-level Valkyrie. When Su Yang checked the Valkyrie's attributes, he gasped. This Valkyrie is incredibly strong. Firstly, the Valkyrie also possesses a War Aura which has not been discarded and is still present. Not only that, but its power has also increased. Once the War Aura is activated, all friendly attributes are doubled. That's an increase of 100% compared to before. I currently have 33 points in strength. Does this War Aura give me 99 points of strength? Thinking of this, Su Yang felt a tremendous shock in his heart. With such attributes, even if he encountered a zombie tide, once the War Aura is activated, he could slaughter indiscriminately. But that wasn't the most shocking part for Su Yang, as the War Aura grants a 2-fold increase to others while it grants a 3-fold increase to himself. Guan Yusin's current strength is only 18 points, but once the War Aura is activated, her strength can reach 72 points. Not only strength, but other attributes as well. The combat power is absolutely exaggerated. Besides the War Aura, the Valkyrie also gains a passive ability. Valkyrie's body. This ability is utterly fantastical. With the Valkyrie's body, one can quickly learn to fight and adapt to combat. It can even awaken powerful combat skills, seemingly requiring the physique to be elevated to a certain level. This made Su-yang increasingly expectant. He also possesses the Valkyrie's body, albeit only with 10 of Guan Yusin's effect. But even that is quite impressive. This is quite good. Even without Yusin, I can activate the war aura. Even with just a 10 effect, it can enhance the attributes of allies by 20. And for himself, it would be 30. After some thought, Su-yang decided to use 4 talent points to upgrade his Valkyrie skill to LV5. At LV5, it will be 50 effect for myself that could enhance by 150 and for others by 100. After silently calculating, Su-yang let out a sigh of relief. He left the remaining 1 talent point untouched. Although he wanted to upgrade the Mentalist skill by 1 level, he decided against it after some consideration. It's not that the Mentalist is inferior to the Valkyrie, but rather that his current mental attribute is too low. With a 1-fold difference, it's natural to pursue the higher attribute. Moreover, he is only at the 3rd level now. There are still more than 20 levels to go. No rush. The dawn has arrived. Glancing at the still sleeping Guan Yusin, Su-yang did not disturb her. It can only be said that with his physique of 32 points, even though he has already gained a lot, it is not something an ordinary woman can endure. Time to get up. Washing up. Exiting. Then encountering some gazes. But Su-yang had already grown accustomed to this, and did not care at all. Breakfast was already prepared. The team going out today had already begun to eat. Oh, isn't this our groom? So are you willing to get up now? As soon as Su-yang sat down, a certain violent loli began to speak sarcastically. Tonight it's your turn. As soon as these words were spoken, the dining table fell into an eerie silence. Mimi's eyes widened in shock, while Shu Yu and Li Lu blushed, looking down, as if they were ostriches focused on eating breakfast. Qin Mingyao remained calm, seriously eating her breakfast. She was the one who truly did not take it to heart, focusing on her meal. Fang Xingnan, on the other hand, became flustered. Clearly Su-yang was referring to Wang Sisi, but she thought he was talking about herself. Evidently Wang Sisi's violent loli team-up concept had deeply ingrained itself in her mind. Wang Sisi did not expect Su-yang to say such a thing, which left her momentarily taken aback. But who is she? She is Wang Sisi. Alright, I'm looking forward to it, and let's see if you will be useful then. However, what she did not notice was that Qin Mingyao, who had been earnestly eating breakfast, looked up at her. She couldn't help but glance at her, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes, and a playful smile appeared on her lips. I truly hope that by then you still possess the same courage as you do now. After finishing breakfast, the 7 of them prepared to set off. Tan Xingyao had also gotten up. Su-yang had gone to bed very late last night, but Tan Xingyao had stayed up even later. By now she had only slept for 3 hours, but that was already enough for her. 5th floor of the Royal Court Hotel. At this moment, besides the 7 of them, there were also Tan Xingyao and over 10 others present. The people she brought were currently placing the stacked mattresses into backpacks one by one. Soon 200 mattresses were sent up. In front of them appeared a dozen zombies, but the 7 of Su-yang did not take action. It was Tan Xingyao and her group who engaged. They dealt with the zombies in front of them before entering the 4th floor. The 7 of Su-yang directly headed down to the lower levels. Half an hour later, on the 1st floor of the Royal Court Hotel. The surrounding area has been too damaged. We can only defend on the 2nd floor. After inspecting the area, Tan Xingyao made her decision. Su-yang nodded, and then Tan Xingyao and her group ascended to the 2nd floor, starting to place mattresses in the corridor where the staircase and elevator meet. 200 mattresses once again blocked the corridor tightly. Not only that, but after ascending, Tenkinjia's group also blocked the 5th floor once more. They left 2 people to guard. On the 15th, 25th, and 35th floors, Tan Xingyao left 2 people each. The shelter is their route. This Royal Court Hotel is now their base. When Su-yang takes people out, Tan Xingyao will only be more vigilant. On the 1st floor. Remember, our goal is just the mall, not to kill zombies. If you encounter zombies, avoid them if possible, understood? Su-yang looked at the girls with a serious expression and instructed. The girls nodded. They did not want to fight zombies either. Soon the 7 of them exited the hotel. According to the map that Tan Xingyao had memorized, they headed southeast. The mall is over there. It's not far. The straight line distance is just a little over 3 kilometers. But to safely walk to that place in this zombie-filled city is clearly not as simple as 3 kilometers. Indeed, the 7 had not left the hotel for more than 200 meters when Li Lu beside Su-yang quietly reminded him, "Don't go any further. There are a few zombies over there, and a little further ahead there are a dozen zombies." Su-yang said nothing, only stopped and looked at her. Li Lu closed her eyes to sense, and when she opened them again, her expression was not very good. There are zombies everywhere. The road to the mall is blocked. Su-yang remained calm. This situation was within his expectations. The route with the least zombies is that way. Over here. Li Lu pointed to a small alley. There are only 3 or 4 zombies here, but there are more zombies around. If we create any noise, it will be troublesome. It's fine, oh well, choose this one. Su Yang said as he glanced at Qin Mingyao, who nodded in agreement. The group entered the alley with Fang Shengnan at the front ready for iron transformation at any moment. In less than a minute, they spotted the 3 or 4 zombies Li Lu mentioned. Swish, swish, swish. 3 flying knives flashed by, and before the 3 zombies could react, Qin Mingyao had already dealt with them. The 7 did not stop and quickly passed through the alley. More than 3 hours later, in a chaotic convenience store. This convenience store is the same. Besides a pile of trash, there's nothing else. Wang Sisi wore a frustrated expression. She had lost count of how many times this had happened. Along the way, they encountered numerous zombies, but only managed to kill a portion of them. Most were carefully avoided. Li Lu's sensing talent was incredibly strong in this situation, even surpassing En's grade talent. As they walked along, they naturally came across some shops and convenience stores. However, there was nothing edible inside. In the previous small shop, there were only 2 bottles of mineral water under the counter. At first, the group held some hope of gathering supplies. Now it seemed they had been overly optimistic. It must have been cleared out a long time ago. Su Yang shook his head slightly. After all, there are few zombies in these places, making them relatively safe. There are bound to be many survivors who have visited, so naturally nothing would be left behind. Although they were teleported here, Su Yang believed that this survival world truly resembled a real one. However, this world had suffered the onset of an apocalypse. As for the cause, Tan Qingyao speculated several possibilities: the scientific research of ambitious individuals, a planetary self-cleansing mechanism, alien viruses. It's no problem. There are many zombies in the mall ahead, and it surely hasn't been scavenged yet. As she spoke, Fang Shengnan looked ahead at the mall. They had reached their destination, now separated from the mall by a street. However, getting inside wouldn't be easy. Just in front of them, a few zombies were wandering around, and there were also about a dozen by the mall's entrance. Combined, there were only a little over 20 zombies, which posed little threat to Su Yang and his 7 companions. However, if they made any noise while killing these zombies, Su Yang was certain that in a matter of seconds, hundreds of zombies would come rushing in from all directions. Although it was unclear how many people were in this city, they were already within the city center. In a few seconds, several hundred zombies could appear. Within minutes, thousands, or even tens of thousands of zombies could potentially show up. They couldn't rush in. At this moment, Li Lu, who had been sensing with her eyes closed, opened them again. This time it seemed she had sensed quite a distance as her face turned slightly pale. "How is it? Are you okay?" Su Yang asked with concern. "I'm fine, just a bit drained. I can recover after a rest." Li Lu shook her head slightly. "Let's take a break first so we can eat something, and then move out." Su Yang made the decision. The girls did not object. Instead, they immediately began to clean up the convenience store. They covered some items. Shu Yu even took out some food from her backpack, which she had prepared in the morning. There were even 3 thermal lunchboxes, quite a feast. While eating, Li Lu also shared what she had sensed. Earlier, she had performed an extreme perception and discovered quite a few zombies. The mall was without power. The first floor outside was bearable, but a bit further inside it was dark. It seemed there were no zombies, but in reality, there were still quite a few. Just Li Lu sensed over 100 zombies on the first floor, not counting those deeper inside. The most terrifying area was the basement level. There are about 200 to 300 zombies sensed in the basement. It seems like all the zombies have concentrated there, Li Lu said with a serious expression. "This is just what I sensed. The number of zombies on the upper floors isn't that many." Although her sensing ability was good, it decreased when separated by a floor. Within a range of 100 or 200 meters, if on the first floor of the mall, she could only get a vague idea about the upper floors. However, this time, she could confirm that the higher the floor, the fewer zombies seemed to be present. Su Yang analyzed that this must be due to some survivors having broken in before, but he didn't know whether they succeeded or failed. What was certain was that some noise had attracted a lot of zombies from the upper floors. "It looks like we need to find a way to start from the top floor." Looking up at the opposite mall, Su Yang formed a plan in his mind. After resting for half an hour, the group set. They didn't enter from the front, but walked along the side of the convenience store, and after finding an opportunity, the 7 of them jumped onto the road to the right of the mall. There was a large tree here. With their current attributes, even the weakest Shu Yu could easily climb it. Once on the tree, Su Yang took out a rope ladder from his backpack, which was something the girls in the class had collected and made themselves. To Su Yang's surprise, these crafted items could also be enhanced by him. Of course, the rope ladder in his hands had not been enhanced. Without saying a word, Su Yang simply handed the rope ladder to Qin Mingyao behind him. Upon receiving it, Qin Mingyao used her telekinesis to send one end of the ladder towards a window on the 3rd floor of the opposite mall. Once in place, the exposed end of the rope ladder tied itself up. The other end was already secured to the trunk of the tree, actually making it easier to climb from the ground. However, having the other end tied to the tree was safer. If zombies appeared, they wouldn't be immediately surrounded. After securing the ladder, Fang Shengnan was the first to climb up. She moved quickly, reaching the top in just a few moments. After adjusting the window to widen the entrance, Fang Shengnan entered the mall. During this time, she maintained her iron state. Moments later, finding no issues, she signaled for the others to come up. Wang Sisi was the second. Then came Shu Yu, Li Lu, He Mimi, and Qin Mingyao. Lastly, it was Su Yang. After he entered, the girls had already blocked the stairs leading to the second floor with mattresses and other miscellaneous items. This was deliberately prepared. Not entering the third floor, the group moved straight up, planning to start from the top floor. This mall had 2 underground levels and 8 above-ground levels, making a total of 10 floors. However, just as they reached the 6th floor, a zombie suddenly walked into the previously empty staircase. Bang! Almost instinctively, Wang Sisi swung the hammer in her hand. The zombie was instantly obliterated. However, her hammer struck the wall, creating a dent. This wasn't the main point. The main issue was the considerable noise. Even in the deathly silence of the entire mall, this sound could likely be heard everywhere. Oh no! Su Yang's lips twitched, as he expected the next moment confirmed his thoughts. Roar! 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 Countless howls echoed both from above and below. The roars of the zombies below erupted instantly. The sheer number was terrifying to hear. In just a few seconds, the silent mall transformed into a noisy market. I'm sorry, Wang Sisi immediately realized, her face filled with regret and panic. It's fine, Su Yang replied, quickly saying, run upstairs to the top floor first. Shengnan and Mingyao, you two clear the way. Sisi, you and Mimi keep an eye on Shu Yu and Li Lu. They'll cover the rear. In an instant, Su Yang reacted. Fang Shengnan charged upwards, this time, not taking out the iron door or guardrail, but wielding a machete. As she reached the 7th floor, several zombies charged at her. Swish! With one slash, the leading zombie was decapitated. Several flashes of cold light shot out from behind her, directly taking down the zombies that lunged at her. Fang Shengnan was not surprised. She continued to charge forward, reaching the 7th floor, where many zombies were rushing over. I'll hold them off, Mingyao, you rush up. Qin Mingyao said nothing. The flying knives that had returned to her hand flew out again. She killed 2 zombies that had just poked their heads out from the 8th floor. Following closely were Wang Sisi and He Mimi. Shu Yu and Li Lu rushed up, both wielding iron rods, but there was no opportunity for them to exert themselves. He Mimi stopped behind Fang Shengnan and waved her hand, summoning a fireball out of thin air. The fireball exploded behind the zombies that Fang Shengnan was blocking, blasting several zombies away and making things much easier for Fang Shengnan. A steel pipe jabbed through the head of one of the zombies Fang Shengnan was blocking. Su Yang had arrived. Mimi, throw. He Mimi said nothing and threw a pile of miscellaneous items into the hallway behind Su Yang. After throwing, she turned and rushed up. Su Yang quickly killed the zombies that Fang Shengnan was blocking with just a few moves. Go! He shouted as he hurried up the stairs. Fang Shengnan also turned and charged upwards. As she came up, she saw Shu Yu and Li Lu frantically throwing things at the entrance of the 8th floor staircase. In just an instant, a large amount of miscellaneous items blocked the hallway, completely halting the zombies rushing from below. But this didn't mean they were safe, because the zombies on the 8th floor were already charging toward them. As Su Yang rushed to the 8th floor, he saw a ground littered with corpses, most of which had been slain by Qin Mingyao. Beside her, Wang Sisi swung a hammer, attacking the zombies that tried to approach. Mingyao, keep watch. Su Yang passed by Qin Mingyao, prompting her to cease her actions. By this point, she had already killed quite a few zombies. Continuing would only lead to exhaustion. Qin Mingyao remained silent, dispatching 2 more approaching zombies before stopping. She indeed needed a breather. Su Yang had exchanged the steel pipe in his hand for a machete, and before the zombies in the distance could charge, he took the initiative to attack. Swish! The blade flashed, and the foremost zombie was cleaved in 2 by Su Yang. With a twist of the machete, he beheaded another zombie charging from behind. Everything flowed effortlessly like a stream. Su Yang understood that this was the power of the god of war, physique manifesting. On the other side, Fang Shengnan charged forward with Wang Sisi following her. Behind them were Shu Yu and Li Lu, who, although not as strong as the others, could still be of assistance. He Mimi originally wanted to unleash a fireball, but Su Yang didn't give her the chance. For every zombie that charged, Su Yang killed the same number. The more he fought, the braver he became. Moreover, Su Yang felt acutely aware of every movement, each swing of the blade, each kill. His actions became increasingly precise. The previously chaotic combat was starting to take form. At first, Su Yang could feel the blade getting stuck, and his strikes against the zombies were somewhat uncoordinated. But now he instinctively knew where to strike. Getting stuck, that was a thing of the past. He could easily dispatch one zombie with each swing. However, even having reached this point, Su Yang's expression grew serious. The corridor behind them was indeed blocked. But this was a large shopping mall, and there were plenty of stairs on each floor. In the middle area, there were several escalators. At this moment, numerous zombies were climbing up from these locations. They wouldn't be able to kill them all. In the end, they would only be left exhausted. This was not what Su Yang desired. Go to the rooftop. A thought flickered in Su Yang's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Even if the stairs behind led to the rooftop, it would only block the corridor. But then what? Sooner or later they would have to come down, and by then they would face even more zombies. Thus there was only one solution. Su Yang's gaze turned cold as he commanded, "Everyone stay close to me." As soon as he finished speaking, the girls sprang into action. After killing 2 nearby zombies, Fang Shengnan stowed her machete and took out a metal railing from her backpack. Wang Sisi had already reached Su Yang's side, pushing forward with him. He Mimi followed them closely, while Shu Yu and Li Lu held steel pipes looking for opportunities to kill the zombies Fang Shengnan blocked. Qin Mingyao still did not make a move. She would only act in the face of danger. The 7 of them advanced a distance, and as they approached an escalator, Su Yang snapped at Wang Sisi, "Smash it." As he spoke, Su Yang kicked down a zombie that was climbing up. In an instant, all the zombies on the escalator tumbled down due to his kick. Without hesitation, Wang Sisi raised her hammer high and smashed it down. With a thunderous crash, the escalator cracked. Wang Sisi struck it 3 times, and the entire escalator collapsed. The zombies that had climbed up fell along with the broken elevator. That was one less problem. Su Yang sighed in relief, but his movements did not pause. With a swing of the blade, he killed another zombie that lunged at him. Passing by a restaurant, Su Yang glanced back and said, "Mingyao, go in with Shu Yu and collect any tables and chairs that can fit in the backpack." The 2 girls nodded and entered. The zombies in the restaurant had long been lured away, and calling Qin Mingyao was just a precaution. It wasn't long before the 2 girls came back out. The group continued forward and soon arrived at another escalator. The same operation took place. The second one. At this point, they were not far from a stairway. The girls had also caught on and roughly understood Su Yang's plan. Qin Mingyao instructed Fang Shengnan to head to the stairway while she took the rear position. Fang Shengnan charged ahead, smashing both the door and the zombies down the stairway. Shu Yu seized the opportunity to directly throw the items they had just collected into the stairway. In just a few seconds, the stairway was blocked. An hour later, the group collapsed in an empty restaurant. They had cleared all the zombies on this floor. Actually, the number wasn't that many, just over 300. After all, zombies lacked high intelligence and wouldn't specifically seek the elevator to charge up. During this time, many zombies from various floors had fallen down, and the lobby on the first floor was already littered with zombie corpses. Although the numbers were not great, the back-and-forth assaults left Su Yang and the others exhausted. Even Shu Yu and Li Lu had killed over a dozen zombies. However, it wasn't entirely without gains. After this battle, the girls had all grown stronger. Qin Mingyao maneuvered her flying knives with greater freedom, and Fang Shengnan found it easier to fend off zombies. Wang Sisi, the violent lowly, had also become increasingly ferocious. He Mimi and the others found it easier to kill zombies as well. Even Su Yang himself had changed. This battle had elevated his god of war physique. If it had been before, Su Yang would have found himself in a difficult position when surrounded by a dozen zombies, and it would have been somewhat dangerous. But now he could easily resolve a dozen zombies in a minute. This made Su Yang realize that his god of war physique needed combat to grow. Listening to the chaotic roars from the floors below, Su Yang leaned against the side, feeling drained. At this time, Shu Yu and Li Lu got busy. They took out some food and drinks from their backpacks and handed them to Su Yang and the others. Despite being covered in the stench of blood at this moment, no one cared. Finally, we're alive again. After gulping down 2 bottles of mineral water, Wang Sisi slumped down directly, falling asleep on the ground. Fang Shengnan was no different, as she seemed to have already dozed off. Qin Mingyao also looked somewhat pale, but fortunately this time, she hadn't drained her spiritual energy and just needed a moment to rest. Mimi had used up quite a bit, but still had some strength left. Thus, she took Shu Yu and Li Lu to clean up the battlefield. Many zombies had been killed. However, not a single crystal core was found. Seeing this, Su Yang did not stop them. He knew that the 3 of them had not consumed much energy. Even if they encountered a few zombies, they could still easily dispatch them. However, he still shifted his position, sitting in the corridor. If anything were to happen, he could respond immediately. He was quite drained physically, but his mental energy remained largely intact. He could completely kill enemies with his psychic power. After a while, Qin Mingyao approached. "What should we do? What to do?" Su Yang looked up at Qin Mingyao, and then turned his gaze to the roaring zombies below. What else was there to do? They could only kill. Now they were probably trapped here. Su Yang planned to open a passage and slowly kill them. Suddenly at this moment, Li Lu ran over with a face full of surprise. Director, we found a small ice storage in a restaurant that still has power. Ice storage. Su-yang suddenly stood up, surprised at the existence of such a thing. What else could be stored in the restaurant's ice storage apart from food? Even Wang Cici, who had been lying down, got up. Quick, take me there. Moments later, the seven of them entered a restaurant. They had not paid attention before, but now Su-yang and the others noticed something unusual. This restaurant was likely 2,000 to 3,000 square meters in size, beautifully decorated. At the deepest part of the restaurant was a small ice storage. Though it was called a small ice storage, it was quite large for the restaurant. The entire ice storage measured about 50 to 60 square meters, and its independent power system was still functioning. The power was running low, and there wasn't much diesel left in the generator. If they waited a few more days, the ice storage would start to melt. When they opened it, everyone was overjoyed. Oh my God, is this a hairy crab? What hairy crab? This is king crab. I've never seen one this big before. Wow, there's a lot of frozen meat here. Finally, their efforts weren't in vain. Su-yang let out a sigh of relief, the corners of his mouth slightly curving upwards as he waved his hand. Come on, let's grab a few and have a feast. At these words, the women cheered again. After some discussion, they decided not to store these items in their backpacks for the time being. It wasn't that they were afraid of melting. The space inside the backpack seemed to be in a state similar to stasis. Warm items put in would still be almost the same when taken out the next day. It was just that they still needed to free up a lot of space in the backpack for now. Half an hour later, 3 king crabs, over a dozen lobsters, and various seafood formed a sumptuous seafood feast. Although it was frozen, the taste was somewhat lacking. But at this time, having something to eat was already good enough. They weren't picky about the taste. Even the 2 young ladies, Qin Mingyao and Wang Cici, were eating heartily. In fact, it had only been a little over 2 hours since they finished lunch. The previous battle had consumed quite a bit. After eating, they searched this floor again. Unfortunately, there were a few restaurants, and only 2 had ice storage. However, those 2 ice storages had lost power long ago. The smell that hit them when they opened the storage almost drove them away. There were plenty of kitchen utensils they could take. With some gains, everyone suddenly felt invigorated. Let's kill some zombies, then we can rest. Su-yang outlined the next plan. So we won't be going back today? Shuyu asked. No, we won't be. Su-yang slightly shook his head. This was also what he had previously discussed with Tan Xingya and the others. Today, unless everything went exceptionally smoothly or they encountered unexpected situations, they would not be going back. They cleaned up one of the hallway's clutter. Zombies began to charge wildly, but under the protection of the group, they could not break through. In fact, by the end, the entire hallway was blocked by the corpses of zombies. Su-yang and the others could only head to another hallway. After several repetitions, they managed to kill another 200 to 300 zombies. Yet there were still plenty of zombies in the entire mall. Especially when they saw some zombies outside the mall heading towards it, Su-yang felt a headache coming on. At this rate, they would never finish killing them all. They needed to come up with a plan. However, after thinking for a long time, Su-yang couldn't come up with any countermeasures. In fact, the best option now was to leave the mall, which was actually easy. Originally, they couldn't get through the rope ladder on the 3rd floor, but they hadn't only equipped one ladder. So leaving was quite easy for them. The problem was that they had come in to find resources, although they had just collected a batch of seafood and meat, it was still not enough. Su-yang's gaze fell to the floor below. Now he had a general understanding of the situation in the entire mall. For instance, the 8th floor they were on and the 6th and 7th floors below had restaurants or tea shops. The 5th and 6th floors contained children's clothing and supplies along with a children's amusement park plus furniture and cinemas. The clothes they needed were just on the 2nd to 4th floors, with women's clothing specifically on the 2nd floor. Since that's the case, a gleam flashed in Su-yang's eyes as he turned to the women and said, at this rate, we won't be able to kill all these zombies. So, I plan to charge into the 7th floor, block it off as before, and clear out all the zombies. For now, this is the only method we have. Qin Mingyao agreed with Su-yang's suggestion. The other women had no objections either. Moreover, repeating the previous steps meant they had gained some experience. However, this time Su-yang had Qin Mingyao and Li Lu create a big commotion on the west side to attract the zombies on the 7th floor. At this moment, Su-yang instructed Shuyu to clear the clutter in the east hallway. This hallway was the same one they had initially ascended through, and they chose this side because the lower hallway was already blocked. Quietly, the hallway's clutter was cleared away. Su-yang and Fang Shengnan entered the 7th floor first, this time from both sides. Moving rapidly, Su-yang reached the other side of the hallway and threw a large amount of items from his backpack to block it off. Fang Shengnan rushed towards another direction's hallway, while Wang Cici headed for the nearest escalator. In an instant, the 3 of them split up into 3 locations. At this point, Qin Mingyao and Li Lu also came down. After Fang Shengnan finished throwing her items, she had already returned. The 7 gathered again, moving in one direction to block each hallway. This time they were much more experienced, especially with Su Yang's enhanced abilities as a martial god, making it easier to kill the zombies. He could even handle the zombies on one side by himself. The killing was very swift. In less than an hour they had blocked off the 7th floor, and only about 20 to 30 zombies remained. As they killed the last zombie before Su Yang could even catch his breath, Li Lu's expression suddenly changed. Wait, it seems something terrifying is approaching us. Not good, it's moving very fast, this fluctuation. Director, run. That thing is too terrifying. Su Yang's expression changed drastically as a loud bang sounded from below. Looking down, Su Yang's pupils constricted. He saw a large hole blasted in the ground. A strange monster crawled out from within. It had no skin, its muscle tissue was directly exposed, twitching with each breath, and black chunks of tar were congealed where the blood vessels had ruptured. Its limbs were twisted at unnatural angles with wrists bent at sharp angles, and its 5 claws glinted with a surgical knife-like cold light, with bits of flesh from its last meal clinging to its fingertips. The outline of its head barely retained a human shape, the skull gone, and the brain was directly exposed. There were no eyeballs in the eye sockets, only 2 black holes oozing slime with a reddish hue. The jawbone jutted out to the ears with the corners of its mouth torn into a hideous arc, and its row of teeth was as sharp as a shark's with no lips to cover them. Saliva, mixed with black blood, dripped from the gaps between its teeth. Damn, is that a liquor? The moment Su Yang saw the monster, his scalp tingled. The moment Su Yang saw the liquor, he sensed the danger. At the same time, the liquor on the 1st floor raised its head and sniffed, seemingly trying to confirm something. In the next moment, it seemed to have locked onto a scent. Without a skull, its head suddenly turned towards Su Yang and the others, and the hollow sockets glowed red for a brief moment. Oh no! Su Yang's expression changed, and without looking back, he whispered, run. However, just as he shouted this, he witnessed an unbelievable scene. He saw the liquor, having confirmed their location, leap violently to the 2nd floor. It swiftly climbed to the 3rd floor using the escalator. There was no time left. The speed of the liquor made Su Yang's pupils contract. He knew they could never escape at this pace. Pistol! Su Yang shouted, and the pistol from his backpack instantly appeared in his hand. Bang! 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 Without pausing, he began shooting. On the other side, Wang Sisi seemed to have reacted. She also took out a pistol from her backpack. The other 3 pistols were with him, Mimi and the others, and they quickly drew their weapons. Fang Shengnan and Qin Mingyao did not have guns as they were not suited to use them. Fang Shengnan directly entered her iron form to block the others, while Qin Mingyao took out a throwing knife, but didn't act immediately. After firing multiple shots, not a single bullet hit. Too fast. Even with the enhanced pistol that had an 80 increase in accuracy, it couldn't hit the liquor. Su Yang's expression changed, and he silently shouted, war, aura. Instantly the girls felt their attributes surge. Bang! It seemed that with the surge in attributes and focused mental energy, Wang Sisi's shot hit. Pucci! The 54 model pistol with a 20 damage pierced through the liquor's forelimb. Roar! The liquor cried out in pain, but did not stop. Its speed was affected, but it was still very fast. Bang bang bang. After another 3 shots, Su Yang hit once. However, it merely resulted in a spray of blood from the liquor. The damage was insufficient. For the liquor, it had little impact. Meanwhile, it had already jumped to the 6th floor, just 1 floor away from Su Yang and the others. Fortunately, the escalator had been smashed by Wang Sisi, forcing it to jump onto the wall to climb up. But this made it more difficult for Su Yang and the others to shoot. Let me handle it. Fang Shengnan shouted as she charged towards the liquor. She swung a machete at the liquor's head that had just peeked out. Swish! A shadow darted out from the liquor's mouth, wrapping around Fang Shengnan's wrist. It was the liquor's tongue. Fang Shengnan was taken aback, and at that moment Wang Sisi's voice rang out. Shengnan, be careful. There was no time to react, and Fang Shengnan felt a tremendous force strike her, sending her flying into the dining room. With a loud bang in everyone's eyes, Fang Shengnan was swatted away by the liquor and vanished from sight. Shengnan! Wang Sisi's eyes turned red with urgency as she swung her hammer and rushed forward. Oh no! Su Yang's expression changed slightly as he had to follow. Die! At this moment, the liquor had completely climbed up, and Wang Sisi roared as she swung her hammer. But it was evaded by the liquor. Boom! With a loud crash, Wang Sisi angrily smashed the ground, shattering it entirely. This section of the corridor was obliterated. Wang Sisi had no time to react and was about to fall. If she fell, it would be from the 6th floor. The zombies on the 6th floor had not been cleared. If Wang Sisi fell, it would be disastrous. Su Yang naturally wouldn't let her fall. He quickly grabbed Wang Sisi and lifted her up. However, at that moment, a gust of wind rushed towards them. Oh no! Without thinking, Su Yang forcefully embraced Wang Sisi, turning his body. With a thud, a powerful force struck, and Su Yang let out a muffled grunt. He was sent flying by this force. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, several throwing knives flew out. Qin Mingyao had made her move. Under the war aura with her attributes doubled, her telekinetic control over the throwing knives accelerated. Seizing the moment the liquor attacked Su Yang, she decisively struck. Puchi! Puchi! Several throwing knives instantly pierced through the liquor's body. With a loud crash, the massive body of the liquor fell heavily to the ground, struggling to rise. But it couldn't do so. Being cautious, Qin Mingyao did not aim for a lethal blow on the liquor. Instead, her attacks targeted the joints of the liquor. As a result, the liquor lost its ability to move. But why did it seem somewhat easy? A hint of doubt flashed in Qin Mingyio's eyes, but then she suddenly realized something, and a look of relief crossed her face. War aura. Her attributes were currently doubled. While she contemplated these matters, Qin Mingyio's telekinetic power did not pause. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The throwing knives that damaged the liquor's joints spun in midair and flew towards the liquor again. This time, the immobile liquor was nothing but a sitting target. Several throwing knives struck its head instantly, and a flurry of attacks severed its head. To be on the safe side, Qin Mingyao also aimed to shred the liquor's heart. But at that moment, a system prompt sounded, preventing her from continuing. Kill a second-tier liquor, score 10 due to the first kill, and bonus for defeating a higher-tier enemy. Additional reward, blue treasure chest. Won this. Qin Mingyao was taken aback, but she did not check. Instead, she hurriedly ran towards Su Yang and Wang Sisi. Mimi and the others had already gone over. No problem. When she saw Su Yang and Wang Sisi, Qin Mingyao let out a sigh of relief. The two looked relatively uninjured, but she quickly noticed something was off. The expressions of Mimi and the others were not good, their gazes fixed on Su Yang's back. Qin Mingyio's expression changed as she hurriedly approached Su Yang's back. What met her eyes were 3 bloody claw marks. He was injured. Moreover, the injuries were severe, deep enough to see the bone. Don't worry, I'm fine. Seemingly understanding the girl's worries, Su Yang smiled at the hesitant Wang Sisi and said, we are immune to the zombie virus and won't turn into zombies. But this wound. Wang Sisi's gaze flickered with guilt. It's nothing, it hurts a bit, but with my 32 points of physique, it won't have a significant impact. Wait until we go back and let Xiaoxua heal me, and I will fully recover. By the way, where is Shengnan? Only after Su Yang mentioned this did everyone react. Shengnan, quick, go check. The girls hurriedly ran away, leaving Su Yang and Qin Mingyao, who were speechless. I'm really fine. Seemingly knowing what Qin Mingyao wanted to say, Su Yang shook his head. I can hold on, no need to go back. Qin Mingyao said nothing, but her gaze fell on Fang Xingnan, who had been pulled out from the wall by the girls, her eyes flashing with contemplation. I'm fine. I'm really fine. Don't forget my iron form, how could I be injured? Fang Xingnan hurriedly explained in response to the girls' inquiries. After a few minutes, Su Yang found a crystal core in his hand. It was a second-tier crystal core belonging to the Devourer. In front of the group, there was also a blue treasure chest. Was it the bonus from the first kill and the overlevel kill? A glimmer of understanding flashed in Su Yang's eyes as he seemed to grasp how to quickly obtain treasure chests. However, Su Yang sighed after glancing at the several women. First of all, I also made mistakes this time. Now that the battle was over, Su Yang realized that they all had significant issues during this fight. Fang Xingnan suffered an attack without any injuries. Furthermore, Qin Mingyao easily killed the Devourer. This undoubtedly indicated one thing: this second-tier Devourer might be quite strong. But under the aura of war, everyone's attributes doubled and his own attributes increased by 5 times. With such attributes, dealing with a second-tier Devourer was not actually difficult. Su Yang was quite clear in his heart that it was still their mindset that had not adapted completely. Even he, upon seeing the Devourer, instinctively had the thought that he might not be able to defeat it. But in reality, under the aura of war, his strength had already surpassed that of the Devourer. However, he did not think of choosing to fight. The same went for Fang Xingnan. Had she been proactive in attacking instead of defending at the beginning, she certainly would not have become a decoration. Things would not have turned out this way. After voicing these issues, the women fell silent. Even Qin Mingyao humbly accepted it. At first, when she saw the Devourer, she was also afraid and instinctively thought she couldn't defeat it. They couldn't defeat it together. Therefore, when she killed the Devourer, she found it surprisingly easy. For this, Su Yang did not blame anyone, he merely stated the problems. Just a few days ago, they were still university students who hadn't killed a single chicken. It was natural to be afraid. But Su Yang also understood that this aspect must be overcome quickly. And one more thing. Su Yang looked at the women, his gaze falling on the handgun he had just taken out from his backpack. That is our shooting level. Su Yang's lips twitched. He originally thought that with the accuracy increase of 80, their hit rate, but the facts proved that this 80 accuracy was based on the shooter's own shooting skills. Mei and the others had fired several shots, but what was the result? The three of them wasted 30 to 40 bullets and didn't hit a single one. The three girls seemed to realize this and blushed. It's fine if we can't do it while practice. Saying this, Su Yang aimed at a zombie downstairs and fired a shot. Bang! The bullet penetrated the zombie's skull, killing it in one hit. With the Void magazine, keeping 10 bullets in the handgun is enough. The extra bullets are for me to practice my shooting skills. The girls nodded, their expressions serious. They indeed needed to practice their shooting skills, though otherwise their handguns would be less useful than fire sticks. Mingyao, you keep the treasure chest for now. I'll let Meow Meow open it when we return. Okay. Qin Mingyao nodded and put away the treasure chest. Then she turned to Su Yang and said, it's getting dark, you have injuries. Eat something and rest early. She looked at Shu Yu. Shu Yu and Li Lu prepare some food for everyone. All right. The two girls nodded and began preparing dinner. Su Yang did not stop them. He indeed needed to rest. The wound on his back was not light, and if it weren't for his physique exceeding 30 points, it would have been a big problem. However, now his wound had stopped bleeding and was beginning to scab. It seemed that the recovery ability of a 32-point physique was quite good. After dinner, Su Yang went to rest. The restaurant had an office area with 2 or 3 rooms. With a little tidying up, everyone could stay inside. It was simply a matter of throwing a few mattresses down. Everyone also slept quite comfortably. After Su Yang fell asleep, Qin Mingyao proactively began assigning tasks. In the past, Wang Cici would have jumped out to contradict her. But now she felt guilty because she had caused Su Yang. She didn't cause any disturbances. Just the 6 of us, we need to keep watch tonight. Qin Mingyao looked at the women and said, Shengnan Yu and Li Lu will be in a group keeping watch until 11 p.m. I will take over with Shu Yu until 3 a.m. Wang Cici and Mei Mei will take the last shift. Understood. Understood. The women nodded, and then Qin Mingyao prepared to rest. As she passed in front of Wang Cici, she softly said, no one blames you, don't think too much. I wasn't thinking too much. Wang Cici instinctively retorted, but her voice was so low that only she could hear. Qin Mingyao said nothing more and went to rest. She truly needed a break. Soon only Fang Shengnan and Li Lu remained. The two had a good relationship. In fact, Fang Shengnan got along well with all the girls in the class. She had done modeling and understood fashion, and being down-to-earth, her nature was also good. If her nature were not good, she wouldn't have become close friends with Wang Cici. The two exchanged whispers, discussing not fashion or delicious food as before. Now it had turned into how to kill zombies. Your iron transformation is so convenient. If I could have it, I wouldn't worry about getting hurt. Li Lu said enviously. You can detect zombies in advance. Why are you envious? Fang Shengnan replied seriously. Besides, your role is more significant than ours. It is crucial in the team. We are all important. We can't do without anyone. Li Lu hurriedly said. I was just mentioning it. After all, it's impossible for me to truly possess iron transformation abilities. Impossible. It indeed is impossible. But Fang Shengnan said nothing, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. Li Lu indeed couldn't, but some people would have no problem. Soon the time reached 11 p.m. Qin Mingyao and Shu Yu got up to take over for Fang Shengnan and Li Lu. Just as the two were about to go rest, Qin Mingyao unintentionally leaned in front of Fang Shengnan and whispered something. Fang Shengnan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Qin Mingyao, as if Qin Mingyao had said something that left her incredulous. But Qin Mingyao remained calm and said, don't look at me like that. Think about it. If Su Yang had iron transformation, would he have gotten hurt today? Fang Shengnan fell silent. She knew that Qin Mingyao words were correct. If Su Yang had iron transformation abilities, he would not have been injured today. Not just today, but he would find it hard to get injured in the future. At the very least, the Devourer could not harm her in her iron transformation state. Moreover, she also understood one thing: even without the boost of the war aura, the Devourer would not be able to inflict any harm on her. In her iron transformation state, her defense was astonishing. With a sigh of relief, Fang Shengnan made up her mind. She did not go over to Li Lu, but entered another room. Upon seeing this, a smile appeared on Qin Mingyao face, but then she bit her silver teeth and muttered fiercely. You got lucky this time, you bastard. In her sleep, Su Yang was awakened. He found someone had slipped into his blanket. But the next moment, the familiar scent made him relax completely. It was Fang Shengnan. But you climb in, and then just cover yourself with the blanket like an ostrich, leaving no further action. No, you came on your own. Continue. Forget it, it has to be me. Su Yang secretly shook his head. At this moment, he was not foolish enough to ask why the other party was here. Is this the right time to ask? If he really asked, the other party might shy away, and the meat that was almost in his mouth would fly away. Silence speaks louder than words. You have successfully bound a female with a score of 92, triggering her innate abilities. You can enhance the highest level, which has now been raised to level 46. Upon seeing this name, Su Yang's heart skipped a beat. He unconsciously thought of Superman's steel body. It turned out he was overthinking. Not as powerful as Superman. However, this level talent steel body is still quite formidable. Previously, Fang Xingnan's ironization only hardened the surface of her body, while internally, she remained flesh and blood. But now with her level steel body, her entire being can be hardened, including her heart and other organs. This is the true form of being indestructible. Just ironization alone would lead to her death if she suffered a powerful blow resulting in internal ruptures. However, under steelization, her body's surface provides defense, and her heart and brain also become completely steelized. Furthermore, there is one particularly special trait. That is, under steelization, even if her body is severely injured, as long as she maintains the steel state, it is equivalent to being unharmed. In other words, even if her heart is lost while steelized, Fang Sheng and could still survive. But that would only be possible while in the steel state. If the steel state is released, there would be nothing to discuss. Before Tan Xingya had already made Fang Shengnan try it out, she was injured and entered ironization, which allowed Lin Ruoxue to heal her. Although Lin Ruoxue's talent cannot eliminate the zombie virus, her healing ability is undeniably. The most important part is that this level steel body has a passive ability, which is to automatically steelize in critical situations. Even without activating the steel body, and even in a state of unawareness, her body can automatically steelize before an attack lands. This is a self-defense mechanism, the special ability of this level steel body. Name Suyang. Talent, God level infinite enhancement unique. Strength, 33. Constitution, 32. Agility, 16. Spirit, 16. Talent skills, SSS level psychic, LV1 SS level Valkyrie, LV5 SS level information, controller, LV1S level steel body, LV1. Talent points, 2 points. Backpack, 1010 type 54 pistol. Suyang pondered for a moment and ultimately allocated all 2 talent points to the steel body. The effect now exceeds Fang Xingnan's previous ironization by 30. Suyang let out a sigh of relief. He certainly wouldn't be injured easily now. He glanced down at the sleeping Fang Xingnan and closed the attribute panel. Time to sleep. Before dawn, Fang Xingnan quietly left like a thief. Suyang was startled awake, but did not open his eyes. He knew Fang Xingnan was very shy. After all, she had kept her eyes closed all night, pretending to be asleep and unaware. It was simply too adorable. After Fang Xingnan left, Suyang also got up, and after checking his injuries, he found that the wounds had healed considerably. At this rate, he thought he might fully recover in 7 or 8 days. Suyang finally understood the benefits of having a high constitution. Before long, dawn broke. After Suyang came out, everyone else was already awake. Fang Xingnan, blushing, dared not look up at Suyang, as she looked just like a cat caught in the act. Suyang, how is your recovery? Wang Sisi approached, somewhat hesitant. Don't worry, I'm really fine. Suyang smiled slightly, lifting his shirt to reveal his wound. See, my wound has already started to heal. Even without Lin Ruoxue's healing, I will recover in a few days. Upon seeing that Suyang's wound had indeed healed compared to yesterday, Wang Sisi finally relaxed. She always believed that Suyang's injury was her fault. All right, everyone, come eat breakfast. Shuyu called out, bringing out steaming breakfast. She had collected everything useful from the 8th and 7th floors. Among them, there were quite a few gas tanks, and the breakfast was freshly made seafood porridge. There were also plenty of rice and flour in those restaurants. Overall, considering the harvest, this trip was already extremely worthwhile. Suyang was naturally not satisfied. After breakfast, the group prepared to take action. Today, I plan to clear out all the zombies. This statement caused a slight change in the girls' expressions. Before they could speak, Suyang continued, I understand your concerns, but my plan is to directly activate the war aura. With the war aura, even you girls can easily kill zombies. This was indeed true. Qin Mingyao hesitated for a moment and asked, what if we encounter a licker again? No problem. Suyang's tone was calm and confident. We have experience now of facing a licker again won't be so chaotic. Moreover, we won't be fighting continuously, we will take breaks in between. Suyang then elaborated on this operation for a few more minutes. No one opposed. Then let's get started. Suyang jumped down the large hole that Wang Sisi smashed open yesterday. The 7th and 8th floors had already been scavenged. With the halo of war enhancing him, Suyang felt his combat power soaring beyond limits. A single slash was no longer just a clean cut, it was an outright explosion. With a dozen zombies, he only needed to swing his blade a few times to eliminate them all. Eventually, Wang Sisi even gave up on following him. Because she was trailing behind Suyang, she didn't get to kill any zombies and ended up covered in blood and entrails. In the end, only Himimi and Shuyu remained behind him. One was practicing fireball techniques, while the other occasionally fired a shot to hone her marksmanship. Fang Shengnan was already a terrifying weapon herself, and with Wang Cici joining it became effortless. Behind them, Qin Mingyao only occasionally struck at the right moment, throwing flying daggers. With a flash of cold light, several zombies were slain. Of course, her main focus was still on handling emergencies. For instance, whether a second licker would appear. The most relaxed was Li Lu, who was actually monitoring for lickers. From time to time, she released her active perception, especially paying extra attention to the pit that the licker had opened on the first floor yesterday, fearing that a second licker might emerge. In just a few minutes, the zombies on the 6th floor were dealt with. The hallway was also blocked. It was necessary to block it as Su Yang and the others needed to rest. Additionally, they needed to loot this floor. The 6th floor had a cinema, and at Wang Cici's suggestion, several girls dismantled several film projectors. This equipment only took up one storage slot in the backpack, so bringing it along was no problem. The 6th floor also had a bookstore, and the text was similar to that of Blue Star. They moved quite a bit. It wasn't until an hour and a half later that they descended to the 5th floor. The same procedure followed, and after a few minutes they started to clean up the battlefield and loot the spoils. This floor was filled with children's products and some home goods stores. The girls enthusiastically looted, especially the baby stores for formula diapers and clothes, taking everything. They weren't worried about running out of backpack space. Su Yang shook his head slightly, but didn't stop them, as these items might be useful in a year. Next was the 4th floor, which had shoes, bags, and other items. There were quite a few zombies, but they were quickly dead. After eliminating the zombies, they followed the same procedure. However, someone soon approached Su Yang. Director, we're running out of backpack space. Seeing Shu Yes' apologetic expression, Su Yang's lips twitched. I knew it. With such a frenzy for everything, no amount of backpack space would be enough. But what could he say? Su Yang shook his head slightly. Things won't run away from here. Let's go back first, then come back. Saying this, he turned to head toward the rope ladder they had tied on the 3rd floor. However, he soon noticed something was off. Shu Yu hadn't followed. Turning around, he realized she was standing still, her face flushed. Wait, could it be? Su Yang felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart as a guess formed. Shu Yes' subsequent reaction confirmed his suspicion. Director, this isn't going to work. Though she was very shy just thinking about how Fang Shengnan had been, Shu Yu mustered her courage to look at Su Yang. So help me, enhance my talent. I have an 11 talent just like Fang Shengnan, and I'm sure I can upgrade this level talent. At that time, the backpack I gain from my talent will definitely be more. Right, I'm doing this to enhance my backpack. Otherwise, I won't be able to fit anything in. Shu Yu secretly nodded, seemingly finding a reason for herself. Su Yang. No wonder only Shu Yu came over, the others didn't appear. He had guessed correctly. Su Yang inwardly exclaimed. To be honest, he really didn't have such thoughts right now. After last night, and having just activated the War Halo and fought, he had completely no such intentions. So, Su Yang didn't speak and directly stepped forward to pick Shu Yu up by the waist, carrying her towards the back of the shop. Refuse. Let's not say that Su Yang could never refuse. Just facing a girl who had mustered her courage, if he refused, who knows what kind of situation Shu Yu might end up in. How do you understand what it means to be young and impetuous? Is this even a problem? An hour later, Su Yang looked down at Shu Yu, who was as limp as a puddle of mud, feeling quite helpless. Having such a strong physique isn't necessarily a good thing. After placing Shu Yu on the discarded mattress, Su Yang began to check the system notifications that had just appeared. You have successfully bound a female with a score of 88, talent ability triggered. You gain 1 enhancement quota and 1 talent point. Your maximum enhancement level has increased to level 54. You have successfully replicated level talent backpack space. 88 points. Compared to Fang Shengnan and the others, Shu Yu was indeed slightly lacking. But even if she was lacking, it wasn't by much. 88 points would also make her a campus beauty in other schools. Absolutely a stunning beauty. Name: Su Yang. Talent: God level infinite enhancement, unique strength 33, physique 32, agility 16, mental 16, talent skills: SSS level psychic, LV1SS level Valkyrie, LV5SS level information controller, LV1S level iron body, LV3S level backpack space, LV1 talent points 1 point backpack 910. A new level talent skill was added. Su Yang inwardly exclaimed in surprise, as this level backpack space was somewhat special. This level backpack space would convert its storage slots into space, and Shu Yu would directly possess 100 backpack spaces. Moreover, the size of the backpack space would increase. The size of the backpack space was determined by the mental attribute. 1 point of mental attribute equals 1 cubic meter of space. Shu Yu's mental attribute hadn't been specifically enhanced, it only increased by 3 points when she was vaccinated. Now she had just 10 points in mental attribute, but this still gave her 100 backpack spaces of 1 cubic meter each. Total space 1,000 cubic meters. A cube with a side length of 10 meters would be this big. There was another special aspect: each backpack space wasn't a fixed shape. Currently, it appeared as a cubic space with a side length of 1 meter, but this space could be manipulated at any time. It could be a rectangular space of 1 meter wide and 1 meters high and 10 meters long. It could also be made into a circular space or an irregular space. The specifics could be adjusted according to the items one wanted to put inside. In this way, many items could easily be placed into the backpack space. That's not all. The most surprising thing for Su Yang was that he received a special choice this time. The first option was just like other talent skills. For every level the backpack space increased, it would enhance Shu Yu's backpack space by an additional 10. The other option was different. At the cost of not enhancing the backpack space, it would maintain his backpack on chain. In this case, for every level his talent skill backpack space increased, he could sacrifice one of the 10 storage slots in his backpack. After the sacrifice, that storage slot in his backpack would disappear, replaced by a backpack space. This seemed like a loss. But what if the backpack space that appeared after the sacrifice was Shu Yu's? Rather than sacrificing a storage slot to get a backpack space, it was more accurate to say that he had opened an entrance to Shu Yu's backpack space. This also meant that in the future, when going out, Su Yang could leave Shu Yu at the shelter. Then through this backpack space entrance, he could put things inside. Meanwhile, Shu Yu at the shelter would take the items out. This was practically space teleportation. It was clear which choice to make. Su Yang directly chose the second option and immediately sacrificed a storage slot. After the successful sacrifice, Su Yang felt that this storage slot had turned into a space of 10 cubic meters. After waking Shu Yu, Su Yang explained the situation, and Shu Yu was also stunned. The two quickly tried it out and found that the situation was even better than Su Yang had imagined. In fact, the two were now sharing a backpack space. Items could be taken and put back any time. Soon they informed the others of this news, and everyone was delighted. Now we don't have to worry about running out of space. 1,000 cubic meters can hold a lot of items. Hey, in the future, Shu Yu won't have to go out as she can stay at the shelter to receive supplies. And that's not all. In the future, when we go out, we can maintain contact between both sides thanks to this space. Maintain contact. That's right, as long as we prepare pen and paper, we can contact each other anytime. We can also use phones. It doesn't matter if there's no network, as long as we can record videos. This method is good. Ooh, I remember there are a few mobile phone stores downstairs. The space is sufficient. Next comes the thorough cleanup. The shoes that were unsuitable for the 4th floor were not packed away by the girls. Now they are all packed. Even if they can't use them, they can still be sold. In short, they can fit. After frantically packing for half an hour, the group did not head to the 3rd floor. The time is almost up. They will continue after lunch. In Wang Cici's words, someone has just worked hard and needs to rest. Shu Ye's face turned red instantly, and Fang Shengnan also looked embarrassed. As for Su Yang, he chose to ignore it. After finishing their meal, Su Yang planned to clear the 2nd and 3rd floors in one go. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the group quickly eliminated all the zombies. Su Yang and Fang Shengnan did not stop. They directly charged to the 2nd floor. They activated their iron bodies, disregarding the zombies' attacks. This actually increased their speed in killing zombies. With others present, both Su Yang and Fang Shengnan would have to divide their attention to keep an eye on them. But now neither of them feared injury, so there was no need for concern. Wang Cici and the others began frantically packing items. The 3rd floor was filled with women's clothing. With enough space, they did not need to worry about whether the clothes fit or looked good. Everything was packed to take back and sort through later. Qin Mingyao stood on the 3rd floor as a lookout to guard against unexpected situations. Fortunately, everything was going smoothly. By the time Su Yang and Fang Shengnan cleared the zombies on the 2nd floor, Wang Cici and the others had already packed the entire 3rd floor. There were some women's clothing on the 2nd floor, but most were men's. They packed everything to take away. After arriving here, the group stopped. Because the 1st floor was different. There were many zombies and quite a few were entering from outside. Most importantly, Li Lu, how many zombies are there in the basement? Su Yang looked at Li Lu with a serious expression. From the beginning until now, very few zombies had come up from the basement. Li Lu sensed that there were about 200 to 300 zombies inside when they first arrived at the mall yesterday. The basement is a large supermarket that cannot be abandoned. There are indeed many items inside, especially food. A lot. Li Lu hesitated for a moment and said, I sense a lot, at least around 500. Moreover, for some reason, those zombies are gathering at the entrance. At least 500. Su Yang frowned. That was a significant number. If the zombies appeared in small groups, even if 100 showed up at once, it wouldn't be a major issue for them. But if 500 appeared all at once, that would be troublesome. He and Fang Shengnan were fine. But the others do not have iron bodies and can easily get hurt. Additionally, there was another unfavorable aspect. Without electricity, the basement is pitch black. The entire mall's floors are relatively well lit during the day due to the glass ceiling, but the basement is different. Everyone prepare. well, begin in 30 minutes. After some thought, Su-young made a decision. Let's try first and see if it works. The girls nodded. But before that, they needed to do one thing: seal off the entire first floor to prevent zombies from continuing to enter, otherwise they would never finish the killing. This was simple. They had already collected some front desks and office desks from the upper floors. They could just throw them down from the second floor. In just over 10 minutes it was done, and during that time, they also crushed quite a few zombies. Then the 7 of them charged into the first floor. Shortly after, all the zombies on the first floor were eliminated. The battlefield was also cleaned up. The girls had collected a large number of phones they had been yearning for, and even gold and jewels were packed away. Most importantly, they had also gathered the first-tier crystal cores. Su-young had lost count of how many zombies they had killed by now. They had nearly 200 first-tier crystal cores, plus 1 second-tier crystal core. Upon reaching the basement, Su-young finally understood why Li Lu sensed the gathering of those zombies. This was because a large number of shopping carts were piled up at the entrance, completely blocking it. Through the shopping carts, they could clearly see some zombies struggling desperately to get out. So that's it. Su-young understood. Shuyu. Su-young called out, and without a word, Shuyu began to store the shopping carts in her backpack space. At the same time, several flashlights flew up, illuminating the darkness ahead and revealing a mass of zombies. This was naturally the work of Qin Mingyao. Her task was to provide light and to eliminate some zombies as needed. Himimi's fireball technique could also achieve this, but Su-young worried about accidentally starting a fire, so he opted for the flashlights. In less than 3 minutes, an opening was cleared. Shuyu did not hesitate to retreat, and Fang Shengnan rushed in immediately. Battle aura. Su-young thought inwardly, as the group immediately engaged in combat with the zombies. The opening was small, and the zombies were trying to push through with great difficulty. This gave Su-young and the others a significant advantage. With their attributes doubled, Fang Shengnan nearly held off all the zombies' attacks. Occasionally 1 or 2 zombies slipped through, but would be swiftly eliminated by Su-young. At first, there was some pressure as the zombies were fierce, but after a minute or two of intense fighting, the pressure left. Eventually, seeing that the number of zombies was decreasing, Su-young activated his iron body and charged forward. Killin'. With this roar from Su-young, the girls also burst forth. Fang Shengnan swung her fists wildly, striking the zombies that lunged at her one punch after another. Wang Cece activated her talent ability, her strength surging as her hammer swung like a meteor hammer. Bang, bang, bang. Each smash resulted in an explosion of violence. Qin Mingyao also joined the fray, maintaining the several flashlights above her head while controlling 2 flying knives. Whoosh, whoosh. The flying knives glimmered coldly, darting swiftly. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen zombies fell to the ground. Su-young wielded a knife in each hand, slashing with precision. Like a meat grinder, any zombie that came close was instantly chopped to bits. Himimi and the others followed up from behind, wielding sharp steel pipes and stabbing at the heads of the zombies. After a fierce battle, the number of zombies dwindled. When the last zombie in front of them was sliced apart by Su-young, there were no more zombies in sight. Without dispelling the battle aura, Su-young called out softly, "Li Lu, coming." Li Lu responded and immediately activated her talent to sense. After a moment, Li Lu's expression became somewhat strange. What's wrong? Seeing Li Lu's odd expression, Su-young couldn't help but ask. There shouldn't be any zombies left, but it seems there's something special in that place ahead. Li Lu looked puzzled and pointed in a certain direction, because what she sensed was somewhat unusual. Something special. Su-young's eyes narrowed as he turned to look at. She nodded, and with a thought, 2 flashlights flew towards the direction Li Lu indicated. The group slowly followed, and upon reaching the location, their expressions changed instantly. What appeared before them was a massive fleshy nest within which were numerous blood-red giant eggs, each about half a meter tall. Is there actually a nest here? Several people were stunned. Su-young's expression immediately became serious. He seemed to have guessed something. Could this possibly be the nest of the devourer? But the problem is, does the devourer have a nest? And can it lay eggs? The same confusion also appeared in the hearts of the women, all of them looking puzzled. Is this the nest of the devourer? Himimi couldn't help but ask. It can't possibly be a zombie's nest, can it? Wang Cece wanted to make a joke, but after saying it, she found herself unable to laugh. It was one thing to encounter the devourer, but now it could actually lay eggs and reproduce. This was a whole different matter. Especially the blood-red giant eggs, there were at least 20 or 30 of them. Does this mean there are actually many devourers outside? At the thought of this possibility, the women fell silent. Su-young thought of this as well. He did not speak, but took a step forward. Swish! With a swing of his knife, Su-young destroyed a giant egg. Indeed, along with the flowing blood-red egg white, a devourer emerged. It was just that its size was not that large, about the size of an adult dog, and its body was not fully developed. Yet even so, it seemed to sense the danger. The still undeveloped young devourer, relying on its sense of smell, bared its teeth at Su Yang. If its limbs had been fully developed, it probably would have charged at them. Such a fierce creature. Su Yang furrowed his brow and swung his knife. Then something unexpected happened. He received a system notification about a kill. Kill a second-tier devourer, egg points 10 due to first kill, and over-level kill bonuses, additional reward, blue treasure chest. Won this. Su Yang was surprised. This thing actually counts as a second-tier devourer. The kill reward is the same as a normal second-tier devourer. Most importantly, it seems that anyone at the first-tier level will receive rewards for over-level kills. Are there rewards for all of this? If so, Su Yang's gaze fell on the more than 30 giant eggs, and his previously disdainful expression turned into one of delight. These are no longer just 30-something disgusting giant eggs. They are clearly 30-something blue treasure. Su Yang immediately explained this situation to the women, and instantly their gazes towards those disgusting blood-red giant eggs changed. They can actually be counted as kills for the devourer. Haha, does this mean we can each obtain a treasure chest? Wait, Shu, yes, space backpack should be able to hold them, right? It shouldn't be a problem. Even if the backpack space has no air, it won't affect these giant eggs. Let's give it a try, there's nothing to lose. Now we should go for the second tier, first kill. Saying this, the women began to take action. They no longer cared about how disgusting it was. They had already killed so many zombies. They had long since adapted. And indeed it worked. All the women successfully achieved the second tier first kill and over-level kill rewards. The remaining giant eggs were quickly collected by Shu Yu into her backpack. What Su Yang found unfortunate was that these young devourers might not have fully developed. Consequently, none of them had a second-tier crystal core. But, with a nest here, why was there only one devourer? Logically, there should be at least two, right? Su Yang was somewhat puzzled about this. Even if it went out, it had been a whole day. If there was another devourer, it probably would have returned long ago. Su Yang was perplexed, but he didn't think too much about it. He just decided to be a little more cautious. Next, it was naturally time to scavenge this large supermarket. This supermarket was not small, and the resources were abundant. Shu Yu's backpack space was nearly filled with 4 units of rice, with each backpack space holding at least 8 tons. That's about 30 tons. There were also 2 units of flour in the backpack. Even if they ate freely for 3 years, it wouldn't be a problem. There were also large amounts of snacks and packaged food. The only thing Su Yang felt regretful about was that there was very little meat, and even the packaged ones were scarce. He guessed that it must have been consumed by that devourer. Without enough flesh to devour, it wouldn't be able to lay so many eggs. For some reason, Su Yang always felt a vague unease in his heart. It seemed that ever since he saw this bloody nest, he had this feeling. Perhaps he was just overly suspicious. But Su Yang still planned to return to the shelter as soon as possible. Having been out for over a day, it was time to go back. After quickly scavenging the basement level, the group planned to leave the mall. When leaving, they still returned the same way they came. At several places in front of the mall entrance, a large number of zombies had gathered. Su Yang initially planned to kill some more zombies to earn points and crystal cores. But due to the unease in his heart, he decided against it. Not long after, the group left the mall and headed towards the Royal Court Hotel. Following the same route, this time the 7 of them returned to the Royal Court Hotel in less than 2 hours. However, upon arriving at the Royal Court Hotel, Su Yang's expression instantly grew serious. And upon seeing everything clearly, the women gasped in shock. How can there be so many zombies? What on earth happened? Why is the entire hotel surrounded by zombies? At this moment, the entrance of the Royal Court Hotel and the first floor were crowded with a large number of zombies. Even after walking around, they found that the entire Royal Court Hotel was surrounded by zombies. Su Yang had not expected such a situation. Perhaps the unease in his heart came from this. Su Yang felt a stir in his heart and immediately thought of something. The mission. It's the mission. You have successfully led your team to survive for a full 12 hours in this survival attempt and completed all mission requirements. Please make a choice. Choice 1, return to the shelter and receive the rewards for this survival mission. Choice 2, continue surviving for additional rewards. Additional reward 1, survive for 12 hours. Each person will receive 20 points and 1 white treasure chest. Additional reward 2, survive for 24 hours. Each person will receive 50 points and 1 green treasure chest. Additional reward 3, survive for 72 hours. Each person will receive 100 points and 1 blue treasure chest. With a different mood from the first time he saw this mission's additional rewards. This time Su Yang felt no surprise, only seriousness. Clearly, obtaining the final additional reward was not going to be easy. Moreover, there might be a fierce battle before 10 p.m. tonight. Now it was already the 3rd day since they were transported in for the 2nd time. 10 a.m. was exactly 2 full days. 10 p.m. tonight would mark the additional generation of 24 hours. Before that, their additional reward was 20 points and 1 white treasure chest per person. There were a total of 32 of them, which would mean 640 points and 32 green treasure chests. If they passed 10 p.m. tonight, it would be 1,600 points and 32 green treasure chests. After 10 p.m. tomorrow, it would be even more 3,200 points and 32 blue treasure chests. It was clear that getting through this was not going to be easy. Suyang even speculated that the zombies surrounding the Royal Court Hotel now probably appeared before 10 p.m. last night. But what about tonight? A glint of seriousness flashed in Su Yang's eyes. It felt like it would be even harder. Suddenly at that moment, Li Lu beside him changed her expression drastically, her tone carrying a hint of panic. Director, it's bad. I sensed a devourer. A liquor. NSU Yang's expression hardened instantly. Where? Over there. And Li Lu pointed toward a shop not far from the Huangting Grand Hotel. Su Yang gazed in that direction, but saw nothing. And the sky was already dimming, dusk drawing near. And yet the liquor showed no sign of emerging. Or perhaps, Nit was building a nest, or even laying eggs. The very thought sent a chill through Su Yang's spine. And the women beside him grasped the implication at once. Each face paled slightly. Li Lu, can you clearly sense whether liquor eggs are present there? Xin Mingyao asked. No. Li Lu gently shook her head, her gaze hesitant. But that place feels just like the basement level of the shopping mall. Something muddles my perception. Unclear perception. NSU Yang's eyes narrowed. Liquor eggs emitted faint life energy, precisely the kind Li Lu could normally detect. Yet the liquor's fleshy nest seemed to possess an innate ability to dampen or block such senses. At least Li Lu's abilities proved utterly incapable of penetrating it. Thus the conclusion was all but certain. NSU Yang drew a slow, deep breath, and his voice turned resolute. We must investigate. At the very least, we must eliminate that liquor. None objected. All had witnessed the liquor's terrifying power firsthand. And the hotel's ground floor might hold back ordinary zombies, but it offered no barrier against the liquor. Indeed, it could scale vertical walls with ease. And to leave it unchallenged would invite catastrophic consequences, especially if it had already established a nest and laid eggs within. Nods hatched. The implications were deeply unsettling. Should we try contacting Qingya and the others? Fang Shengnan asked. In no time, Su Yang replied, shaking his head lightly. Dusk is imminent. We're running out of minutes. Indeed, the sky still held traces of daylight, yet darkness would fall within 30 or 40 minutes. And with hordes of zombies swarming the hotel, establishing contact first would inevitably cost precious time. Yet silence was not an option. After a moment's reflection, Su Yang spoke. Shengnan and I will push directly toward the liquor, drawing some zombies along the way. Meng Yao seized the opportunity to escort Shu Yu and Li Lu upward. And he turned to Shu Yu. Once you're inside, inform Qingya immediately. Then have her mobilize reinforcements. Su Yang trusted that once apprised of the liquor's presence, Tan Qingya would act without hesitation. And just the two of you. Wang Cici's expression shifted subtly. Should I stay behind as well? No. Su Yang shook his head again. Our iron-bodied forms grant us immunity from mortal danger for at least half an hour. And he paused, then added quietly, if your reinforcement were required, you'd be the vanguard. Then, be careful. And don't worry. I'm armored in iron flesh, even a liquor cannot breach it. Fang Shengnan smiled confidently. Without delay, the two sprang into action. Na shared glance, and both activated their iron-bodied forms before charging headlong into the zombie horde. War aura ignited. And amid surging attributes, Su Yang's cleaver whirled like a cyclone, carving through zombies with brutal, unrelenting fury. Fang Xingnan too seemed subtly influenced by Wang Cici. Abandoning weapons entirely, she unleashed rapid piston-like strikes with her iron-hard fists. Zombie after zombie crumpled beneath those steel-clad blows. NSU Yang longed to fight likewise, but his iron-bodied form possessed only 30% of Fang Xingnan's raw power. Yet as he watched the blade of his cleaver curl and warp under impact, he resolved firmly he needed a weapon, and soon one worthy of enhancement. In the commotion they stirred drew not only hordes of zombies, but also the attention of those sheltering inside the hotel. From a fourth-floor window, a head emerged, Chen Yanan. In her eyes locked instantly on Su Yang and Fang Xingnan encircled by shambling corpses, and anxiety flickered across her face. Then another head appeared beside hers, He Xiaoyan. In both women stared in mounting dread. In their eyes, Su Yang and Fang Shengnan were already engulfed, trapped in mortal peril. At that very moment, a rope ladder arced toward them from below, and instinctively glancing down, they spotted Qin Mingyao and the others. Without hesitation, they secured the ladder. Na swift signal, and Shu Yu began climbing without pause. And she reached the top, exchanged no words with Chun Yanan or He Xiaoyan, and dashed straight upstairs. Only when Li Lu ascended did she brief the two women. In following her came He Mimi, while Wang Sisi and Qin Mingyao remained on the second floor. Qin Mingyao meanwhile directed her flying daggers into the fray, cutting down zombies to relieve Su Yang and Fang Xingnan. In seeing this, He Mimi began unleashing fireballs. Roar, and the commotion outside finally pierced the liquor's awareness. A guttural roar erupted from the shop, followed by a blur of black lightning as it shot forth. It had emerged. NSU Yang's gaze froze, cold, unblinking, locked onto the streaking shadow as he braced himself. But what followed defied all expectation. Instead of charging toward him, and Fang Xingnan, the liquor fixed its predatory gaze upon Wang Sisi and Qin Mingyao, still clinging to the rope ladder. Danger! NSU Yang's heart plummeted. He shouted urgently, Mingyao, Sisi, beware. The liquor is coming for you. Even as he cried out, Su Yang hacked furiously through the zombies before him, desperate to break free and rush to their aid. But the horde was too dense, too relentless, to part in time. Long before Su Yang's warning reached them, Qin Mingyao had already sensed the liquor's lethal approach. And she knew full well those razor-sharp claws could scale the ladder in seconds. Shink, shink, shink. Three flying daggers shot forth, but the liquor evaded them effortlessly. It was simply too fast. Qin Mingyao clenched her teeth, her expression grim. She and Wang Sisi stood far beyond Su Yang's war aura radius, over 200 meters away, while the aura extended only 100. Having dodged her daggers, the liquor slammed to a halt at the base of the building, already poised to ascend. Just as it lunged upward, Qin Mingyao felt a sudden gust tear downward from above. From the corner of her eye, a dark shape flashed. She recognized it instantly. Wang Sisi. With no time to hesitate, she released the ladder midair, plunged forward, and drew a heavy iron hammer from her pack. Die! With a fierce cry, she brought the hammer crashing down. Boom! The blow struck home, unexpected, devastating. Though the liquor reacted swiftly, it could not fully evade. Yet at the last instant it twisted aside, avoiding a fatal strike to the skull. Instead its right forelimb shattered under the impact, searing agony igniting its enraged roars. In furious retaliation, it swung its intact left forelimb, a thunderous sweeping blow aimed squarely at Wang Sisi. Still reeling from the hammer's recoil, she staggered, unable even to stand, let alone dodge. Boom! There was no escape. Wang Sisi was hurled backward, flung violently into the air by the liquor's crushing strike. Sisi, seeing Wang Sisi flung away by the liquor, Qin Mingyao was both shocked and furious. Die! In a burst of wrath, her telekinetic power surged far beyond its usual limits. 10 reinforced daggers transformed into 10 streaks of cold radiance and hurtled toward the liquor. Sensing danger, the creature suddenly leapt back, attempting to evade the blades of light. Yet to its utter surprise, the 10 streaks rose in the instant it dodged and then homed in squarely on it. A sharp tearing sound sliced through the air. All 10 glints struck true, piercing the liquor from end to end. The beast reeled as if struck by a tremendous blow, staggered backward, and finally collapsed to the ground. It did not get up. It did not struggle. Of the 10 knives under Qin Mingyio's control, 2 had even pierced through its skull. It was as dead could be. The cold blades that had slain the liquor did not return to Qin Mingyio's. Under her command, they flew toward where Wang Sisi lay and cut down 7 or 8 zombies that had been closing in on her. Only then did Su Yang and Fang Xingnan break through the encirclement and reach Wang Sisi's side. Seeing Wang Sisi unconscious in a crater in the wall, Su Yang's heart jolted, and he hurriedly began an examination. She was still breathing, but she was badly wounded. Still help was near. Xiaoxue was upstairs. At that moment, more zombies were coming this way. That was troubling. Before, when it was only him and Xingnan, there had been no worry about injuries. Now, with an unconscious Wang Sisi added to the burden, the situation had grown troublesome. Whoosh whoosh. 10 streaks of cold light flashed. Qin Mingyao, for reasons unknown, had descended as well and was rushing over. The 3 of them together could, for the moment, hold back the zombies. But they could not hold out long. They did not need to hold out for long because reinforcements had arrived. The moment she received the report, Tan Qingya had led the main force down. Seeing Wang Sisi unconscious on the ground, Tan Qingya's pupils contracted sharply, yet she remained composed. Quick, gather the obstructions into packs and clear the corridor. Finishing her command to the women beside her, Tan Qingya turned to Guan Yusin. Class leader, take 2 with you down the rope ladder. Remember to activate your war aura. Guan Yusin nodded and activated her war aura before descending the rope ladder. When she reached the height of the 2nd floor, she vaulted down and landed on the ground. At the same time, Su Yang felt a swell within his body as his attributes surged. Because they all shared the war aura once Guan Yusin activated it, Su Yang likewise benefited from the threefold amplification. His strength leapt another 33 points. The pressure he had felt eased considerably. Fang Shengnan and Qin Mingyao experienced the same uplift. Guan Yusin drew a machete and charged into the zombies. 2 others followed her. Under her war aura, those nearby received a doubling of their attributes. Even those who were not frontline fighters with doubled attributes could easily crush the zombies. Soon Tenkinjia's people joined the fray as well. A dozen or so of them descended to the first floor, and all under the war aura's influence slaughtered the zombies with no strain. At their center stood Lin Ruoxue, a spirited girl brandishing a sharp steel pipe, prodding any zombie. They quickly joined Guan Yusin's trio and came to Su Yang's group. Xiaoxue, hurry and heal Cici. Lin Ruoxue ran over at once. Seeing Wang Cici's condition, the little girl's lips trembled and she nearly burst into tears. Wang Cici looked terrible. Her face bloodied, her right arm grotesquely bent, her breathing weak. There was none of her usual sweet childlike brightness. Healing light. Lin Ruoxue knelt and brought her hands together, releasing a purifying beam. A holy white radiance washed over Wang Cici, and her wounds knit visibly before their eyes. Her right hand straightened, the ashen pallor of her face flushed back to health. Her breathing steadied and returned to normal. Relieved to see Wang Cici recovering, Lin Ruoxue exhaled. By virtue of her gift, she could perceive a person's flame of life. Wang Cici's flame had before been reduced to a mere ember, now it swelled back to the size of a basketball, the normal measure of a healthy life flame. She's fine now. Lin Ruoxue looked up at Su Yang and the others. Cici will be all right after. Good work, well done. Su Yang breathed easier and praised Lin Ruoxue, making the girl's cheeks flush with modest pride. With the main force present, the zombies no longer posed a threat. But, Director, this cannot continue. I can sense many zombies converging on us. Li Lu's face was grave. Su Yang frowned and glanced at Wang Cici, who had been carried away. After a moment, he said, you should take Cici back for now, Shengnan and I. Let's go together. Tan Qingya cut him off. With more of us moving together will be faster. Agreed. Su Yang nodded and led the force toward the shop from which the liquor had emerged. Inside, they found a nest of blood and flesh and more than 20 liquor eggs. Even more terrifying, when the eggs were smashed, the hatchlings that spilled forth were already near adult size. 2 or 3 of the young lickers even lunged and snapped at them. Had they not destroyed the clutch, more lickers might have been born that very night. Who could say how large they might be by morning? After crushing every egg, Su Yang led the women back. Stepping out of the shop, they found that the small horde they had thought nearly wiped out had swelled once more. There were too many to slay. These zombies were inexhaustible. They entered the hotel, and Tan Qingya ordered the corridors from the 1st to the 5th floor to be completely barricaded. Su Yang did not leave anyone behind to stand watch. Tonight felt dangerous, and he feared more lickers might appear. As they climbed, several intermediate corridors were sealed in turn. Soon the group returned to the shelter. This time the top floor corridor was blocked as well, and several people were assigned to keep watch over the rooftop. Those who had remained, Tang Yun and the others, finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw everyone return. But their faces drained when they saw Wang Cici being carried back. Fortunately, Su Yang assured them that Wang Cici would be fine after a sleep, which calmed their fears. All right, since Cici is fine, don't cluster together. Tang Yun clapped and then turned to Chenyu. Chenyu, everyone is hungry. Take some people and prepare dinner. Understood. Chenyu nodded and with a few others entered the suite's kitchen to begin preparing the evening meal. Only then did Tan Qingya ask, Su Yang, tell us what exactly happened on your run. Previously, Shu Yu had only said a few words, mainly about sending people to assist. Tan Qingya had no detailed knowledge of Su Yang's outing. Su Yang nodded and recounted their departure from the hotel yesterday, the trip to the mall, and the events that followed. He related the tale broadly, while Mimi and others chimed in with occasional details. When they learned that Su Yang's group had brought back nearly 30 tons of rice, everyone was stunned and erupted in cheers. With that much food, they would no longer go hungry. During dinner, Su Yang glanced downstairs. A large group of zombies had gathered again on the ground, as if they hadn't been killed off at all. It seems like you were right, it's not going to be easy to get through tonight at 10 p.m. Tan Qingya also noticed the zombies converging on the ground. It's not a big problem. Su Yang's gaze seemed to see through everything. The real challenge tonight should be the lickers, but I've already dealt with one of them. This should count as an early success in overcoming the challenge. Early success. Tan Qingya didn't know how to respond to Su Yang's statement for a moment. Can it really be this way? But she had to admit that she thought it might be true. If the liquor hadn't been dealt with in advance today, they would definitely be attacked by it tonight. There might even be those small lickers that had hatched. With the strength of a liquor, the items piled up in the corridor would be no obstacle. They would also face a large number of zombies. No matter how one thinks about it, it's not easy. But although Tan Xingya felt this way in her heart, she didn't completely give up on making other preparations. We still need to improve a bit. Tan Xingya looked at Su Yang. During the time you were out, I collected quite a few materials. You can further strengthen the shelter. You should be able to strengthen it to over 40 now, right? Although it was a question, her tone was affirming. After all, she had seen Su Yang and Fang Shengnan activate the steel body together. Su Yang was silent for a moment, and his next words made Tan Qingjia's meaningful expression stiffen instantly. It's not 40. The highest I can strengthen it to now is 54. 54. Who else? Tan Xingya asked instinctively. Didn't Shuyu tell you about her backpack space? Su Yang was somewhat surprised. Is it Shuyu? Tan Qingjia's eyes brightened slightly. Well, you all brought back nearly 30 tons of rice. I should have thought of that. But then her tone carried a hint of regret. It's a pity that the materials I've collected can only strengthen the Su Yang. This woman is already at 30, and she's still not satisfied. That has consumed quite a bit of materials. Since there are materials available, he naturally went ahead and strengthened it. Even if they could safely get through tonight, it didn't mean they would be safe tomorrow night. Strengthening the shelter was inevitable. Therefore, upon learning that there were enough materials, Su Yang directly began to strengthen the shelter. Before long, the shelter had changed dramatically. Shelter 30 can be strengthened. Level primary safe house, 10 space, 3,000 cubic meters, 6005 M, defense value second tier 2 stars, 10 equipment, 16 luxury, suite blue special property, subchannel strengthening property 1, equipment level 1, can upgrade 3 devices in the shelter by 1 level. Strengthening property 2, recovery 200, strengthening property 3, space, folding upgrade requirements, ordinary, wood 1000, ordinary stone 1000, ordinary iron materials 100, ordinary glass 100, first tier crystal core 10. The area has been increased again. With an area of 600 square meters, the total space reached 3,000 cubic meters. The number of equipment slots increased by 2, suggesting that strengthening indeed adds 1 slot for every 10 levels. The strengthening property equipment level 1 also saw an improvement. Previously, it could only upgrade 1 device's level. Now it can upgrade 3. This made Su Yang consider binding the luxury suite. He directly strengthened it to level 30, instantly adding 2 more strengthening properties. Recovery 200. This recovery applies to all statuses, whether injured or exhausted, falling within the scope of improvement. But what truly surprised Su Yang was the space folding property. Originally, he hadn't paid much attention to it. After all, installing equipment like the luxury suite was in a sense equivalent to the ability to fold space. It only increased the space inside the shelter, while the external appearance of the shelter remained unchanged. However, when Su Yang truly understood this ability of space folding, he felt it was absolutely worth it. Su Yang was originally worried that after strengthening the shelter would increase in area, causing the presidential suite they were currently in to be unable to withstand it. Therefore, while they were out, Tan Xingya specifically had people dismantle the other rooms and walls of the presidential. Otherwise, they really couldn't strengthen it. Strengthening it to level 30 was also the result of Tan Qingjia's calculations. If they went further, the area of the top floor presidential suite wouldn't be able to accommodate the shelter. But now there was no need to worry about this. Because of the space folding strengthening property, Su Yang could even reduce the shelter's external appearance to a cube with a side length of 3 meters. This wouldn't affect the space inside the shelter at all. This was incredibly convenient. Su Yang immediately shrank the shelter in the presidential suite to look like it was only 50 square meters in size. My talent, the strengthening property that appeared this time, is amazing. Haha, with this, I don't have to worry about the shelter being too big and having trouble selecting the teleportation location. This is indeed good, but how did the defense value change to second tier 2 stars? Alright, director, what does this second tier 2 stars actually mean? Seeing someone ask about the defense value, Su Yang explained briefly. Oh, it's like this. The defense value divides the power of each tier. Each tier is divided into 1 to 10 star levels. A primary safe house only has a defense value of first tier 1 star. At this level of defense value, even a few zombies can't be resisted. Listening to Su Yang's explanation, Lin Ruoxua suddenly asked, so does the current second tier 2 stars mean it can resist the attacks from lickers? That's right. Su Yang nodded. Although lickers are second tier, their attack power is actually not very strong. It's also something to consider, as Fang Xingnan, who was previously hardened with iron, endured a full force strike from a licker without suffering any harm. It's one thing for her bodice surface to be fine, but her internal organs weren't hardened. Even though at that time she was under the effect of the battle aura doubling attribute, it didn't mean her internal organs' defenses were enhanced. This shows that the strength of lickers is not particularly high within the second tier range. As for ordinary first tier zombies, their strength is also extremely weak. But second tier is still second tier. Against the liquor first-tier zombies simply cannot win. No matter how many come, they can be torn apart by the liquor. After strengthening the shelter, Su Yang did not begin to strengthen the luxury suite. He decided to get through tonight first. For now, he would strengthen whatever could boost his strength. Thus, Su Yang's gaze fell once again on the virus-strengthening vaccine. The one he had previously strengthened was only at level 20, but now the limit had risen to 54. Su Yang was eager to know what changes would occur when the virus-strengthening vaccine was strengthened to 50. After all, one first-tier crystal core could strengthen it by 10 levels, so it would only take 2 or 3 first-tier crystal cores. Even if it was wasted, he wouldn't feel heartbroken. Item Virus Enhancement Vaccine 50 can be enhanced. Category Consumable. Quality White. Attribute after the first use, it can modify the body, increasing physique and strength by 15 points. The second use is ineffective. Enhancement Attribute 1. Gain immunity to zombie virus. Enhancement Attribute 2. All attributes 5. Enhancement Attribute 3. All attributes 3. Enhancement Attribute 4. All attributes 2. Enhancement Attribute 5. All attributes 1. Enhancement Requirement Level 1 Crystal Core 0. How should I put it? This attribute leaves Su Yang somewhat disappointed. The physique and strength can only be increased by 15 points, and further use yields no effect. The enhancement attributes are uniformly all attribute increases, and it seems that 5 is already the limit. Under normal circumstances, the first enhancement attribute should reach 6 when all attributes are enhanced to level 50. But the reality is only 5, which is evidently the peak of enhancement. Is it because this vaccine's level is too low, being only white? Su Yang pondered while Tan Xingya began her analysis. That should be the case, but I believe that when this virus enhancement vaccine is enhanced to level 100, it may produce a special qualitative change. It's similar to how you get enhancement attributes when you reach level 10 in enhancement. Su Yang's eyes lit up. Are you saying a special enhancement attribute will appear then? It might also enhance existing enhancement attributes. This is just my speculation, Tan Xingya replied. Does this mean I need to strive harder? Su Yang felt a stir in his heart. The highest enhancement level is currently 54, and if he binds 6 people, it should reach level 100. Although he thought this way, Su Yang naturally wouldn't show it. Especially in front of Tan Xingya, the more she looked at him, the more she could analyze his inner thoughts. Knowing is one thing, but being told is another. It's not that Su Yang is concerned about his pride, he worries that the women will find out. Even if he doesn't mind internally, he would start avoiding them due to face. That would make it hard to act. So Su Yang quickly took out another item for enhancement. A regular small knife. This is also easy to enhance, requiring 3 units of ordinary iron material for 1 enhancement. 10 enhancements would require 30 units of ordinary iron material. Item Regular Small Knife 50 can be enhanced. Category Weapon. Quality White. Attribute Sharpness 25. Enhancement Attribute 1. Toughness 25. Enhancement Attribute 2. Penetration 250. Enhancement Attribute 3. Sharpness 200. Enhancement Attribute 4. Hardness 150. Enhancement Attribute 5. Agility 10. Enhancement Requirement Ordinary Iron Material 3. This attribute is quite good. Better than the virus enhancement vaccine. At the very least, the 5 enhancement attributes are not singular. And they are all decent enhancement attributes. In fact, the battles in the past few days have caused Qin Minjio's enhanced small knife to have some slight deformation. Now with a hardness increase of 150, even after killing several hundred zombies, the knife won't deform. The main attribute is sharpness, and now the enhancement attribute has also increased sharpness. With the boost in penetration attribute, the enhanced small knife is now much stronger than before. Previously, using the enhanced small knife as a flying knife, it was still somewhat challenging for him to kill the lickers with his spiritual master abilities. He could certainly kill them. It just wasn't as easy as it was for Qin Mingyao. Now there are no issues. As for Qin Mingyao, it's even more different. With the enhanced 50 knife, her strength is now 2 or 3 times stronger than before. Especially with the additional 10 agility attribute, she can control more knives. It's also much easier to control. Su Yang directly enhanced 20 knives for her. Naturally, Qin Mingyao cannot control that many knives now. Having a few extra can prevent losses and allow for timely replenishment. But that's still not enough, because they cannot rely solely on Qin Mingyao. Thinking of this, a hint of regret flashed in Su Yang's eyes. It's a pity that even after enhancing the virus enhancement vaccine to level 50, further use yields no improvement. If it hadn't been used previously, now using it, just the total attributes could increase by 11 points. Yet as soon as this thought arose, Su Yang silently shook his head. If not for using it, they would not have gained anything this time. Moreover, he and Wang Sisi had already been infected by the zombie virus. Things cannot be calculated this way. Since the virus vaccine cannot enhance their strength, he must think of another way. Soon Su-Yang thought of something, his gaze landing on the 1054 style pistols. This is also a good item. Not to mention, enhancing these pistols to level 50 will increase the capacity of the Void magazine. Even if it's just extra bullets, that's a huge benefit. Therefore, even for this reason, these pistols must be enhanced to level 50. What Su-Yang never expected was that enhancing these pistols to level 50 would bring him tremendous surprises. Item 54 style pistol 50 can be enhanced. Category weapon. Quality blue. Attribute 1 damage 35. Attribute 2 effective range 500 meters, magazine capacity 25 rounds. Enhancement attribute 1 eye accuracy 150. Enhancement attribute 2 void magazine capacity 40 rounds, generates 1 round every 3 minutes. Enhancement attribute 3 explosive power 200. Enhancement attribute 4 penetrating power 150. Enhancement attribute 5 explosion power 100. Enhancement requirement ordinary iron material 10 excellent fine iron 1 level 1 crystal core 1. What is this? A pistol? No, this is simply a small cannon. Each bullet is practically a high explosive or bursting projectile. Without saying a word, Su-Yang walked out of the shelter to a window in the presidential suite. He turned on the flashlight, aimed at the zombies below, raised the pistol, and fired. Bang! The sound of the gun was normal, even sounding quite weak. It's no wonder, after all, this is a 54 style pistol. In Wang Cici's words, this is an antique. This is no lie. But the next moment, with a bang, a zombie below had its head blown off. Literally, its whole head was blown apart. Seeing this power, the women were also astonished. What the hell is this? Still a pistol? A level 50 enhanced pistol is this powerful? The bullets feel like they've turned into bombs. My god, the current Void magazine has a capacity of 40 rounds, and it only takes 3 minutes to generate a round. Plus, the magazine itself holds 25 rounds, a pistol with 65 rounds. Is this really a pistol? Director, let me try it out. Director, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and enhance the second one. Yeah, hurry up, the second one is mine. I want the third one. Su-Yang. Looking at the pistol that was snatched away, Su-Yang was speechless. But he could only enhance the second pistol. The materials are still sufficient. Actually, they are already insufficient. But Tanxingya has already started selling rice and flour. These are definitely hot commodities. In such an environment, food is tied to life. Don't say weapons are more important than food. Without food, people are about to starve. Can weapons be eaten? Also, don't say that with weapons you can go out to find food. Even though Su-Yang and the others had a great harvest this time, the results for most people going out were not good. Bringing back a box of instant noodles or a bag of rice is already a bountiful harvest. Mainly in this zombie world, there are few safe places left that haven't been scavenged. Only areas with large groups of zombies or those liquor territories have not been looted. Don't think that liquors are easy to kill. Let's put it this way. Without Su-Yang, even if Qin Mingyao awakened the talent of a spiritual master, facing liquors would definitely be a tough battle with a high likelihood of losing. The enhanced small knife combined with the war aura. This is the real reason why Qin Mingyao can easily kill liquors. Only under such conditions does the gap between first and second tiers become negligible. Under normal circumstances, a team of 20 or 30 people encountering a liquor. With good luck, they might escape with 3 to 5 people. With bad luck, it's complete annihilation. At exactly 10 p.m., a system prompt sounded in Su-Yang's ear. You have led your team to survive for an additional 24 hours in this survival challenge. Each person will receive 50 points and 1 green treasure chest. Do you wish to return to the shelter? No. He decisively refused. Having persisted until now, enduring another 24 hours was not out of the question. Moreover, there are now 3 additional enhancement slots available, allowing the choice of 3 types of items for binding enhancement. As for which items to choose, that has yet to be determined. Su-Yang planned to bind a machete for enhancement, ensuring that everyone had a close combat enhanced weapon. Additionally, there are still 32 blue treasure chests yet to be opened. These are dual rewards for first kills and for defeating second-tier liquors. If valuable items are opened that require enhancement lacking enough binding slots, would be awkward. It is worth mentioning that some liquor eggs from the flesh nest in the shop downstairs were also brought back. Now Shuya's backpack has 22 liquor eggs, and Tanxingya had already tried it out. These eggs can be traded, and trading does not affect them in any way. This means that 1 egg is equivalent to 10 points and 1 blue treasure chest. In the chat channel of Area 9527, what the hell? What are these extra liquor eggs in the trading channel? Liquor? Are you kidding? Do you really think this is a movie? What? An egg costs 3,000 points. This is highway robbery. Wait, why does the seller say you can get 10 points and a blue treasure chest after killing them? He must be bluffing. How could that be possible? You guys really don't know that liquors exist in the zombie world. Indeed, there are liquors, and they are ranked as second tier. Our team actually received 10 points and 1 blue treasure chest after killing one. This is the reward for a first kill of a second-tier liquor combined with a first-tier overkill. Does that egg count too? No way is it really true. As soon as Tan Xingya put those liquor eggs up for sale, the chat channel became lively. At first some scoffed, believing there were no such things as liquors. But some teams had indeed encountered liquors. Some teams even paid a certain price to successfully defeat a liquor. Then they also received rewards for first kills and overkills. Both rewards were 10 points and a blue treasure chest. Yet many still did not believe it. But that does not mean that everyone was skeptical. Who Kaming, bro, isn't Tan Xingya your person? Who Kaming, don't deny it, my shelter also has a chat room. After their last transaction, Su Yang added Who Kaming as a friend. Looking at the message from Who Kaming, he felt a bit silent and puzzled. What is this chat room? It seems to be a device that allows others in the shelter to enter the chat and trading channels. Su Yang was skeptical. Su Yang, so are you looking to buy liquor eggs? Who Kaming, of course, but I don't have that many points. You want to get them for free? Who Kaming? Who Kaming, bro, do you look down on me that much? I wouldn't think of getting them for free. I'm offering something in exchange. After sending this message, Who Kaming quickly sent over an item attribute information. Item decomposition table. Category equipment. Quality blue. Attributes can decompose blue and lower quality items yielding materials. Surprisingly, it's a decomposition table. Su Yang was greatly surprised, and this was not a blueprint, but rather a fully crafted device. Su Yang, you guys crafted this but didn't install it. Bro, I won't hide it from you. Who Kaming, this decomposition table is nice, but when we got it ready for installation, we found out it needed to occupy 300 square meters of space in the shelter. Moreover, it can't be installed indoors, so I can't install it here anymore. Su Yang, then you can upgrade the Don't tell me you can produce all these items, but can't gather the materials to upgrade the shelter. Su Yang was skeptical. If he truly wanted to upgrade, he could also upgrade the shelter again. He just wanted to enhance more attributes, allowing the shelter to possess more special traits after the upgrade. That's why he hadn't upgraded the shelter yet. This time the other side was silent for a while before sending a message. Who Kaming, bro, I can give you a piece of information, but this information is worth 1 liquor egg. Moi. Su Yang's gaze sharpened. His first reaction was not to think that Who Kaming was talking nonsense, because it was unnecessary. The two added each other as friends to complement and benefit one another. 1 liquor egg is not worth such a price. Moreover, the other party did not say they had to get it first before sharing the information. Su Yang, tell me if it's worth that price. I won't let you suffer. Who Kaming, alright. I trust you. Actually, after upgrading the shelter to a primary safe house, it can directly upgrade to a mid-level safe house. However, if there is a shelter blueprint, it can upgrade to a better shelter. The first use of a shelter blueprint for upgrading won't require additional materials. The higher the shelter level, the more materials the same blueprint will consume. Shelter blueprint. Su Yang was startled. There is actually such a thing. That was close. If it weren't for Who Kaming giving this information, he would have planned to enhance the shelter to level 50 before upgrading. Now it seems he should wait. Wait until he gets a shelter blueprint before proceeding. As for the authenticity of the information Who Kaming provided, Su Yang believed it should be true. Firstly, the other party had no reason to deceive him. Secondly, Who Kaming mentioned that his shelter could not accommodate the decomposition table. This actually seemed a bit implausible. He definitely installed a suite, and other items can be placed indoors, allowing him to clear out the entire shelter. The 500 square meters of the shelter could not possibly not accommodate a decomposition table. Could it be that this guy's shelter upgraded using a special blueprint and inherently possessed the capability of a decomposition table? Su Yang suddenly thought of this possibility. In fact, he guessed correctly. Who Kaming's shelter was indeed upgraded using a factory-type blueprint. This rendered the decomposition table they had crafted beforehand useless. They only thought of exchanging it for liquor eggs when they discovered that Su Yang was selling them. Su Yang, this information is indeed worth 1 liquor egg. What price do you plan to offer for the decomposition table? Who Kaming, 10 liquor eggs. Big brother, I'm asking you to quote a price, not make a wish. Who Kaming, haha, I made a quote, you can feel free to negotiate. Su Yang, 1 egg. Who Kaming, bro, that's too casual. After some back and forth considering the price for that information, Su Yang gave Who Kaming 4 liquor eggs. Although the decomposition table is highly valuable, 1 liquor egg is equivalent to a blue treasure chest. 3 eggs mean 3 blue treasure chests, and also 30 points. Currently, the value of blue treasure chests is also not low. 3 blue treasure chests for 1 decomposition table is already sufficient. This price left both parties very satisfied. Item decomposition table upgradable. Type equipment. Quality blue. Attribute can decompose blue and below quality items to obtain materials. Upgrade requirement Excellent Steel 10, First Grade Crystal Core 10. It actually requires Excellent Steel A. Su-Yang furrowed his brow, finding it somewhat troublesome. In terms of material grade, Excellent Steel is considered blue quality. It can only be obtained from opening blue treasure chests. Currently, there isn't much Excellent Steel in the entire area. Let's collect first and upgrade once we have enough. Saying this, Su-Yang directly installed the decomposition table onto the shelter. The entire shelter now spans 600 square meters, ample enough to install this decomposition table. After installation, the shelter vibrated with a hum. Then there was a huge metal box occupying 300 square meters. At the front of the box, there was a control panel where materials to be decomposed could be placed. Su-Yang tried to decompose a table and ended up with 3 units of ordinary wood. It wasn't a complete unit due to the decimal. However, as long as he accumulates to 1 point, he can obtain a complete unit of wood. That's not too bad. Su-Yang immediately thought of the wooden tables and chairs around, as well as iron items. Decomposing these things would surely yield a good amount of materials. Most importantly, if blue items can be decomposed, does that mean I can obtain Excellent Steel? Su-Yang considered this possibility. But the question arose, what kind of iron items in this world could yield Excellent Steel? I can only find an opportunity to test it out. After confirming there was no danger tonight, Su-Yang went to rest. That said, he still arranged for personnel to keep watch. The exterior of the shelter had shrunk to a size of 100 square meters, freeing up considerable space in the presidential suite. Tan Xingya organized a team of 6 to keep watch, mainly to see if any devourers would climb up. Entering the luxury suite, Su-Yang headed straight for the master bedroom. But upon entering, he noticed something was off. The bedding was bulging. Someone was there. Su-Yang kept silent, pretending he hadn't seen anything, and first entered the bathroom. When he returned, he simply tidied up. He still had a scent on him. Su-Yang was quick, finishing up in no time. After exiting the bathroom, he directly dove under the covers. This petite figure. Su-Yang suddenly pulled back the covers, discovering it was indeed Wang Cici. Is your body all right now, eh? Wang Cici, who had been pretending to sleep, couldn't hold back any longer. Opening her eyes with mild anger, she said, "You thought I was asleep and could just climb in without revealing me? You can feel embarrassed too." Su-Yang raised an eyebrow with a playful expression. "Weren't you just shouting to team up with Fang Shengnan?" "Don't mention that traitor." Wang Cici gritted her teeth. "That traitor is too despicable. I was looking out for her, and she just snuck away without a word." Su-Yang believed her. After all, it was the first time he encountered Fang Shengnan pretending to sleep the whole time, especially when he thought about waking her up only to scare her into a shiver. It was simply unbelievable. As best friends, Wang Cici surely knew Fang Shengnan's character, which was why she shouted to team up. But she ended up getting backstabbed. The thought of this made Su-Yang unable to help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at? Are you still a man or not?" Seeing Su-Yang laugh, Wang Cici subconsciously felt he was mocking her and couldn't help but retort. Little did she know she was digging her own grave. "You dare to provoke me?" A mischievous smile appeared on Su-Yang's face. "You better not regret it." Do you know who I am?" "I am Wang Cici." The little girl had no idea what digging her own grave meant and continued to provoke. "Come on, who's afraid of whom?" Half an hour later. "Aren't you tired?" An hour later. "Wait, let's take a break first." 2 hours later. "Ugh, I was wrong." Morning arrived. Su-Yang opened his eyes, though he had only slept for 3 hours. But he had rested enough. He felt invigorated, full of energy. Although he could still battle for several more rounds, he merely glanced at the charming figure sleeping beside him. The corners of Su-Yang's mouth slightly curled up. She was utterly useless. After teasing her a bit, Su-Yang fell silent. She must have been exhausted from sleeping so deeply. Forget it. Lying down again, Su-Yang showed no intention of getting up, but began checking the system notifications that appeared last night. You have successfully bound a 95-point female talent ability triggered. You have gained 1 upgrade slot and 1 talent point. Your maximum upgrade level has been raised to level 63. You have successfully copied grade talent Berserk transformation. 95 points. Su-Yang thought in amazement that if Wang Cici had Fang Shengnan's height, the system would probably rate her at 98 points. However, this was still good, at the very least. Ahem. Checking the records. There was another upgrade slot and 1 talent point. Most importantly, there was an additional grade talent skill. Berserk transformation. What a name. Initially, Su-Yang didn't pay much attention to this talent. In his eyes, it was merely a grade talent. But after understanding Berserk transformation, Su-Yang was somewhat taken aback. Although Berserk transformation is just a grade talent, its capabilities are numerous and quite powerful. The first ability of Berserk transformation is to double the strength attribute. Simply put, Wang Cici's original strength attribute was only around 20, but now it has become over 40. That is the first ability of Berserk transformation. The second ability is violence. The power erupted in battle can increase up to 3 times. This does not enhance the attribute, but rather the power unleashed. For example, if the original punch had a force of 100 pounds, it would be 300 pounds in a Berserk state. A single strike weighing 1,000 pounds would become 3,000 pounds. This completely takes violence to the extreme. The final ability is Frenzy. After activation, the unleashed power increases to 10 times. A punch that originally has a force of 1,000 pounds would directly become 10,000 pounds. However, as it is called Frenzy, the downside is the loss of rationality. This can easily lead to confusion between friend and foe. Yet, even with this deadly weakness, Berserk transformation does not seem like a mere grade talent. Who cares as long as it has its benefits? Suyang didn't care. After all, his LV1 Berserk transformation had already shown effects. Name Suyang. Talent, God level infinite enhancement unique. Strength, 333. 3-inch. Constitution, 32. Agility, 16. Spirit, 16. Talent skills SSS level Spiritual Master, LV1 SS level Valkyrie, LV5 SS level Information Controller, LV1 S level Iron Body, LV3 S level Backpack Space, LV1 Berserk Transformation, LV1. Talent points 2 points. Backpack, 99. Backpack Space, 1110 cubic meters 1. LV1 only provides 10 of the original talent effect. The strength attribute doubling at Suyang's end is only a 10 increase. It even has decimals. Suyang chuckled, surprised that it could be like this. The calculations are quite detailed. After checking, Suyang finally got up. It seemed that the women had already seen through his shamelessness. They merely glanced at him before turning their attention elsewhere. However, Fang Shengnin sneakily entered the master bedroom. This woman. Surely she wouldn't go, and Mak Wang Sisi, Suyang thought inexplicably. During breakfast, Tan Qingya briefly recounted the events that had occurred in the shelter over the past 2 days to Suyang. In fact, after they left, Tan Qingya had sent someone to clear the zombies around the hotel. What she hadn't anticipated was that after the first night, a large number of zombies gathered on the first floor of the hotel and its surroundings, which prevented her from continuing. And then there's the attendance of Teacher Tang these past 2 days. Tan Qingya suddenly mentioned Tang Yun's talent. What did she sign in for? Suyang asked, his tone tinged with anticipation. Tan Qingya paused and said, from the attendance over the past 2 days, I believe having Miao Miao sign in with Teacher Tang didn't help at all. My. Suyang was surprised, his eyes showing a hint of inquiry. Because according to my expectations, it should have been a weapon signed in these 2 days. Tan Qingya spoke with a hint of helplessness, but the result was that the first day yielded 100 boxes of tissues and yesterday was 100 self-heating pots. Tissues. Self-heating pots. Suyang's lips twitched slightly. He couldn't say these items weren't important. Not to mention the self-heating pots, those 100 boxes of tissues could be exchanged for many things with others. Their value wasn't low either. But they didn't lack such things. They had brought back thousands of boxes of tissues from the marketplace. What about today? Suyang asked again. Today I didn't let Miao Miao use her talent, and Teacher Tang sign in today is this. As she spoke, Tan Qingya handed Suyang a card. Item purple upgrade card can be enhanced category consumable quality purple attribute can upgrade any item with a level lower than purple to purple. Enhancement requirements, any blue item 10 tier 3 crystal core 1. Good stuff. Suyang recognized at first glance that this was definitely a good item. Then he quickly realized. Having Chun Miao Miao use her talent only resulted in signing for tissues and self-heating pots. But without using it, they drew this upgrade card. No wonder Tan Qingya said that having Chun Miao Miao sign in with Teacher Tang didn't help at all. So can this thing be enhanced? Tan Qingya's tone carried a hint of expectation. It can, but enhancing it once requires 10 blue items and a tier 3 crystal core. Hearing the materials needed for enhancement, Tan Qingya's expression paused. Then she decisively gave up on enhancing this purple upgrade card. As for blue items, they could trade for some with food. If she was determined, gathering materials to enhance to level 10 wouldn't be a problem. The problem was the tier 3 crystal core. That was a tough one. Not to mention the tier 3, they didn't have enough tier 2 crystal cores either. In their current area, they likely didn't even have a single tier 3 crystal core, did they? So should we upgrade the decomposition table? Tan Qingya asked. Since the items were obtained, they should be utilized as much as possible. This was the way to maximize their value, especially now that they had items suitable for upgrading. The decomposition table. Suyang responded with slight surprise. He hadn't expected Tan Qingya to consider upgrading the decomposition table. I know you intend to create a weapon or similar device and then upgrade it for installation in the shelter. Tan Qingya understood Suyang's thoughts well, but currently there aren't any weapon-related devices available. Although this upgrade card can also be kept, I believe the decomposition table is more suitable for upgrading. Currently, the decomposition table is only blue. After upgrading it will be purple, and our shelter's enhancement attributes can elevate it one more level. So that would be above purple. Su Yang's gaze sharpened, and his expression became serious. He understood Tan Qingjia's intention. This indeed could work. In a sense, the decomposition table was extremely important to them. With the decomposition table, they might be able to decompose higher-level materials. This point was very important to Su Yang, because some high-level items emerging required high-level materials for enhancement. Not to mention, even the blue decomposition table now needed fine steel for enhancement. Clearly able to be enhanced to level 50, it remained unenhanced due to insufficient materials. How many units of fine steel have been collected? Su Yang turned to ask Tan Qingya. Don't worry, last night I intentionally purchased rice. It's enough for you to enhance it to level 60. Tan Qingjia's answer made Su Yang's expression pause slightly. Indeed, it was level 60, not level 50. Well, after all, the enhancement level cap had increased by 9 levels last night. Now he could enhance to the highest level, which was already level 63. Since the materials were sufficient, let's get started. Su Yang was not a hesitant person. A few minutes later, the decomposition table in front of Su Yang underwent a transformation. Item decomposition table 60 can be enhanced category equipment quality blue attribute, can decompose blue and lower level items obtaining materials after decomposition. Enhancement attribute 1 can enhance a large number of items at once. Enhancement attribute 2 can decompose purple items. Enhancement attribute 3 can obtain purple materials. Enhancement attribute 4 can store materials. Enhancement attribute 5 can analyze materials. Enhancement attribute 6 can synthesize materials. Enhancement requirements: fine steel 10, tier 1 crystal core 10. The enhanced decomposition table at level 60 was no longer of blue quality. It could decompose purple items, and after decomposition it could also yield purple quality materials, which was equivalent to a purple decomposition table. Moreover, it surprisingly allowed for material synthesis. Su Yang glanced and found that it could consume 20 units of material to synthesize 1 unit of a higher-level material. In simple terms, as long as there was enough ordinary iron material, this decomposition table could synthesize blue fine steel, even purple. Then next would be upgrade. Su Yang's gaze fell on the upgrade card, and without hesitation, he used it on the decomposition table. The next moment, the decomposition table underwent a change. Item decomposition table can be enhanced category equipment quality purple attribute 1 can decompose purple and lower level items obtaining material energy after decomposition. Attribute 2 can synthesize advanced materials using material energy. Attribute 3 has a material space of 100 cubic meters. Enhancement requirements: epic alloy 100, tier 3 crystal core 10, any purple item 1. Enhancement level reset. But the attributes had increased by 2. The most special aspect was that the decomposition table no longer yielded materials upon decomposition. Instead, it produced material energy. The key was that this energy could synthesize advanced materials. Su Yang's heart raced. If the purple decomposition table was like this, then what about above purple? Soon Su Yang found out. He used the shelter's enhancement attribute 1 to bind one of the slots to the decomposition table. Then, the first golden device of their shelter was born. Item decomposition platform enhanceable. Category equipment. Quality golden blessed by the shelter. Attribute 1 can decompose golden and lower quality items obtaining material energy upon decomposition. Attribute 2 can use material energy to transform and synthesize any recorded materials. Attribute 3 possesses a data material space, allowing any material to be converted into data for storage. Enhancement requirements: 100 epic alloys, 10 tier 3 crystals, any 1 purple item. The ability can only be described as far exceeding that of purple quality. In addition to synthesizing basic materials, it can also synthesize special materials as long as the decomposition platform has recorded them. As long as there is enough energy, synthesis can occur. Su Yang instinctively tried to record the crystal in his hand with the decomposition platform. The result was a success. Can even synthesize crystals. Su Yang was overjoyed. As long as he recorded a tier 2 crystal, this decomposition platform could create countless tier 2 crystals. Of course, the prerequisite is to have enough energy. The standard for material energy is that 1 point of energy can produce 1 unit of ordinary wood. Ordinary iron also only requires 1 point. Whether metal or wood or other materials, as long as they are of white ordinary quality, it is 1 point of energy for 1 unit. Green quality excellent timber requires 10 points. A tier 1 crystal also requires 10 points of energy to produce 1. Soon Tan Qingya understood the situation of the golden decomposition platform. and she immediately sent someone to collect all the metals in the hotel. With the data material space, there is no need to worry about storage. Anything can be placed into this data material space, whether the material itself or the decomposed materials, or simply exist as energy. In this way, his infinite enhancement will become even easier, because there is no need to worry about material limitations. Not enough wood? No problem. Convert metal into energy through decomposition. To be honest, this also relieved Su Yang. His infinite enhancement is good, but materials are a very obvious limitation. Now it's fine. With this decomposition platform, there's no need to worry. Now he wants to accumulate a batch of material energy through the decomposition platform. At this moment, Tan Xingya suddenly said, "By the way, I forgot to tell you the zombies gathering downstairs are increasing." Su Yang's expression changed slightly, his tone becoming serious. So the third day has begun since daytime. It's possible. Tan Xingya nodded, analyzing. The last few hours are likely to be quite difficult to pass. As it turned out, Tan Qingjia's prediction was correct, because he discovered that beds, cabinets, and doors could all be converted into material energy. In one morning, Su Yang only let Tan Xingya focus on the zombies downstairs while he led people to become a demolition team. The entire hotel room was turned into a vacant, exceptionally clean space. Even the glass doors of the bathroom were taken down. These glass doors could not only be decomposed into material energy, but also into ordinary glass. Focusing on a data material space that can almost hold infinitely, they stuffed everything that could be decomposed inside. To be honest, the results of one morning had turned into nearly 3,000 points of material energy. This is equivalent to harvesting 3,000 units of ordinary firewood or ordinary iron. During this time, Su Yang found several safes, and after decomposition obtained blue-quality fine steel. Su Yang immediately understood. Some special alloys can decompose into advanced materials, and the materials decomposed will naturally also be recorded. Su Yang planned to finish dismantling the hotel and then start dismantling the surroundings. Anyway, with his backpack space, he would put things inside, and Shiyu could put them into the decomposition platform at the shelter at any time. As a result, Tan Xingya informed him that Li Lu sensed the presence of suspected liquors. There are liquors. Su Yang looked at Li Lu with a serious expression. Not very certain. Li Lu shook her head slightly, but what can be confirmed is that they are definitely not ordinary zombies. Li Lu's task now is to come for active sensing from time to time. One is to determine the number of zombies. The second is to sense if there are liquors. Just a few minutes ago, she sensed a special aura. But the opponent's speed was too fast, and it was right at the edge of her perception, disappearing in an instant. There was no time to perceive it carefully. Su Yang's expression became serious. Although Li Lu was uncertain, he felt that it was highly likely to be a liquor. This most likely meant it was going to nest. No way. This cannot continue. Su Yang made up his mind to go out searching. This time he brought more people. Only 10 people were left at the shelter, while 22 people went out together. The entire hotel was guarded, directly watching over the presidential suite. This time, even Guan Yusin was not left behind. Su Yang only left behind 7 handguns. They had enough people and only needed to bring 3 guns. Moreover, Shiyu was also left behind with a shared backpack space. If anything happened, she could notify Su Yang immediately. The 22 people quickly arrived at the first floor. A large number of zombies had gathered here, piled up densely. Su Yang did not lead the charge immediately. Instead, he took out 3 handguns and opened fire. By the time the bullets were running low, many zombies had already been killed. Su Yang glanced at Guan Yusin and War Aura. Guan Yusin let out a low shout in her heart and activated the War Aura. Buzz. The invisible enhancing power instantly spread, enhancing everyone's attributes. Kill. At Su Yang's command, everyone charged in. With attributes doubled, even if they wielded wooden sticks, they could crush the zombies' heads. It was so fast. In just 1 or 2 minutes, over 300 zombies in the hotel's first-floor lobby were wiped out. At this moment, more zombies outside were crazily rushing toward them. However, Su Yang and the others blocked the zombies' attack. More and more zombies were killed by them. Director, they have appeared. Suddenly, Li Lu shouted, pointing in one direction. There really are liquors over there. Actually, it was unnecessary for her to remind them, because at that moment a liquor was running from a distance. With a loud bang, it jumped onto a bus, crushing the bus roof down significantly. Seemingly having detected Su Yang and the others, it sniffed in their direction. Then it confirmed their position. But it did not rush over immediately, instead it stayed in place waiting. Just as Su Yang was somewhat confused, Li Lu's tone became urgent. Director, there are more liquors, 2 no, 3 no. Li Lu's expression turned grim, and in the end, as if she confirmed something, her tone became extremely serious. 5, there are 5 more liquors coming. Bang, 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 bang. 5 dark figures rushed over quickly, leaping onto cars and shops, creating loud crashes. 6. This time 6 lickers appeared. 6 lickers. The faces of many girls changed simultaneously upon hearing this. Bang. At that moment a gunshot interrupted everyone's reaction. An incredible scene unfolded. The licker on the bus had its head blown off. Tisk, truly a brainless creature presenting itself as such a live target. If I don't blow your head off, whose head should I blow? Wang Cici blew away the non-existent smoke from the gun's muzzle, her face filled with pride. This shot stunned the previously panicked girls. Is the licker this weak? Whoosh. As this thought emerged in their minds, several beams of cold light shot out. Thud. Another licker was dispatched. The one who struck was Qin Mingyao. At this moment, the remaining 4 lickers seemed to explode with rage, howling as they charged forward. But at that moment, someone on Su Yang's side moved. Iron Body. Su Yang silently exclaimed in his heart as he faced the foremost licker. Bang. The licker's claws swung fiercely, and Su Yang raised his left hand, firmly catching the strike. Unscathed. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his blade, slicing down. Thud. The licker dodged, just in time, avoiding being cut in half. However, a portion of its right shoulder and body was severed by Su Yang's strike. This strike reduced its body by a quarter. As the licker cried out in pain, Su Yang swiftly turned the blade, slicing through its head in a flash. Thud. A huge head without a skull flew into the air. The second one. Su Yang's gaze was calm as he turned to face the last licker. The reason it was the last one was that the other 2 had been taken over by Fang Shengnan and Wang Cici. Fang Shengnan was fine directly withstanding the licker's attack, maintaining an absolute advantage from the start. But Wang Cici's situation was different. It was not a matter of being at a disadvantage. Rather, it was a complete violent crushing. Due to her talent, Wang Cici's strength attribute was now over 40. Under Guan Yusin's talent ability War Aura, her power was directly doubled. This strength had surpassed 130 points. When she rushed in front of that licker, a single strike blew apart part of its body. After the second strike, the poor licker had already lost its ability to move. This was not a battle at all. It was complete slaughter. As for the zombies surrounding her, Wang Cici merely swung her hammer, and with a turn she could clear the nearby zombies. While observing the surrounding situation, Su Yang's attack speed did not slow. In the blink of an eye, he reached the last zombie and sliced off a portion of its body. It seemed that the last licker finally sensed something was wrong. It turned and attempted to flee. Whoosh. A beam of cold light flashed directly, piercing through its head. Qin Mingyao struck again. One must admit, with Qin Mingyao's current strength and the enhanced dagger, killing a licker was simply too easy. In the blink of an eye, all 6 lickers had been dealt with. Many girls had yet to react, but once they did, it was a wave of relief and excitement. The mere lickers no longer posed a threat to them. However, after killing for a while, Su Yang's expression slightly changed. Compared to before, he felt that the number of zombies surrounding them had not decreased at all. In fact, it seemed to have increased, and this was not his illusion. The zombies in the surrounding area seemed to be converging towards them. At this moment, Tan Qingya and the others on the top floor clearly saw this scene. The entire Royal Court Hotel was surrounded by countless zombies, with the nearby streets packed densely with them. This situation could not continue. Tan Qingya furrowed her brows tightly, with a few people beside her holding pistols, occasionally firing shots down below. It was to practice their shooting skills. It was also to avoid wasting bullets. Bullets could be generated every 3 minutes. If not used, it would simply be a waste. However, the zombies they killed were negligible compared to the massive horde. After pondering for a moment, Tan Qingya took out a piece of white paper and began writing on it. 3 minutes later, she handed the now densely covered paper to Shuyu beside her. Shuyu did not ask what it was, taking it and directly placing it into the shared backpack space with Su Yang. Meanwhile, Su Yang, who was frantically killing zombies on the ground, suddenly changed expression. To facilitate communication, the shared backpack space with Shuyu was empty. The sudden addition of a piece of paper immediately caught his attention. Taking a step back, he gave Fang Shengnan a glance. She understood immediately and stepped forward to take his place. Su Yang lowered his head to check, moving quickly. He also had the information control ability, albeit only 10 of Tan Qingya's effect. But just a glance, and he memorized the contents of the paper completely. Tan Qingya reminded him that a large number of zombies were converging, which had already formed a zombie tide to some extent. Her suggestion was to retreat from the hotel building. Because there were too many zombies appearing, they simply could not kill them all. But she also mentioned one point: the direction from which the 6 lickers had just appeared. Su Yang noticed it was not far away and certainly had to go check. Tan Qingya had already conducted experiments, noting that the incubation time for licker eggs was not long. If all 6 lickers had nested, failing to address this could mean facing over 100 lickers tonight. This was no joke. With a target in mind, Su Yang led everyone to kill their way in that direction. 22 people split off, a few to take the outermost positions, all taking turns. This time with Lin Ruoxue following, there was no need to worry. If anyone got injured, they would be treated immediately. Thus, even while surrounded by zombies, their movement speed remained brisk. In truth, it was still Guan Yusin's war aura that was effective. It doubled everyone's attributes, raising their strength from 20 points to 60 points. Naturally, first-tier zombies could not threaten them. It was only now that the zombie tide appeared, making it impossible to kill them all. Meanwhile, Tan Xingya and the others at the top of the hotel witnessed this bizarre scene. In the tide of countless zombies, there was a circular formation, and a large number of zombies approaching this formation were being killed. This team, under the assault of countless zombies, was moving amidst the tide. The speed was not fast, but it was not slow either. Soon the team arrived at an old Phoenix jewelry store where there were no zombies left. Su Yang and the others quickly entered, and a few even took out steel plates from their backpacks, assembling them to completely block the store's entrance. Tian. After sealing one side of the store's entrance, Su Yang turned to a quiet girl with glasses. Wu Tiantian, a very quiet girl in their class. Her awakened talent was Crade Sound Erasure. After being activated, it could erase all sounds within a certain range. Sure enough, once the sound erasure was activated, the entire jewelry store fell into an eerie silence. Outside, the noise of zombies crashing against the steel plates was also erased. The effect was such that, moments later, those zombies dispersed. Has it left? Su Yang did not speak, merely casting a questioning glance at Li Lu. Li Lu shook her head slightly and softly said, "There are still quite a few zombies, but the others are no longer coming this way. This plan is quite good." Upon hearing Li Lu's response, Su Yang placed even greater importance on Wu Tiantian's talent. In fact, many times talents that seem to lack capability can still play a significant role if used properly. Leaving most of the people behind to guard the area, Su Yang led a few others into the jewelry store. Upon entering, they indeed discovered a liquor nest here. There were more than 20 liquor eggs. This creature has already begun to sell, and some people have discovered the liquor nest. After sending the liquor eggs back to the shelter through the backpack space and destroying the nest, Su Yang did not leave immediately. After resting for almost half an hour, he led the team to the next nest. In the next 2 hours, Su Yang and his group continuously destroyed 3 liquor nests along with the first one. They harvested a total of 103 liquor eggs. However, in the following hour, they did not find the 5th. Logically, 6 liquors should have 6 nests. At first, Su Yang and Tan Xingya also suspected that the liquors were divided into male and female, but there was a biology expert in the area. The expert dissected the liquor and informed everyone that liquors are hermaphroditic, capable of reproducing alone. The expert also mentioned that liquors have a habit of devouring flesh to reproduce. This essentially means that one liquor has 1 flesh nest. 2 flesh nests could easily yield 30 to 40 liquor eggs, which if allowed to hatch would be quite a hassle. At this moment, Su Yang and their search locations were already approaching the mall. If we don't find one in another hour, we'll head back. Looking at the sky, Su Yang gritted his teeth. They had at most 1 hour left before night fell. Half an hour later, with Li Lu's extreme sensing, they found the 5th liquor nest. To Su Yang's speechlessness, this 5th nest was actually located on the negative 1st floor of the mall, which was where they encountered their first liquor nest. It was evident that one of the 6 liquors they killed today discovered this place and took it over. After completely destroying this nest, looking at the already dimming sky, Su Yang could only lead his team back. On the way back, they killed quite a few zombies. The group returned to the Royal Court Hotel. During this time, many girls were injured, scratched, and bitten by zombies, which had become routine. At first, some were panicked, carefully avoiding being scratched by zombies. But later they got used to it. After all, even if a piece of flesh was bitten off, Lin Ruoxue could heal it. As Su Yang and the others had not yet entered the hotel, Tan Xingya and the others had already prepared to welcome them. Communicating through the backpack space, Tan Xingya already knew about Su Yang's situation. "You all go up to rest first, leave the cleanup to us." Upon seeing Su Yang and his group, Tan Xingya said directly. In fact, it wasn't necessary to clean up deliberately, just blocking the hallway would suffice. During the day, Tan Xingya and the others were also busy smashing nearly all the walls of the hotel rooms, except for the load-bearing walls. Now the blockage in the hallway consisted of the rubble and broken bricks they had smashed. By the time everyone returned to the top floor of the shelter, it was already 8 in the evening. Just 2 hours left. Su Yang's gaze flickered uncertainly, since they were transported and they had already survived an additional 70 hours. "How are you prepared on your side?" Su Yang turned to look at Tan Xingya and Tang Yun beside him. Their tasks today were not easy. They were with the remaining people, while those who stayed behind were comparatively relaxed. "Everything that should be prepared is ready." Tang Yun sighed, feeling increasingly useless as a class leader. She could only watch her students risk their lives while she sat back and enjoyed the benefits. Su Yang paused, noticing Tang Yun's tone was off, immediately understanding her thoughts. Haven't you persuaded our class leader yet? Su Yang shot a glance at Tan Xingya. Tan Xingya returned a rather helpless look indicating there was nothing she could do. She had repeatedly emphasized the importance of their class leader's SS-level talent to them. However, their class leader was too responsible. Thus, she was prone to overthinking. While it was understandable, after all, she had just graduated and had not yet endured the hardships of society. She was determined to be a good class leader. Suddenly, at that moment, Su Yang heard an unusual sound. What is that sound? Tang Yun frowned, her eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. Clearly, others also heard this unusual sound. Tan Xingya seemed to think of something, took out a flare gun, and shot it into the sky. Bang! The flare gun shot high into the air, erupting in a dazzling light. Under this light, everyone could see the situation below. This is... Su Yang's pupils constricted, his expression extremely grave. Under the illumination of the flare gun, the first floor of the hotel was already piled high with countless zombies. This is not the main point. The focus is that at this moment these zombies were actually climbing on top of each other like a human tower, with more zombies continually climbing up. They had already climbed to the 4th floor, and some zombies had entered the 2nd and 3rd floors through windows and other openings. At this moment, the methods they had previously used to block the hallway were rendered ineffective against this tide of corpses. How many floors have been blocked in the hallway? Su Yang turned to Tan Xingya beside him, his expression serious as he asked. Tan Xingya naturally understood Su Yang's meaning. If only the lower floors were blocked, it wouldn't take long before the zombies entering the building could directly surge up. The 10th floor, the 15th floor, and the 25th floor, these 3 hallways are blocked. Tan Xingya quickly replied, then turned to the crowd. Those with obstacles, come with me downstairs and block all the hallways starting from the 40th floor. Soon everyone began to act. However, Su Yang suggested leaving one hallway on the 40th floor open to create a battlefield and kill some zombies. As time passed, some people were still throwing the walls they smashed during the day from the top floor to crush a few zombies. But soon they stopped doing that. It was pointless. It wasn't that they couldn't kill them, but the number of zombies was too vast. The top floor of the Royal Court Hotel had already been equipped with several huge searchlights by Tang Yun and the others. Under the illumination of these searchlights, the situation below was clearly visible. At this moment, the entire hotel had formed a massive pile of zombies under the accumulation of countless zombies. The height had already reached over 20 floors. Even killing a few hundred zombies had no impact on this enormous pile of corpses. As the final hour approached, suddenly over 30 dark shadows emerged within the range of the searchlights. They moved quickly, leaping up from the massive pile of zombies in mere seconds. Lickers. Over 30 lickers. More than 30 lickers. This number is overwhelming. However, Su Yang also noticed that these lickers are relatively small in size. It seems that these should be the eggs laid by the individual that wasn't found among the 6 lickers killed today. Sure enough, because the nest wasn't located and handled properly at that time, they have now hatched. Fire. Su Yang remained calm and decisively gave the order. Don't worry about the bullets, shoot them all. 10 handguns were raised, and a barrage of gunfire erupted towards the 30-odd lickers leaping up from below. Bang, bang, bang. The first few lickers charging at the forefront were struck down, collapsing to the ground. In the blink of an eye, they were engulfed by the countless piles of zombies. A few were injured and directly fled into the building. The remaining uninjured lickers ceased their climbing on the building's exterior and instead entered the hallways. This was the effect Su Yang wanted. Yusin Xingnan Cc, take a few people and grab 5 handguns. As he spoke, Su Yang turned to Qin Mingyao. This area is up to you. Be careful of them climbing up from outside. Qin Mingyao nodded. Su Yang and the others descended, leaving only one hallway from the top to the 40th floor. Shortly after reaching the 40th floor, a shadow darted towards Su Yang like lightning. A steel body. Su Yang thought to himself and took the initiative to meet it head-on. Behind him, Guan Yusin activated the war aura at the first opportunity. In the moment of a tribute explosion, Su Yang dodged the licker's claws. With a swift motion, he slashed back and severed the licker's claws. Roar! The licker cried out in pain and instinctively took a step back. But at that moment, a hammer came crashing towards it. Bang! Wang Cici's violent strike smashed through the licker's chest. There was no kill notification. It wasn't dead yet. However, it had lost its combat capability. Wang Cici twirled the hammer in her hand and aimed for its head. Kill a second-tier licker, points 10. At this moment, Su Yang had already locked onto the second licker. Fang Shengnan also faced off against the licker. Behind the 3 of them were 7 others. 5 of them held handguns ready to shoot at any moment. As for the last 2, without needing to be instructed, the 2 girls immediately moved to the licker slain by Wang Cici and began to search. Their task was to search for the second-tier crystal cores. It was unclear whether reaching second-tier strength guaranteed a crystal core. In any case, each licker that Su Yang killed had a crystal core. Those liquors inside the eggs, no matter how fully developed, did not have crystal cores. Found it. This liquor also has a second-tier crystal core. Hearing the excited voices behind him, Su Yang's eyes lit up. Whether there was a crystal core or not made a significant difference. A second-tier crystal core would require 100 points of material energy to manufacture, even at a decomposition station. Bang! Another hammer strike. Wang Cixi and Fang Shengnan combined their efforts to kill the second liquor. Meanwhile, the one before Su Yang was also slain. At the same time, another 6 or 7 liquors charged forward. Bang! 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 The 5 girls holding guns decisively chose to fire at the approaching liquors. After a round of shooting, they managed to kill 2 liquors. The remaining ones were all injured. With a few more blows, Su Yang and the others dealt with them. What surprised Su Yang, however, was that no more liquors charged up afterward. No, there were still about 30 liquors left, all having entered the building. But they had only just killed 10. There are still more. Suddenly, Su Yang's expression changed slightly as he heard a cacophony of sounds. Damn it! It's zombies. As expected, just as Su Yang guessed. In the next moment, a large horde of zombies erupted from the 39th floor, rushing madly towards Su Yang and the others. Fall back. Without a moment of hesitation, Su Yang commanded everyone to retreat. At the same time, he threw out a large amount of rubble from his backpack space to block the hallway. However, when they reached the 41st floor, they heard the roar of zombies coming from the other side of the blocked hallway. Yet that hallway was clearly sealed off. With a loud bang, a liquor jumped out from the sealed hallway, sending rubble flying everywhere. Su Yang immediately understood. It was those liquors that had dug through the blocked hallway. Roar! The liquor saw Su Yang and the others, but didn't charge at them. Instead, it turned and attempted to escape. This situation made Su Yang's heart sink. The concern he had feared had come true. These liquors possessed intelligence. Perhaps not much, but a bit of intelligence meant they would be hard to deal with. Return to the shelter. Su Yang spoke, firmly discarding all unnecessary items. Seeing this, the girls also followed suit, throwing out large amounts of junk from their backpacks. Before long, the entire floor was piled high with debris, while Su Yang and the others returned to the shelter. Upon returning, Su Yang learned that 3 liquors had just been killed. Fortunately, Qin Mengyao reacted quickly and managed to kill the 3 liquors after some maneuvering. Several girls were injured, with the most severe almost having her arm broken. Su Yang felt a pang of regret. He should have left Guan Yusin here. If the war aura had been present, Qin Mengyao would have been able to kill those 3 liquors much faster and more easily, thus preventing any injuries. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Su Yang clearly heard faint growls coming from downstairs. Guard the windows and the potential entry points for the liquors. Su Yang shouted. Although the presidential suite's elevator and stairs were in the same place, those floor-to-ceiling windows were a hassle. Some of the floor-to-ceiling windows had already shattered, and there was a possibility of liquors climbing in at any moment. Sure enough, not long after the hallway was breached, and a large number of zombies rushed in. However, these zombies did not worry Su Yang, or in fact, he didn't even need to intervene. Fang Shengnan and Wang Cixi led a few others to hold the hallway. Roar! With a few furious roars, a dozen liquors climbed in through several floor-to-ceiling windows. Su Yang reacted, quickly charging towards one of the liquors. With a slash, the liquor was cut in half by Su Yang's blade. But at that moment, a shrill scream came from behind. Mei Mei! Not good, Mei Mei! Several shocked cries rang out, and Su Yang turned sharply to see Mei Mei being knocked out by a liquor. Moreover, she was flying towards a massive floor-to-ceiling window. At that moment, the glass of the window had shattered completely, posing no obstacles. Mei Mei was sent flying out of the building. Don't panic, hold your ground. A calm voice rang out, bringing a sense of inexplicable reassurance to everyone. Qin Mengyao made her move. She used all her strength to manipulate her telekinesis, forcefully pulling Mei Mei back. That was close. Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. They were on the 46th floor. If Mei Mei had fallen, the outcome could be imagined. Su Yang's gaze flickered. He knew that they couldn't let anyone guard outside anymore. With a sweeping motion, he cleared the zombies in front of him and shouted without looking back. Retreat to the shelter. Immediately, everyone rushed back towards the shelter. Normally, the shelter would have only one main entrance, but Su Yang had reinforced theirs. It could be set up to have 4 entrances at most. However, Su Yang only set up 2 entrances, one at the front and one at the back. The girls quickly entered the shelter, leaving only Su Yang and a few combat members behind. After most people had entered the shelter, Su Yang finally began to relax. He and Fang Shengnan were at the front, drawing all the zombies and liquors toward them. Behind them were Wang Cixi, Qin Mengyao, and others. The only door to the shelter was open, with a few girls positioned at the entrance. They held handguns, occasionally firing shots. Although Su Yang was busy killing zombies, he dedicated a considerable amount of energy to watching a screen in front of him. It displayed the attribute panel information of the shelter behind them. At that moment, a large number of zombies had surrounded the shelter with several lickers among them. They were attacking the shelter frantically. Yet the shelter with a defense value of tier 2 stars withstood all the assaults. Unscathed. Upon realizing this, Su-Yang let out a sigh of relief. As long as the shelter could withstand these zombie attacks, they were already in an invincible position. Logically speaking, a tier 2 star defense value should not be able to endure the prolonged attacks of lickers. Even if their shelter's defense value had a 10 increase, it would not be enough. However, for this transmission, Su-Yang had used a level 20 enhancement teleportation card with the first enhancement property, increasing the defense value by 100. While it appeared to be tier 2 stars, the defense value had actually increased by an additional 110. This defense value was beyond what tier 2 lickers could breach. Director, it's not good. Those zombies have piled up and are about to reach this level. Li Lu seemed to sense something, shouting anxiously. So soon. Su-Yang's expression changed slightly as he turned to Qin Mingyao. Eliminate all the lickers. All right. Pulling Mimi back from the air had already consumed a lot of Qin Mingyao's energy. But at this moment, she showed no hesitation. Whoosh. 3 enhanced daggers transformed into streaks of cold light darting through the crowd of zombies. Puff. Puff. The last few lickers were also killed. Qin Mingyao could no longer hold on and slumped down. Tang Yun, who was prepared, immediately embraced her and turned to enter the shelter. What a pity. Looking at the fallen lickers amidst the zombies, a hint of regret flashed in Su-Yang's eyes. Several tier 2 crystal cores. But he didn't hesitate and directly ordered everyone to retreat back to the shelter. Now was not the time to be greedy. As the door closed, a loud banging sound echoed throughout the shelter. A horde of zombies was attacking their shelter frantically. Yet Su-Yang remained calm and reassured everyone, don't worry, our shelter's defense value has an enhancement. Even if there were lickers, they couldn't break through. This remark put the girls at ease. Tan Xingya also aptly said, it's nothing, we're just a little over 20 minutes away from surviving an additional 72 hours. Just over 20 minutes left. The girls were initially stunned, but then felt a surge of joy. It was a sure thing now. However, none of them entered the luxurious suite to rest, choosing to stay in the shelter instead, just in case. In the following 20 minutes, nothing unexpected happened. Though there were many zombies outside, they could not harm their. You led your team to survive an extra 72 hours in this survival challenge, earning each person 100 points and 1 blue treasure chest. Would you like to return to the safe haven? Hint, if you choose not to return, the rewards will not increase. Looking at the prompt, Su-Yang didn't hesitate and directly chose to return. Not to mention that staying would yield no other rewards. Even if there were, Su-Yang did not intend to stay any longer. Who knows how many dozens or even hundreds of lickers might appear if he stayed longer. There might even be tier 3 zombies. There was no telling. Better not to be greedy. Buzz. The shelter shook gently, and the previously noisy sounds of zombies attacking suddenly vanished. Do we just teleport back? Someone suddenly asked. Su-Yang nodded and said, yes, we have returned to the safe haven and are completely safe now. Oh yeah, we're finally back. Ha, now we can truly feel safe. I can't take it anymore. I need to wash off the stench of zombies. Let's go together. Let me check how you've developed these past few days. Get lost, check your own. The shelter quickly returned to its usual lively atmosphere. Su-Yang let out a sigh of relief. However, he did not go to rest, but began to tally their gains this time. The girls had long decided that the points they earned would belong to him, the director. Therefore, all the points gained from this teleportation were concentrated on Su-Yang. 13,064. This was the total amount of points they gained this time. In reality, they had earned a total of 6,532 points. Thanks to the teleportation card doubling, they had surpassed 13,000. Most of the significant gains came from the rewards for surviving extra hours, with each person earning 100 points, totaling 3,200 points for 32 people. The rest was from killing zombies and lickers over the past few days. In fact, their gains from this teleportation were not limited to these. The enhanced handguns and the shelter itself were part of this haul, especially since the shelter now had a golden decomposition platform installed, which was the biggest gain this time. A golden device, even if it was just a blueprint, was worth tens or even hundreds of thousands of points. This could not be measured by points at all. Additionally, there were 64 blue treasure chests. With the rewards plus the first kill of a higher tier zombie, each person received 2. It was uncertain what good items could be obtained. Su-Yang was looking forward to it. The points mall had also refreshed. This time there were more items available, and the quantity that could be purchased had increased as well. Just taking a quick glance, Su-Yang knew that 13,000 points were far from enough. It seems I can only continue to enhance the virus and vaccine to earn more points, Su-Yang muttered to himself. At this moment, Tan Xingyao walked over. Su Yang had already chosen to share most of the permissions of the Points Mall and the shelter. Therefore, when the Points Mall refreshed, Tan Xingyao also took a look. Let's call it a day, go rest first, and we can discuss it tomorrow. Right, we need to rest well. They hadn't really rested all day. In the morning, they were dismantling the hotel, and after lunch, they had been killing zombies. They were indeed exhausted. You should rest early too. Let everyone have a good rest tonight. After saying this, Su Yang entered the luxurious suite. As he stepped inside, he suddenly had a feeling. Even though it was enhanced to level 10, the luxurious suite still felt a bit small. It seemed he needed to raise the level further. But he decided to wait until tomorrow. Shrugging, Su Yang entered the master bedroom. However, once he entered, he realized something was off. Someone was there, and they were taking a shower. Tisk, another one. Stripping off his clothes, Su Yang directly entered the bathroom. How did you get in here? Looking at the panicked Qin Mingyao, who was trying to cover herself, a hint of surprise flashed in Su Yang's eyes, as he had thought it was a newcomer. Unexpected, but it was the same. Of course I came in to take a shower, and this is my room, isn't it? Su Yang displayed a playful smile. Qin Mingyao instantly panicked. I just borrowed it because there were too many people in the bathroom. You need to get out now. Get out. No way. It's fine, let's wash together, I don't mind. I do mind. Qin Mingyu's expression was flustered. I already told you it was just that once, you need to leave now. Once. If you say that one night, I won't say anything. But if you just say once, I can't accept that. Are you sure it was just once? In the morning, Su Yang woke up to find himself alone. However, after washing up and entering the sanctuary, he realized that Qin Mingyao was still sleeping in her room. As usual, someone had woken up even earlier. Breakfast was already prepared. Seafood congee along with soup dumplings. One must say Chen Ye's culinary skills have been improving remarkably. No, it should be said that she finally has the ingredients to showcase her talent. Tan Xingyao had not yet risen. She had gone to bed late last night, but Su Yang believed he had stayed up later. Tang Yun was already up. Su Yang, this is my sign-in for this morning. Ooh, I don't even know if it's a good thing. Having said that, Tang Yun handed a card to Su Yang. Another card item. Su Yang's eyes lit up as he took it to examine. Item: Independent Network Card, Enhanceable Category, Consumable Quality, Blue Attribute. After use, it allows the installation of networking equipment in the sanctuary, providing it with an internal network system. Enhancement requirements: any green equipment, Blueprint 3, second tier Crystal Core 3. This independent network. Is this supposed to set up a campus network in the sanctuary? Su Yang was momentarily stunned. Isn't this useless? Seeing Su Yang's silent, Tang Yun couldn't help but ask, looking somewhat anxious. How could it be useless? A voice came from behind them. It was the freshly awakened Tan Xingyao. She walked over, picked up the card, and said, with a network, many things will become much more convenient. Saying this, she directly used the card. In the next moment, an additional device appeared in the sanctuary. Su Yang remained silent. He knew very well that Tan Xingyao wouldn't do anything meaningless. Moreover, he noticed that after the independent network was installed as a device in the sanctuary, its enhancement requirements had not changed. Item: Independent Network, Enhanceable Category, Consumable Quality, Blue Attribute, Internal Network System of the sanctuary capable of recording text, voice, video, and other information. Enhancement requirements: any green equipment, Blueprint 3, second tier Crystal Core 3. It still required green equipment blueprints and second tier crystal cores. However, what benefits could enhancing this thing bring? Su Yang raised an eyebrow. But after Tan Xingyao clarified what materials were needed for enhancing the independent network, she directly took out 30 green equipment blueprints. Because previously, when the luxurious suite was just a blueprint, the enhancement materials needed were blueprints. Anticipating that they might be useful in the future, she had acquired some relatively inexpensive blueprints. The blueprints she presented now were for single rooms, bathrooms, and similar types. However, what truly caught Su Yang's attention were the second-tier crystal cores. Just to reach level 10 enhancement, 30 second-tier crystal cores were required. Nevertheless, after some thought, Su Yang decided to go ahead with the enhancement. He also wanted to see what changes would occur when the independent network was enhanced to level 10. Item: Independent Network 10, Enhanceable Category, Consumable Quality, Blue Attribute, Internal Network System of the sanctuary capable of recording text, voice, video, and other information. Enhancement: Attribute Network Coverage Range 1 km. Enhancement requirements: any green equipment, Blueprint 3, second tier Crystal Core 3. But after the enhancement, seeing the newly appeared enhancement attributes, Su Yang's pupils contracted. The network coverage range increased by 1 km. Is it the kind I imagined? After a thorough examination, Su Yang and Tan Xingyao confirmed one thing. This network coverage actually extends to the area outside the sanctuary, centered around the sanctuary. Does this mean that with the device we can communicate with the sanctuary even from 1 km away? Tan Xingyu's tone carried a hint of shock and delight. She had originally thought of equipping the sanctuary with an independent network for their convenience, enabling some electronic devices to operate. Little did she expect the effect to far exceed her expectations. Although they could currently communicate through the shared backpack space between Su-Yang and Shu-Yu, this method was indeed very inconvenient. Moreover, it was not real-time communication. Do you have any more green blueprints? Su-Yang turned to Tan Xingya and asked, as he also recognized the advantages of this independent network. And this was precisely what they urgently needed. He naturally wanted to continue enhancing. I have some, but it's not enough to enhance it to level 20. Tan Xingya slightly shook her head and said, I suggest we buy all the virus enhancement vaccines that refreshed in the Points Mall last night. Then enhance them and sell them. Okay. Su-Yang nodded, opening the Points Mall to purchase the virus enhancement vaccines. This time the Points Mall refreshed with 100 virus enhancement vaccines. Su-Yang did not hesitate and immediately filled his inventory. 5,000 points were instantly deducted. In front of Su-Yang appeared 100 virus enhancement vaccines. Without enhancing to a higher level virus enhancement vaccine, Su-Yang still only enhanced them to level 20. This was already sufficient. Although the independent network could not be enhanced for the time being, other devices could be. Su-Yang's gaze fell on the luxurious suite, which he had long wanted to enhance. Moreover, the materials needed to enhance the luxurious suite once were not much, allowing Su-Yang to enhance it directly to level 60. Honestly, Su-Yang was also looking forward to the attributes of the level 60 luxurious suite. As a result, the level 60 luxurious suite did not disappoint him. Device Luxurious Suite 60 Enhanceable Category, Living Type Quality Blue Attribute, contains 1 master bedroom, 35 guest bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 dining room, 1 kitchen. Total area 5,000. Enhancement Attribute 1 Free Water and Electricity Enhancement Attribute 2 Air Circulation System Enhancement Attribute 3 Waste Disposal System Enhancement Attribute 4 Smart Control System Enhancement Attribute 5 Garden 200 cubic meters 2 Enhancement Attribute 6 Garage accommodating 1 car with automatic repair and maintenance functions requiring certain materials. Enhancement Requirements Common Wood 100 Common Stone 100 Common Iron Material 10 First Tier Crystal Core 1. Upon seeing the attributes of the level 60 luxurious suite, Su-Yang had only one thought in mind. This thing could survive even if transported to outer space. There was still 1 master bedroom, but the guest bedrooms had increased to 35. Now, even if everyone had their own room, there were still 4 extra rooms. While the level 60 luxurious suite actually has so many rooms. At this rate, everyone could have their own room. Not only that, but they are all quite large. Even the guest bedrooms are 120 square meters. Hiss. The director's master bedroom is actually 300 square meters. Is that the point? Isn't the focus on that exaggerated big round bed that can easily fit 7 or 8 people? I get it now. The director must have done it on purpose, such ill intentions. TSK director, do you really have such lewd thoughts about sharing a bed with so many people? Su-Yang. Malicious intentions and lewd thoughts. I admit it. But hey, who knew that enhancing the luxurious suite would turn the master bedroom into a big round bed? And such a large one. I definitely do not take the blame. After the luxurious suite was enhanced, several impressive enhancement attributes appeared. What surprised Su-Yang the most was the addition of 2 gardens. He wanted to take a look. There was sunlight, but it was likely simulated. Tan Xingya promptly decided to use the garden as a planting area. They could grow some vegetables there. This task was assigned to Zhong Yuanyuan. Zhong Yuanyuan was the heaviest in the class aside from Fang Shengnan. Standing at 165 centimeters, her weight was rumored to be around 130. Those who understand physique know. While Su-Yang did not. But it was fine, there would always be a chance to fully comprehend how this worked. Zhong Yuanyuan's awakened talent was grade plant growth, capable of promoting plant growth. So far she had not had a chance to demonstrate it. She even considered her talent to be useless. She had specifically requested to go out earlier to hunt zombies. Upon learning that these 2 gardens would be managed by her, her talent finally had a place to be utilized. You can't imagine how excited she was. As for the last enhancement attribute of the luxurious suite, Su-Yang was quite surprised. Perhaps we should look for an opportunity to get a vehicle, and you can enhance it as well. Some worlds will likely find it. Tan Xingya suddenly suggested. Su-Yang nodded, saying indeed some things really require a vehicle. Next time we teleport, let's find an opportunity to get one. If this attribute had been enhanced earlier, he would have gotten a good car yesterday. Now there were already 11 enhancement slots plus the recently enhanced independent network, leaving 2 slots unused. However, these 2 slots were almost determined. One choice was to bind a certain weapon. This time he had to enhance a weapon. The enhanced knife could only be used by Qin Mingyao. Ordinary steel pipes and big knives were no longer sufficient. For this teleportation, Su-Yang had already changed several big knives. It's worth mentioning that the size and shape of the knives varied greatly. Once Su-Yang chose one type to bind, he couldn't enhance other knives. Ordinary cleavers and hatchets were two distinct types in the realm of infinite enhancement. This was also the reason Su-Yang hadn't enhanced any weapons. Besides that, there was something else that needed enhancement. It was a new product that had refreshed in this point's mall. Item Biochemical Serum Enhanceable Category Consumable Quality Green Attribute. After use, it can perform biochemical modifications on the body, enhancing body attributes. Note: using this agent carries a certain risk of mutation resulting in slight impairment of bodily functions or severe cases turning into zombies. Enhancement Requirement Stage 1 Crystal Core 1. This item was clearly a good one for enhancing attributes. It was a must enhance. Su-Yang knew very well the benefits of attribute enhancement. Moreover, this biochemical serum was a product that had refreshed only after they survived for an additional 72 hours. Although it had some side effects. But from Su-Yang's perspective, it was not a big deal. As long as the enhancement level increased, these side effects would be erased. Moreover, enhancing it only takes one Stage 1 crystal core, which is very cheap. For Su-Yang, whether it was a Stage 1 or Stage 2 crystal core, he wouldn't lack them. As long as the materials for the decomposition platform were sufficient, they could be manufactured. In fact, Su-Yang had initially thought about using crystal cores to trade for materials with others. After all, one Stage 1 crystal core was just 10 energy points, equivalent to 10 units of ordinary firewood. However, when trading with others, a Stage 1 crystal core could exchange for 30 to 50 units of ordinary firewood. But Tan Qingya outright refused. The reason was simple: the main use of crystal cores now was to upgrade the shelter. A shelter needed at most 10 Stage 1 crystal cores. Therefore, wanting to exchange crystal cores for a large amount of materials was nearly impossible, unless many shelters required a significant number of crystal cores. Currently, this was not possible. One vial of biochemical serum cost 1,000 points, and given that Su-Yang only had over 8,000 points left, it was clearly insufficient. This obviously couldn't allow everyone to have one. The good news was that some shelters had already experienced 2 to 3 or even 4 to 5 teleportations. However, not everyone stayed for 3 days like Su-Yang and the others during a single teleportation. Some shelters would remain inside after teleportation, waiting until they had enough survival time without exploring. Instead, they chose to return to the sanctuary directly, only taking the most basic rewards. Overall, the more teleportations one experienced, the more points they would naturally accumulate. Thus, this virus enhancement vaccine had become more marketable. Collecting enough points for the 32 of them to have biochemical serums was just a matter of time. However, Su-Yang still chose to purchase one. He wanted to see the effects after enhancing the biochemical serum. In fact, the effects after enhancing the biochemical serum, especially the enhancement attributes, surprised Su-Yang. But soon his expression turned grim. Because even if the biochemical serum was enhanced to level 30, there was still a risk of turning into a zombie. At level 40, there was still a risk. At level 50, it was reduced. I hope there are no side effects at level 60. Su-Yang muttered in prayer, fearing that if it didn't clear the last side effects at level 60, it would be a tremendous waste of this superb potion. Fortunately, what Su-Yang was worried about did not happen. Item Biochemical Serum 60 Enhanceable Category Consumable Quality Green Attribute. After use, it can perform biochemical modifications on the body, providing a certain enhancement to body attributes. Enhancement Attribute 1, Self-Healing Ability 100. Enhancement Attribute 2, Physical Defense Ability 100. Enhancement Attribute 3, Neural Reaction Speed 100. Enhancement Attribute 4, Physical Agility 100. Enhancement Attribute 5, Night Vision. Enhancement Attribute 6, All Attributes 5. Enhancement Requirement Stage 1 Crystal Core 1. There were no side effects when the biochemical serum was enhanced to level 60. As for the consumption of the serum, even when enhanced to level 60, there was no specific information on how much it enhanced attributes. But those details were no longer important to Su-Yang. 6 enhancement attributes were all top-notch. Self-healing ability, defensive ability, neural reaction speed, and physical agility were urgently needed improvements for Su-Yang and the others. It would not be an exaggeration to say that just these 4 enhancement attributes could elevate Su-Yang's strength to a new level. The emergence of night vision was even more delightful for Su-Yang. Although zombies and lickers could not see, it did not mean that other things could not see the light. In recent nights, the shelter had hardly turned on the lights, and only the luxurious suite had lights. Outside the shelter, not to mention. Compared to these 5 enhancement attributes, the 6th all attributes 5 enhancement attribute seemed somewhat ordinary. What a pity that the upper limit for these 4 attributes is only 100. If they could continue to improve, that would be wonderful. Su-Yang felt a bit regretful. The self-healing ability 100 enhancement attribute appeared at level 10. It was 100 as soon as it appeared. Until it reached level 60, this attribute had not improved. But that was enough. Su-yang originally planned to use this level 60 enhanced biochemical serum for himself. However, Tan Xingya asked him to wait, letting other members use it first to see how much attributes could be enhanced. Su-yang didn't think much and handed the enhanced biochemical serum to her. However, what surprised Su-yang was that after receiving this biochemical serum, Tan Xingya did not look for others to use it. Instead, she immediately approached Tang Yun, and her first words left Tang Yun momentarily stunned. Teacher Tang, this biochemical serum is very special, but just enhancing to level 60 isn't enough, so it's your turn now. 64 blue treasure chests. Rewards 32. First kills across levels 32. Now they are displayed before everyone, piled up into a small mountain of chests. This is so thrilling. With so many treasure chests, how many good items can we get? There must be plenty of good items. I estimate there are a bunch of blue equipment blueprints. I'm a bit eager to open one. Come on with your luck, that one white treasure chest can at most yield a few instant noodle packs, but don't waste it. A few packs of instant noodles aren't bad, and many people are worse off than me. The girls chattered and whispered. Their gazes all fell upon the girl at the front of the treasure chests. At this moment, Chen Miao Miao felt a bit nervous. Director, am I the only one opening all these treasure chests? Her tone was somewhat apprehensive. It's fine. It was not Su-yang who responded, but Tan Xingya. This is just a trial. I need to collect more data on your treasure chest openings. With this, I can further analyze your talent. Her expression returned to her usual impassiveness very rapidly. This only made Chen Miao Miao feel even more anxious. Deep down, she knew that even if she didn't open anything good, no one would blame her. But precisely for that reason, she feared not getting anything good. Don't put pressure on yourself. Whatever you open is fine. A gentle voice came, easing Chen Miao Miao's anxiety considerably. She turned to glance at Su-yang, her face inexplicably flushing. To avoid being noticed, she hurriedly began to open the treasure chests before her. A flash of blue light. The moment Su-yang saw the blue light, he knew something good had been obtained. 1 blue blueprint and 10 units of fine steel. The blueprint was for equipment and was identical to the one for the luxurious suite they owned. Item: luxurious suite blueprint, enhanceable category, equipment blueprint, quality blue attribute, can be used to construct a luxurious suite with 5 bedrooms, 200 in the shelter. Enhancement requirement: any blue equipment blueprint 1. This item was of little use to Su-yang and the others, but its value was not low. Not to mention the 10 units of blue fine steel. That could translate to 1,000 energy at the decomposition station. After opening the treasure chest, Chen Miao Miao didn't say anything, but turned to look at Su-yang. Her eager expression seemed to be seeking approval. Not bad. Su-yang nodded. Let's not mention the luxurious suite blueprint, just the materials alone are worth 1,000 energy. Earlier we spent an entire morning deconstructing and only got a few thousand energy. Upon hearing this, Chen Miao Miao became happy. At Su-yang's signal, she began to quickly open the remaining treasure chests. Some were shining, some were not. Yet even the worst yielded 5 units of blue materials. That is 500 energy. After a while, Chen Miao Miao finished opening all the blue treasure chests. Not to mention anything else, the materials obtained alone converted to over 30,000 energy. If converted into second-tier crystal cores, that would be over 300. This haul made Su-yang consider their arduous morning of deconstructing a hotel as nothing but a joke. This was merely the materials. The total value of the additional blueprints was even greater. Too bad most were blueprints for single rooms, suites, kitchens, and bathrooms. Of course, Chen Miao Miao also activated her luck state proactively once a day. She opened a purple equipment blueprint from a blue treasure chest. This blueprint was somewhat special. Item: luxurious entertainment room blueprint, enhanceable category, equipment blueprint, quality purple attribute, can be used to construct a luxurious entertainment room, 1,000 in the shelter. Enhancement requirement: any purple equipment blueprint 1. This cannot be said to be a bad item. However, its value is average in Su-yang's eyes. Nevertheless, he immediately constructed this equipment and installed it in the shelter. They needed entertainment. The changes had been too drastic. Just a few days ago, they were still university students, and now they didn't even know how many zombies they had killed. Especially under such high-pressure circumstances, not having a venting outlet was not a good thing. Su-yang did have a way to vent. He did it every night. Thus, he felt no pressure. But others, especially the delicate girls, could not. Originally, Tan Xingya had suggested looking for some entertainment equipment, as she had found quite a lot during the last transfer. The idea to deconstruct cinema equipment originated from her. Now that they had an entertainment room, it was definitely better. Moreover, although this luxurious entertainment room was a purple quality device, the materials needed for construction were not many. Even the highest level materials only required blue fine steel. Su-yang constructed it directly. Item luxurious entertainment room, enhanceable category, equipment blueprint quality, purple attribute, can be used to construct a luxurious entertainment room, 1000, in the shelter. Enhancement requirement, excellent fine iron 100, excellent fine copper 100, electronic components 100, electronic chips 100, second tier crystal core 1. Once the luxurious entertainment room was installed, the enhancement requirements changed. All were green materials. No problem, these materials had already been decomposed by the decomposition station, and there were records to manufacture them. It required 4,100 energy for one enhancement. Not bad. However, Su Yang did not plan to enhance it. There weren't enough slots. Su Yang sighed inwardly. For now, he would focus on completing the biochemical serum, then the weapons. As for this entertainment room, it's enough for now. It's essentially an arcade. More than half of the girls in the class had already gone into play. Just as Su Yang was also planning to join in Tang, a teacher Tang, is there something? Su Yang instinctively asked. Upon hearing him address her as teacher, a hint of something unusual flashed in Tang Yun's eyes. However, she still maintained a calm demeanor, her tone steady. Indeed, there are some matters, come with me. Oh, okay. Su Yang nodded, following her without suspicion. What puzzled him was that Tang Yun led him directly to her room. The luxurious suite had 35 secondary bedrooms, each with 120 square meters and fully furnished. Moreover, it was quite luxurious. Some chose to stay alone in a room, while others opted for 2 people per room. Despite Wang Cici's constant complaints about Fang Shengnan backstabbing her and leaving her utterly disappointed, the two still lived in the same room. Tang Yun had her own room. After entering the room, Tang Yun made a surprising move that left Su Yang somewhat astonished. She turned around and locked the door. What was going on? Su Yang was taken aback. A certain thought crossed his mind, but was quickly dismissed. Impossible, she was Tang Yun. With her personality, she wouldn't act like this. A teacher Tang, what is it? Su Yang couldn't help but ask. Tang Yun's response left him utterly speechless. Su Yang will be direct with you. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yun appeared to have made a firm decision. I want you to bind with me right now. No way. Is it true? Su Yang was shocked yet ecstatic. When did teacher Tang become so bold? Cough, cough. Teacher Tang, what did you say? And I didn't quite catch that. Su Yang cleared his throat lightly, yet his heart burned with sudden fervor. Didn't catch it. Tang Yun's cheeks flushed crimson as she spoke through gritted teeth. Then step. Don't think I don't know what you did the moment you first arrived here. Su Yang. Ahem. Truly, it wasn't intentional. His expression turned awkward. He'd been caught red-handed. I thought I was still dreaming so instinctively. Nay extended his tongue. Those final words remained unspoken. Tang Yun, it seemed, had cast aside all restraint. Now you're awake. No more dreams. You can't hold back anymore. In the moment those words left her lips, Su Yang could no longer contain himself. He erupted, utterly. And indeed, this was no dream. Everything was real. And within this reality, he held extraordinary freedom, especially with Tang. An inner thrill surged through him. Please stop, it's not right. Xingya knows exactly what we're doing. Feeling something alarming stir, Tang Yun trembled faintly, her voice edged with fluster. She knows. Su Yang arched a brow, genuinely surprised. It was her who sent me here. Seeing that Su Yang wouldn't truly act in anger, Tang Yun relaxed. Your binding reinforcement quota is insufficient, and your bioserum requires further enhancement. Truly, she was his first woman. She already understood how to support her man, even by helping him find others. Su Yang felt she deserved a reward. When he fell silent, Tang Yun mistakenly assumed he was angry. She bit her lower lip and whispered softly, "Don't be upset. I'll let you come again tonight." Su Yang's gaze snapped upward, instantly locking onto Tang Yun's flushed face, and nearly lost control. Yet for the sake of tonight, he restrained himself. Taking a deep breath to distract his thoughts, he turned his attention inward, to review the fruits of this binding. Binding complete. 1 female, score 98, innate talent activated. Granted 1 reinforcement slot, 1 talent point. Maximum reinforcement level increased to level 72. SSS tier, innate talent acquired, daily check-in. 3 options. 98 points. Absolute enchantress. This was the highest score among all women Su Yang had ever bound, and undoubtedly the highest within the entire shelter. Most crucially, the talent itself. Upgraded from SSS to SSS, matching Qi Mingyao's tier, and now transformed into a daily 3-option check-in. 3 options. Could it possibly be that kind of 3-option system? Na spark ignited in Su Yang's mind, and upon further inspection he confirmed it. Each day upon checking in 3 items would appear, any one of which could be selected. And even with only a 10 activation rate for Su Yang's own check-in effect, he still received 3 distinct offerings daily. Then he'd choose just one. Yet, that 10 truly was just 10. Na quiet sigh escaped Su Yang, a faint trace of wistfulness. Check-in successful. Select today's item from the following options. Option 1, steamed white buns 10 in. Option 2, toasted bread slices 10 in. Option 3, spicy chicken leg burgers 10 in. Had these appeared during his earliest days after crossing over, Su Yang would have leapt with joy. These were consumables after all. But now, well, spicy chicken leg burgers weren't half bad. And he selected option 3, but chose not to extract it yet. The check-in system possessed its own boundless storage space. Items could remain indefinitely within it unclaimed until needed. Su Yang. And suddenly Tang Yun lifted her head from his embrace, her eyes alight with delight. My talent has upgraded. I've attained SSS tier daily check-in, 3 options. I instinctively tried checking in, and succeeded. And look what appeared. She shared her check-in. Su Yang barely registered her first sentence. He'd known that already. And what startled him was that Tang Yun had already checked in today. So, did talent upgrading grant an additional check-in opportunity? When Su Yang viewed her shared interface, his pupils contracted sharply, astonishment flashing across his face. Check-in successful. Select today's item from the following options. Option 1, a luxury penthouse suite purple tier 1 in. Option 2, advanced medical pod purple tier 1 in. Option 3, combat training chamber purple tier 1 in. 3 items, each resplendent in radiant purple. All 3 bore the prestigious purple tier mark, leaving Su Yang's earlier check-in rewards far behind like distant echoes. And each was a finished artifact, not merely schematics. Upon inspection, Su Yang recognized their exceptional quality. The luxury penthouse alone surpassed even his wildest imagination. Its multifunctional smart mattress promised rapid sleep onset and deep restorative slumber. According to its specs, 3 hours of sleep here equaled 8 hours elsewhere. And that was merely one feature. In short, it fully justified its purple tier designation. As for the second item, the advanced medical pod, its very name conveyed its supremacy. With this device, terminal cancer could be reduced to a minor cold. It repaired latent bodily damage, optimized physical conditioning, and sustained peak physiological performance. Su Yang even suspected it could cure the zombie virus itself. Tang Yun too had fixated on this option. Su Yang, let's choose the medical pod. With it our safety will be assured. Yet Su Yang gently shook his head. No, we won't choose not the medical pod. Tang Yun's mouth parted slightly in disbelief. Correct, we won't select it. Su Yang affirmed once more. Seeing her confusion, he explained we already have Xiao Shui. She can heal injuries when needed. What we lack most urgently is combat experience. He pointed toward the third option glowing on the shared interface before them. Therefore, the training chamber is paramount. Exactly. Right now what matters most isn't the medical pod, but this training chamber. Tan Xingyan nodded in full agreement, gazing at the chamber before her. She knew precisely where the two had spent their lunch hour, and silently regretted not assigning Tang Yun to lead on day 1. Item combat training chamber upgradable in category equipment in rarity gold enhanced by shelter aura in attribute a specialized chamber enabling simulated combat training. Upgrade requirements epic grade alloy 100 tier 3 crystal core 100 any purple tire item 1. After selecting the chamber, Su Yang immediately installed it within the shelter. Not only did he install it, he activated the shelter's enhancement ability, elevating its rarity to gold, dramatically amplifying its capabilities. At purple tier, the chamber had accommodated only 10 users simultaneously. Now user capacity was unlimited, and each entrant could access a personalized simulation space. Team-based combat simulations were also supported. Inside the training room, roar, roar, 10 lickers charged towards Su Yang. Yet in the next moment, Su Yang merely swung his iron fists. In just a few moments, he had slain all 10 lickers. Indeed, after activating the steel body, my own body is the strongest weapon, Su Yang remarked with a hint of emotion. The 10 liquor corpses he had just defeated shimmered slightly, transforming into specks of starlight and dissipating. This was the simulation ability of the training room. It could completely replicate the targets he had fought against. Moreover, as long as one person recorded the information, others could use it. Currently, the training room could only simulate zombies and lickers, but that was already sufficient. The bodies in the training room were simulated. Once one entered, they would fall into a deep sleep. Training could be conducted freely using the simulated body. The results of the simulated training would be synchronized back to the sleeping body. Even without this ability, simply battling numerous zombies and lickers would accumulate considerable combat experience. Right now, Su Yang had already developed a way to utilize the steel body. Most importantly, Su Yang's heart stirred as he exited the training room. In the next moment, he appeared at the shelter at the entrance of the training room. The women were gathered around, and Su Yang quickly looked towards Tan Qingya. 5 minutes? You were only inside for 5 minutes. Understanding what Su Yang wanted to ask, Tan Qingya replied. 3 minutes. Su Yang's heart surged with waves of shock. After being enhanced by the shelter, the training room had upgraded to a golden device. Not only had its abilities significantly improved, most importantly, it had gained a very special ability. That was time acceleration. Or rather, it could be said to be acceleration of consciousness. The sleeping body still aligned with the external time, but the consciousness was different. Su Yang clearly felt that he had stayed in the training room for at least 30 minutes. A 6-fold time difference. When he shared this news with the women, they were all stunned. My goodness, is this time acceleration? To be precise, it's consciousness time acceleration, but it can also affect the body. So amazing, I want to go. Many girls looked at Su Yang, their eyes filled with inquiry. Go ahead. Su Yang smiled slightly, eliciting a cheer. In less than 10 seconds, only 3 or 5 people remained on the scene. After asking Su Yang some questions, Tenkinji's eyes flickered. It seems we need to revise our previous plan. The original plan was to conduct the 3rd teleportation today, because tomorrow is the last day of the newbie protection period. Su Yang's thought was that conducting the 3rd teleportation today could secure a base to prevent any unexpected events once the newbie protection period ended. We can't have already teleported and not finished only to be forced to teleport again, right? Tan Qingya also thought this plan was good. After all, with the sub-channel, they could still enter the chat channel and the trading channel after teleportation. But with the training room, it was different. They could fully utilize these 2 days to enter the training room for extensive. Now among the women, the lowest strength and physique attribute was 18 points. Agility and mental attributes did not drop below 10 points. Although they had also killed some zombies, they were using sheer brute force. The so-called experience was merely the experience of killing zombies with their own hands. Tan Qingya had already entered the training room. She would personally experience it and find a suitable training method. The women had no idea that in the next 2 days they would spend most of their time in the training room. It's a pity, although the training room is fundamentally just a purple level, the enhancement only requires the materials needed for purple level. But even a purple level is not something I can afford right now. Su Yang shook his head in regret. This training room was like the upgraded decomposition platform. In the short term, it was impossible to enhance the training room, especially since the training room was even more exaggerated than the decomposition platform. Enhancing it once required 100 units of epic alloy, just like the decomposition platform needed any purple item. However, the training room needed 10 times the cores of the decomposition platform. Not 10 pieces, but 100. Not to mention that the decomposition platform could not yet produce 3rd-tier cores, even if it could. Su Yang would not use them to enhance the training room. Even if he went bankrupt, he could barely gather 100, and any further enhancements were out of the question. Not worth it. However, the biochemical serum can now be leveled up to 70. Thinking of this, Su Yang's mood improved considerably. Item biochemical serum 70 can be enhanced category consumable quality green attribute after use, can perform biochemical modifications on the body, providing a certain enhancement to body attributes. Enhancement attribute 1, self-healing ability 100, enhancement attribute 2, body defense ability 100, enhancement attribute 3, neural reaction speed 100, enhancement attribute 4, body agility 100, enhancement attribute 5, night vision, enhancement attribute 6, all attributes 5, enhancement attribute 7, all attributes 3, enhancement requirement 1st tier core 1. Indeed, this biochemical serum has hit its limit. Looking at the biochemical serum that had broken through level 70, which only added an all attribute 3, Su Yang couldn't help but shake his head. The 6th enhancement attribute had not improved. The 8th enhancement attribute would probably at most just be all attributes 2. It might even be all attributes 1. That's enough. Su Yang stroked his chin and thought, all attributes 8 will significantly enhance everyone's strength. The attributes that just improved can be adapted to in the training room. Su Yang now also noticed a situation, which was that green items reaching enhancement levels over 70 were nearing their limits. Continuing to enhance still yielded some improvements, but they were minimal. White quality items seemed to be around level 50. Item ordinary knife 70 can be enhanced category weapon quality, white attribute sharpness 35, enhancement attribute 1, toughness 30, enhancement attribute 2, penetration 300, enhancement attribute 3, sharpness 300, enhancement attribute 4. Hardness 250, enhancement attribute 5, agility 30, enhancement attribute 6, lightness 20, enhancement attribute 7, armor penetration 10, enhancement requirement ordinary iron material 3. This knife enhanced to level 70 had already reached its limit for the first 3 enhancement attributes. The toughness attribute did not improve when enhanced to level 60 and 70. The penetration enhancement reached 300 after level 60, but did not improve at level 70. The sharpness enhancement reached 300 at level 70, it likely wouldn't improve at level 80. He just didn't know if enhancing to level 100 would bring about any changes. Of course, this was only Su Yang's current speculation. After all, he hadn't enhanced many items, so perhaps special items were different. As for blue items, there was currently no sign of any limits. At least Su Yang had not detected any limits while enhancing the Type 54 pistol. Item Type 54 Pistol 70 can be enhanced category weapon quality blue attribute 1 damage 45 attribute 2, effective range 1000 meters magazine capacity 35 rounds. Enhancement attribute 1 accuracy 200 enhancement attribute 2 void magazine capacity 60 rounds generates 1 round every 2 minutes. Enhancement attribute 3 explosive power 300 enhancement attribute 4 penetration 250 enhancement attribute 5 blast power 200 enhancement attribute 6 destruction power 150 enhancement attribute 7 armor destruction 100 enhancement requirement ordinary iron material 10 excellent fine iron 1 first tier core 1. Even after enhancing to level 70, the previous enhancement attributes had all improved. It must be said that blue weapons were indeed powerful. The attributes of this enhanced level 70 pistol also made Su Yang very satisfied. A handgun with 95 bullets, and it can produce a bullet in just 2 minutes. Su Yang gazed at the antique, in his hand his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Destructive power, explosive force damage capability. These 3 attributes may seem similar, but they are distinct. Combined, a single shot can easily take down a devourer. Not to mention headshots. A shot to the chest would be fatal even for a devourer. Unfortunately, there are only 10 handguns. Su Yang felt helpless. Acquiring a handgun is quite challenging. Shun Miao Miao opened so many treasure chests, but did not find a single handgun. There are people selling handguns in the trading channel, but the prices are outrageous. Tan Qingyao once tried to trade a level 20 enhanced virus vaccine for a handgun, but her offer was rejected. The other party asked for 5 vaccines, and it was a firm price with no room for negotiation. Tan Qingyao simply ignored them. Perhaps next time he teleports, he could try looking for places like the police station. Su Yang contemplated the feasibility of this plan. Just then a friend messaged him. Upon opening the private chat, Su Yang discovered it was Hu Kaming. Hu Kaming, brother, do you still have that virus vaccine? Su Yang raised an eyebrow. The so-called virus vaccine was of course the enhanced virus vaccine. Now Tan Qingyao and her group were selling them in the trading channel, and it was clear Hu Kaming had seen that. Su Yang, yes, do you want it? Hu Kaming, yes, give me 10, do you have them? 10. Su Yang's mouth twitched. Instead of feeling happy, he became wary. Su Yang, I have them, but I don't think you can afford them. Hu Kaming, brother, come on, why wouldn't I be able to afford them? Su Yang, 35000 points, no bargaining. Hu Kaming, ahem, brother, can I offer something in exchange? Su Yang, what do you have? Hu Kaming, crystals, 2nd tier crystals. Su Yang, do you think I would lack 2nd tier crystals after selling so many devourer eggs? Upon seeing Su Yang's reply, Hu Kaming was momentarily at a loss. He suddenly remembered he had bought 10 devourer eggs from Su Yang, and for a moment, he actually forgot. But he truly wanted that virus vaccine. Not only could it enhance attributes, but immunity to the zombie virus was absolutely necessary. Especially since today marks the 6th day. There isn't much time left in the novice protection period. Ultimately, Hu Kaming seemed to have made up his mind, and replied with gritted teeth. Hu Kaming, I'll exchange some materials with you. Su Yang, materials. Hu Kaming, ahem, it's like this, during a previous teleport our shelter ended up at a steel mill. Hu Kaming, so our shelter now has a lot of steel. What the heck? Upon seeing this, Su Yang couldn't hold back. What luck? A steel mill. In that moment, Su Yang felt a twinge of jealousy. He seemed to forget that he had obtained over 40 tons of rice and flour this time. If Hu Kaming knew, he would truly be envious and resentful. Su Yang, a steel mill. You guys are really lucky. That's probably several thousand tons of steel, right? Hu Kaming, not several thousand tons. The steel mill's ingot storage capacity exceeds 50 tons. Hu Kaming, but how much do you think we over 30 people can take? Hu Kaming, brother, let me be honest with you, our shelter has upgraded to a factory type. Hu Kaming, but even a factory type shelter can only store 10 tons of steel. This time, Hu Kaming finally revealed a little of their situation. Indeed, Hu Kaming's shelter has upgraded. Su Yang was not surprised by this. According to Hu Kaming, their shelter could store a maximum of 10 tons of steel, but Su Yang did not believe that was their limit. However, Su Yang did not care about that. He was more concerned about how much steel could be exchanged for 1 fire. After Su Yang raised this point, Hu Kaming quickly responded. Hu Kaming, brother, you have a decomposition table that can split the ingots into blue-green or even white metal materials. Hu Kaming, everyone is currently lacking these materials. There's a strong market for them. Su Yang, cut the chatter, how much? Who Kaming? Haha, how about 1 ton for 1 vaccine? Suyang, how many units of materials can 1 ton decompose into? Who Kaming? Oh well, actually quite a few. Suyang, enough with the small talk, oh just give me 1 ton, and after I decompose it we can negotiate further. Who Kaming? Who Kaming? Fine, I'll just tell you straight. Who Kaming? 1 ton can decompose into 10 units of excellent fine iron. Suyang, so you plan to trade 10 units of excellent fine iron for 1 virus vaccine? Suyang, 10 for 1 ton, no negotiation. Who Kaming? What the heck, brother, I admit I was a bit greedy just now, but this is no longer about being greedy. Who Kaming? 10 for 1 ton, that's equivalent to 1,000 units of excellent fine iron for 1 vaccine, and the market price exceeds 1.0 points. Indeed. Currently in the trading channel, common materials, which are white materials, usually only cost 2 or 3 points. Green materials are generally around 10 points. Because the novice protection period only has 2 days left, the price of the virus vaccine has increased somewhat. But it's not that exaggerated. After some haggling, Who Kaming insisted on 300 tons of steel, claiming that its value was definitely not less than 10 virus vaccines. Suyang ultimately agreed, because Who Kaming provided some special alloy materials. Suyang actually intended to decompose these alloy materials, to see if he could decompose them into purple epic-level alloys. The result was somewhat unexpected. Who Kaming sent over 100 kilograms of special alloy, but Suyang did not manage to decompose them into epic-level alloys. However, it was still considered a success, because after decomposition, he did not manage to form a single unit of epic-level alloy. Yet, this allowed the decomposition table to successfully record the information of epic-level alloys, and now he could start synthesizing epic-level alloys. After inputting 300 tons of steel into the decomposition table, the final material energy decomposed was 300 points. 300 seems like a lot, but using it all to create epic-level alloys only yields 300 units. Both the decomposition table and the training room can only enhance 3 times. Indeed, it's still too little. Suyang couldn't help but sigh, but he quickly became happy again. Although he couldn't enhance purple equipment, their shelter could finally continue to upgrade. Upgrading the shelter once requires 230 points worth of materials energy. 30000 is more than enough. However, before that, Suyang planned to upgrade the independent network. Not only to upgrade, he also intended to use the shelter's enhancement abilities to elevate the blue independent network to purple. This is crucial for maintaining contact with the shelter after the next teleport. Upgrading to level 70 and then to purple, this independent network will surely improve a lot. Suyang was quite looking forward to it. Collecting the blueprints for green devices is quite easy. Since there are no restrictions on enhancements, even blueprints for green toilets are acceptable. Purchasing these blueprints with crystal cores quickly gathered them together. Suyang directly utilized the capabilities of the shelter to upgrade the independent network. Then it was directly enhanced to level 70. The attributes of the level 70 independent network pleasantly surprised Suyang. Item: independent network 70, enhanceable type, consumable quality, purple shelter, enhanced state. Attributes: the internal network system of the shelter capable of recording text, voice, video, and other information. Enhancement attribute 1, network coverage 35 kilometers. Enhancement attribute 2, signal increase 300. Enhancement attribute 3, internet speed 350. Enhancement attribute 4, advanced stealth effect. Enhancement attribute 5, void server 3. Enhancement attribute 6, intelligent computing power. Enhancement attribute 7, intelligent AI. Enhancement requirements: any green device blueprints 3, second tier crystal cores 3. The level 70 independent network allows internet access within a 35-kilometer radius of the shelter. However, having internet does not mean the signal is strong. Enhancement attribute 2 perfectly resolved this issue. The enhanced level 70 independent network already had a decent signal, and now it has been tripled. Moreover, the internet speed has also increased. Even in an underground parking lot 30 kilometers away, one can still connect to the shelter's network. Additionally, it possesses an advanced stealth effect. Even if transported to a technological world, the independent network would not be easily detected. This is quite impressive. What truly surprised Suyang were the last 3 enhancement attributes, especially the last one. Hello, Master, I am the intelligent AI of the shelter's independent network. A voice echoed within the shelter. Wow, it really has a voice. Is this the intelligent AI? Hey, intelligent AI, do you have a name? The girls were also very interested in the independent network device, because this is for gaming online. Although it's just their internal network, it holds a different significance. The independent network also has permissions, with Suyang naturally having the highest authority. Suyang would directly grant everyone access. Thus, in response to everyone's inquiries, the intelligent AI promptly provided answers. I was just born and I do not have a name yet. No name? Then let's give one. Xiao AI. Or Xiao E. I'm also Team All Genie, can we have a more literary name? The group fell into a discussion about naming. Su Yang began to communicate with the intelligent AI, inquiring about its various capabilities. Upon learning that the Void server not only could be taken out, but also could expand network coverage. Most importantly, it could also merge with some special items. For example, allowing the Void server to merge with subchannels. This way I can take over the subchannel and organize and analyze the information within it. The intelligent AI's response filled Su Yang with delight. The subchannel, in a sense, is a special receiver. It receives information from chat and trading channels, among others. However, the intelligent AI does have some limitations which are constrained by its computing power. Currently, it only possesses intelligent computing power. Intelligent computing power is specialized for handling artificial intelligence tasks, forming the core driving force for AI model training and inference. It is primarily applied in fields such as generative large models, autonomous driving, embodied intelligence, smart cities, and industrial manufacturing. If it had supercomputing level power, actually this is already sufficient. Can the Void server merge with the training room? Suddenly Tan Xingya asked. Yes. The intelligent AI responded. However, after merging it cannot be separated. That's fine, I just want to know one thing. Tan Xingya's gaze was sharp. After merging, can you influence the simulation system of the training room? For example, directly arranging suitable cultivation plans based on all our conditions. Yes, it can be done. Su Yang's eyes lit up, as this would make their cultivation much easier. It would also be much more convenient. Yes. The intelligent AI responded. I can even provide suggestions based on everyone's training, analyze mistakes during training and other situations. Next, the intelligent AI listed numerous benefits. There was no need for further hesitation. It was directly merged. 2 of the 3 Void servers were immediately gone. 1 for the subchannel and 1 for the training room. The remaining 1 can be kept for now. Soon the merging was completed. The girls also confirmed a name for the intelligent AI. Xiao Xiao. This is the name of the intelligent AI. The process of confirmation was rather complex, and Su Yang felt his mouth twitch. Was it really necessary to argue passionately over a name? Forget it. After all, it's just a code name of Xiao Xiao it is. With the enhancement of the independent network completed, the next step was naturally to enhance the shelter. Shelter 70 enhanceable level basic safe house, 10 space, 5,000 cubic meters, 1000, 5 meters defense value tier 3, 1 star, 10 equipment, 510 training room, golden decomposition, table golden independent network, purple luxury entertainment room, blue luxury, sweet blue special attribute, subchannel enhancement attribute 1, equipment level 1. Can upgrade 7 devices in the shelter by 1 level. Enhancement attribute 2, recovery within the shelter 700, enhancement attribute 3, to space, folding enhancement attribute 4, space coverage enhancement attribute 5, space protection enhancement attribute 6, space warehouse number of people 2 cubic meters, enhancement attribute 7, space modification upgrade requirements, ordinary wood 1000, ordinary stone 1000, ordinary iron material 100, ordinary glass 100, first tier crystal cores 10. The shelter was enhanced to level 70 and the space expanded again. The 700 recovery speed increase especially caught Su Yang's attention. The bit of stamina consumed before lunch had long been restored. However, although the Sage mode has also recovered quite a bit, it still has not fully returned. Now, his blood is boiling. Su Yang felt that this recovery was exactly what he needed. What surprised him, however, was that the attributes that appeared consecutively during the enhancements were all related to space. The capability of the space coverage attribute is somewhat special. To put it simply, with this attribute, the shelter can be completely sealed. A shelter occupying 1,000 square meters can shrink to occupy only 100 square meters under space folding. It can even be reduced to 10 square meters. But in reality, the area inside the shelter remains 1,000 square meters. This 1,000 square meters can project into the outside world, which is the range of space coverage. Within the range of space coverage, anyone in the shelter can enter with just a thought. There is no need to enter. Although space coverage itself does not possess any defensive power, it fundamentally belongs to the shelter. Therefore, the defense strength equates to the strength of the shelter. It is precisely for this reason that if space coverage is breached, it is equivalent to breaching the shelter. However, after glancing at the Tier 3, a 1-star defense value, Su Yang felt that breaking through would not be so easy. The ability of spatial shelter is to actively release a spatial barrier. The defense value is 3 times that of the shelter. However, each release requires 3 days to recover. It can only last for 1 hour each time. It can only be used at critical moments. The spatial warehouse should belong to the shelter's backpack. Everyone can use it. There are currently 32 people in the shelter, and the spatial warehouse has a size of 64 cubic meters. The most unique aspect of this spatial warehouse is that it can be opened as long as one is within the shelter. It can be opened whether in the luxurious suite or in places like the training room. The effect of modifying the space essentially means altering the space within the shelter. Currently, the shelter is just a cubic space with edges over 30 meters and a height of 5 meters. In Wang Cici's words, it is not aesthetically pleasing at all. Now that modifications are possible, the interest of the women is quite high, and they start brainstorming. These matters do not require Su Yang's concern as he directly entered the training room. Now the recovery ability within the shelter has increased by 700. Su Yang has already decided to train intensively. In the training room, he said, Xiao, give me the highest difficulty training suitable for me. Okay, master. The intelligent AI Xiao replied immediately. Soon the scene before Su Yang, it is an open square that feels somewhat familiar. Oh, it is the place from the last teleportation to the mall. Su Yang immediately understood. Roar, roar. Suddenly several roars came from nearby. Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Oh, are we going straight to the liquors? Don't panic. Just a few. What the hell? When he saw a large number of liquors appearing around Su Yang, there must be 200 or 300 of them. Even more. Xiao, what is going on? Su Yang's expression turned a bit frantic. This is based on your attributes and the several innate skills you possess. In your current state, you can kill these 234 liquors. 234. This number sounds good, but that's not the point. Su Yang wanted to shout something, but it was already too late. In the next moment, these 234 liquors charged forward. War aura, iron body, violence. Su Yang roared in his heart and unleashed his full potential. However, after he killed over 70 liquors, he could not hold on any longer. This simulation of cultivation ended with him being overwhelmed by the multitude of liquors. A moment later, Su Yang recovered. Xiao, are you sure I can handle 234 liquors at once? Recovering, Su Yang asked with a twitching mouth. Yes. Xiao's calm voice sounded again. Based on my calculations, with your strength, you can completely deal with these liquors. You must be too confident in me. Come again. Su Yang was also not convinced. The scene reappeared. War aura, iron body, berserk. This time, due to the berserk state, the results improved significantly. In the end, Su Yang killed 178 liquors before being taken down by the remaining ones. For the following time, Su Yang remained in the training room. Again and again. Except for the second attempt, Su Yang did not use the berserk state afterward. In the first few hours, he couldn't break through the 100 liquor kill mark. However, if he used the Psychic Master innate skill, he could easily kill 100 liquors. The consequence was that his mental energy was exhausted and his combat power plummeted. If it were Qin Mingyao, she could easily kill these 234 liquors. However, in reality, in the simulation arranged for her by Xiao, she couldn't finish off even 50 liquors. The reason was simple. For Qin Mingyao, who was a Psychic Master, Xiao arranged a maze-like alley. Liquors emerged from all directions. Qin Mingyao was ambushed by a liquor that jumped out from the sewer on her first try, only managing to kill 5 zombies. I must say, with the intelligent AI Xiao in the training room, it is incredibly convenient. After 5 hours, Su Yang stayed in the training room for a full 5 hours before coming out. These 5 hours correspond to normal time outside. Inside the training room, it was 30 hours. Although Su Yang still couldn't fight against 234 liquors alone. But facing 100 liquors, he could completely handle it by himself. That is the limit. For him, it is now. Therefore, Su Yang planned to take a shortcut. That is to use a biochemical serum. Name Su Yang talent: God level infinite enhancement, unique strength 414. 18. Constitution 48, agility 24-8, spirit 24-8, talents SSS level sign-in. Choose 1 LV1 SSS level Psychic Master, LV1 SS level Valkyrie, LV5 SS level Information, Controller, LV1S level Iron Body, LV3S level Backpack Space, LV1 Berserk, LV1 Talent Points, 3 points Backpack, 99. Backpack Space, 1118 cubic meters 1. After consuming a biochemical serum, Su Yang immediately felt different. He was very clear that this was the effect brought by the enhancement of neural reaction speed and body agility. Unable to resist, Su Yang entered the training room once again. This time, facing the previous 234 liquors, Su Yang finally managed to eliminate them all. All attributes increased by 8 points, defense and self-healing doubled. Now Su Yang achieving this is not considered difficult. However, he still performed poorly. Because in the end, not only was he exhausted, but his body was also severely injured. And Xiao calculated his current strength, concluding that he could single-handedly kill 421 liquors. This is simply inhuman. Oh, it's an intelligent AI after all. Regardless, today has been quite fruitful for Su Yang. After this session, he left the training room. Dinner. The evening meal is quite sumptuous. The restaurant in the luxurious suite is already very large. Not to mention, they only have 32 people. Even if there were 100, they could all sit together. Chen Yu and her 3 companions are responsible for everyone's 3 meals a day and late-night snacks. It has a bit of a buffet style. There are many dishes to choose from, and they can serve themselves. It is worth mentioning that with the increase in attributes, both Su Yang and the girls in the class have actually developed a much larger appetite. But with Chun Yutong around, the girls find it very hard to gain weight. One can only say that the nutritional technique is too extraordinary if they were still on Blue Star. With this skill, Chun Yutong could effortlessly create a trillion-level business group. During dinner, the girls chatted about the gains from today's training room. They all made significant improvements. Su Yang suddenly received a message from Hu Kaming. The other party sent over an attribute information. Ever since learning that Hu Kaming's side is a processing factory and has a lot of steel, Su Yang inquired whether he could manufacture weapons without needing any special ones. Just a machete would suffice. It should be something that is both hard and sharp. Initially, Hu Kaming was unwilling to accept this order until Su Yang offered rice and flour. Hu Kaming then began crafting according to Su Yang's requirements. Now the results have come out. Item: Alloy Broadsword, Enhanceable Category Weapon Quality Blue, Attribute 1, a Sharpness 10, Attribute 2, Hardness 20, Enhancement Requirements Fine Steel 10, a Second Stage Crystal Core 1. I must say, although this alloy greatsword is also blue equipment, its attributes are rather disappointing. This is only to be expected as it was crafted. It wasn't equipment obtained from a treasure chest. To be honest, the blue tier is solely due to the special alloy used in its crafting. This level was merely accumulated through the strength of the materials. If placed on the trading channel, it would barely fetch 700 or 800 points. Normally, blue equipment would sell for at least 3,000 to 5,000. This is for the ordinary ones. The better ones would go for over 10,000. However, Su Yang did not place much value on attributes. For him, any level was sufficient. A slightly inferior attribute is still just that. As long as it can be enhanced, how much worse can it get? Item: Alloy Greatsword 70, Upgradable Category Weapon Quality Blue, Attribute 1 is Sharpness 80, Attribute 2, Hardness 160, Enhancement Attribute 1 is Sharpness 350, Enhancement Attribute 2, Hardness 300, Enhancement Attribute 3, Toughness 250, Enhancement Attribute 4, Penetration 200, Enhancement Attribute 5, Armor Breaking 150, Enhancement Attribute 6, Keen Edge 100, Enhancement Attribute 7, Agility 50, Enhancement Requirement Fine Steel 10, Second Order Crystal Core 1. Indeed, the attributes become quite impressive once the enhancement level is raised. Moreover, with Su's 7 enhancement attributes stacked together, although Su Yang had never seen purple equipment, this alloy greatsword at level 70 of enhancement would certainly be no worse than an ordinary purple piece. Su Yang was very satisfied and immediately entered the training room to test the sword. At the same time, Xiao Xiao had already recorded the data of the alloy greatsword. Everyone in the training room was able to use it. Moreover, Su Yang had designated this alloy greatsword as their first weapon, ensuring that everyone would practice with it. Even Tan Xingyao was no exception. When Su Yang came out of the training room again, it was already midnight. It was time to rest. However, this time, he did not enter the master bedroom. He still remembered what Tang Yun had said to him at noon. Upon entering, Su Yang found the room was dimly lit. But the blanket on the bed shifted slightly, indicating that the person was not asleep. Su Yang went straight over. "What are you doing here?" Tang Yun said in a soft voice. "Didn't you call me here?" I didn't call you here." Tang Yun was extremely embarrassed, wondering if this person had no sense of shame. Hee. Su Yang chuckled softly in his heart and said, "Then I must have come here on my own accord." In the early morning, when Su Yang woke up, he glanced at Tang Yun beside him. That sleeping appearance was simply irresistible. You came again, Tang Yun suddenly awakened, was somewhat annoyed. "You can't blame me, because Teacher Tang, you make it hard for me to resist." "You?" Tang Yun was furious, yet deep down, she felt a secret joy. Half an hour later, Su Yang carried the weak and frail Tang Yun into the bathroom. After washing up, Su Yang left the room. Tang Yun continued to catch up on sleep. She was too exhausted. During breakfast, Tan Xingyao approached Su Yang. She handed him a teleportation card which she had acquired. The last teleportation reward did not include a teleportation card, nor did the treasure chest yield one. But that does not mean others lack teleportation cards. Now that this item was in hand, it naturally needed enhancement. Today was the last day of the new player protection period. Everything had to be ready. Item: Survival World Teleportation Card, Zombie Survival 70, Upgradable Category, Consumable Quality Green, Attribute 1, can teleport into the zombie survival instance and select a teleportation location within 3 area ranges. Attribute 2, After teleportation, it can extend the shelter's protective shield for 120 minutes. Enhancement Attribute 1. This teleportation grants the shelter's defense value 300. Enhancement Attribute 2. This teleportation grants the shelter 300 points. Enhancement Attribute 3. This teleportation increases the chance of treasure chests appearing by 1 level. 18. Enhancement Attribute 4. This teleportation allows for the exemption of 1 survival task requirement. Enhancement Attribute 5. This teleportation may randomly add 1 survival task requirement. Enhancement Attribute 6. This teleportation allows for the self-setting of 1 survival task requirement, with rewards generated according to the requirement. Enhancement Attribute 7. If teleported to a previously visited world, one may choose past teleportation points as the destination. Note: using this item for teleportation can offset a forced teleport. Enhancement Requirement: First Order Crystal Core 10. Yet the 2 main attributes did not show any improvement. Su-Yang frowned, still seeing 3 area ranges and a 120-minute protective shield. That's not right. The area of the 3 region ranges did increase a bit. The upper limits for defense value and points remained at 300. The third enhancement attribute was quite interesting. When triggered, it could elevate the quality of the obtained treasure chest by 1 level. A white treasure chest could be upgraded to a green treasure chest. A green treasure chest could be upgraded to a blue treasure chest. So if I were to directly obtain a blue treasure chest, there would be an 18 chance of it upgrading to a purple treasure chest. Unfortunately, an 18 chance is still a bit low. Su-Yang expressed regret in his tone. This probability only increased by 2 after level 10 enhancements. As for the exemption, random addition or self-setting of survival task requirements, it all depended on the situation. If the task requirement was too difficult, it would definitely be exempted. In simple terms, it could indeed be increased. However, Su-Yang did not intend to use random addition as the random factor was too unpredictable. If he were to increase, it would only be through self-setting. The last 7th enhancement attribute made Su-Yang's eyes flicker slightly. This meant that if they teleported to the zombie world again, they could choose the initial teaching building or the Royal Court Hotel as a teleportation point. However, those 2 places were no longer suitable for Su-Yang as teleportation points. If this were given to Hu Kaming and the others, it would be a complete windfall. Thinking about how Hu Kaming and his group once teleported to the steel plant, Su-Yang felt a sense of helplessness. They hadn't encountered a good location, but it was acceptable. After all, it was just a green quality teleportation card. Following that, Su-Yang began to enhance again. The alloy greatsword must be provided for everyone, and even the enhanced small knife should be given to each person. Qin Mingyao arranged for 20 enhanced 70 small knives. Since many had already consumed the level 70 biochemical serum, last night Qin Mingyao was one of them. The enhancement and attributes allowed her to operate more enhanced small knives. It is worth mentioning that Qin Mingyao can now easily fly. The other girls were initially shocked and then filled with envy. Su-Yang, however, felt that this was quite normal. A mental warrior flying isn't this common knowledge. Su-Yang had actually tried it too. Telekinesis requires training. After training, the strength exerted would be greater. However, his mental warrior level was only LV1, and no matter how much he trained, it would be impossible for him to fly. Considering the potential of a mental warrior, Su-Yang pondered for a moment and chose to allocate all 3 talent points from the sanctuary to the mental warrior. The Valkyrie was already sufficient. Even LV3's steel body would not break under simultaneous attacks from a large number of lickers. That was enough. The information controller and spatial backpack did not enhance combat power and were not within consideration. As for Berserk transformation, it paled in comparison to the mental warrior. Most importantly, a LV3 mental warrior could allow him to fly. Inside the training room, Su-Yang was wobbling in midair. After upgrading his mental power to LV4, he discovered he could envelop his body with telekinesis. Then he was able to leave the ground. Although it's still not very steady, at least I can fly now. Su-Yang sighed in relief, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Do not underestimate such wobbly flying. It allows for silent entry into many places. Even in some special locations, it's enough for me and Meng Yao to act together. After training for a while longer, Su-Yang left the training room. It was almost time for dinner. Tonight's dinner would be a whole roasted cow. This was the entire cow he had signed in for today from the 3 options. Tang Yun's selections today were all ordinary supplies, not anything special. Food, tools, and medicine. Naturally, he chose the medicine. Although he selected the medicine, they wouldn't be able, because with Lin Ruoxue around, anyone with a cold or headache could be cured almost immediately. However, medicines were among the most precious commodities in the trading channel. Food, medicine, weapons. This is the current value ranking in the trading channel. After dinner, Su-Yang held a group meeting. Actually, there was nothing much to say. It was just to remind everyone to be cautious and to distribute weapons which would also boost their confidence. Alright, I won't say too much more. Suyang glanced around the room and said, those who haven't used the biochemical serum should hurry and use it, then head into the training room to train for a while. He paused and added, except for those who are on duty, everyone else should go rest. Don't train tomorrow morning, wait until the protection period ends. The 7-day protection period would end at noon tomorrow. There were still more than 10 hours left. After the meeting, Suyang entered the training room again. Some of the people also went in while more stayed outside to handle some matters and used the biochemical serum. After using the biochemical serum, no one in Suyang's shelter had attributes lower than 20 points. There were already 20 people whose strength and physique exceeded 30 points. First was the viral enhancement vaccine, followed by the biochemical serum. The weakest had improved by 19 points while the highest improved by 21 points. Agility and spirit both increased by 11 points. This attribute far exceeded other shelters. When Suyang emerged from the training room again, it was already past 11 at night. Returning to the master bedroom, Suyang felt a bit disappointed. No one had come to him voluntarily. Something was off. Forget it, I'll take the initiative myself. He shrugged, and a thought crossed his mind. He headed straight for Wang Sisi and Fang Xingnan's room. Tonight would be a case of one dragon playing with two phoenixes. But when he entered the room of the two girls, he found no one there. After asking Xiao Xiao, he learned that both were still in the training room. So who should he look for? Let's bind with someone else. Just as this thought crossed Suyang's mind, a scene suddenly flashed through his mind. Clearly blushing, yet stubbornly trying to maintain composure. Eventually, it completely collapsed. As soon as this image appeared in his mind, Suyang's heart raced. He turned and walked toward a room. A moment later, Suyang opened the door. Someone was inside. Is there something? Tan Xingya, who was focused on the trading channel, looked up at Suyang, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She thought Suyang had something to discuss. But the next moment, Suyang's actions caught her off guard. Without saying a word, he walked directly up to Tan Xingya. In the midst of her stunned gaze, he lifted her off the ground. As Suyang carried her towards the bed, Tan Xingya finally snapped back to reality. Wait, what do you want to do? What do you think? Suyang raised an eyebrow, wondering why women always asked such obvious questions in situations like this. Isn't it obvious by now? Why still ask? Put me down. Tan Xingya's expression was a bit flustered. Suyang put her down as they had already reached the destination. Wait, you go out, don't do this. Tan Xingya tried to resist. However, her strength was completely not what someone with 30 points in strength should possess. Also weak. Suyang understood this clearly and immediately had an answer. Originally, he had prepared to give up if Tan Xingya really didn't want it. But this was clearly not a rejection. What more is there to say? Suyang don't. Woo. A night of wild wind. The next day, Suyang did not wake up early. He decided to rest well. As for Tan Xingya, one could only say that this woman was truly complex as she woke up early. When Suyang got up, there were only 3 hours left in the 7-day protection period. The shelter was quite calm. Everyone had made their preparations. But others were not so calm. Chat channel of District 9527. There are only 3 hours left in the beginner protection period. I wonder what will happen. I guess we will definitely be forcibly teleported. Sigh, if I had known, I would have done what other shelters did and teleported in first to secure a foothold. Is it too late to teleport now? Looking to buy blue quality weapons, high prices paid. Who has healing items? My injuries are not fully healed yet. Ha, what are you afraid of? I'll take people and wipe out all those zombies. Those zombies are nothing. With my 23 points of strength, I can take one out with a punch. Look at how happy you are. Have you forgotten about the liquors? After glancing at the chat channel a few times, Suyang logged out. At this moment, Xinyu also came out. Lunch is ready, oh everyone come eat. Since the activity ends at noon, there's a chance of forced teleportation. Therefore, Suyang decided to have lunch at 1030. Half an hour for lunch, then rest for an hour. Lunch was over. Xinyu and the others brought out fruits and snacks. Suyang and the girls ate while chatting. Neither he nor Tang Yun had started signing in today. No rush, will sign in after we arrive. Time passed slowly. Finally, it was noon. At that moment, everyone received a system prompt. The beginner protection period has ended. In 10 minutes, everyone will be forcibly teleported to the zombie world. Indeed, they would be forcibly teleported. Suyang's eyes flashed, but he was not at all worried, because they had enough confidence. In fact, Suyang took out a level 70 enhancement teleport card and found that it could exempt him from this teleport. But he did not want to. The 10-minute countdown quickly came to an end. The next moment, Suyang and the shelter were teleported away. The teleport card's ability activated. Instantly, 3 regional maps appeared before Suyang's eyes. Not only that, but there were also 2 additional teleportation points below the map. These 2 teleportation points were the places they came from during the first and second teleports. As expected, we are still in the same world. A glint of light flashed in Su Yang's eyes. This was a good thing. At least they had already undergone extensive training against hordes of zombies and lickers. This would be advantageous for them. However, Su Yang would not choose the first 2 teleportation points. If he was to choose, he would opt for a resource-rich area. Su Yang's gaze fell upon the map before him. The map displays 3 areas, none of which are the steel factories that Su Yang had hoped for. One of them is the location for this forced teleportation. In fact, it looked quite decent. It belonged to the urban fringe. This area could be considered relatively safe. However, Su Yang did not intend to choose this place. The resources were too scarce. It did not meet Su Yang's requirements. Although it was a forced teleportation, the protection period had already passed. But to Su Yang, there was no difference. Their shelter, though merely a basic safe house, had a defense value that reached. Even the defense value of a mid-level safe house did not reach the 3rd tier. Coupled with the 300 defense boost from the teleportation card, there was no reason to worry too much. Thus, Su Yang did not hesitate and directly chose the central square. Choosing the square directly, is that too risky? Seeing Su Yang's intention to choose the most dangerous location, Tang Yun's tone was somewhat worried. Teacher Tang, I understand your concerns, but choosing here is not a mistake. Tan Xingya calmly said, the end of the novice protection period means that more crises will arise. We must accelerate our pace of improvement. Other places are indeed safer. But safety often means fewer rewards, which is not beneficial for us. After all, we are not pursuing temporary safety. Tan Xingya spoke earnestly, her words directed not only at Tang Yun, but also at everyone. Tang Yun understood her meaning and said nothing further. Don't worry, we have the confidence to choose here. Su Yang smiled slightly. His words immediately eased everyone's tension. Indeed, we are not an ordinary safe house. Thinking of their own shelter situation, everyone felt reassured. Su Yang said nothing more and confirmed the teleportation point. In the next moment, everyone felt a gentle tremor in the safe house. Whoosh! Su Yang and the other's shelter instantly appeared in a square. Inside the shelter, Su Yang received a system notification. Survival task requirement: survive here with your team for 24 hours. Rewards will be distributed based on the evaluation upon return. Note, the longer you persist, the more zombies you kill, the greater the rewards. This task was quite simple. To last for 24 hours. In Su Yang's view, it was not difficult. At this moment, the various enhancement attributes of the teleportation card also began to take effect. A protective shield surrounded the shelter. Su Yang set the size of the shelter's exterior to 10 square meters. This did not affect the area covered by the protective shield, which still maintained a size equivalent to 1.0 square meters. As for the designated exemption from one task requirement, it could still take effect. However, Su Yang discovered that if they truly wanted to use this ability to exempt the only task requirement, they would be teleported back to the safe place. For other safe houses, this would be highly sought after. But that was not what Su Yang wanted. Directly cancel. Also cancel the random added task requirements. But he did not cancel the self-set task requirement. After thinking for a moment, Su Yang set a requirement to kill zombies. Just as he finished setting it, Su Yang noticed that the content of this survival task had changed. But before he could check, a series of notification sounds appeared. The novice protection period for all survivors has been lifted. This survival is formal survival. Chat and trade channels have been unlocked, and shelter leaders can communicate and trade within the teleportation world. The points leaderboard has been activated. Rewards can be claimed once every 24 hours. The higher the rank, the greater the reward points. Reward points can be exchanged for corresponding items in the reward pool. After returning to the safe place, the rankings will be cancelled and reward points will be cleared. Hearing these notifications, Su Yang's expression slightly changed. Chat and trade channel restrictions lifted. Su Yang instinctively entered the chat channel. Chat channel for zone 9527. Restrictions lifted. Can we chat in the teleportation world now? Haha, this is great. Finally, no need to return helplessly due to excessive supplies. The one above is a big shot, but being able to trade anytime is indeed great. Damn, I lost a fortune. I just spent triple the usual price 10 minutes ago to buy a weapon. I lost out to those damn profiteers. As Su Yang entered the chat channel, he found a plethora of chat, unlike his own shelter's subchannel. This time he could speak directly in the chat channel. Exiting the chat channel, Su Yang entered the trade channel to take a look. He found that the trade channel was also in normal use. With this, it seemed the subchannel's function was not significant. But that was not the case. Because even if the chat and trade channels were unrestricted, only the leaders of the shelters could enter. However, others in Su Yang's shelter could enter the subchannel. Using the subchannel to speak in the chat channel. Trading in the trade channel. How much time can a shelter leader have to do these things? For those truly capable leaders, they do not want to waste time on such matters. They usually take several shelters in exchange for supplies and have the leaders of those shelters help them handle these trivial matters. In Hu Kaming's eyes, Tan Qingyao was the leader under Su Yang. Even if restrictions were lifted, they still held a significant advantage. Su Yang felt stable in his heart, his gaze falling on the points leaderboard. Whether by killing zombies or acquiring points through other means, as long as there were enough points, one could enter the leaderboard. But the points leaderboard only had 100 spots. One could claim so-called reward points every day. Those ranked from 91 to 100 could claim 1 reward point daily. Those ranked from 81 to 90 could claim 2 reward points daily. Those ranked from 11 to 20 could claim 9 reward points daily. The 10th place could claim 10 reward points daily with an increase of 1 point for each rank gained. The real big rewards are for the top 3. The 3rd place receives 20 reward points daily. The 2nd place receives 30 reward points daily. The 1st place receives 50 reward points daily. Although he did not know what good items were in the reward pool, Su Yang was clear that he had to grab the big rewards. The 1st place might be difficult, but it wasn't without hope. I just wonder if the points leaderboard can be influenced by the enhancement attributes brought by the teleportation card. Su Yang pondered that if it were indeed influenced, then gaining 1 point would equate to 4 points in reality. If it were truly affected, then the 1st place would be no problem for them. After all, if there was indeed an influence, killing 1 zombie would grant them 4 points. Looking at it this way, it seems that the increased survival task requirements are primarily focused on killing zombies, which is actually a good thing. Su Yang thought of the task requirements he had just set and smiled slightly. Then he opened the survival task. Survival mission requirement 1, survive here with your team for 24 hours. Requirement 2, kill zombies. Upon reaching a certain number of kills, rewards will be unlocked. Rewards will be distributed based on evaluation after returning. Note, the longer you persist and the more zombies you kill, the greater the rewards. Killing zombies unlocks rewards. When Su Yang checked the details, his eyes lit up. The rewards for this mission were exceedingly generous. For example, killing 1 zombie grants 1 point and a white treasure chest. 10 zombies grant 10 points and a green treasure chest. 100 zombies grant 100 points and a blue treasure chest. 1,000 zombies grant 1,000 points and a purple treasure chest. Compared to the uncertain 300 points, Su Yang was certain of one thing. The points earned from this mission would definitely count towards the leaderboard. Killing 1,000 zombies would grant an additional 1111 points. Moreover, starting from 1,000, the rewards would increase. Originally, killing 200 or 300 zombies would only yield a blue treasure chest. But for every 1,000 zombies killed, one could additionally receive a purple treasure chest and 1,000 points. In a sense, this was almost like doubling the points. Furthermore, there was one aspect that excited Su Yang the most. That is, the purple treasure chest is not the limit. Killing 1,000 zombies not only grants 1,000 points, but also yields a golden treasure chest. A golden treasure chest. Su Yang's eyes shone brightly. The girls were also astonished. Golden treasure chest. Wow, we haven't even gotten a purple treasure chest, and now we can actually get a golden treasure chest. Seriously, this requires killing 1,000 zombies. What are you afraid of? Isn't it just 1,000? In a day I can kill 300 to 500. Without a time limit, it shouldn't be difficult given our strength. A golden treasure chest. The girls were all excited, eager to know what good things could be found in the golden treasure chest. At that moment, Tan Qingyao spoke up. Stop daydreaming. If we stay here like this, we won't get a golden treasure chest for free. The expressions of the girls turned serious. Indeed, just staying here won't automatically bring the golden treasure chest to us. Su Yang turned to Li Lu beside him. Li Lu sensed the area. At the same time, Su Yang thought to himself. He needed to find an opportunity to bind Li Lu as well, but her great talent in sensing was still a bit lacking. Li Lu, unaware that she was being monitored by Su Yang, nodded and activated her talent. Moments later, she opened her eyes. There are only a dozen zombies at the very edge of the area, about 300 meters from our shelter. Li Lu's answer left Su Yang deep in thought. At this moment, he was pondering a question. Do you think we should actively lure the zombies over, or should we go out and... After a moment of thought, Su Yang looked up at the girls and asked. If there were no points leaderboard, Su Yang wouldn't hesitate. He wouldn't risk exposing the shelter. At least he wouldn't expose it right from the start. But now that there was a points leaderboard, it was a different story. After all, actively attracting zombies meant there was no need to worry about the points increasing too slowly. The girls clearly hesitated. They also thought of the points leaderboard. Luring the zombies over. That should make it easier to kill them and speed up the accumulation of points. Indeed, it's easier to kill them. With spatial protection, those zombies cannot approach within the 1,000 square meters where the shelter is located. But spatial protection only hinders zombies. It has no defensive value of its own. The actual defense comes from the shelter itself. What's there to fear? Our shelter's defense value is at a tier 1 star 3, and it has now been tripled from that base. But what if stronger zombies appear? Like tier 3 or even tier 4 zombies? Moreover, wouldn't that mean we can't go out to collect supplies? The pros and cons of killing zombies near the shelter were evident. Leaving aside the danger, the most obvious downside was the inability to gather resources. This was indeed a problem. Let's first look for supplies. Tan Xingya suddenly spoke. I just spotted a potential food cold storage on the map. There might be a lot of supplies we need there. The leaderboard isn't a pressing matter. Food cold storage. Su Yang's eyes lit up. It was indeed worth checking out. Food cold storage is a specialized storage building that maintains a low-temperature environment through artificial refrigeration, primarily used for freezing and storing meat, seafood, fruits, and vegetables. Not to mention the meat. Fruits and vegetables are very important to them. True, they are not short of food, but just having rice and flour is not enough. Soon Su Yang and the others began their mission. This time they still had the same lineup as before him: Qin Mingyao, Wang Sisi, Feng Xingnan, Li Lu, and He Mimi. 6 people. Only Shu Yu stayed behind this time. She had to remain at the shelter because if they found something good, only she could ensure that Su Yang and the others could collect it without worry. The dozen zombies closest to the shelter were killed by Qin Mingyao before they could even detect Su Yang and the others. The group's speed was remarkable. It's worth mentioning that each person had 1 or 2 cameras on them. Moreover, this was live-streamed throughout. The intention was to allow Xiao Xiao, the smart AI, to record data, especially combat data. After all, simulations are just simulations. Having real data could allow Xiao Xiao to analyze more information. Especially, Master, there's a hardware store on the far right. Xiao Xiao's voice in the earpiece made Su Yang's eyes brighten. This was another advantage of having multiple cameras. They didn't need to observe everything closely, as Xiao Xiao would alert them immediately. Important supplies, or perhaps. Master, be careful, there are shadows moving in the hardware store with an 87.3 probability of being zombies, at least 3 of them. Xiao Xiao's voice rang out again. Not only supplies but enemies could also be detected immediately by Xiao Xiao. One must say this is the true utility of an intelligent AI. After Su Yang and the others left, a team, led by Guan Yusin, also departed from the shelter. Their mission was singular. That was to place some cameras around the shelter. This would allow Xiao Xiao to monitor the situation around the shelter at all times. In fact, Su Yang already had plans to enhance some of the cameras. However, there were too many types and sizes of cameras. Once the enhancement slots were bound, only a series of models from the same category could be enhanced. Until he found a sufficient number of the same type of cameras, Su Yang would not enhance any cameras for the time being. Meanwhile, Su Yang and the others had already left the hardware store. Now Shu Yu's backpack space is 18 cubic meters, and a mere hardware store would take Su Yang just a few minutes to empty. Shu Yu in the shelter didn't even need Su Yang to remind her, as Xiao Xiao would inform her. Before Su Yang and the others entered the hardware store, she had already prepared. The path was clear. Su Yang and his companions quickly arrived at what appeared to be a food cold storage facility. Along the way, they encountered some zombies. However, most of them were dealt with by Qin Mingyao alone. At this time, their shelter had accumulated 78 points. A hint of regret flashed in Su Yang's eyes when he killed the first zombie. The effect of the teleportation card, which provided a 300 bonus to points, did not apply to the points obtained from killing zombies at that moment. It would only take effect during the final tally. The leaderboard was already in chaos. The points of the first place had surpassed 300. The second place was also close to it. Su Yang's shelter was merely 50 meters away. It is worth mentioning that this leaderboard was not for the 9527 district where Su Yang and the others were located. It was for the entire population of billions on Blue Star. Of course, by now the original billions had dwindled significantly. Perhaps even 9 billion were no longer alive. This was still during the novice protection period. Without it, even more people would likely perish. We've arrived. Qin Mingyao looked at the food cold storage ahead, furrowing her brow. The environment was worse than they had anticipated. It resembled a massive factory. The wide-open door had already been sealed by Su Yang and the others. In the dim light, there were numerous closed warehouses. The air was thick and sticky like congealed grease mixed with machine oil-aged rust and a faint, unsettling sweet stench. The emergency lights flickered with a sickly green glow, casting elongated and distorted shadows of 6 weary figures on the cold concrete floor. This place not only lacked the chill they sought. Instead, it was enveloped in a stifling heat. It seems the power has been out for quite some time. And this smell. Wang Sisi's expression changed slightly, looking rather unpleasant. Without her needing to remind them, the others also caught the smell. How foul, Himimi said with disgust, turning to Su Yang. Director, do we really have to go in? We've come this far. Su Yang felt uncomfortable too, but there was still a hint of anticipation. What if there's a backup power source inside, and some areas are still operational? This. Wang Sisi and the others hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. Su Yang took a deep breath. The stench in the air made his stomach churn. But he held back, straining to turn the rusted manual crank beside the airtight door, producing a grating sound that was hard on the ears. This mechanism was damaged and could only be forced open. With a force of 45 points, the heavy alloy door slowly opened a crack. A wave of extreme foul stench and hot air surged out, instantly enveloping the faces of the crowd. Cough, cough. Vomit. Wang Sisi covered her mouth, fighting the urge to retch her face pale. Mimi couldn't hold back and threw up directly. The others also didn't look much better. Su Yang suppressed the turmoil in his stomach and turned to Li Lu, saying, "Li Lu, sense it." Li Lu nodded, enduring her discomfort, and activated her talent. After sensing, she found that there were not many zombies in the entire food cold storage. There are only about 30 zombies in total, and they are all scattered. Very good. Su Yang relaxed his expression. This isn't a major problem for us. Are you all okay? Su Yang asked, observing the pale faces of the girls. No problem. Although their faces were a bit ashen, Meng Yao shook her head with a firm tone. I'm fine too. Wang Sisi gritted her teeth and forced out. Fang Xingnan and the others also nodded affirmatively. Seeing this, Su Yang's expression flashed with determination. Let's go, he shouted, squeezing through the gap in the door, first with Meng Yao following closely behind, and Wang Sisi and the others quickly catching up. The six turned on their headlamps, the beams piercing through the pitch-black area. Having used the biochemical serum, Su Yang and his companions had already developed night vision capabilities. However, while night vision could see clearly in the darkness, it could not match the clarity of daylight. With even a little light, they could see everything distinctly. The interior of the cold storage resembled the belly of an abandoned giant beast, with the faint light of the emergency lamps barely outlining the towering metal shelves, while most areas were plunged into complete darkness. The ground was covered in slippery, sticky water, whether from melted ice or the juices of decaying food was unknown. The air was thick with a sweet, foul stench that was almost tangible, stinging their eyes. Oh heavens! This isn't a search for food, it's like a tour of hell for a day. Mimi cursed under her breath, tightly gripping the reinforced alloy blade, her knuckles turning white from the effort. This girl, who rarely complained, couldn't help but voice her grievances at this moment. Maintain formation, Meng Yao in the center, Shengnan leading the way. Su Yang commanded in a low voice as the beam of the flashlight swept across the shelves on both sides. They were filled with damaged cardboard boxes and swollen plastic bags, many of which had burst open, oozing black-green goo with maggots writhing within. This situation was dire. Su Yang sighed, inwardly realizing that it would be difficult to find intact goods. Indeed, everything in this cold storage was spoiled. Next one, Su Yang sighed. At this moment, Wang Sisi suddenly spoke up. This won't do. This cold chain center is not small. We should split into 2 small teams to search. Is that so? Su Yang pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, well, split up. It will indeed be faster this way. Mimi and Shengnan, with you. Li Lu, you come with me, and Meng Yao. Okay. Li Lu nodded. Wang Sisi and the others had no objections. The team allocation was somewhat uneven, but there weren't many zombies here, so it wasn't dangerous. The 6 quickly separated. Su Yang, along with Li Lu and Meng Yao, soon found the second cold storage. It wasn't cold. Feeling the tightly closed alloy door, Su Yang was certain that this cold storage was also broken. Sure enough, upon opening it, he found it filled with rotten items. Another failure. Moving on. They entered several cold storages in a row, but ended up with nothing. Instead, they had killed several zombies. In another section of the cold storage, which should have been the area for storing frozen meat, it was now empty, with large patches of deep brown stains remaining on the floor. Wang Sisi, Fang Xingnan, and Mimi were carefully searching. There's nothing left here. Wang Sisi's voice carried a hint of irritation as the foul stench in the air was becoming unbearable for her. Don't rush, Sisi. Mimi comforted her, but her hand holding the pistol was also beginning to sweat. She couldn't stand this environment and wanted to get out. But thinking of the possible supplies, she held back. Perhaps the next cold storage will yield something. As soon as she finished speaking, her body stiffened, as if she had seen something surprising. Wait, the cold storage ahead has light, its illumination. Light. Wang Sisi and Fang Xingnan instantly perked up. Having light meant there was power. Having power meant that the cold storage was still operational. Haha, finally some reward. Wang Sisi was overjoyed and was about to rush towards that cold storage. Fang Xingnan and Mimi quickly followed. When the 3 reached that cold storage, smiles appeared on their faces. Approaching this cold storage, they could distinctly feel the cold. This was a still functioning cold storage. Indeed, it was good. Surprise flashed in the eyes of the 3 girls. Suddenly Fang Shengnan seemed to sense something turning sharply to focus on a dark corner. Be careful, there's something there. Wang Cici and He Mimi's expressions changed instantly, becoming alert, staring intently at the darkness ahead. Something was moving in the dark. Under the illumination of 3 lights, a massive figure slowly emerged from the dark corner. The liquor. As they discerned the figure emerging from the darkness, the expressions of the 3 women shifted dramatically. They were not afraid of the liquor, but the issue was that this particular liquor was enormous, 2 or 3 times larger than a typical one. Moreover, it had eyes, and its head featured a black armored bulge as if protected by a carapace. Its scales were not to be underestimated. Not only that, but after the appearance of the gigantic liquor, several more liquors emerged. Xiao Xiao notifies Su Yang. Wang Cici instantly regained her composure and whispered, "I've notified the master. Please hold on for 3 minutes." The voice of Xiao Xiao echoed in the earpiece, audible to all 3 women. Fang Shengnan and He Mimi also heard it. Roar. At that moment, the giant liquor let out a sharp screech, and the nearby liquors stirred. Swish, swish, swish. Several liquors transformed into shadowy figures, with the fastest one already lunging towards Fang Shengnan. Iron Body. A fierce light sparked in Fang Shengnan's eyes, and with a commanding shout, a layer of flowing metallic sheen enveloped her body. In the blink of an eye, she resembled a statue cast in steel, her skin exhibiting a silvery metallic luster with muscle contours akin to a forged steel relief. Bang! A resounding boom erupted in the cold storage. The liquor's sharp claws struck fiercely at Fang Shengnan's face, sending a cascade of dazzling sparks flying. For an ordinary person, such a claw could easily eviscerate, but against Fang Shengnan's absolute steel form, it left not even a white mark. Hey, is that all? Fang Shengnan grinned, delivering a heavy punch. This blow was devoid of any flourish, purely an explosion of mass and speed. Bang! Her fist landed solidly on the liquor's chest, the terrifying force instantly penetrating its body and erupting into a plume of blood mist from its back. The liquor flew back like a stone hurled from a catapult, crashing into a row of shelves, causing the entire stack to collapse with a thunderous crash. Silence followed. Simultaneously, a kill notification sounded in Fang Shengnan's ear. Kill the second-tier liquor, points 10. 1 down. Fang Shengnan's gaze flickered as she looked up and discovered a fireball the size of a human head, radiating terrifying heat, materialized out of thin air, striking precisely at the liquor leaping through the air. It was He Mimi making her move. Boom! A violent explosion engulfed all light, and the ferocious shockwave sent nearby shelves flying. The liquor emitted a heart-wrenching wail amidst the flames, the acrid scent of charred flesh permeating the air. Its body rapidly carbonized and disintegrated under the intense heat. As the flames subsided, a charred pit remained still, emitting curling wisps of smoke. As her mental attributes increased, He Mimi's fireball technique grew increasingly powerful. On the other side, 2 liquors that had charged forward suddenly halted. It wasn't out of their own volition, but because someone had blocked their path. With a bang, Wang Cici had already taken the initiative to engage, swinging her alloy knife like a hammer. One of the liquors exploded, a mist of blood bursting forth, its entire chest cavity obliterated. Despite being a blade, it was wielded as a hammer. This was unprecedented. The other liquor also met a grim fate. Wang Cici finally remembered that what she wielded was an alloy knife, not a hammer. Thus, with a swift horizontal slash, she severed the liquor in 2. At the same time, Fang Shengnan blew apart the head of the last remaining liquor. In just a few seconds, the 5 liquors dispatched by the giant liquor were eliminated by the 3 women. It was evident that the training in the training room had been effective. Despite their attributes having improved, it would have been impossible to slay these 5 liquors so effortlessly without the training room. Roar! Upon witnessing this scene, the giant liquor was enraged. It let out a low growl, and more liquors emerged behind it. Only then did the 3 women see clearly. Behind the giant liquor was a massive cold storage within which lay a blood and flesh nest. The 3 immediately reacted. Indeed, the liquor's nest seemed to evade Li Lu's perception due to some special ability. Suddenly 2 to 3 dozen liquors sprang forth. The expressions of the 3 women slightly changed, but the next moment a glimmer of joy crossed their eyes. Buzz! An invisible force enveloped them, causing their attributes to surge instantly. War aura. Su Yang has arrived. Kill! Wang Cici shouted, her alloy knife radiating power. Fang Shengnan charged forward without hesitation, standing guard in front of the 2. He Mimi spread her arms wide, conjuring 2 fireballs out of thin air. The battle erupted instantaneously. On the other side, Su Yang, receiving the news, rushed over with Qin Mengyao and Li Lu. On the way, Su Yang activated the war aura, enhancing the speed of the 3. From a distance, they spotted the 3 women entangled in combat with over 30 liquors. However, the situation was not favorable. It wasn't that the three women were no match for the lickers, but rather that the sheer number of lickers was overwhelming. Especially since Himimi was a mage. Whoosh. A dozen flying knives shot out, merely circling around Wang Sisi and the others. One by one the lickers fell with dull thuds. This. Su Yang's corner of his mouth twitched. He knew it was Qin Mingyao making her move. This was too fast. But recalling that Qin Mingyao had a record of killing over 100 lickers in mere seconds in the training room, he understood. Did they really think an SSS-level mentalist was nothing to worry about? Not at all. It was simply because Qin Mingyao's mental attributes were low before. Moreover, she hadn't trained much. Enhancing her level 70 small knife was also a significant factor. Oh, what's that? Suddenly Su Yang spotted the giant licker. Haha, that's the boss. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Yang's eyes of finally he had a chance to strike. Just as he intended to charge towards the giant licker, Qin Mingyao also spotted it. With a flicker of her gaze, Qin Mingyao raised her right hand, fingers spread wide, grasping towards the giant licker in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen flying knives that had circled around Wang Sisi abruptly halted, changing direction to fly straight towards the giant licker. Thud, thud. Even in darkness, despite having night vision, the blade's light was hardly visible. Only the muffled explosions from the giant licker could be heard. Su Yang's body jolted, retracting the foot he had advanced. Sure enough, the next moment, with a resounding boom, the giant licker's massive form collapsed to the ground motionless. Su Yang hurried to Wang Sisi and the others, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Fang Shengnan and Wang Sisi shook their heads. However, Himimi seemed a bit embarrassed, saying, "I got scratched by a licker. But it's just a minor scrape." Looking down, Su Yang indeed saw a 7 or 8 centimeter long scratch on Himimi's fair arm. "It's not a big issue. Lilu, please bandage Mimi, and let Xiaoxua treat her when we return." Lilu nodded and began to bandage Himimi. Su Yang exchanged nods with Fang Shengnan, and they headed towards the blood and flesh nest behind the giant licker's corpse. This should be the largest cold storage in the cold chain center. Looking at the cold storage that has completely transformed into a flesh nest, a glimmer of regret flashed in Su Yang's eyes. This is a meat cold storage. Given its size, it is likely to store hundreds of tons of meat. Unfortunately, it has been ruined by those lickers. As for why he was certain that the meat here was not rotten but had been defiled by the lickers, the reason was simple. He found the backup power supply for the cold storage. However, it wasn't without gains. There were still about 40 to 50 licker eggs here. Su Yang chose to eliminate them all. Each licker egg was worth 10 points. It is worth mentioning that the number of lickers just killed was quite significant. As a result, the points of their shelter were nearing 1,000. The rewards unlocked from killing zombies had already granted 111 points and 3 treasure chests. And these 40 to 50 licker eggs could account for 400 to 500 points. When the last licker egg was shattered, the points of their shelter had reached 1458. From the moment Wang Sisi and the others killed the first licker to now, it had only been about 7 or 8 minutes. In just 7 or 8 minutes, the points surged from 78 to 1458. This was too exaggerated. The chat channel exploded. Chat channel. What the hell is going on with Su Yang's shelter on the leaderboard? How did the points increase by nearly 1,400 in just a few minutes? What? Increased by 1,400 points in a few minutes. It's real. This is simply outrageous. I thought I was seeing things. Damn, this is terrifying. What kind of operation is this? To increase so many points at once, did he find an armory and got some good stuff? Why can't it be that he has extraordinary talent? Wake up. Even with an SS level talent with our current attributes of a few dozen points, he couldn't exert much power. It must be military supplies. It's truly enviable. Somewhere in the ruins, a loud rumble echoed as a building collapsed. Amidst the swirling dust, a gigantic shadow emerged. It was actually a giant standing over 5 meters tall. Our points have been surpassed. A small figure appeared in front of the giant too. Although small, it was only in comparison to the giant. This person was actually a bald man over 9 meters tall. My. A muffled surprise escaped the giant's lips. Astonished, someone is killing zombies faster than us. As he spoke, the giant's body gently swayed and began to shrink. Even after shrinking, he still stood over 2 meters tall. Yes, it's a shelter belonging to someone named Su Yang from the Great Xia. The bald man's tone carried disbelief. That's incredible. He increased nearly 1,400 points in just a few minutes. 1,400. That's equivalent to 1,400 zombies. Kellett's pupils constricted, but he quickly regained his composure. A surge of absolute confidence appeared on his face. Don't worry, Jots, the first place is definitely ours at the Giant Emperor's shelter. Of course, Kellett, you awakened, and S-level talent first place will surely be ours. Jots also appeared completely confident. Even after seeing Su Yang's shelter increase nearly 1,400 points, in just a few minutes they remained self-assured. In a cramped warehouse, Baka, go check and find out who this great Xia person is for me. What is his idea? A small mustached man angrily reprimanded a nodding subordinate beside him. How dare this mere great Xia person accumulate so many points? It was clear that this was a Japanese from the Sakura country. Seeing Su Yang suddenly accumulate so many points, Sato Ichiro was driven mad with jealousy. He even believed that Su Yang must have stumbled upon some special situation. That was why he managed to kill so many zombies at once. It was truly infuriating. This should have been my opportunity, Sato Ichiro thought viciously. At the same time, many shelters were marking Su Yang's name due to this sudden occurrence. There were those who looked down, those who belittled, those who ignored, and also those who took him seriously and felt wary. All of this Su Yang was unaware of. He was currently looking at the information shared by Qin Mingyao. Killing a second-tier giant liquor points 30. Is it really a giant liquor? Su Yang felt a bit speechless. However, aren't the points different? A glimmer of thought flashed in his eyes as Su Yang pondered something. At that moment, he heard Tan Kinjia's voice through his headset. Star level. The difference in points represents the difference in strength and also the difference in star levels. It's clear that even among second-tier foes the strength is definitely not equal. Su Yang agreed. This giant liquor's strength was significantly stronger than that of ordinary liquors. Ordinary liquors under Qin Mingyio's hands were all 1 slash per liquor. Like threading sugar-coated haws, she could easily kill them in succession. But this giant liquor required quite a bit of effort from her. Su Yang. Suddenly Wang Cici's voice rang out. Come quickly, there's something good. Something good. Su Yang's eyes brightened. He no longer considered these matters and strode towards Wang Cici and the others. Upon getting closer, Su Yang discovered that the few women had entered a cold storage. The bright lights emitted from within the cold storage and the rolling cold air already indicated everything. This was a functioning cold storage. Moreover, it was the fruit and vegetable cold storage they desired most. Seeing the abundance of fruits and vegetables inside, Su Yang was filled with ecstatic joy. Inside the shelter, quick, empty the refrigerator in the luxury suite and arrange all the refrigerators we found earlier. Tang Yin quickly instructed, while also pulling out one refrigerator after another from her backpack. This was something Tan Xingya had suggested collecting during the last resource transport. Now it was coming in handy, but it was still not enough. While a look of surprise flashed in Tang Yun's eyes, there was also a hint of worry. Based on her small calculations, the fruits and vegetables stored in the cold storage they discovered were likely to weigh several dozen tons. With the equipment of their shelter, it was probably impossible to preserve so many fruits and vegetables. Sell them. Tang Yun shook her head slightly. Who knew when they would encounter such things again? They should keep as much as they could. This was also Tan Kinjia's suggestion. However, looking at the busy crowd before her, Tang Yun sighed inwardly. There simply wasn't enough space. Just then a small voice echoed from the shelter. Everyone, the master has discovered another aquatic product cold storage with at least 3 tons. Please pay attention to receive it. Aquatic products. 5 tons. Tang Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There simply wasn't enough space. In the cold chain center, another exquisite seafood. Mimi seemed to forget the wound on her arm, her face filled with excitement. Finally finished. Looking at the empty cold storage in front of him, Su Yang let out a sigh of relief. Even with the backpack space, carrying nearly 100 tons of items was not an easy feat. The backpack space is still too small, Su Yang said with a hint of helplessness. The size of the backpack space was linked to Shu Ye's mental attribute, which was only 18 points. The backpack space was merely 18 cubic meters. If others saw this scene, they would probably pull out an 80-meter-long knife and give Su Yang a few slashes. Throwing the backpack space was equivalent to throwing away the shelter. Even if others found this place, they couldn't carry away much at once. Once everything was taken, the 6 of them eagerly rushed out. Finally out. It's so stinky inside. I'm done for, I've been stunk up. Me too. Director, let's go back. I want to take a shower. Seeing Mimi looking at him longingly, Su Yang couldn't help but twitch his lips. Hang in there. We just got out. Indeed. It had barely been 2 hours since they emerged from the shelter. The protective shield of the shelter hadn't even reached its time yet. Suddenly at this moment, Li Lu seemed to sense something, her expression turning slightly bewildered. Wait, this is... Uncertain, she activated her innate ability. There are people. Alive. Sensing the presence of other living beings, Li Lu was also astonished. Other people. Su Yang's expression changed slightly, a bit surprised. His first thought was, could there still be survivors in this zombie world? But soon he realized he was mistaken. He saw several figures walking down the street, and when the yellow-haired man spotted Su Yang and the others, he shouted in excitement. Boss, there really are people. Damn, they're all beauties. The boss mentioned by the yellow-haired man was a hulking figure followed by 7 or 8 men wielding iron rods and machetes. Whether it was the iron rods, machetes, or other weapons, they were all stained with blood. It was evident that they had killed quite a number of zombies. Upon seeing Su Yang, and more specifically Su Yang and Qin Mingyao, the group exclaimed in surprise. Boss, their looks are absolutely stunning. Damn, there's even a lowly. She's my type. Haha boss, we really got lucky this time. Hey, why's there a guy? Who cares? Kill the guy and take the girls back to the shelter. Their vulgar language caused the expressions of the girls to darken. Their beautiful eyes were filled with fury. Su Yang, however, took note of what they said. Shelter. Were these people survivors from another shelter? Seeing that Su Yang and the others were silent, the yellow-haired men thought they had been frightened. Haha, scared already. The yellow-haired man laughed proudly and walked over. Kid, kneel down to your grandpa now, and maybe our boss will spare your life. Hurry up and kneel here. Saying this, the yellow-haired man extended his right hand, pointing to a spot littered with glass shards. The burly men behind him laughed even more wildly. Whoosh. Thud. A flash of cold light darted past, and the yellow-haired man's extended index finger burst with blood flying up. Up. The yellow-haired man cried out in pain. My hand, my finger. Kid, are you playing dirty? Finally, the boss spoke, his face filled with anger. It wasn't because of the yellow-haired man. What enraged him was that this kid had actually maimed his subordinate's finger right in front of him. Huh. Su Yang smiled. It wasn't him who struck first, but Qin Mingyao. However, he didn't deny it, wearing a disdainful expression. Even if I played dirty, what can you do? You're looking for death. The boss' expression darkened, a glint of killing intent flickering in his eyes. The yellow-haired man howled. Kid, you're finished for daring to maim my finger. Our boss has awakened the Blevel talent. Harden, you're doomed. Oh really? Su Yang's gaze turned cold. Then let me see. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yang flicked his right hand. A reinforced dagger flew out instantly. This time the boss saw clearly. Be careful, it's a flying dagger. However, it was already too late. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The reinforced dagger transformed into a streak of silver light darting towards the group. Thud, thud, thud. The silver light pierced through each person's head. Bang. When the last attack hit the boss, it erupted with a loud crash. It was as if it had struck a hard steel plate, and the reinforced dagger was knocked away. While shouting, the boss activated his talent. Blevel talent hardened. It could harden the skin, granting formidable defensive power, but it was utterly useless against Su Yang. Though he blocked the reinforced dagger, the boss was also shaken to the point of bleeding from all 7 orifices. The entire person was blasted away, crashing into the nearby ruins, falling silent afterward. The yellow-haired man was completely dumbfounded. What the hell just happened? The boss lost. How could that be? He had witnessed his boss withstand bullets, but now he was like a dead dog. Spare me. Without hesitation, the yellow-haired man decisively knelt down. Big brother, please don't kill me. I'm begging you, don't kill me. The yellow-haired man's voice was on the verge of tears. Su Yang ignored him and raised his hand to retrieve the bloodied reinforced dagger. Only at this moment did Qin Mingyao and Wang Sisi realize something. That is, Su Yang had, whether it was zombies or lickers, they had killed many. But they had never considered killing a person. This was evident from Qin Mingyao's earlier actions. Clearly capable of killing the yellow-haired man, she had only severed his finger. And it was precisely because of this that Su Yang had resolutely killed these people. This was a matter of survival. Don't expect a friendly interaction when encountering other survivors from different shelters. Su Yang knew the girl's reactions without needing to look. He didn't bother explaining anything, walking straight up to the yellow-haired man. Where is your shelter? Su Yang asked in a calm tone. It's a few kilometers away. The yellow-haired man stammered, afraid that if he hesitated even a moment, the demon before him would kill him. How many people are left in the shelter? Not many, only 5 or 6 are left to guard it. The yellow-haired man dared not conceal anything, telling Su Yang everything about his shelter. Sir, I've said everything I needed to say. Please spare my life. I promise I won't say a word. Thud. What responded to him was a flash of light. After retracting the bloodied reinforced dagger, Su Yang turned to the girls, his tone extremely calm. Will you come with me, or return first? They'll go with you. To Su Yang's surprise, the first to step forward was Wang Sisi. There was a trace of struggle in her gaze, but it was filled with determination. Because she knew it wasn't that Su Yang was too ruthless, but that Su Yang understood that if they lost, their fate would be even worse. Half an hour later, Su Yang and his 5 companions arrived at a small square. Upon seeing this square, Su Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of approval. The entire square was covered with numerous sandbags. To be precise, the shelter at the center of the square was surrounded by thick layers of sandbags. Even above, after stacking large steel plates, many sandbags were piled up. Only a narrow passage just wide enough for one person was left exposed in front. This was the shelter of the yellow-haired group. The protective measures were quite strict. All 6 had arrived. This indicated that no one had backed down. Even if Su Yang had said at the end that he wouldn't blame anyone for not coming, it was clear that not everyone could accept such things. He was not forcing the women to kill, but rather making them aware of the harsh realities of the survival world. His goal was not to cultivate murderers, but to make them understand that compassion had no place here. This was true not only for the 5 of them, but also for the other women in the shelter. Each of them had 1 or 2 cameras on them, and they were all constantly recording. It was all in a live broadcast state. However, there was no movement. Su Yang was surprised. Didn't the yellow-haired one say that 5 or 6 people were left behind? Just then, didn't sense anything. Su Yang looked at Li Lu beside him. She shook her head. I didn't sense any living beings, or perhaps. After hesitating, she speculated they must have all entered the shelter right. Su Yang remained silent, his gaze falling once more on the entrance hidden beneath the pile of sandbags in the square. Moments later, he stood up and walked toward it. The women followed suit. Until Su Yang reached the entrance of the sandbag pile, there was no danger. Li Lu also did not sense anyone else. As he opened the sandbags blocking the passage, Su Yang entered the shelter of the yellow-haired group. Upon entering, Su Yang's face was filled with astonishment. The shelter was not small, spanning 1,000 square meters. A glimmer of surprise crossed Su Yang's eyes. Normally, a basic safe house would only be about 100 square meters. Here, however, it measured 1,000 square meters, indicating that this shelter was no longer a basic safe house. Instead, it was an upgraded intermediate safe house. So without the blueprints for the shelter, how could it upgrade to an intermediate safe house? Su Yang's mind stirred. But soon his gaze landed on several corpses not far away. These individuals. Dead. What's going on? Wang Cici looked at the corpses in shock, her tone filled with confusion. At that moment, a voice from the earpiece was heard. It seems that the boss we saw earlier was the head of this shelter. Once the head dies, a new head can be chosen. From the looks of it, a new head of this shelter has already emerged. Goodness. Isn't this just mutual slaughter? Su Yang's mouth twitched, unsure of what to say. Then he looked towards the doors on either side of the shelter. 5 of them. Clearly 5 devices were installed. But he didn't know what kind of devices they were. Su Yang approached one of the doors and opened it, not yet taking a close look. The foul stench that hit his nose instantly made him understand what this room was for. It was a toilet. However, there was no air circulation system, nor was there a waste disposal system. This resulted in an overwhelming odor. After opening the second door, Su Yang discovered it was a kitchen equipped with 2 refrigerators. But there was nothing good inside. The third room was a single room complete with an ensuite bathroom. Yet it still had an odor. It wasn't until the 4th room that Su Yang and the others discovered someone inside. This appeared to be a luxurious suite, only containing 5 bedrooms. But that wasn't the main point. The key issue was that Su Yang and the others found 7 or 8 women in this suite. However, the state of these 7 or 8 women was quite strange. They were completely undressed and covered in numerous wounds. Some had burns from cigarette butts, while others bore cuts from knives. None of them was unscathed. Bruises were the least of the injuries. This is too much. These people are simply beasts. Mimi said angrily, her voice trembling. There's someone in that room. Li Lu suddenly pointed to the innermost room. Wang Cici directly walked over and kicked the door open. Inside the room was a burly man engaging in some indescribable acts with 3 women. The appearance of these 3 women was better than the others outside, but like the others, they too were in a daze. They were as unresponsive as pieces of wood, showing no reaction to the burly man. Whoosh. Thud. A flash of cold light appeared as Qin Mengyao made her move. This time she did not hold back. The enhanced knife pierced through the man's temple, and he let out a grunt. His body stiffened and fell to the ground, not moving again. However, what surprised Su Yang was that at that moment a system notification suddenly sounded. You have successfully occupied this shelter. Please choose your reward from the following options. Reward 1. Obtain the second space of the shelter, 500 cubic meters. Reward 2. Obtain shelter heart 1. This is. Su Yang's expression changed as he quickly understood. Evidently, this burly man was the new head of the shelter who had been killed by Qin Mengyao. This meant that we have directly occupied this shelter. A serious expression crossed Su Yang's face. This was not good news. The fact that a shelter could be occupied meant that shelters were not friends but enemies. Especially considering the benefits of occupying a shelter. Looking at these 2 choices, Su Yang ignored the first one. Their shelter was already large enough with its enhancements. They did not need a so-called second space. What intrigued him was what the shelter heart was. After pondering for a moment, Su Yang chose the shelter heart. He had an inkling that the shelter heart might be something very important. It turned out he was right. Item shelter heart can be enhanced category, consumable quality, special effect, an essential item for upgrading to a high-level shelter. Note: using this item for teleportation can negate 1 force teleportation. Enhancement requirement Tier 3 Crystal Core 10. Upon seeing the effect of the shelter heart, a flicker of shock and coldness crossed Su Yang's eyes. If the shelter deliberately encouraged survivors to kill each other, then the shelter heart clearly indicated that shelters were mortal enemies. To upgrade a shelter, one must use the shelter heart. And to obtain the shelter heart, one could only occupy someone else's shelter. As Su Yang made his choice for the shelter heart, this shelter instantly vanished. Qin Mingyao and the others changed their expressions. After Su Yang explained, they finally calmed down. However, Qin Mingyao and Wang Sisi had serious expressions, clearly aware that the emergence of the shelter heart did not bode well. Upgrading a shelter requires the shelter heart, but the shelter heart can only be obtained from other shelters. Henceforth, things were likely to become increasingly dangerous. Not only the dangers of the survival world, but also the threats posed by other survivors. The director, what should we do about them? Mimi suddenly pointed at the numb woman lying on the ground and asked, help them find relief. What? Mimi and the others' faces changed dramatically, unable to believe that Su Yang would say such a thing. The director is right. They have lost the will to live, and many of them have mentally collapsed, akin to the dead. All we can do is help them find relief. The cold, emotionless voice of Tan Xingya came through the earpiece. Just imagine if we went through such things, how many of us would still have the courage to live. At this moment, not only the 5 women besides Su Yang, but even those girls in the shelter shuddered collectively, their hearts filled with panic upon hearing Tan Xingya's words. Because when they thought about how they might be in the same situation, they felt that it would be better to die. Fang Shengnan opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. If any of these women had the courage to continue living, perhaps one of them would stand up. But clearly there was none. Let's go. Su Yang's voice rang out, and the few of them instinctively rushed outside. Whoosh. Hearing the sound of something slicing through the air behind them, Wang Sisi and the others understood what it was. A few muffled sounds followed, and a dead silence loomed behind them. After stepping out from the sandbag pile, Su Yang delivered a powerful punch, causing the entire sandbag pile to collapse. It formed a peculiar grave. For the next several hours, Su Yang and his group traveled to numerous locations and gathered some supplies. Around dusk, they finally returned to the shelter. Today's mission primarily focused on exploration while also looking for supplies. Unless absolutely necessary, Su Yang and his group would not deliberately kill zombies. This had caused their shelter's ranking to drop significantly. Currently, the top 10 on the leaderboard had scores exceeding 2,000. Su Yang and his group had just over 1,700 points, having fallen to over 50. This made Su Yang realize that outside of District 9527, there were indeed many powerful shelters across the Blue Star. Even in the chat channels, many had mentioned that their shelters had awakened strength talents. Upon returning to the shelter, Tan Xingya immediately reported their actions. During dinner, she said, while you were out today, we installed several cameras within a 5-kilometer radius around the shelter. As she spoke, Tan Xingya handed over a tablet. With the small amount of assistance, it can be said that this area is now under our surveillance. Su Yang looked down at the tablet, which was filled with numerous small windows. Each window displayed the surveillance footage from a camera. Can Xiao Xiao calculate the strength of the zombies within the surveillance range? Su Yang felt a spark of curiosity and suddenly asked. Yes, Xiaoxiao's voice responded. So far, the number of zombies appearing in the surveillance footage has exceeded 1,000. But according to my calculations, there are still some zombies hiding in buildings. That exceeds 1,000. Su Yang raised his eyebrows, realizing that the concentration of zombies in this area was not low. Have you found any lickers? He asked again. No, Xiao Xiao replied. However, a few long-distance cameras detected what appeared to be lickers. According to my calculations, there is a 73/23 probability they are lickers. It would be more straightforward to say they are lickers. Su Yang found it amusing that Xiaoxiao's probability analysis was so high, they were definitely lickers. After contemplating for a moment, Su Yang made a decision. Notify everyone to rest well tonight and grind for points tomorrow. However, just as he spoke, Tan Xingya interjected, aren't you going for first place today? In her tone, it was as if they could secure first place whenever they wanted. This was not her arrogance, but rather based on the information Xiao Xiao had collected from the chat channels today. At least Tan Xingya now understood that the attributes of everyone in their shelter were undeniably the strongest. It wasn't that no one had attributes comparable to anyone in their shelter. Rather, the attributes of everyone in their shelter exceeded those of most people. Currently, the strength and physique attributes of most survivors were merely in the teens. Having 20 points was quite rare. But what about their shelter? Essentially, they had all broken through 30 points. Even those who hadn't were only a point or two away. Their agility and mental attributes had mostly surpassed 20 points. Other survivors' mental attributes likely only increased by 2 or 3 points at most. Very few could exceed 15 points. This was an absolute advantage in attributes. Additionally, there were their weapons: enhanced handguns, enhanced alloy blades. The former needs no elaboration, it's like a small sniper cannon. The latter, everyone has one, likely outclassing any typical purple equipment. Adding to that are the several enhanced attribute abilities of their fortified shelter. In Tan Qingjia's view, securing first place was not an issue. It was confidence, not arrogance. But Su Yang slightly shook his head and said, let's wait until we've almost reached 24 hours. Moreover, if we really want to earn points, we can take action right here in the shelter. So let's rest well tonight and work hard starting tomorrow. Clearly, Su Yang planned to let the zombies come to them, allowing for easy kills. Even if third or fourth tier zombies appeared, there was no need for worry, because at that time, they could easily upgrade the shelter to a mid-level safe house, which would surely enhance their defensive value. Moreover, at that time, they could also upgrade the shelter to level 70. Their defensive value would undoubtedly increase once more. This was Su Yang's thought. He believed that enhancing a mid-level safe house to level 70 was feasible. Even if fourth-tier zombies came, they couldn't break through their shelter's defenses. As for the first place on the first day, it would refresh every day at noon. Su Yang felt they had more than enough. Tan Qingya nodded, no longer saying anything. She wouldn't contradict any of Su Yang's decisions. Unless it was a foolish decision, but that was simply not going to happen. By the way, suddenly reminded of something, Tan Qingya looked up at Su Yang and asked, "Wait, are you still going to the training room?" "Yes." Su Yang nodded and replied, "The giant liquor we encountered today was a mutated liquor, and I haven't tested the strength of this type of liquor yet. Moreover, I believe there are definitely many of these mutated liquors, so I must adapt to their strength." "What's wrong? Is there something?" Su Yang asked. "Yes." Tan Qingya nodded casually, saying, "Come back to your room early tonight. Enhancing to level 70 is still not quite enough." Su Yang was taken aback, understanding what Tan Qingya meant. But the problem was it really okay to say it so directly? Training room. 10 giant liquors charged towards Su Yang, who barely glanced at them and simply waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 enhanced daggers flew out, circling around the 10 giant liquors. Bang, bang, bang. The 10 giant liquors fell one after another. Indeed, the ability of a mentalist is superior after all. Su Yang let out a sigh of relief. This was already his 37th simulation. The first 20 times were close combat encounters. The 10 giant liquors were no match for him, but it wasn't as easy as it was now. When 10 giant liquors attacked together, even he needed some time to deal with them. Moreover, without activating his iron body, he would definitely get injured. But controlling with telekinesis was different. The SSS level talent skill of the mentalist had already been upgraded to LV4 by Su Yang, granting him 40 of Qin Minjio's power. With this 40 power, after mastering the combat techniques against giant liquors, he could annihilate them all before they even got close. Currently, only he and Qin Mingyao could face an assault of 10 or more giant liquors in the training room's simulation battles. Even Fang Shengnan could only handle 5 giant liquors. While the giant liquors couldn't break through Fang Shengnan's iron body, too many attacks would definitely overwhelm her. Especially when her hands and feet were bitten, it would be hard for Fang Shengnan to escape. The strength of the giant liquors was not weak. 3 to 5 were manageable. But when 7 or 8 attacked together, it would be enough to throw Fang Shengnan into a fluster. On the other hand, Wang Cici's berserk mode tripled her strength. This allowed her to easily crush the assault of 7 or 8 giant liquors. Now she had begun to attempt facing 10 giant liquors. Next, Su Yang trained for a while longer, testing his limits. He increased the number of giant liquors to 10 at a time, or perhaps increased the number of zombies. Meanwhile, in Tan Qingjia's room. "That's how it is. If you're unwilling, then it's fine." Tan Qingya looked at the 2 people in front of her. Am willing," one of them said quietly. The other nodded and whispered, "Me too." The responses from the 2 women made Tan Qingya sigh with relief, though with a touch of bitterness. Arranging women for her man. That feeling. "Sigh, forget it. Anyway, we can't escape this." "That's good. I'm not forcing you. You've seen the situation at other shelters." Tan Qingjia's tone turned serious. "If we are defeated today, the outcome is predictable." The 2 women didn't speak, but their expressions grew resolute. Today's experience has made them, and indeed everyone in the shelter, realize one thing. Survival in this world is far more brutal than they had imagined. Especially after seeing the fates of women from other shelters, just thinking about it sends chills down their spines. They do not want to meet such a fate. Because they could all view the chat channels through the subchannel, the women had some understanding of other shelters. In such an environment, if a woman did not awaken a good talent, the outcome would be very bleak. "Qingya, don't worry, we understand these things." "Yes, and I don't think you're forcing us. Actually, everyone is meant." The 2 women began to comfort Tan Qingya instead. This made Tan Qingya let out a sigh. "I know, blame that scoundrel for taking advantage of the situation." "Haha, indeed he took advantage of it." With so many sisters, he's already so happy he doesn't know which way. By the way, Qingyao, what does that feel like? I also want to know, is it really painful the first time? Tan Qingjia's expression stiffened. She didn't expect the two to ask such questions. How could she answer? You'll know when the time comes. By the way, I have something to do. I'll leave first. After saying that, Tan Qingyao hurriedly left, her demeanor somewhat akin to a rabbit fleeing in haste. This caused the two women to burst into laughter. Hee, I didn't expect Qingyao to have this side. I thought she was always so rational and calm. Come on, do you think everyone is like you, always so flirtatious? Get lost, who are you calling flirtatious? Haha, all day long with your dirty jokes. If you're not flirtatious, who is? Nonsense, I only occasionally say a couple of things. How am I flirtatious? Then tonight don't go have someone. You shut up. Haha, can't bear to admit it, huh? By the time Su Yang finished training, it was already after checking with Xiao Xiao, who informed him that there were no zombies outside the shelter, Su Yang felt relieved and returned to his room. As soon as he entered the room, Su Yang sensed something was off. Because of Tan Qingjia's earlier words, Su Yang knew someone would definitely be there tonight. But why are there two? Looking at the bulging blanket, Su Yang was somewhat astonished. But he quickly regained his composure. Two is great. Two at once. After tonight, he could strengthen to level 90. Thinking of this, Su Yang directly lifted the blanket. Is it you two? Seeing the two lying there, Su Yang raised an eyebrow. The two were He Mimi and Li Lu. Instantly, Su Yang understood. Li Lu's talent indeed needed to be enhanced. Though level perception is good, it still falls short. As for He Mimi, the fireball technique is actually quite decent. Once her mental attributes are improved, a fireball can deal a blow. While its power isn't as strong as a grenade, it isn't far off. If further enhanced, its power would definitely be greater. But, looking at the two women with their eyes tightly shut and their faces flushed, Su Yang felt somewhat speechless. Why do they all like to pretend to be asleep? Moreover, both of them are together. Is it appropriate to pretend to be asleep like this? But Su Yang didn't expose them. To be honest, this situation was rather exciting. He was somewhat eager to begin. Recently, he had discovered that his needs in this area had been growing increasingly. At first, there was a sage mode. Now it's not that it doesn't exist. But really, as long as he thinks all sage mode, when did I become like this? Is my true nature like this? No, it must be the talent affecting me in this. How could I, Su Yang, possibly be such a person? At the moment this thought arose in Su Yang's mind, he had already pounced forward. He Mimi and Li Lu didn't hold out for long either. They simply could not keep up the act any longer. Vaguely, Su Yang heard two system notification sounds in succession, but he didn't choose to check at that moment. Until the two women completely fell asleep, Su Yang remained energetic. Not a trace of fatigue. Tisk, it seems that enhancing my physique indeed brings numerous benefits. With a secret click of his tongue, Su Yang began to check the system notifications that had appeared earlier. You have successfully bound a woman with a score of 91A, and her talent ability has been triggered. Your maximum enhancement level has been raised to level 81. You have successfully copied the grade talent of flame manipulation. You have gained 1 enhancement quota and 1 talent point. Your maximum enhancement level has been raised to level 90. You have successfully copied the grade talent of spiritual perception. Both women have scores of 90. The enhancement level has now been raised to level 90. 2 enhancement quotas. 2 talent points. Most importantly, there are 2 grade talent skills. One is flame manipulation. The other is spiritual perception. First, regarding He Mimi's flame manipulation, Su Yang found this talent skill to be quite powerful. It allows for flame manipulation to attack. It can even compress flames to unleash terrifying power. Moreover, it can add flame attacks to weapons. Of course, the premise is that the weapon can withstand it. A level 70 enhanced dagger should be able to handle it right. Su Yang thought it wouldn't be a problem. Even if it's not enough, it can be enhanced to level 90. Just the ability to add flame attacks would raise Su Yang's combat power to a new level. The most obvious example is when manipulating the enhanced dagger with mental strength, he can add flame attacks to the enhanced dagger. Moreover, this move can also add a large amount of flame, ultimately causing the weapon to explode in flames. Imagine encountering a zombie with extremely strong vitality. When it becomes difficult to kill, he can pierce a reinforced dagger into the opponent's body. Then he would directly detonate it. The explosive flame attack would cause terrifying damage to the enemy's body. Since it can be added to weapons, what about to a person? Su Yang's heart stirred as he withdrew his right hand from He Mimi's embrace. Boom. Flames ignited and a layer of fire covered Su Yang's right hand. Indeed, it works. Su Yang's eyes brightened. It seemed like nothing at first. But the next moment, the flames on his right hand dissipated, revealing a metallic sheen on his palm. Steel body. He had merely transformed his right hand into steel, and Su Yang added fire once again. This time he could clearly feel it. His steel-transformed right hand exhibited some changes, seemingly becoming stronger. This discovery made him unable to sit still any longer. Since he couldn't sleep, he decided to head to the training room. As soon as he stepped out, he heard a surprised voice in the shelter. "You're still not asleep." It was Tan Xingya looking at him in disbelief. "I slept, just couldn't fall asleep." Su Yang smiled slightly, which made Tan Xingya huff in annoyance. "You're being unprofessional." Su Yang cheerfully leaned closer. "How about we both go together? You need to be serious." Tan Xingya's face turned a deep shade of red. "I have things to do." The trading channel seems to have connected all regions now, but there are plenty of good things. "I don't have time to keep you company. I'll find someone else." Su Yang. Seeing the woman serious in her suggestion, Su Yang was at a loss for words. Clearing his throat, he quickly mentioned the flame manipulation talent skill. After hearing this, Tan Xingya realized she had been tricked by this dog of a man again. But she became interested in the flame manipulation talent. After asking for details, she nodded and said, "Indeed, this talent skill has great developmental value. But don't train too late." "I know." Su Yang nodded and was about to enter the training room. "Wait." Tan Xingya seemed to remember something and hurriedly said, "Since you can enhance to level 90 now, enhance the pistol first. I want to see the power and stats of a level 90 enhanced pistol to prepare for tomorrow's matters." Su Yang understood Tan Xingya's intention. After all, the current pistols are like sniper cannons. Though 10 pieces aren't many, they can be quite useful at crucial moments. Moreover, this was a simple task. 3 minutes later, Su Yang handed the enhanced pistol to Tan Xingya. Item type 54 pistol 90 enhanceable category weapon quality blue attribute 1 damage 55 attribute 2 effective range 2500 meters magazine capacity 35 rounds. Enhanced attribute 1 accuracy 190 enhanced attribute 2 void magazine capacity 80 rounds generates 1 round every 2 minutes. Enhanced attribute 3 explosive power 350 enhanced attribute 4 penetration 300 enhanced attribute 5 explosion power 300 enhanced attribute 6 destructive power 200 enhanced attribute 7 armor piercing power 150 enhanced attribute 8 bullet enhancement 100 enhanced attribute 9 locking enhanced requirement ordinary iron 10 excellent fine iron 1 a first order crystal core 1. One can only say that these stats are becoming increasingly outrageous, especially the 2 newly enhanced attributes. Bullet enhancement 100. This directly doubles the power of the bullets. It was already exaggerated. Now it has become even more insane on the path of exaggeration. Could it eventually lead to a pistol being as powerful as a cannon? Su Yang couldn't help but think. As for the locking enhancement attribute, it is also an extremely special ability. It directly allows for targeting within the effective range. Truly 100 shots 100 hits. It feels like there's no need to practice any shooting skills. Entering the training room, Su Yang began his training. The flame manipulation talent skill indeed developed several abilities. For instance, steel body added flame violence. This allowed Su Yang to become a humanoid flame beast, easily killing 10 giant lickers in a Oniantan scenario. Even against 20, he could achieve a complete kill within 3 minutes. The only downside was that it consumed a. Moreover, the effect of the spiritual perception talent skill also pleasantly surprised Su Yang. This ability is akin to having a heightened sense of awareness. Within a 3-meter radius, nothing can escape his perception. This significantly enhanced Su Yang's individual combat strength. Additionally, this talent skill has a passive effect similar to a spider's sense. It allows for sensing danger, and this is just the effect of LV1. Li Lu herself does not need to activate her spiritual perception. She can sense the aura within 100 meters. When activated, she can sense the aura within over 1,000 meters. Most importantly, Su Yang has tried it. In the training room, he was able to sense the special blood and flesh nest of the lickers. Now he no longer has to worry about not being able to sense the lickers nest again. Su Yang did not train for long. When he exited the training room, less than 2 hours had passed. However, he found that Tan Xingya had not gone to sleep yet. It was already 4 a.m. Su Yang approached her with a frown. "Aren't you going to sleep? Soon you should hurry and sleep." Tan Xingya replied without looking up. But the next moment, she found herself abruptly lifted by Su Yang. "What are you doing? Put me down." She panicked. Su Yang didn't answer and directly went to the master bedroom. Then he tossed Tan Xingya onto the bed. Tan Xingya panicked. Because Mimi and Li Lu were still sound asleep above. "What are you doing?" Tan Xingya was anxious and flustered, lowering her voice to avoid waking the 2 women. "Sleeping." Su Yang lay down, disregarding Tan Xingya's struggles, and pulled her into his embrace. "Let go of me." Tan Xingya struggled. But Su Yang's next words made her comply. "If you keep moving, you'll have to take responsibility for putting out the fire. You're being unreasonable." Tan Xingya felt a bit wronged, but a hint of sweetness arose in her heart. In the morning, when Su Yang woke up, there was no one beside him. Yet in his daze, he heard the conversation of 3 women. Words like bad and jerk floated through the air. If it weren't for the tasks he had to attend to today, Su Yang wouldn't let them off so easily. Opening his attribute panel, Su Yang began to check it. Name: Su Yang Talent God Level Infinite Enhancement, Unique Strength 414. Physique 40, Agility 24, Spirit 24, Talent Skills SSS Level Sign and Choice LV1 SSS Level Mentalist LV5 SS Level Valkyrie LV5 SS Level Information Controller LV1 S Level Iron Body LV3 S Level Backpack Space LV1 A Level Mental Perception LV1 A Level Flame Control LV2 B Level Berserk Transformation LV1 Talent Points 0 Backpack 99 Backpack Space 1118 cubic meters. One last night, during training, Su Yang used the 2 talent points he had just obtained. The Mentalist skill was upgraded to LV5 with 1 point. The other point was allocated to Flame Control. In a sense, even if he did not upgrade the Mentalist and Valkyrie skills, investing in the Iron Body was still quite worthwhile. However, Flame Control was already considered an auxiliary skill for him. Since its power could be enhanced, it was only natural to upgrade it. Moreover, the combination of a LV5 Mentalist and LV2 Flame Control would not be inferior in power compared to Qin Minjio's Mentalist. Her Mentalist was comparable to Su Yang's LV10 Mentalist. After freshening up, Su Yang stepped out. At first, he didn't think much of it. However, when he finished breakfast, he noticed something was off. The girls in the class were looking at him with unusual gazes. Su Yang quickly realized what was happening. This must be the result of last night's scandal being discovered, right? Su Yang had to admit he was somewhat self-aware. He guessed correctly. In the morning, a girl noticed Tan Xingya coming out of the master bedroom, which was nothing surprising. After all, everyone knew Su Yang wasn't alone every night. What surprised that girl was that after Tan Xingya came out, she also saw He Mimi and Li Lu. Oh my, so intense. If one person knows about this in a way, it's equivalent to the whole class knowing. TSK Tisk, big lecture, I heard you had quite the fun last night. Just after finishing his meal, Su Yang heard a sarcastic voice. Without even looking up, he knew it was Wang Cici. What? Is there a problem? Su Yang raised his head seriously and invited, want to join tonight? Wang Cici, you're getting more and more reckless, aren't you? Wang Cici gritted her teeth. Is there a problem? Su Yang chuckled his tone, making Wang Cici want to hit him. Who would have thought that your seemingly honest demeanor is all an act? You Su Yang's true nature is that of a big lecher. Wang Cici huffed coldly. How can you say it's my true nature? Su Yang shrugged. I can only say you are all too beautiful, and as a normal man it is only natural for me to behave this way. But Wang Cici spat and turned to leave. If this continued, she would be driven mad. After finishing his meal, Su Yang went to the training room for a while. Consider it post-meal exercise. Half an hour later, Su Yang emerged. At this time it was just past 8. When he saw Tang Yun, he couldn't help but ask, Teacher Tang, what did you sign in for today? Calling her Teacher Tang made Tang Yun's face flush slightly. This reminded her of how this guy had deliberately called her Teacher Tang that night. The sense of guilt surged. She naturally did not know that for Su Yang, calling her Teacher Tang at that time was akin to increasing attack speed. Damn, what am I thinking? A hint of panic flashed in Tang Yun's eyes, and she hurriedly said, there wasn't anything good for signing in today. Oh, I chose 110-inch birthday cakes. Nothing good. Su Yang sighed inwardly. His own sign-in choices today also had nothing good. The best he got was 10 barrels of 5L peanut oil. At this moment, Tan Xingyao approached and asked, when do we start? Su Yang knew she meant when they would start hunting zombies to earn points. But he did not respond immediately. Instead, he opened the leaderboard to take a look. Goodness. Just one night, and their ranking had dropped to over 30. Su Yang was astonished. What surprised him even more was that the points of the top 3 exceeded 5,000. Do these people not sleep at night? Su Yang couldn't help but comment. Do you think everyone is like you, enjoying the soft comforts at night? Wang Cici chimed in, casting him a disdainful glance. Su Yang acted as if he hadn't heard her and said to Tan Xingya, they'll search around with Li Lu and the others for a while. Let's try to find the nearby lickers' nests. Okay. Tan Xingya nodded, hesitating for a moment before saying, the point gap is quite significant, so after you go out we will also start killing zombies on our side. That works. Su Yang nodded, agreeing with this plan. This time the outing would primarily focus on searching. Su Yang planned to take only Qin Mingyao and Li Lu with him. Although Wang Cici also wanted to go out, she understood the reason Su Yang had her stay behind. Currently, besides Su Yang and Qin Mingyao, she was the strongest combat power in the class. Her own strength was not low, and with her talent ability her power was tripled. When she burst forth, even a giant licker would suffer from a single blow. If combined with Guan Yusin's war aura, it could only be said that this arrangement put Su Yang at ease. Soon the 3 of them set off. What Su Yang didn't expect was that after the 3 of them left, Tan Xingya did not immediately begin organizing the hunt for zombies. Instead, she called a meeting. All the remaining members quickly gathered in the open space of the shelter. Once everyone was present, Tan Xingya looked around before speaking. I called you here for two things. As she spoke, she distributed the alloy saber and pistol that she had already enhanced to level 90. The first matter is the distribution of these weapons. As for the second matter, she paused slightly and operated on her subchannel. In the next moment, everyone's subchannel displayed information about the pistol and alloy saber being enhanced to level 90. In fact, this was sent by the intelligent AI Xiao Xiao to the women. The attributes of the alloy saber enhanced to level 90 also improved significantly. The women couldn't help but gasp in awe. Wow, what's this level 90? Isn't it just that the younger sister was with Lulu last night? The two together. No Yuan and Wu Dan saw the three of them, but as for the third person, the scene fell silent, and all the women's gazes turned to Tan Xingya. Tan Xingya's eyes twitched slightly. She realized that these women's points of focus were often quite peculiar. She did not explain. In fact, there was no way to explain. Explain what? Explain that she merely slept in someone's arms last night, and nothing substantial happened. She herself didn't even believe that. The more one explains, the less clear it becomes. It may even lead others to think she is shy about something. Tan Xingya is well aware of this. Therefore, she does not wish to explain. Nor does she want to waste time on this matter. I believe everyone has seen the attributes of level 90 enhancement. Tan Xingya quickly changed the topic. According to my conjecture, if we could enhance to level 100. This might lead to a special change, or it could be said that the enhanced attributes at level 100 are very unique. In the end, she added another remark. This is also the result of a small calculation with a probability exceeding 90. Over 90. This statement made all the women instantly quiet. Suddenly someone asked, so how many levels does the director still need? 10 levels. Tan Xingya replied calmly, in other words, we need to bind 2 more people. The scene fell silent again. Speaking of binding, it's just a nicer way of putting it. So does that mean the director needs to bring 2 more people tonight? Someone subconsciously said this, causing the faces of the women to flush slightly. In an instant, they understood the purpose of Tan Xingya's meeting. That bastard. Guan Yusin secretly gritted her teeth, cursing Su Yang in her heart 800 times. Wang Cece also twitched her mouth, looking displeased. Isn't this the same as the emperor selecting concubines? How infuriating. After a long silence, Tan Xingya finally spoke again. I know it's hard to feel at ease, but this is something we must go through. Who told a certain bastard that his talent is so inappropriate? As she spoke, Tan Xingya's teeth were also slightly clenched. This seemed to resonate, and the women began to complain. Indeed, the director's talent is strong, but it is too inappropriate. Yehu's talent enhancement relies on ours. Wait, could it be that the director's nature is like this, and only then did he awaken such talent? I estimate it's possible. Look, at first it was just 1 person per night, and now it's already 3. Indeed, a big lecture. However, compared to other shelters, we are doing well. At most, we just have to deal with the director's situation. That's right, a classmate I contacted previously said that the Green Tea School beauty from the foreign language department has already been through that with 7 or 8 people. No way is that true. Isn't that Green Tea School beauty very skilled with men? You should see what time it is now. How much can her skills work here? Looking at it this way, we are still quite lucky. What's there to be afraid of? I'll just treat it as being bitten by a dog once. With your flirtatious energy after being bitten once, wouldn't you want to be bitten every day? Nonsense. As the topic became increasingly inappropriate, Tan Xingya quickly interrupted everyone. All right, let's end this matter here. If anyone can accept it, please private message me. Seemingly recalling something, Tan Xingya added 2 more sentences. Don't go off by yourself and find out later that you can form a team to play mahjong. The director's physique is indeed very high, but it can't be too many people. As soon as she said this, someone couldn't help but laugh aloud. Wang Cece even stood up directly, shouting, what we need is more people. Squeeze him dry. Sisters, we must work together and not let this lecture defeat us. As soon as this was said, many girls. Tan Xingya felt a bit of a headache. She realized that after crossing into this survival world, Wang Cece was becoming more and more carefree. Even though she was a bit eccentric before, she wasn't like this. Working together to squeeze dry. Do you even want to listen to what you're saying? Cece. Someone suddenly stood up and pulled Wang Cece out. Stop talking nonsense, you go outside and keep watch. It was Tang Yun. At this moment, only she could stop Wang Cece. Tan Xingya no longer said anything and quickly instructed everyone to start hunting zombies. Soon everyone began preparing. As for hunting zombies, it was actually quite easy. Just standing under the coverage of the shelter space was enough. The zombies would come to them willingly. In fact, as soon as they appeared outside, the zombies rushed over madly. However, under the protection of the space, no zombie could approach them. In the underground garage of a certain community, whoosh, several enhanced knives flew by like lightning. In an instant, they finished off the 2 lick eaters and around 30 zombies in front of them. This was a blood flesh nest with over 40 lick eater eggs. After dealing with this nest, Su Yang and their shelter's points would increase by about 500. And this was already the 3rd blood flesh nest they had dealt with. Indeed, surrounding and exterminating lick eater nests is the fastest way to increase points. Looking at their shelter's points exceeding 3,000, a satisfied smile appeared on Su Yang's face. He quickly cleaned up the scene. In fact, it just meant putting all the zombie and lick eater corpses into the space backpack. Due to an accident and someone's sudden whim, they wondered what would happen if they threw zombies into the decomposing station. The result was that no materials were decomposed. However, they decomposed 1 point of energy. Moreover, if the zombie itself possessed a crystal core, they could decompose 1 crystal core. Lick eaters, on the other hand, could decompose into 10 points of energy and 1 second-tier crystal core. Ever since discovering this, all the zombies they killed afterwards would be collected by Su Yang into the space backpack. Since the shelter enhanced the spatial warehouse attribute, both Su Yang and Shuyu could transfer items without opening the space backpack. Items could be transferred to the spatial warehouse. Within the shelter's range, anyone could transfer items from the spatial warehouse to the decomposing station. The zombies and lick eater corpses that Su Yang just collected were probably already thrown into the decomposing station. Next, Su Yang turned to look at Li Lu. Over here. Li Lu pointed in one direction, and the 3 quickly left this place. With just 3 people plus Li Lu's current passive sensing ability, their movements were very swift. After all, they didn't need to kill any zombies. At this moment, Li Lu seemed to sense something and softly said, "It seems the zombies around are heading towards the shelter." "Is that so?" Su Yang's eyes narrowed. "It seems Qingya and the others have also started to act." "Then we..." Li Lu looked as if she wanted to say something, but hesitated. "No rush." Qin Mingyao interrupted her, her tone very calm. "Don't forget, we are still within the network range of the shelter. If anything happens, Qingya and the others will contact us." Li Lu then realized, "Oh right, I forgot about that." Su Yang smiled without saying anything, but in his heart he had already given Xiao Xiao the order to report any situations from the shelter at any time. Unlike other members, as the director, Su Yang has absolute ownership of the shelter. As the intelligent AI of the shelter, Xiao Xiao is naturally the same. Therefore, he does not need to speak. Just giving a mental command allows Xiao Xiao to receive it immediately. Su Yang and his companions quickly located the 4th flesh nest. It felt as if they were repeating their previous actions, slaying the devourers and dealing with their eggs. The only regret was that this nest seemed to have been built not long ago. Although there were eggs, their number was merely 7. The points earned were barely 100, which left Su Yang quite dissatisfied. Next, the 3 of them resumed their search for the next flesh nest. Time passed gradually. This time the location they were transported to appeared to have many devourers, and Su Yang even encountered a second giant devourer. This time Su Yang instructed Qin Mingyao not to engage. He personally tested the strength of the giant devourer. It was just as expected. In the end, this giant devourer was smashed to death by Su Yang's fist. The points earned were considerable. After conquering several flesh nests in succession, the points of their shelter continuously surged, leaving the personnel from other shelters dumbfounded. Chat channel. Damn, Su Yang's shelter ranking has risen again. Crap, there were no points gained throughout the night, and now in less than 3 hours, nearly 2,000 points have been added. It's already over 2,000. Just in less than 3 minutes it increased by over 300. What is going on? How did so many points suddenly accumulate? Cheating. Are you out of your mind? Who could cheat in a place like this? It's obvious that they've cleared several devourer nests, which is why the points are increasing so fast. They're nearing 5,000 points now, and they're about to catch up to 5th place. Tisk, this speed is simply ridiculous. At a shop. With a loud rumble, a massive figure burst through the wall of the shop. Another giant devourer appeared. However, this giant devourer was missing its upper body. It had been blown apart by Su Yang's fist. Killed a second-tier, mutated devourer, points 30, another one. A smirk crept across Su Yang's lips as a heavy thud resonated from another direction. It was yet another giant devourer. This time they found 2 giant devourers in the flesh nest, and both had hatched over 30 devourers. However, the over 30 devourers were dispatched as soon as they laid eyes on Su Yang and Qin Mingyao. With the 2 giant devourers down, there were no living creatures left at the scene. Oh wait, there were still some eggs. It seemed there were around 60 to 70. Su Yang's heart stirred, and he did not immediately process these devourer eggs. Instead, he collected them all. Now their points had reached over 6,000, rapidly surpassing 5,000. It was astonishingly fast. Even Su Yang felt that the speed at which his shelter was acquiring points was genuinely impressive. Each flesh nest they found started them off with 300 to 500 points. If they processed all these devourer eggs in front of them, that could easily amount to over 1,000 points. Su Yang's heart stirred as he opened the leaderboard to check. Shelter points leaderboard: first place, Iron Blood Legion Shelter 7093 points; second place, Holy Light Shelter 6853 points; third place, Su Yang Shelter 6522 points. If we kill these devourer eggs, we can shoot straight to first place. A glimmer of confidence flashed in Su Yang's eyes. He felt certain about this. Even if the first place could gain another 1,500 points after this, it wouldn't matter, because they were soon to reach the milestone of killing 1,000 zombies. For every 1,000 they received an additional purple treasure chest, along with 1,000 points. This was a reward for the task, and could also be counted on the points leaderboard. In reality, their points were over 5,000. The extra 1,000 points were the rewards from the task. Now they were not far from killing 2,000 zombies either. By the time it reached noon, Su Yang estimated that his shelter's points could exceed 8,000. It seemed that first place was not too hard to achieve. Su Yang's lips curled into a slight smile, claiming that first place was his destiny. Unbeknownst to him, the chat channel was already in an uproar due to the soaring points of their shelter. In just over 3 hours, they had gained nearly 4,000 points. They had surged from over 30 to third place. It was simply absurd beyond belief. It was absurd to the extreme. Should we continue? Qin Mingyao turned to Su Yang and asked. No, let's head back. Su Yang shook his head slightly and said, the shelter has already attracted plenty of zombies. In this last bit of time relying on killing those zombies, we can definitely secure first place. Qin Mingyao nodded, agreeing with his thoughts. Li Lu could not possibly have any objections. She deeply understood that she was a support member. Although she now possessed the strength to single-handedly kill a devourer, the three of them quickly began their return. With their spiritual senses guiding the way, they sped up. With over 20 minutes left until the first day's points leaderboard was finalized, they had already returned to the vicinity of the shelter. At this moment, the shelter was surrounded by a dense throng of zombies. There were many of them. Within a radius of 1,000 meters from the shelter, zombies were crammed everywhere. This number must have exceeded 10,000. Su Yang was secretly astonished. At that moment, he heard Tan Qingjia's voice through the headset. Do you need us to lend you a hand to get back? Su Yang thought for a moment and said, sure, have you Xian activate the war aura within 1,000 meters. Then we will kill our way through from the west side, and when it's almost done you can come out and kill. All right, Tan Qingyao replied, but there was no further sound. However, the next moment, an invisible force suddenly enveloped them. It was Guan Yusin's war aura. The range of the war aura is controllable. At its lowest consumption, the coverage is 100 meters centered on Guan Yusin. At its highest, it can cover up to 1,000 meters. This was also the limit she could currently reach, mainly because her spiritual power was not sufficient. Moreover, when the war aura is activated to cover 1,000 meters, given Guan Yusin's current condition, it could only be maintained for a maximum of 10 minutes. But to Su Yang, this was already enough. Feeling the surge of attributes, a slight smile crept across Su Yang's lips. Kill. In the next moment, his body turned ironclad as he charged to the front. Li Lu followed closely behind her alloy saber, swinging from time to time. As a support member, she was equivalent to being a main combat member compared to Su Yang and the others in other shelters. With a single swing, if the density was sufficient, she could kill 5 or 6 zombies. At the back, Qin Mingyao was an absolute meat grinder. 10 enhanced daggers like 10 streams of light sped through the air under her telekinetic control. Any zombie that slipped through would be mercilessly obliterated by her. The three of them forged a path through the tide of over 10,000 corpses. Meanwhile, a team of main forces had also emerged from the shelter. At this speed, it would not take long for both sides to converge. Ding! You have killed a total of 2,000 zombies, leading the shelter, and received a reward. You have gained 1,000 points. The familiar notification sound rang out, surprising Su Yang. Had he really achieved the required amount in less than 3 minutes? It seemed possible. Perhaps he could kill 3,000 zombies by 12 o'clock. This thought barely crossed his mind before Su Yang charged forward, smashing the dozen zombies ahead into a pulp. Bang! 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 A series of explosions erupted ahead. It sounded like someone was throwing grenades. In reality, it was just gunfire. The 54 style pistol had been upgraded to level 90, and its power was not much different from that of a grenade. In just a few seconds, the zombies in front of Su Yang were visibly decreasing. The 54 style pistol was fully loaded with 115 rounds. It could recover 1 round in 2 minutes. This was perfect for clearing a path through the horde. The two teams quickly merged. Leading the opposing team were Fang Xingnan and Wang Cici, followed by 12 girls, all wielding alloy machetes with imposing grace. It was a fitting description to say they were cutting through like chopping vegetables. There was no unnecessary dialogue. Both sides nodded and headed back towards the shelter. The path that had been cleared from the shelter was once again surrounded by a large number of zombies. However, this time it didn't matter. Their strength had increased. Fang Shengnan and Su Yang led the way while Wang Sisi handled the rear. Alongside her were Qin Mingyao and Li Lu. Whenever there was a problem or an unexpected situation, Li Lu would immediately inform Qin Mingyao. The two had developed a strong tacit understanding. Without needing verbal communication, with a simple hand gesture, Li Lu signaled to Qin Mingyao where to strike. As the group was within 10 meters of the shelter, Su Yang once again heard a system notification. Ding! You have killed a total of 3,000 zombies leading the shelter and received a reward. You have gained 1,000 points. Indeed, he had reached 3,000. Su Yang's eyes lit up slightly, and this speed was even faster than he had anticipated. But this did not surprise him. In such a densely packed zombie situation, he could easily kill several zombies in just 1 second. During the journey from a kilometer away to the shelter, Su Yang had lost count of how many zombies he had killed. By the time they reached the shelter, a space had already been cleared. The group quickly entered the shelter. Under the protection of the space, the zombies could not approach this area of over 1,000 square meters. Hurry, if anyone is injured, come over here. Lin Ruoxue called out. There were indeed some injuries, but they were all minor. Most were merely scratches. With a healing spell, Lin Ruoxue restored them to full health. In fact, even without Lin Ruoxue's healing spell, the shelter's current recovery speed was at 700. These minor injuries would likely leave no trace in 2 or 3 hours. This was not an exaggeration. After all, the girls' physiques exceeded 20 points, giving them a considerable recovery ability. With a direct 7-fold increase, their recovery was naturally even faster. At that moment, a special notification appeared in everyone's minds. The first day has ended. Rewards for the points leaderboard will be distributed. All shelters can now choose to return to the safe zone or continue to survive. Time's up. Su Yang's heart stirred as he opened the points leaderboard. Shelter points leaderboard: first place, Su Yang's shelter 9873 points. Second place, Iron Blood Legion shelter 7632 points. Third place, Holy Light shelter 7469 points. While these points are simply exaggerated, in fact, among these 2,000 points were from rewards. Of course, even without the rewarded 2,000 points, they would still be in first place. But for others, this was simply unbelievable. Chat channel. What the hell happened in the last 20 minutes? Su Yang's shelter reached over 10,000 points so quickly. Incredible, unbelievable, they actually gained 2,000 points in just the last few minutes. Is this taking advantage of a loophole? How could it be so much? It must be that Su Yang's shelter completed some tasks and then received rewards leading to such a significant increase in points. Damn, they actually relied on task rewards. Do task rewards count for points? You greeny dog, do you really think that gaining 2,000 points from a task would be easy? Hey, the last time we teleported, our shelter lost 3 people, and the completed task only rewarded 100 points. All I can say is that Su Yang's shelter is definitely a powerful one. I really want to join this shelter. Su Yang's shelter, all you great people, I'm a girl, the kind that's soft and easy. Please take me in. The chaotic discussions in the chat channel went unnoticed by Su Yang. At this moment, his attention was drawn to the reward pool before him. Just now, another system notification rang. You have gained 50 reward points, and the reward pool is now open to you. First place receives 50 reward points. With the reward points, the reward pool was directly opened for Su Yang. It could be said, this reward pool is essentially an upgraded version of the point shop. However, good things shouldn't be too numerous. Su Yang even saw golden blueprints and items above the purple, but Su Yang's gaze fell on one particular blueprint. Item: intermediate double-layer safe house blueprint, category shelter blueprint, quality special attribute, can be used on the shelter to transform it into a double-layer safe house. Friendly reminder: using this blueprint will directly upgrade the shelter with no materials required. Finally, he found a shelter blueprint. This blueprint was of considerable value. It could be exchanged for just 50 reward points. This meant Su Yang could redeem it now and upgrade the shelter to intermediate level. At this moment, Tan Qingyao walked over and casually said, "Let's wait a bit." As she spoke, her delicate finger pointed to the bottom. Note: the reward pool refreshes once a day and the items that appear will not disappear. Seeing such a note, Su Yang raised an eyebrow. So does this mean that the items in the reward pool will only increase and not be refreshed? That's good news. Su Yang now understood Tan Qingyu's intention, which was to wait for better shelter blueprints to refresh. This time, the tasks of all the shelters seemed to be the same. Survival for a full 24 hours. You can choose to return now or continue. If you choose to continue surviving, you will receive additional rewards. Even Su Yang and his group are in the same situation. The second task requirement for their shelter was set by Su Yang himself. There are still no restrictions imposed. Therefore, they can choose to return to the shelter now. For Su Yang and his group, returning to the shelter right now is simply not an option, especially since the additional rewards this time are quite generous. You have led your team to survive for a full 24 hours during this survival task while completing all task requirements. Please make your choice. Choice 1, return to the shelter and receive the rewards for this survival task. Choice 2, continue surviving and gain additional rewards. Additional reward 1, for every extra hour survived, each shelter can earn 1 reward point. Additional reward 2, surviving for a full 24 hours increases the reward points earned by each shelter by 50. Additional reward 3, surviving for a full 48 hours increases the reward points earned by each shelter by 100. Additional reward 4, surviving for a full 72 hours increases the reward points earned by each shelter by 200. Additional reward 5, surviving for a full 120 hours increases the reward points earned by each shelter by 500. This additional reward only grants reward points. For every extra hour survived, 1 reward point can be earned. A full day is 24 points plus a 50 increase. Ultimately, surviving for a full day can yield 36 reward points. Surviving for 2 days yields 96 points. Surviving for 5 days can reach as high as 720 points. And this is just the additional reward. The increase in reward points also affects the leaderboard rewards. If they are first every day, they can earn a total of 6 times, which is 300 reward points. A 500 increase. Ultimately, the total reward points could reach an astonishing 2,520 points. Chat channel finally done. We can return to the shelter. Haha, I'm still alive. Are we going back now? What about the additional rewards? Those can earn us reward points. Reward points are too precious. 1 point can buy food for 10 people for 3 days, and now we only need to stay for 1 hour to earn 1 point. Haha, we may not be able to get on the leaderboard, but staying for a few more hours is definitely doable for our shelter. Damn it, if we stay for 5 days, we could earn 720 reward points. 5 days. What do you think? In the survival world, the danger for the shelter increases with every extra hour survived. 5 days. Hehe. 720 points. Why don't you mention that with the daily first place reward of 50 points, the total reward points would be 2,520 points. 20 reward points. Just thinking about it feels absurd. Even the first place shelter of Su Yang probably wouldn't have that capability, right? How I dare to bet that even Su Yang's shelter can only survive an extra 3 days at most. 3 days is not a small amount. The reward points could double. Is surviving an extra 3 days really the limit? Is doubling the reward points enough? Seeing this information in the chat channel, a playful smile appeared at the corner of Su Yang's mouth. Thinking too small. 5 days is impossible. To think of 2,520 reward points is something I wouldn't even dare to imagine. Sorry, this is just a target we've set. Time has passed 12 o'clock. The rankings and points on the leaderboard have not been reset. This means that points are not calculated daily, but are accumulated. This reassured Su Yang, because for the next few days we just need to stay in the shelter. Looking at the densely packed zombies around, Su Yang felt a sense of calm. 25 reward points, I'm determined to get them. Since I've decided to claim the rewards, I naturally need to make some plans. First, we can't call everyone out to kill zombies. After all, the space shelter in front of them is only a square of 30 meters in size. The surrounding zombies seem to be crashing into an invisible wall, unable to enter even a bit. Their attacks are essentially falling upon the shelter itself. If the shelter's defense value were not high, it would have been destroyed long ago. But the defense value of a level 3, 1-star shelter is still holding steady. Thus, this situation has... The zombies are firmly blocked by the space shelter, and Su Yang and his group can easily kill those zombies within the shelter's range. Zombies that die can be dragged into the space shelter and then thrown into the decomposition platform. However, they can't be killed completely. It's simply impossible to kill them all. Su Yang first watched the zombies' corpses being continuously sent into the spatial backpack by Shu Yu. Then he looked up at the surrounding zombies. Their numbers have not decreased at all. Too many. Never mind. With a thought, Su Yang said to the ladies, "All right, everyone, let's take a break. We should have lunch first, then distribute tasks, and come back to kill these zombies." Huh? Wang Cici looked at him incredulously. "What are you saying? There are so many zombies and you want us to stop." "I know what you want to say." Su Yang smiled slightly and said, "But zombies are endless and we are tired. And one more thing, I want to test the current defense value of the shelter to see if it can withstand the onslaught of the zombie tide." This. Wang Cici fell silent. Tang Yun, who originally wanted to speak, also did not say anything after hearing Su Yang's words. As for Tan Qingya, she completely agreed with Su Yang's suggestion. She would have suggested it even if Su Yang didn't mention it. No one stayed behind. Because several cameras had been installed outside the shelter, what could be better than having this smart AI monitor it personally? After entering the shelter, Chen Yu and the others began to get busy in the kitchen. Su Yang along with Tan Xingya, Qin Mingyao, and Tang Yun began to discuss their next actions. They don't need to go outside. As long as they have someone guarding outside, they can easily kill the zombies. But this ease is only relative. With so many they could kill until their hands were sore. We must not neglect cleaning. The zombies that appear next will likely increase. Su Yang's eyes flashed with a glint of light, and it's not just zombies, lick eaters and giant lick eaters will also appear. There might even be stronger zombies. After Tan Xingya added a comment, she analyzed according to the rules of the survival world. If you want to survive for 5 days, stronger zombies will definitely appear. After hesitating for a moment, she voiced her speculation. I even think there could be Tier 3 zombies. Tier 3 zombies. Although only a few people were discussing, the other ladies were listening nearby. Upon hearing that Tier 3 zombies might appear, everyone panicked. At this time, Tang Yun hurriedly comforted them. Everyone, don't panic. Our shelter's defense value is only Tier 3, 1 star. And don't forget the teleportation card we are using this time can increase the defense value by 300. Indeed, Tang Yun's words immediately brought joy to the faces of the women. A defense value of Tier 3, 1 star. Moreover, this time it would be enhanced by an additional 300 on top of that. With such defense, even a Tier 3 zombie would not be able to breach their shelter. Furthermore, what Tan Xingya said next completely reassured the women. Currently, the shelter has only been strengthened to level 70. Once it reaches level 100, the defense value might reach Tier 4. A defense value of Tier 4. The women's eyes lit up and they all turned to Su Yang with eager expressions. Wait, what kind of looks are those? Su Yang's lips twitched. The maximum enhancement level is only level 90 right now. But it hasn't reached level 100 yet. At that moment, Chen Yu came out. Lunch is ready, everyone, let's eat. As soon as they heard about food, the women's attention was instantly drawn away. This was completely understandable. Su Yang and the others had found many good things from the cold chain center coupled with Chun Ye's culinary skills. Delicious. Super tasty. Most importantly, after a little affirmation with the enhancement of their physical attributes, their figures wouldn't get fat from overeating. Because in such an environment, even if they ate a lot, they could consume it through the release of their innate abilities. Want to gain weight? Very difficult. Moreover, one more thing, the enhancement of physical attributes would push their bodies towards optimal states. Overall, for these beauty-loving girls, not gaining weight is a super ability. Its preciousness is no less than that of an SS-level talent. Even Tan Xingya shared the same thought. She is also a foodie. Wang Sisi goes without saying. As a wealthy young lady, what delicacies hasn't she tasted? Yet precisely because of this, it becomes a torment. Clearly able to eat at any time, but afraid of gaining weight, she dares not indulge. This is unavoidable. Her height dictates that she cannot afford to gain weight. During lunch, everyone discussed their strategy. They total 32 people divided into 3 teams. Each team is responsible for an 8-hour shift. Of course, this doesn't mean they need to keep killing zombies for 8 hours straight. That would be exhausting. They only need to ensure that the number of zombies doesn't pile up too much during those 8 hours. There is no requirement for how many zombies they must kill. In fact, given the current situation under the effects of spatial coverage and spatial shelter, they can allocate 10 minutes out of an hour to kill zombies. By the end of the day, the number of zombies killed would be quite significant. However, upon learning that he had been assigned to the Night Watch team, Su Yang felt indifferent. But when Tan Xingya urged him to go to his room to rest, he fell silent. Did she really think I didn't notice the 2 people entering the master bedroom? They are indeed proactive. Just now it was said that the shelter's defense value might reach Tier 4 at level 100. And then you can't wait to arrange for it. Aren't you afraid I might be exhausted? This woman is too frightening. Su Yang secretly exclaimed in shock. But, I like it. Su Yang strode toward the master bedroom. The gazes of the women behind him were all on him, and he was aware of it. But he didn't care. It's almost time. They would soon meet openly. What do some gazes matter? Upon entering the master bedroom, Su Yang was immediately speechless. Because the master bedroom was pitch black. In fact, the master bedroom has a simulated exterior view, and when the windows are open, one can see a simulated landscape. Sunshine, blue sky, everything can be simulated. But all of that had been turned off. The problem is that everyone in the shelter had used the enhancement serum and had already acquired night vision capabilities. Even in darkness, they could see. This is somewhat self-deceptive. Because of the morning's battle, Su Yang felt a bit sticky, so he didn't rush and first took a shower. This caused the 2 girls in the bed to start whispering. Why isn't he coming up? Didn't he just come in? Speak softly, he should be taking a shower. Oh, I heard the sound of water. Oh, this feels so hard to endure. Why are you in such a hurry? You're acting just like Mei Mei, being all flirtatious. What nonsense are you talking? I'm just contributing to the shelter. Contributing? Yes, after all, if Suyang wants to enhance to a high level, he can only bind with others to improve. Isn't that a contribution? That's true, but don't you have any thoughts in that direction? Well, not that I don't have any. Suyang is at least the... So you're also a face-loving person? You say that, but aren't you the same? Nonsense, I'm not. Haha, clearly you are. Suyang. I hurried my shower just to avoid making you wait. Yet you all seem to be having a good time. Watching the rolling blanket, Suyang felt a bit speechless. This made Suyang feel a bit mischievous. He suddenly yanked the blanket open. Oh. The two girls screamed as they were suddenly exposed. And Suyang was completely stunned. He never expected the two girls to be so openly honest. How could he possibly hold back? A few hours later, Suyang opened the interface to check the prompt that had appeared earlier. You have successfully bound with a female of 86 points, talent ability triggered. You have gained 1 enhancement quota, 1 talent point. Your maximum enhancement level has been raised to level 98. You have successfully copied in a level talent all-round chef. You have successfully bound with a female of 85 points, talent ability triggered. You have gained 1 enhancement quota, 1 talent point. Your maximum enhancement level has been raised to level 106. You have successfully copied in a level talent material master. This time it was Chunyu and Wang Qian. No wonder the two of them disappeared after preparing lunch. They had long been ready. Now the enhancement level has finally surpassed level 100. Another 2 talent points added. Suyang showed a hint of hesitation, ultimately choosing to add 1 point to spirit telekinesis and 1 point to flame manipulation. Name Suyang talent God level infinite enhancement, unique strength 414. 1 physique 40 agility, 24 spirit 24. Talent skills SSS level sign in select 1 SSS level spirit telekinesis LV6 SS level Valkyrie LV5 SS level information controller LV1S level steel body LV3S level backpack space LV1A level spirit perception LV1A level flame manipulation LV3A level all-round chef LV1 a level material master LV1B level berserk LV1 talent points 0 backpack 99 backpack space 011 18 cubic meters 1. Indeed, enhancing these 2 talent skills, I can clearly feel my strength has increased. Feeling the changes in his body, Suyang's eyes brightened. The enhancement in spirit telekinesis made controlling the telekinetic knife much easier, unleashing greater power. The enhancement in flame manipulation naturally added a more powerful flame attack to the telekinetic knife. With a thought, Suyang took out a telekinetic knife from his backpack. Roar! The next moment, the telekinetic knife seemed to ignite. A wave of flames enveloped the entire knife. Suyang distinctly felt that the power of this knife had risen to another level. However, is it actually starting to struggle a bit? Looking at the blade that had turned slightly red from the heat, Suyang furrowed his brows slightly. Indeed, the white equipment was still too low in quality. Suyang sighed slightly in his heart, but did not slow down his actions. He was eager to see if enhancing it to level 100 would reveal any more special attributes. Item ordinary knife, 100 enhanceable category weapon quality, white attribute sharpness 50 enhancement attribute 1, toughness 45 enhancement attribute 2, penetration 300 enhancement attribute 3, sharpness 300 enhancement attribute 4, hardness 300 enhancement attribute 5, agility 60 enhancement attribute 6, lightness 50 enhancement attribute 7, armor penetration 40 enhancement attribute 8, armor break 30 enhancement attribute 9, sharpness 20 enhancement attribute 10 instant flash after. Activation speed can be increased by 100 cooldown of 3 minutes. Enhancement requirement ordinary iron material 3. This is. Suyang's gaze was fixed firmly on the last enhancement attribute 10. Instant flash. This was no longer just an attribute, but a skill. I didn't expect that enhancing it to level 100 would actually grant the equipment a skill. Suyang was secretly astonished, his eyes bursting with joy. This was indeed a good thing. What about the alloy cleaver? He was becoming somewhat impatient. He quickly sent a message to Tan Qingyao requesting materials. Tan Qingyao, upon seeing the message from Suyang, Tan Qingyao was somewhat bewildered. Prepare 300 units of fine steel and 30 second-tier crystal cores. What new moves is this guy planning to develop? This was the first thought that crossed Tan Qingyu's mind as she believed Suyang was trying hard to bind the equipment. But she quickly realized, these are enhancement materials. Suyang could already enhance items to level 100. Sure enough, in the next moment, he sent over the attributes of the enhanced knife. He also mentioned wanting to enhance the alloy big knife to see if it could gain an equipment skill. Tan Qingyao immediately understood that she had misinterpreted the situation. No, I can't be blamed for this. It's all that dog's fault, always thinking about that matter. If only Su Yang knew what Tan Qingya was truly thinking at that moment, he would certainly feel wronged. Soon Tan Qingya placed the materials into the warehouse. She also inquired about Chun Yu and Wang Qian's current situations and how much their talents had improved. How should I put it? Chun Yu's upgrade to a grade talent as an omnipotent chef was quite significant. And this so-called omnipotence was comprehensive in the culinary aspect. For example, when faced with unfamiliar ingredients, whether meat or vegetables, Chun Yu's talent allowed her to instantly know how to process and cook them. Moreover, if there were special ingredients, she could even cook dishes that increased attribute points. Wang Qian's grade talent material master was even more unique. In Su Yang's view, her ability had solved a major issue for the shelter, because now she could not only process materials, but also decompose and synthesize them. Decomposition was unnecessary. The golden decomposition table was far stronger than Wang Qian's decomposition ability. However, synthesis was different. The decomposition table could, in a sense, also synthesize. It was essentially about breaking down items into material energy and then consuming that energy to create the desired materials. The problem was that the decomposition table could only produce materials that had been recorded. If it hadn't been recorded, then it couldn't be produced. But with Wang Qian, her talent allowed her to directly synthesize advanced materials. The decomposition table couldn't produce purple materials, yet Wang Qian could synthesize purple materials from lower-grade materials. As long as she synthesized one unit and put it into the decomposition table, it would record it. Not only that, her talent also enabled her to synthesize even more special materials. There were distinctions even among purple materials. Wang Qian's abilities were crucial for the shelter. The only pity was that her mental power was currently too low to synthesize purple materials. Even blue materials were somewhat challenging. After learning of this, Tan Qingya immediately included Wang Qian in the list of those needing to enhance their mental attributes. The talents of the two girls held no significance for Su Yang. However, they were extremely important for the entire shelter. A few minutes later, the alloy big knife floating in front of Su Yang was also enhanced to level 100. Item: alloy big knife, 100 enhanceable category weapon quality blue attribute 1 is sharpness, 110 attribute 2, hardness 2, 20 enhancement attribute 1 is sharpness, 500 enhancement attribute 2, hardness 450 enhancement attribute 3, toughness 400 enhancement attribute 4, armor penetration 350 enhancement attribute 5, armor break 300 enhancement attribute 6, sharp blade 250 enhancement attribute 7, agility 200 enhancement attribute 8, damage 150 enhancement attribute 9, attack 100 enhancement attribute 10. Slash consumes a certain amount of power to perform a slashing attack. The more power consumed, the greater the slashing force. Enhancement requirement: fine steel 10, second tier, crystal core 1. For the enhancements to level 100, Su Yang merely glanced over the various enhancement attributes. His gaze fell directly on the final enhancement attribute number 10. Then he smiled. Haha, sure enough, it's also an equipment skill. Seeing the slashing attribute, Su Yang was overjoyed. This was just as he had guessed. Not only did an equipment skill appear, but it was also quite a good one. A slash. Su Yang's heart raced, and he was very excited. Unable to contain himself, he put away the floating alloy big knife and lunged at Chun Yu beside him. 3 hours later, the sky had darkened somewhat. Su Yang got up. He felt refreshed. However, it seems that tonight's shift will be reduced by 2 people. Looking at the 2 girls who had completely fallen asleep, Su Yang walked out of the room. In fact, he had only slept for less than 2 hours, but that was enough. Thanks to the shelter's exaggerated recovery speed of 700. Upon stepping out, Su Yang was met with some complaining gazes. At first, he didn't react until Wang Cici unhappily remarked, and only then did he realize. I say, Director Yu is our chef. You've worn her out to the point that she hasn't woken up yet. What are we supposed to eat? This. Su Yang felt somewhat embarrassed. When he was in high spirits, he didn't think that much. It's fine. Although our cooking skills aren't as good as Chun, yes, they're still passable. Tang Yun came out to smooth things over. But she secretly rolled her eyes at Su Yang. Fortunately, at that moment, Tan Qingya also came over. The materials have been put in the warehouse. You should enhance the alloy big knife first. During those 3 hours, Tan Qingya had gathered the materials to enhance everyone's alloy big knives to level 100. Su Yang also seized the opportunity to take out the enhanced alloy big knife and the enhanced knife. Indeed, the attention of all the girls was drawn to them. My God, the attributes at level 100 are so strong. Wait, is this a skill? Is it an equipment skill? Instant flash. Does this mean we can also use the enhanced knife now? The slashing attack of the alloy big knife is the true king. It feels like the sword energy from a martial arts novel. Don't crowd around here. Hurry up and let Xiao Xiao record the data. Let's go to the training room. Yes, to the training room, we can try out the strength. Director enhanced the handgun as well. Let Xiao Xiao record it and update the training room data. Wow, I want to see how strong this slashing attack is. Item 54 Style Pistol 100 can be enhanced category weapon quality blue attribute 1 damage 60 attribute 2 effective range 3000 meters magazine capacity 50 rounds. Enhanced attribute 1 accuracy 200 enhanced attribute 2 void magazine capacity 100 rounds generates 1 round every minute. Enhanced attribute 3 blast power 450 enhanced attribute 4 penetration power 400 enhanced attribute 5 explosive power 350 enhanced attribute 6 destruction power 300 enhanced attribute 7 armor piercing power 250 enhanced attribute 8 bullet enhancement 200 enhanced attribute 9 lock-on enhanced attribute 10 triple shot firing 3 rounds with each shot. The second bullet's power is equal to the first and the third bullet's power is 3 times that of the first. Enhancement requirements common iron materials 10 excellent fine iron 1 first stage crystal core 1. Under the requests of the girls, Su Yang quickly enhanced the pistol to level 100. It must be said a level 100 enhanced pistol is indeed stronger. Its range has reached 3000 meters. Are you telling me this is a pistol? Some Barrett rifles aren't even this exaggerated, right? The triple shot that appears at enhancement level 10 is simply absurd. 1 shot 3 bullets. Not only can it target a single location, but the second and third bullets also have greater power. The most outrageous part is that there is no cooldown time, and as long as there are enough bullets, the triple shot can be triggered continuously. As for the bullets, the magazine capacity has now been increased to 50 rounds. The void magazine's capacity has even risen to 100 rounds. Moreover, now a bullet can be generated every minute. Even if the bullets run out, a triple shot can still be executed every 3 minutes. With this, even if a tier 3 zombie appears, I won't panic. Su Yang felt reassured. Tier 3 zombies. How many shots can they endure? Su Yang did not go to the training room to practice. He directly walked out of the shelter. What are you doing here? It's not time for the shift yet. Seeing Su Yang come out, Qin Mingyao furrowed her brow, a bit confused. Hey, just trying out something good. Su Yang chuckled and took out the knife enhanced to level 100. Upon seeing the attributes of the enhanced knife, Qin Mingyao was stunned. These are for you and yours are for me. I'll enhance them later. Okay. Qin Mingyao nodded, waving her small hand, and the several enhanced knives that were originally used to kill zombies instantly flew back. A dozen enhanced knives were neatly arranged around her and then stopped in front of Su Yang. Su Yang released his mental power and easily caught the dozen enhanced knives. During this time, Su Yang had already discovered that his talent skill could establish a special connection with the person who possesses the copied talent. For example, his mental power could merge with Qin Mingyio's mental power. The moment their mental powers touched, they could perfectly fuse together. This was also considered one of Su Yang's trump cards. Under the fusion of their mental powers, the attack they unleashed together would be even stronger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qin Mingyao took the level 100 enhanced knife and released her mental power. Instantly, the dozen knives transformed into bolts of lightning, striking out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, 4/5 of the zombies within 100 meters of the shelter were cleared. So powerful. A gleam of brilliance burst forth in Qin Mingyio's eyes, and she felt much more relaxed. Originally, controlling 16 enhanced knives was the easiest and most effortless for her. Now, even with the same 16 knives, Qin Mingyao felt significantly more at ease. Even if another 7 or 8 were added, it would be no problem. Seeing Qin Mingyio's operation, Su Yang understood the power of the level 100 enhanced knife. Next, it was time for the alloy great sword. Swish! The heavy alloy great sword appeared out of nowhere, and as Su Yang grasped it, he slashed fiercely at the horde of zombies outside the shelter. Boom! A 1-meter-long arc slash shot out directly, obliterating 7 or 8 zombies not far away. The zombies were instantly torn apart. Su Yang's pupils contracted, and he took a cold breath in. The power was beyond his expectations. Forget about these ordinary Tier 1 zombies. Even the Tier 2 mutated giant lickers couldn't withstand it. However, it consumed quite a bit. Su Yang furrowed his brow slightly. With that level of slashing, he should be able to unleash 20 to 30 slashes. It looked like a lot. But let's not forget his physique had exceeded 40 points. It could be used as a killing move. Su Yang pondered, and he did not attempt to expend more to unleash a stronger slash. There was no need for that. Moreover, such attempts could be saved for the training room. It's a pity that I don't have any Tier 3 crystal cores or purple items right now. I can't enhance the shelter for the time being. Su Yang sighed slightly. He could feel that if he could enhance the training room, it would definitely possess even stronger functions. He could only set it aside for now. However, the shelter could be enhanced. I just wonder what enhanced attributes a level 100 shelter will have. Could it also be something special? A shelter skill? Su Yang stroked his chin, secretly speculating. He would find out soon enough, as Tan Xingya had already prepared the materials. Shelter 100 can be enhanced level primary safety room, 10 space, 7,500 cubic meters, 1500, 5 meters defense value tier, 3 5 stars, 10 equipment, 513 training room, gold decomposition, table gold, independent network, purple luxury entertainment room, blue luxury, sweet blue special attribute subchannel, enhanced attribute 1. Equipment level 1 can elevate 10 devices within the shelter by 1 level. Enhanced attribute 2 recovery within the shelter 1000 enhanced attribute 3 space folding enhanced attribute 4 space coverage enhanced attribute 5 space protection enhanced attribute 6 space warehouse people 5 cubic meters enhanced attribute 7 space modification enhanced attribute 8 space gate enhanced attribute 9 space expansion 100 enhanced attribute 10 return to the city. Each director of a survival world has 3 return chances while other members have 1 return chance. Upgrade requirements: common wood 1000 common stone 1000 common iron materials 100 common glass 100 first stage crystal core 10. Enhancing the shelter to level 100 has improved several attributes. The recovery rate has been increased to 1000, 10 times the recovery speed. And this is just a secondary effect. The moment Su Yang saw the 10th enhanced attribute, he was completely stunned. Can this really enhance a return scroll? This return scroll is equivalent to a return scroll in the game, right? Although each survival world has a limited number of uses, it's simply a lifeline. After checking, Su Yang believed this even more. Because this return could be set by oneself. It had a passive triggering method. It also had an active triggering method. When set to trigger upon receiving a fatal attack, it would instantly return. Moreover, it could negate that fatal attack. The most important thing is that this return has no distance limit. Whether it's 3 to 5 kilometers or 30 to 50 kilometers, even 3 to 500 kilometers, it can be used. Instantly return to the shelter. Level 100 reached, and the shelter has also been upgraded to level 100. The recovery speed has increased tenfold, making one feel invincible. Look, the range of spatial protection has expanded, and the gathered zombies have been pushed away. This is the attribute of spatial expansion, going from 1500 square meters to 3000 square meters. While this spatial gate is incredible, it can allow free entry into the shelter within 100 meters. But what's really strong is the return to the city. Why does the director have 3 returns to the city while we only have 1? Fool, because he is the director. But it's okay, the director can bring people back with him. What a pity only 5 people can be brought back at a time. That's just not enough. The girls quickly learned about the attributes of the shelter upgraded to level 100, each one more excited than the last. In fact, several of the shelter's enhancement attributes have not improved. The spatial coverage and spatial protection remain the same, unchanged. Previously, it was 1000 square meters, and now the shelter's space has been upgraded. This has increased accordingly, but the area of the shelter is now 1500 square meters. The enhancement attribute of spatial expansion at 100 can boost this attribute. Therefore, the range of spatial protection and spatial coverage has now reached 3000 square meters. From the outside, the shelter still appears to be a small room of a few square meters. However, within a 3000 square meter area centered around it, a vacant space has been segregated by spatial coverage and spatial protection. To break through would require penetrating a shelter defense value of level 305 stars. Oh no, on top of that, it needs to be tripled. Su Yang feels that their shelter can withstand attacks from level 4 zombies. As for the spatial gate, in a sense it is equivalent to returning to the city. The open space outside the shelter is a nearly 55 meter square, and within a 200 meter range centered on this square it falls under the coverage of the spatial gate. With a basic range of 100 meters and spatial expansion of 100, that makes it 200 meters. As long as Su Yang and the others want, they can return to the shelter at any time within this 200 meter range. They can also appear anywhere within this range from the shelter at any time. This is the ability of the spatial gate. So the question arises, do I even need a main entrance for the shelter? Su Yang feels it's unnecessary now. Without a main entrance, others cannot possibly enter his shelter, and they can freely enter the shelter using the spatial gate. An hour later, a strange scene appeared within a 1 to 200 meter radius near their shelter. From time to time, a figure would suddenly appear among the zombies. It was a girl. She swung her alloy machete, ruthlessly hacking at the surrounding zombies. In just a few seconds, she killed 20 to 30 zombies. Following that, before the other zombies could react, her figure vanished. When she reappeared, she had arrived in a special room inside the shelter. Using the power of spatial modification, Su Yang had created a 500 square meter room in the shelter. On the walls of this room hung numerous LCD screens displaying scenes from outside the shelter. The girls all witnessed the achievements of this girl. Haha, that was thrilling. As soon as she returned, the girl burst into laughter. And this situation was not unique. At this moment, most of the girls in the class were performing similar actions. Utilizing the ability of the spatial gate, they showcased repeated agile maneuvers. In their words, this was exhilarating and quite fun. Yes, fun. If others from different shelters knew about this, they would probably be devastated. Is this really survival? You are all just playing around. The worst part is if you're going to play, why are the points so outrageous? Shelter points leaderboard: first place, Su Yang's Shelter 20893 points. Second place, Holy Light Shelter 9707 points. Third place, Iron Blood Legion Shelter 9561 points. It has been around 6 to 7 hours since the first day's leaderboard was settled. The Holy Light Shelter has risen to second place after gaining over 2,000 points in these 6 to 7 hours, surpassing the Iron Blood Legion Shelter. In fact, the Iron Blood Legion Shelter is not doing poorly either. They have also earned a significant amount of points. However, whether it's the Iron Blood Legion Shelter or the Holy Light Shelter compared to Su Yang and his group, they are still far behind. In these 6 to 7 hours, Su Yang and his group have earned over 10000 points. In fact, out of these 10000 points, 5000 are rewards. Indeed, in these 6 to 7 hours, Su Yang and his group have killed over 5,000 zombies. However, even after killing 5,000 zombies, their shelter remains the same, still amidst a tide of corpses surrounded by densely packed zombies. The killing of 5,000 zombies unlocked 5 tasks, 5,000 points, and 5 purple treasure chests. However, now the requirement for killing zombies has already earned them 7111 points, 1 white and 1 blue treasure chest. As for the purple treasure chests, there are already 7. Chun Miao Miao has not yet opened these 7 purple treasure chests. This was suggested by Tan Xingya. The reason is naturally that purple treasure chests are rare and only slightly below a grade luck. They should maximize the value of these purple treasure chests. As for how to maximize their value, that is actually quite easy to solve. Just enhance their talents. If a grade talent brings such benefits, what would happen if they advanced to grade? Due to the girls' enthusiasm, dinner started at 8 o'clock today. With Chun Ye's talent enhancement, her cooking skills have improved significantly. The food has become tastier. Wang Cici exclaimed that had she known this would happen, she should have thrown Chen Yu onto someone's bed sooner. Chen Yu was so embarrassed, she could barely contain herself. During dinner, Su Yang contemplated what to choose for enhancement. He currently has 16 enhancement slots available. He already has 11, which means there are still 5 slots left to use. But what should he choose? It seems there isn't anything particularly good. It appears he can only wait for Chun Miao Miao to open something good. As he thought of this, Su Yang instinctively glanced at Chun Miao Miao. Just then, Chun Miao Miao was also looking at him, and their eyes met. It felt like an electric shock, and Chun Miao Miao quickly lowered her head to stare at her bowl of food. But it's really a steam princess. This made Su Yang's heart race. But thinking that today it was his turn to lead the night watch, he immediately calmed down. He couldn't break the rules after the team assignments were made. Even though Su Yang knew very well that even if he broke the rules, no one would say anything. But a good team should not casually break rules, especially for someone like him who is part of a certain faction. It shouldn't be messed with. To be honest, Su Yang felt quite tempted by the scene where Wang Cici encouraged everyone to attack together. But it was just temptation. He couldn't be reckless. 31 versus 1, that really could cost him his life. Early morning. The night is as dark as ink, shrouded in complete darkness. Last night the shelter was illuminated by bright lights, but tonight there is not a glimmer of light to be seen. After acquiring the spatial gate, Su Yang completely sealed off the shelter. The entire shelter is an integrated structure devoid of windows or doors. For Su Yang and the others who already possess night vision capabilities, this poses no problem. They can still see clearly and continue to eliminate the zombies. With another series of slashes, a large number of zombies in front of him were cleared. Su Yang calmly stepped out of the spatial protection area of the shelter and collected all the zombie corpses on the ground into the shelter's spatial warehouse. It's worth mentioning that the spatial warehouse of the shelter functions just like the spatial gate. As long as one is within a 200-meter radius of the shelter, it can be used normally. Though the 5 cubic meters of space is not large, it can still hold a considerable number of zombie corpses. Moreover, the spatial warehouse can interface with the material space of the decomposition platform. Upon returning to the shelter, a mere thought allows Su Yang to transfer items from the spatial warehouse to the material space of the decomposition platform. It's quite convenient. After completing these tasks, Su Yang remains seated in the shelter. Beside him are Himimi and the others. Each of the 3 teams, including his and Qin Minjio's, consists of only 10 members. Fang Xingnan and Wang Cici's team comprises 12 members. No one is idle. Even Tan Xingya and Lin Ruoxue participate in killing zombies. Notably, Su Yang's attributes have once again improved. It's the biochemical serum. He used the level 70 enhanced biochemical serum, and the higher level 80 and 90 serums have no effect on him. However, the level 100 enhanced biochemical serum possesses attributes that can boost his stats again. Item Biochemical Serum 100 can be enhanced category consumable quality green attributes. After use, it can perform biochemical modifications on the body, resulting in certain enhancements to physical attributes. Enhancement Attribute 1 Self-Healing Ability 100 Enhancement Attribute 2 Physical Defense 100 Enhancement Attribute 3 Neural Reaction Speed 100 Enhancement Attribute 4 Physical Agility 100 Enhancement Attribute 5 Night Vision Enhancement Attribute 6 All Attributes 5 Enhancement Attribute 7 All Attributes 3 Enhancement Attribute 8 All Attributes 1 Enhancement Attribute 9 All Attributes 1 Enhancement Attribute 10 All Attributes 5 Enhancement Requirement 1 Level 1 Crystal Core. Compared to the level 70 enhancement, the biochemical serum enhanced to level 100 only adds 3 enhancement attributes. The previous enhancement attributes remain unchanged. Using the level 100 biochemical serum, the effective attribute is only enhancement attribute 10, although there is no enhancement attribute that grants skills. However, this enhancement attribute can be effective after a second use. Yet only this attribute works. Enhancement attributes 8 and 9 still have no effect. At least it improved all attributes by 5 points. Not only the biochemical serum, but even the virus enhancement vaccine is the same. Unfortunately, the virus enhancement vaccine is only of white quality, and enhancement attribute 10 also provides an all attribute boost, but it only increases by 2 points. The 2 potions allowed Su Yang's total attributes to increase by 7 points. Name Su Yang Talent God Level Infinite Enhancement, Unique Strength 484. 8, 7, Constitution 47, 7, Agility 31, 7, Spirit 31, 7. Upon discovering such benefits, Su Yang naturally arranged enhancements for the women as well. After the enhancements, none of the women's attributes fell below 25 points. The highest attribute has even reached 40 points. This also reassured Su Yang. As long as the number of zombies remains the same in the coming days, securing the highest rewards will pose no issue. It was too easy. The zombies cannot breach the defenses of the shelter. Standing in a place of absolute safety, he can kill zombies without a care. Su Yang cannot think of any reason he wouldn't earn these 2,520 reward points. However, it broke again. After recounting the current resources of the shelter, Su Yang let out the enhancement of the small knife is manageable, requiring only 3 units of ordinary white level iron per enhancement. To enhance it 100 times only totals 300 units. 4 tin knives, that's 3,000 units of ordinary iron. Converted into material energy, it's just 3,000 points. But the others are not the same. Enhancing a pistol once requires 10 units of ordinary iron, 1 unit of excellent refined iron, and 1 level 1 crystal core. Converted, that's 30 points of material energy. To enhance 100 times amounts to 3,000 points of material energy. For 10 pistols, it's 3,000. Actually, these are manageable. The real expense is the alloy sabers. Enhancing an alloy saber once requires 10 units of quality steel and 1 level 2 crystal core. That's equivalent to 1,100 points of material energy for a single enhancement. For 100 enhancements, it totals 110000. Tan Xingya initially suggested enhancing 15 level 100 alloy sabers to rotate their use. However, considering the possibility of emergencies, Su Yang gritted his teeth and enhanced 32 of them, although it was only from level 70 to level 100. But even one requires 3,300 points of material energy. 432 sabers, that's 1,056,000 points of material energy. This shows that Su Yang and their shelter have substantial funds, having earned plenty through the biochemical serum. After this round, the resources of the shelter are already scarce. In fact, to gather these materials, Tan Xingya sold a considerable amount of rice and flour during the day. It seems I still need to find a way to gather some virus enhancement vaccines. Su Yang pondered, realizing that selling enhanced virus enhancement vaccines is a quick way to earn money. After all, this thing can enhance 10 times with just 1 level 1 crystal core. The biochemical serum can only be enhanced once. Additionally, it has the effect of immunizing against the zombie virus. Throughout the night, Su Yang killed zombies at intervals. The remaining time was spent on the trading channel. The other members of his team were in similar situations. With the intelligent AI Xiao Xiao present and numerous surveillance cameras outside, monitoring is not something they need to worry about. The night passed in this manner. After having breakfast in the morning, Wang Cici's team took over. However, Su Yang did not rest, but entered the training room. Spending 3 hours in the training room daily is Su Yang's requirement for himself. Everyone in the shelter must train for at least 1 hour daily unless in special circumstances. When Su Yang emerged from the training room, it was not long before noon. As for the rankings, he hadn't paid any attention. Although the number of zombies they killed last night was not many, they still gained over 3,000 points. Their total points now exceed 24,000. The second place doesn't even have 11,000. The gap has widened further. Currently, their shelter's points stand at 26,000. The second place is still below 13,000. As soon as noon arrives, another 50 reward points are credited, adding yesterday's 50 and 1 point for every hour of survival. That's 124 reward points. However, the actual reward points for Su Yang's shelter are now 186 points. They have survived for a full 24 hours. Each shelter's reward points have increased by 50. The rewards pool has been refreshed. It's worth mentioning that the intermediate double-layer safety blueprint that was refreshed yesterday has already been purchased. Currently, only the top 10 can purchase this blueprint. Su Yang doesn't mind, as he has already confirmed that the rewards pool refreshes a shelter blueprint every day. Moreover, the refreshed shelter blueprints will continue to improve. Today's has already been revealed. Item Intermediate 3-layer safety house blueprint category shelter blueprint quality special attribute can be used on shelters to transform them into a safety house with 2 floors above ground and 1 below. Friendly reminder, using this blueprint will directly upgrade the shelter without the need for any materials. 100 reward points. It's just an additional layer doubling the reward points. Just like yesterday, only Su Yang and his group can afford this shelter blueprint. The second place currently has only 66 reward points. However, Su Yang still didn't take action. As he said before, he has no interest in such shelter blueprints. But Su Yang noticed a special blueprint. Green quality. It requires 200 reward points. After looking at the blueprint's attributes, Su Yang felt it was not expensive at all. Item Fine Iron Spear Blueprint Category Manufacturing Blueprint Quality Green Attribute can be used on shelters to transform them into a 2-layer safety house. Friendly reminder, using this blueprint will allow a shelter with a crafting table or factory-type shelter to permanently manufacture green quality fine iron spears. This blueprint is quite special. Once obtained weapons can be manufactured. Don't underestimate Hu Kaming and their ability to produce alloy broadswords. But that is a special case belonging to a factory-type shelter. According to Hu Kaming, their factory shelter can manufacture 2 types of items. The first item they chose was alloy. The second was the alloy broadsword. The results are obvious. Alloy is considered a decent purple material, but the alloy broadsword falls short. Although it is a piece of equipment and is of blue quality compared to other blue equipment, their alloy broadsword is merely average. In fact, it's quite poor. But if they get the blueprint, it would be different. That would be a real piece of equipment. Su Yang couldn't help but feel tempted. Because this item is not only for their use, more importantly, it can be traded. Are you interested in that blueprint? Tan Xingya leaned over, seemingly guessing something. Su Yang nodded. If we can manufacture green equipment, it would mean a fixed income stream. And since it's only green quality equipment, the materials consumed for strengthening won't be much. Tan Xingya sighed. To be honest, that's also my thought, but the problem is we are not a factory-type shelter and don't have a crafting table. Even if we get this blueprint, we won't be able to manufacture anything. Su Yang. This is indeed the case. I was too focused on the benefits and forgot that we don't even have the conditions for manufacturing. No worries, perhaps a crafting table blueprint will refresh in a few days. Su Yang shrugged, looking calm. Tan Qingjia's tone was also helpless, but she quickly thought of something. By the way, I forgot to tell you, the surveillance from Xiao Xiao analyzed that there will be more zombies appearing today. More zombies? Su Yang was a bit confused. Given the situation at our shelter, we shouldn't need to worry about more zombies, right? That's true, but the problem is that most of the cameras are running low on battery. Tan Xingya explained, the cameras we found have their own power source, but they can only last for 20 to 30 hours at most. This is indeed a problem. Su Yang frowned and thought for a moment. Xiao Xiao, can you control those cameras? I can, master. Xiao Xiao's voice came through. Then shut them down, set them to turn on for 1 minute every hour, and have every 10 cameras conduct cross-monitoring. Understood. Su Yang's decision made Tan Xingya frown, and she reminded him, this monitoring may not be sufficient. It's fine. Su Yang shook his head slightly and smiled. This level of monitoring is already enough. As long as the surveillance on the shelter remains intact, it will be about sufficient. Perhaps we could open a purple treasure chest and let Miao Miao try to see if she can open cameras. Tan Xingya suddenly suggested. Su Yang twitched the corner of his mouth as if he understood something. So I should go rest now, right? Tan Xingya didn't speak, just gave him a knowing look. Phew. Sure enough. In a way, this arrangement is both painful and pleasurable. Overall, he quite liked it. But why does this woman's gaze seem to regard him as a stud? Watching her retreating figure, a hint of suspicion flashed in Su Yang's eyes. But soon he didn't care anymore and began to mutter to himself. Myo's a level talent, little luck. I wonder how much it will change when upgraded this level. However, when Su Yang entered the master bedroom, he found the room was empty. Wait, wasn't it said that everything was arranged? What's going on? Su Yang was momentarily confused. But soon he realized. Could it be that this girl? With this thought, in the next moment, Su Yang's figure vanished from his room. The function of the space door was displayed even more vividly in this director. As long as he is within the shelter's range, whether inside or outside. Even in a suite, he can enter and exit freely. Doesn't that mean he can choose wherever he wants to rest at night? Can he find whoever he wants? Hiss. Why does this ability feel a bit inappropriate? Su Yang suddenly, but having already transported to Chun Myo's room, he was no longer entangled in this aspect. Because this girl was indeed nestled in his blanket. Is she alone? Su Yang felt a bit disappointed. It seems this girl is too shy to be with others. After several minutes, Su Yang finally understood why Chun Miao couldn't be with anyone else. She was completely a water baby. The mattress probably needs to be replaced. You have successfully bound with a female of 85 points. Talent ability triggered. You gain 1 enhancement quota, 1 talent point. Your maximum enhancement level has been raised to level 114. You have successfully replicated level talent Lucky Star. In the distance, Su Yang heard the binding notification sound. Lucky Star. Su Yang's eyes narrowed, but he didn't check it right away. At this moment, why would he check those things? This experience was completely different from before. The only regret for Su Yang was that the time was too short. It had only been half an hour. As a result, the other party was like a lump of clay rolling its eyes in a completely broken state. I only take care of lighting the fire and adding wood, not cleaning up. Shaking his head helplessly, Su Yang's figure suddenly vanished. The next moment, a gasp echoed in a certain teacher's room. What are you doing here? Wait, weren't you with Miao? She's too weak. What do you mean? Wait, Name Su Yang. Talent, God level infinite enhancement unique. Strength 484. Constitution 47. Agility 31. Spirit 31. Talent skills SSS level sign and option. Level 1 SSS level psychic. Level 6 SS level Valkyrie. Level 5 SS level information controller. Level 1 S level Lucky Star. Level 1 S level Iron Body. Level 3 S level Backpack Space. Level 1 A level Spiritual Perception. Level 1 A level Fire Manipulation. Level 3 A level All-Purpose Chef. Level 1 A level Material Master. Level 1 B level Berserk. Level 1. Talent points 1 point. Backpack 99. Backpack Space 1125 cubic meters 1. Lucky Star. Su Yang examined it seriously, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This talent is extraordinary. Overall, this Lucky Star is an upgraded version of Little Luck. Moreover, it is the enhanced type. The Lucky Star has both active and passive abilities. The passive ability is simply having excellent luck. In short, opening a box will not be in vain. The active ability is Luck Enhancement, which can greatly boost luck for the next second. Su Yang tried to open a green treasure chest. Then he regretted it. You opened the green treasure chest and obtained the following items. Luxury Sweet Blueprint Blue 1. Fine Steel 3. Rare Fine Wood 3. Is this really a green treasure chest? Are you sure it's not a blue treasure chest? Every single item is blue, and there's even a luxury sweet blueprint. This is simply incredible. Unfortunately, the active lucky enhancement of the LV1 Lucky Star can only be used once a day. Su Yang's tone was quite regretful. Chun Myo's Lucky Star can be used 3 times a day for lucky enhancement. Not only can it enhance herself, it can also enhance others. And that is the real enhancement, just like before using Tang Yun as a means to open treasure chests. It was completely ineffective. But now things are different. Chun Miao can now enhance Tang Yun's luck and let her sign in. This is sure to yield good items in the sign-in. Wait until dawn to try it once. Su Yang made up his mind. After midnight refreshes, he would use it once himself and then sign in. Tang Yun would let Miao enhance her once. And it seems the number of zombies killed has reached nearly 10,000, and the golden treasure chest is also close at hand. Well, the question arises. With Myo's enhancement, what good items can this golden treasure chest yield? Just thinking about it made Su Yang a bit excited. But soon he calmed down. Time to sleep now. He still had to keep watch at night. With this thought, Su Yang, but just 3 seconds later he appeared again. And he was not alone. Chun Miao was also brought along by him. 1 arm around each. This is life. As Su Yang fell asleep, the number of zombies around the shelter increased. The area within 2,000 to 3,000 meters surrounding the shelter was filled with zombies. Thick and dense. It looks eerie. Suddenly a body different from the zombies appeared in the tide of corpses. With a few leaps it appeared over 300 meters away from the shelter. Swish. Almost at the moment it stopped, a slashing attack whizzed in. Boom. Blood splattered. The figure was sliced in two by the attack. Meanwhile, at the front of the shelter, Wang Cici's eyes flickered. Killed a second-tier liquor, points 10. Indeed, it is a liquor. It seems that surviving for 24 hours not only results in more zombies, but also the appearance of liquors. Exactly, that figure just now was indeed a liquor. As it approached the shelter from over 2,000 meters away, a surveillance camera captured its figure. Xiao Xiao reported the situation to Wang Cici and the others. After understanding the situation, Wang Cici had Xiao Xiao analyze the route and location of that liquor. This way, the slashing attack that struck just as the liquor stopped hit it successfully. A single liquor is not something Wang Cici takes lightly. What she is worried about is the appearance of a large number of liquors. Based on the data collected so far, it seems that a single liquor can nest and lay eggs. At least over 20 eggs at a time. Sometimes even 30 to 50. The appearance of one liquor indicates the potential for a dozen or 20 liquors to appear. Even 30 to 50. Wang Cici does not believe that only one liquor will appear today. As expected, over an hour later another liquor appeared. This time 3 liquors appeared. All of them were adult liquors. Not newly hatched liquors. Tonight it seems many liquors will appear. Wang Cici thought of this. She suddenly thought that perhaps during the day they should search for some liquor nests nearby. This would help clear out some liquor eggs and reduce pressure for the night. But during the shift, Tan Xingya rejected this suggestion. It's not very suitable to go out now, and there's no need for it. Tan Xingya shook her head and explained. Because with our shelter's defense value, even if a large number of liquors appear, we can probably defend against them. Most importantly, with the slashing attack as a means, how many liquors do you think can approach our shelter? This. Wang Cici hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. Indeed, then let's forget it. All right, you all eat something and hurry to rest. Tan Xingya said, if something unexpected happens, you all must get ready to act. Wang Cici nodded and walked towards the kitchen. During Chun Ye's shift, she spent most of her time in the kitchen, preparing meals in advance. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, late-night snacks. Although the luxury suite has not been further enhanced, it is still at level 70. However, Su Yang used one upgrade slot to increase the equipment level of the shelter by 1 on the luxury suite. Now the luxury suite is already purple, even more luxurious. Take the kitchen for example, it has some futuristic devices. For instance, a heat preservation box. Food can be kept for a day and still taste as if it was just cooked. The few responsible for meals, including Chun Yu, often put prepared dishes into the kitchen's heat preservation box. This allows the people in the shelter to eat at any time. However, after Su Yang woke up and learned of Tan Xingya's decision, he felt it was fine. He even thought it was better this way. Cleaning out liquor nests in advance is too troublesome. It is better to let them rush into the shelter and let them kill. This way points will accumulate faster. In fact, as the sky darkened, more and more liquors appeared. Sometimes several would appear at once. Unfortunately, it was still not enough to see. Currently the team, led by Qin Mingyao. Just 7 or 8 liquors are simply nothing to Qin Mingyao. Even if 100 liquors appeared at once, she could easily kill them. Early morning. At last it has arrived. Watching the refreshed count of sign-in options and the number of Lucky Star boosts, Su Yang's lips curled slightly as he simultaneously activated the luck boost. Next up, sign in. Sign in successful. You can choose from the following options for today's sign-in. Option 1, Wuchang rice, 10 kilograms, 100. Option 2, Cantonese roast goose, 100. Option 3, braised pig's feet, 100. Seeing the sign-in choices, Su Yang was a bit confused. How should he put it? These 3 items weren't bad, but the problem was that none of them were what he wanted. How is it? Any good items? A voice interrupted Su Yang's thoughts. It was Chun Miao Miao, who looked expectantly at him. At that moment she was not alone. Tang Yun, Tan Xingya, and Qin Mingyao were also there along with several other girls. Everyone was looking forward to seeing how much of an effect the Lucky Star would have. Su Yang said nothing, merely shared the information with the girls. Wow, roast goose. There's actually roast goose. Director, choose this one. Choose pig's feet. Braised pig's feet are the true way to go. Braised pig's feet have too many calories. Eating too much will make you gain weight. Come on, gain weight. Have you forgotten that we can hardly gain weight now? That's true, but I still think roast goose is delicious. Watching the girls argue, Su Yang felt a headache coming on. In the end, Tang Yun decisively decided to choose the roast goose. No other reason, just because a roast goose is more substantial than a braised pig's foot. And then it was her turn. She was actually quite nervous. Teacher Tang, are you ready? Chun Miao Miao, equally nervous, asked. The Lucky Star's boost time was limited and she needed to sign in immediately after the boost. Tang Yun took a deep breath and nodded. I'm ready. All right, then I'll begin. As soon as she finished speaking, Chun Miao Miao silently called out Lucky Boost. Done. Almost at the moment the boost was successful, Chun Miao Miao exclaimed. Sign in. Almost instinctively, Tang Yun chose to activate her talent. Sign-in successful. You can choose from the following options for today's sign-in rewards. Option 1, the basic stamina recovery potion, 100. Option 2, space box, 10 cubic meters, 100. Option 3, special compressed food for 100 people, 100. This is different from Su Yang's sign-in options. She could view the specific information for these 3 items. The basic stamina recovery potion is targeted at those with a physique below 100 points. Its effect is to restore all stamina immediately upon use. As for the space box, it functions similarly to a storage bag. It is a cube with a side length of 5 centimeters containing a space of 10 cubic meters. The last compressed food is even more special. A suitcase-sized box can hold 100 small lunchboxes. If placed in water and left for 3 minutes, the small lunchboxes can turn into large lunchboxes. Inside is a sumptuous meal. The portions are ample. However, after Tang Yun shared this information with everyone, they all subconsciously overlooked the food. Although that item was nice, they already had Chinyu. As for making Su Yang choose the roast goose, that meant he had no other options. What to choose? Tang Yun was a bit distressed, as in her eyes all but the last option were good items. She looked at Su Yang with an inquiring gaze, clearly intending to let him decide. Well, Su Yang's gaze fell on the basic stamina recovery potion. He was inclined to choose this one. After all, they didn't lack storage items like the space box. Each person now had 5 cubic meters in the shelter space warehouse, and under the effect of space modification. Everyone's space warehouse had already been integrated by Su Yang. 160 cubic meters. Besides the space warehouse, there was also Shu Ye's backpack space. Now her spiritual attribute had 25 points, and each backpack space was 25 cubic meters. A total of 100 backpack spaces adds up to 2,500 cubic meters. This doesn't even count the current space of the shelter and the spacious luxury suite. Thus their space was indeed not small, and they did not need this. But at that moment, Tan Xingyao suddenly said, "Choose the space box." Choose the space box. Su Yang looked at Tan Xingyao with some confusion, knowing she must have a reason. He just didn't understand the significance of choosing this item. Tan Xingyao explained, there are 2 reasons. The first is that storage items are definitely of high value. But that is not the most important reason. What I am interested in is that this space box can be placed in our backpack storage slots. Su Yang's heart stirred, and he suddenly understood something. The girls also began to react. Putting it in the backpack storage slots. Doesn't that mean it can increase the storage slots to 10 cubic meters? 10 cubic meters? This item is identical and can stack up to 10. Hey, 1 is enough. Have you forgotten the director's talent, right? With the director's enhancement, 1 space box's capacity will likely be astonishing. With 100 of them, by then everyone will have 1, and it will be no problem to store anything. After a moment, Su Yang looked at the properties of the space box in his hand, his eyes shining slightly. Item space box, enhanceable category item quality blue attribute, contains an independent space of 10 cubic meters. Enhancement requirement 2nd grade crystal core 1. 1 2nd grade crystal core can enhance it once. Doesn't that mean 100 points of material energy can enhance it once? 100 times is 10000 points of material energy. He glanced at the current quantity of material energy in the decomposition platform. It has already recovered to over 20000. Although that isn't much, it's enough for me to see the effect of enhancing the space box to level 100. Not only him, but all the girls were also eager to see. Under the expectant gazes of the girls, Su Yang quickly enhanced the space box to level 100. Item space box 100 enhanceable category item quality blue attribute contains an independent space of 100 cubic meters. Enhancement attribute 1 preservation function enhancement attribute 2 insulation function enhancement attribute 3 space isolation enhancement attribute 4 space 300 enhancement attribute 5 space 200 enhancement attribute 6 space 100 enhancement attribute 7 space 100 enhancement attribute 8 space 100 enhancement attribute 9 space 100 enhancement attribute 10 a double layer space one-time ability. After use, it can additionally generate 2 layers of space within the space box, each layer the same size as the main space. Enhancement requirement 2nd grade crystal core 1. This attribute, how should I say it, truly worthy of being a storage item. Aside from the first 3 attributes, the rest are all about increasing space, but the upper limit can be reached quite easily. Nevertheless, this space box is indeed an excellent storage item. The preservation function not only keeps ingredients fresh, but also enhances the preservation effect. The insulation works for both hot and cold. Whatever is put in remains the same when taken out. 1,000 cubic meters is already quite substantial. The enhancement attribute 10 even directly generates 2 identical spaces. 3 layers of space. a total of 3,000 cubic meters. With 100 space boxes in hand, Su Yang had only reinforced 10 of them. It wasn't that he didn't want to reinforce them all, but the materials and energy were simply insufficient. Among those 10, 3 were specifically used for storing food. Chun Yu and the others had a heavier task ahead. Although they wouldn't fill them completely, preparing enough food for everyone in the shelter for 3 days was essential. To this, Chun Yu neither found it troublesome nor tiring. On the contrary, she enjoyed it. After all, cooking was her hobby. Chin Miao Miao had also used her 2 lucky boosts. All of them had been used to open treasure chests. She had directly opened 2 purple treasure chests. You open the purple treasure chest and obtain the following items: decomposition table, purple 1 composite longbow, purple 1 luxury, single room blueprint, purple 1. You open the purple treasure chest and obtain the following items: epic alloy 100, epic ironwood 100, epic stone 100. Purple decomposition table. Moreover, it was a finished product, not just a blueprint. This alone showcased the full value of the purple treasure chest. Unfortunately, we already have a decomposition table. Su Yang looked helpless. Although this item could be installed in the shelter, it wasn't necessary. 1 decomposition table was sufficient. He could only look for opportunities to trade. The composite longbow was quite powerful. An ordinary composite bow has a range of only about 100 or 200 meters, but this one has a range of 3,000 meters. It also came with 3 decent attributes. The only regret for Su Yang was that there was only 1. Wasting a reinforcement slot on a single bow clearly wasn't cost-effective. As for the purple luxury single-room blueprint, this room was even more luxurious. It also had the property of accelerating recovery. If it weren't for the shelter's 1,000 recovery, Su Yang might have actually considered reinforcing it. The first purple treasure chest was a great start. The second purple treasure chest was simply a material gift pack. At first glance, it seemed that the materials were somewhat lacking. Even if they were all purple materials, the shelter had no use for them at the moment. But they could be decomposed. After decomposition, the decomposition table not only recorded these 3 types of materials. The most important thing was that 1 unit of purple material could yield 1,000 points of material energy upon decomposition. There were 300 units here, which meant 300 material energy. This was a significant recovery. There were still 7 purple treasure chests left. Oh, soon there would be 8. Moreover, the rewards for the golden treasure chest were about to be unlocked. I wonder what good items will come from the golden treasure chest. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Su Yang's eyes. At that moment, Chun Miao Miao suddenly said, "Wait, I just thought of something." She looked up at Su Yang, her eyes bright. "Director, what if I apply a lucky boost to you, and then you apply another? Would that allow you to sign in for better items? Or to open treasure chests for better items?" Well, Su Yang's expression shifted slightly. As for opening treasure chests, that could be worth a try. With double boosts, my luck might be better than yours, but pausing slightly, Su Yang shook his head and said, "Signing in probably won't work since my sign-in is only at LV1 level. This effect is only 10 of Teacher Tang's talent, so the probability of obtaining good items is inherently low." "That's not necessarily true." Tan Xingya interrupted Su Yang, saying, "After all, it's a matter of probability. With the lucky stars boost, the chances of signing in for good items can be amplified. I suggest we give it a try." "Yeah, and it's not just for signing in, it could also be used when opening treasure chests," Chin Miao Miao added. "That does sound feasible." Su Yang stroked his chin, finding the reasoning of the 2 women sound. "We can give it a shot. If it works, opening the golden treasure chest under double boosts would surely yield good results." The group discussed for a while, and then Su Yang left. Because Xiao Xiao suddenly reminded him that a large number of lick eaters were approaching the shelter. When Su Yang arrived outside the shelter, he found that indeed there were many lick eaters. There were probably around 60 or 70 of them. However, they were all immature ones, evidently just hatched. Su Yang did not strike immediately. Instead, he let these lick eaters come closer and launched a frenzied attack on the spatial shelter. It proved that the defensive strength of their shelter was invincible in front of these lick eaters. 60 or 70 lick eaters crazily attacked for over 10 minutes, yet the shelter remained intact. Not bad. As expected, lick eaters cannot break through the shelter's defenses. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction before making his move. 12 reinforced knives flew out like 12 streaks of flowing light. They weaved and flashed. In just half a minute, a nearly 10-meter vacuum zone was cleared around them. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures suddenly appeared in the cleared area, but they were not there to fight. Instead, they rushed to collect the corpses on the ground. At the same time, Su Yang received a system notification. Your shelter has killed a total of 1,000 zombies, unlocking the following rewards. Points: 1,000 purple treasure, chest 1 golden treasure, chest 1. Oh, there's even a purple treasure chest. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Yang's eyes. He originally thought there were only 9 purple treasure chests. He didn't expect that after killing 1000 zombies, there was still a purple treasure chest. I just wonder if there will still be a purple treasure chest as an extra reward when I kill 1000 zombies. As this thought arose, Su Yang took a moment to glance at the leaderboard. I'm still in first place. As expected, their shelter's points had already exceeded 3500. Moreover, it seemed that reaching 4000 points before dawn was not a problem. It turned out that Su Yang had underestimated the situation. He hadn't guessed that it would exceed that amount. By around 3 in the morning, their shelter's points had already surpassed 4000. By dawn, the points were almost at 45000. There were simply too many lick eaters. Later on, giant lick eaters appeared. Of course, to Su Yang, whether ordinary lick eaters or giant lick eaters, they were all the same. Easily killed. Everyone in the class could take them down. Holding alloy great knives, they unleashed a slash. If all went well, they could even finish off a giant lick eater in one hit. Even if they couldn't finish it off in one go, they could at least severely injure it. But for other shelters, tonight was a disaster. Chat channel, damn it, did we poke the nest of lick eaters? Why are there so many? We can't hold on any longer. Our shelter is about to be overwhelmed. How to defend? The defense level of a second tier 1-star cannot withstand too many lick eaters. What does a second tier 1-star count for? Before entering our shelter, we used a special teleport card that doubled our defense, and it still can't hold up. It's fine if there were just a dozen or 20 lick eaters, but more than that is unmanageable. Damn, I just saw a super giant lick eater here. It's almost 2 stories high. Is that for real? Is there really such a big lick eater? Indeed, it's a giant lick eater, a mutated second tier zombie. Wait, the name of that guy upstairs just turned gray. No way did he die so quickly. Damn, I originally planned to stay for 48 hours. Now it seems like it's time to retreat. Retreat, we can't hold on any longer. I'm retreating too. It was exactly 12 o'clock. Reward points were distributed again. However, at this moment, Su Yang did not pay attention, nor did anyone else in the shelter. This was all due to the changes occurring among the zombies surrounding the shelter. An hour ago, the zombies encircling the shelter exhibited a peculiar transformation. Suddenly, 2 to 30 zombies began to slaughter each other. This phenomenon was not isolated. Several instances occurred. In just a few minutes, 2 to 3,000 zombies perished in this carnage. All of this was utterly baffling. However, when Su Yang saw the bloodied flesh and eggs emerging from the slaughter, he realized that things were not simple. These flesh eggs were each over a meter tall, pulsating faintly. Clearly, they were living beings. This was evolution. Tan Kinjia's expression grew serious. Based on the data I've collected, I deduce that this should be a unique evolution method among the zombies. Evolution. Su Yang frowned and suddenly shouted, Xiao Xiao, analyze whether these things are evolving and to what extent they can evolve. Yes, master. Xiao Xiao's voice echoed within the shelter, and it quickly fell into silence. The arranged lights flickered. This was the result of Xiao Xiao utilizing the majority of the independent network's computing power. It seemed relying solely on the luxurious suite's power system was insufficient. Su Yang's gaze flickered with contemplation. Currently, the independent network's operation and Xiao Xiao's various functions actually relied on the power system within the luxurious suite. Under normal circumstances, there wasn't much issue. However, if Xiao Xiao utilized too much computing power, the power system in the luxurious suite would fall into intermittent supply shortages. Should we kill one to see? Suddenly Wang Sisai suggested. How do we kill it? Fang Shengnin instinctively asked. Of course we kill it this way. Wang Sisai chuckled and pulled out a handgun. Right? It can be done this way as well. Seeing the handgun in Wang Sisai's hand, Su Yang's eyes lit up. Then let's do it. Okay. Wang Sisai nodded, eagerly aiming at the nearest flesh egg, and fired. With a loud bang, the bullet flew out, and almost simultaneously a flesh egg about 700 or 800 meters away from the shelter exploded. With a thunderous explosion, the flesh egg burst open, releasing countless blood and flesh. Kill second tier hunter points 30. This thing hatches hunters. Upon seeing the kill notification, Wang Sisai immediately informed Su Yang, and the others. Killing one yields the same 30 points as a giant licker. Hunters. Su Yang was surprised that they could evolve into hunters. At that moment, Xiao Xiao's voice echoed again. Master, the analysis has yielded results. The current special condition is an evolution resulting from zombies devouring each other with a 78.43 probability, indicating that lickers also evolved this way. Currently, the evolution is of hunters, leading to the inference that this evolution may cover all advanced zombies. Wait. Chun Miao Miao suddenly interrupted Xiao Xiao, incredulously asking Xiao Xiao, are you implying that these flesh balls could evolve into any advanced zombie? Yes, Xiao Xiao replied. This unique evolution method suggests that the more zombies engage in slaughter, the stronger the evolved zombies become. According to my estimate, within 24 hours, third-tier zombies may appear. Third-tier zombies. This statement made everyone in the shelter's expressions turn grim. "No, what expression is this?" Suyang said, speechless. "Do I need to remind you that our shelter's defense value is currently third tier 5 stars? Now that we've transported over, our shelter's defense value has tripled. Even a 4th tier zombie wouldn't be able to break through, right?" However, just as he finished speaking, Xiao Xiao's voice suddenly reappeared. "Master, based on current data simulations, if we encounter some powerful 4th tier zombies, the shelter has a 31.2 chance of being breached." Suyang, feeling exhausted, "Can you not say such things at this moment?" But thinking of Xiao Xiao as just an intelligent AI left Suyang even more helpless. "Do you reason with an AI? It doesn't matter." Fortunately, class leader Tang Yun understood that this was not the time to be disheartened. "Don't forget, our shelter is currently just a basic safe house. We can still upgrade to an intermediate one." Her reminder made the girls realize. "That's right, our shelter seems to be at the intermediate stage now. I forgot about that. It seems we still have a trump card. Exactly, if a special situation arises, we can fully upgrade the shelter to an intermediate safe house. Upgrading to an intermediate safe house requires blueprints. By the way, today's reward pool should have refreshed new shelter blueprints. It has refreshed, and the attributes are somewhat special. Special? I want to see what is special about it." At that moment, Suyang also entered the reward pool to check. As for those flesh eggs and such, Suyang also fired a shot himself, discovering it was another hunter, and then lost interest. He allowed them to hatch. Mainly, Suyang wanted to see if the shelter's defense value could ignore the hunter's attacks. Item: intermediate 3-layer refined iron safe house blueprint. Category: shelter blueprint. Quality: special attribute, can be used on the shelter to transform it into a 2-story above ground and 1-story underground refined iron safe house. Friendly reminder: using this blueprint will directly upgrade the shelter without any materials. Initial defense value is 3rd tier 1 star. This was the shelter blueprint that refreshed today. Worth 300 reward points. They could still afford it. Ranking rewards were 150 points. Surviving for 48 hours granted 48 points. A 100 increase. Ultimately, Suyang and their shelter now had 396 reward points. Moreover, they could obtain this safe house blueprint. Suyang couldn't help but feel tempted. Not for any other reason, but because the upgraded shelter's initial defense value would be 3rd tier 1 star. How much could it enhance if strengthened to level 100? But that wasn't enough. This was all for today. Tomorrow would surely bring better options, and Suyang's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he subconsciously looked up. He noticed that the gazes around him were all directed at him with a hint of anxious anticipation in many people's eyes. Suyang froze, suddenly awakening. They were afraid. Because of the emergence of hunters. Because of the zombies' unique evolution method. Because of Xiao Xiao's mention of the likely appearance of 4th tier zombies. Too many. Too many. The shelter's current defense value was indeed sufficient, but the problem was that it was becoming increasingly dangerous. After all, he had previously stated he wanted to secure the highest rewards. Therefore, none of the girls had mentioned returning to the safe place early, even if they felt a bit uneasy, a bit scared. Taking a deep breath, Suyang showed no hesitation. 300 reward points were instantly consumed. In the next moment, a blueprint appeared in his hands. Item: intermediate tier 3 fine iron shelter blueprint. Upgradable category: shelter blueprint. Quality: special attribute, can be used on the shelter to transform it into a fine iron safe house, with 2 floors above ground and 1 underground. Warm reminder: using this blueprint allows direct upgrading of the shelter without any materials. The initial defense value is tier 3, 1 star. Upgrade requirements: tier 3 crystal core, 10, any blue equipment blueprint 1. Upon obtaining the blueprint, Suyang saw the upgrade requirements. The blue equipment blueprint can indeed be obtained. However, tier 3 crystal cores are another matter. They have yet to appear. The decomposition station also has no record of tier 3 crystal cores. Even with material energy, they cannot be fabricated. Yet Suyang had no intention of upgrading the blueprint. Moreover, this blueprint is essentially just a backup. It is reassuring. Indeed, after seeing Suyang purchase the blueprint, the expressions of the women changed. Those who were initially worried all sighed in relief. It seemed as if there were no longer any concerns. Great. We finally have the shelter blueprint. Haha, with this our shelter can upgrade to an intermediate safe house anytime. Hehe, the initial defense value is tier 3 1 star. How high can it reach when upgraded to level 100? Surely it can reach tier 4 or even tier 5 defense values. I'd like to see what changes occur in the attributes after upgrading the shelter. No rush, tomorrow we will definitely find better shelter blueprints. This one is just a backup. Right, this is a backup and does not match our shelter. As expected, after acquiring this blueprint, the atmosphere in the shelter changed. It returned to the relaxed state it had before. Only then did Tan Xingya step forward and softly say, Although it seems a bit wasteful, this is the most suitable for us. Possessing S-level talent as an information controller, she often maintains an extremely calm and rational state. This is an advantage brought by her talent. However, being calm and rational does not equate to being heartless. She is just a 20-year-old girl. If she had to choose between a shelter that is absolutely strong but lacks humanity and one that has warmth, she would choose the latter. One can only say that Su Yang's choice did not disappoint her, nor did it disappoint them. Without waiting for the hunter to hatch, Su Yang went to rest. This time the longer he stayed, the greater the danger here became. In a way, he no longer had the luxury of time to waste. Resting meant truly resting. Thus, after only 3 hours of rest, Su Yang got up feeling invigorated. One must say Chun Yu, this versatile chef, is indeed impressive. Even ordinary ingredients have some special effects in her hands. For instance, they restore energy quickly. Mental power also recovers rapidly. Additionally, they eliminate fatigue. If there were special ingredients, that would be when she truly showcases her talent's power. By the time Su Yang woke up, it was already around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The hunters had not hatched yet. However, based on the footage monitored by the farthest surveillance cameras, there are more hunters hatching in the distance. Upon hearing Tenkinjia's words, Su Yang showed no change in expression. Now that they have the shelter blueprint, no matter how many hunters there are, they are not afraid. Moreover, simply dealing with hunters does not necessitate using the shelter blueprint. Su Yang was not the only one who thought so. Everyone else in the shelter shared the same sentiment. It's fine no matter how many come, they are just giving us points. Su Yang waved his hand, not caring at all. After learning some more information, he chose to enter the training room to train. The warrior body from the Valkyrie talent allows him to enhance his strength with every training session. This indicates that his warrior body has not yet been fully developed. When it reached 5 o'clock, the first hunter hatched. At a ruin nearly 1,000 meters from the shelter, the flesh egg trembled slightly and then burst open. Amidst the flowing blood, a sharp claw broke through, followed by a second one. Then with a forceful push, the 2 claws tore the flesh egg apart. Roar! A bizarre monster appeared. It resembled a bipedal dinosaur-like creature with skin that was grayish-green and a massive red gland on its abdomen. Its massive mouth was filled with sharp teeth that glimmered like metal as if forged from steel. This is the hunter. In front of the shelter's screen, Su Yang raised an eyebrow. This creature looked somewhat like a velociraptor. It appeared stronger than the lickers, but its true combat power remained to be seen. This would soon become clear, for after hatching, the hunter let out a roar and charged towards Su Yang and the other's shelter. In just a few seconds, it covered the 1,000-meter distance. Boom! The hunter swung its claws against the barrier of the spatial shelter, producing a muffled sound. The small monitoring system immediately reported the data. According to the monitoring, the hunter's power is stronger than that of the licker, but weaker than that of the giant licker. Oh, is that so? Su Yang raised an eyebrow and revealed a slight smile. Then how many hunters' attacks can our shelter's defenses withstand simultaneously? Theoretically, it can withstand the strongest attacks from 378 hunters simultaneously. To breach the shelter's defenses, at least 500 hunters must attack at the same time. Oh wow, 500. Su Yang felt delighted. This indicates that these hunters are not a concern at all. Since it has already been tested, there is no need to leave any alive. Xiao Xiao, notify Cici that it's time to start. Yes. At this moment, outside the shelter's spatial barrier, Wang Cici and others were facing that hunter. From behind the spatial barrier, Wang Cici looked disdainfully. Humph, little thing, if you have the ability, come kill us. Let's see if you can make me back down a step. Roar. As if provoked, the hunter frantically attacked the invisible spatial barrier, glaring fiercely at Wang Cici. At this moment, Wang Cici received a notification from Xiao Xiao through her earpiece. Can we start now? Wang Cici's eyes lit up and she sharply lifted her leg. Bang! The fierce hunter was kicked away by her, and she herself stepped out of the spatial shelter's range. Not only her, but Fang Shengnan and the others also came out together. However, as soon as Fang Shengnan and the others came out, they rushed towards the surrounding zombies. Their task this time was to clear the monsters. As for that hunter, Wang Cici had already charged forward. This was her task, to test the hunter's strength. A few seconds later, Wang Cici looked down at the hunter with disappointment. I wasted several hours waiting for this, and the result? Just this. In her disappointment, Wang Cici dropped the alloy blade in her hand, piercing through the struggling hunter whose limbs were already broken. Killed the Tier 2 hunter, points, 30 task completed. The strength of the hunter surpasses that of the devourer. In comparison to the giant devourer, both have their merits. In terms of power, the giant devourer holds the upper hand. However, in terms of attack, the hunter is stronger than the giant devourer. At the same time, the hunter is also more agile. For survivors like Su Yang and his group, they would rather encounter 2 giant devourers than face a single hunter. If 5 survivors can surround and kill a giant devourer, encountering a hunter would be an entirely different situation. With some luck, they might be able to kill the hunter at the cost of 2 or 3 lives. If luck runs out, they might be wiped out by the hunter. Yet, even such a hunter seems more manageable in the eyes of Su Yang and his companions compared to the giant devourer. It is easier to kill. If the giant devourer does not attack its weak points, even a fully upgraded level 100 handgun may not guarantee a kill. In contrast, a single shot from a hunter would result in an instant kill. Currently, 10 handguns have been deployed specifically to take down hunters. Each handgun now holds 150 rounds. 10 handguns mean 1,500 rounds. Even with some lack of skill, facing 300 to 500 hunters isn't a major issue. Moreover, the Void magazine regenerates 1 round per minute. Additionally, there is the equipment skill of the alloy knife for slashing. More hunters simply contribute to the points earned. This led to Su Yang spending almost all his time in the training room after the shift. Notably, his training data is recorded by Xiao Xiao. Then it is organized for the other women to follow during their training. The combat methods recorded by the God of War body are the best. A direct example is Guan Yusin, who initially had a strength above average in the entire shelter. Through continuous training in the training room, she has developed her God of War body. Her strength is now the 3rd strongest in the entire shelter. The first is naturally Su Yang. Then comes Qin Mingyao. Su Yang with his iron body is unbeatable by Qin Mingyao. However, to defeat Qin Mingyao relying solely on his iron body is also impossible. Fang Shengnan cannot match him. Su Yang possesses many abilities and great strength. Guan Yusin has enriched her combat experience through the development of her God of War body, thus gaining immense power. Even with Qin Mingyao at her peak strength, it would be quite difficult to kill Guan Yusin. But that is still not enough. Su Yang is acutely aware of the limits of the training room, or perhaps the limitations of simulation. This kind of simulation always feels like a dream, even though the body can still achieve some corresponding improvements afterwards. Yet there are still limitations. This is why Su Yang encourages everyone to utilize the ability of the spatial gate. From time to time, he enters the horde of corpses to kill zombies. This is a way to fully transform training results into real strength. Simulated training remains just that, simulated. True enhancement requires real combat. Therefore, after training, Su Yang did not mind the disadvantages brought by nightfall. A teleportation allowed him to enter the horde of corpses and begin a massacre. This time, Su Yang did not even use his iron body. He began to crazily slash at the incoming zombies with the alloy machete. He wanted to test his limits. 3 hours later, Su Yang had lost count of how many zombies he had killed. Yet he was still able to continue fighting. Whether they were zombies or hunters, their numbers no longer held significance for him. His passive spiritual sense allowed him to maintain complete control over a radius of several meters around him. Even when he doesn't have time to react, he can use his telekinesis to manipulate the enhanced knife to kill enemies. Such scenes had already been simulated many times in the training room. This is the first time in reality. Whoosh. In the next moment, Su Yang's figure vanished. He returned to the shelter. Although he still had the energy to fight for another hour or two. But that was already sufficient. Continuing would serve no purpose. Upon returning to the shelter, Su Yang inquired with Xiao Xiao about the situation. Seeing nothing unusual, he washed up and went straight to rest. There wouldn't be any issues without him keeping watch over the upcoming events. What he needs to do now is to rest and quickly recover the expended stamina and mental energy. However, Su Yang did not notice that Lin Ruoxua looked somewhat hesitant upon seeing him go straight to rest. Tan Qingya had already talked to her about this. Her talent is the most crucial in the shelter. Now, although she can heal most injuries, even those like severed arms, as long as they aren't missing, her healing technique can restore them completely. But if they are missing, then it is impossible. This is a flaw. Shui, you need to understand that our battles in the future cannot revolve around the shelter. If you venture far and do not follow once you are injured and suffer physical loss, that could truly lead to disability. So your talent is still not enough. Tan Qingya's words echoed in Lin Ruoxua's ears at this moment. This made her feel quite conflicted. In fact, she had already made up her mind. She intended to give Su Yang a hint to come to her room at night. Who would have thought that Su Yang would suddenly engage in a frenzied slaughter of zombies for 3 hours? She was left stunned. Could he still manage being this exhausted? Such thoughts arose in her mind. Then she began to feel conflicted. This conflict persisted for nearly an hour. Suddenly, at that moment, a voice from Xiao Xiao came through Lin Ruoxua's earpiece. Miss Ruoxua, the scheduled time you set has arrived. Please continue with the execution. Lin Ruoxua was startled. It reminded her that this was a reminder alarm set by Xiao Xiao to help her. But, will I disturb his rest? Hey Xiao Xiao. I'm here. I just want to ask Lin Ruoxua looked around and saw that the other staff on duty were not paying attention to her. She immediately asked in a low voice, "Do you think if I go to disturb the director now, will it affect his rest?" "Yes." Xiao Xiao's voice was indifferent, causing Lin Ruoxu's expression to stiffen. However, what the other party said next made her feel delighted. "If you have something to find the master for, I suggest you wait until 2 hours and 37 minutes later, because at that time the master will be in the shelter's recovery enhancement restored to his optimal state." "That's right. How could I forget about the 1000 recovery enhancement from the shelter?" Lin Ruoxu's eyes sparkled. Then she hesitated no more. Stealthily she arrived at the door of Su Yang's main bedroom. After looking around and finding no one, she directly opened the door and entered. The luxurious suite is now at a purple level. The door has long been equipped with high-tech facial recognition. However, Su Yang had granted access to everyone in the shelter. If access were not granted, situations like Lin Ruoxu's would never happen. Upon entering the room, Lin Ruoxu immediately saw Su Yang sound asleep. With 3 to 4 hours until dawn, even if Su Yang expends some stamina, now he can still recover fully. Once this is over, he'll head back. At that time, no one will definitely notice. Lin Ruoxu had a look of scheming. However, some matters cannot simply be done as she wishes. In the early morning, Su Yang woke up. He glanced helplessly at Lin Ruoxu beside him. He was truly lost for words. He never expected that the petite Lin Ruoxu would dare to employ a surprise night attack. Last night, he had indeed been exhausted. Moreover, being in a shelter provided a safe environment, allowing him to sleep soundly. In his days, someone appeared and even took the initiative. By the time he was somewhat awake, he could hardly control himself. Fortunately, Lin Ruoxu could heal herself, otherwise he genuinely feared things would have gone awry. Not getting up immediately, Su Yang began to check the records. "You have successfully bound a female with a score of 92, talent ability triggered. You have gained 1 enhancement slot and 1 talent point. Your maximum enhancement level has been raised to level 123. You have successfully copied an S-grade talent healer." Healer? Su Yang raised an eyebrow and looked further, discovering that this healer was no ordinary one. Originally, Lin Ruoxu only possessed healing skills. Now, having become a healer, she not only possessed healing skills, but also purification skills. This purification skill was for removing negative statuses, injuries, poison, and so forth. This meant that Lin Ruoxu could now eliminate the zombie virus, although they had no use for it in the shelter. Moreover, the effects of the healing skills had also been enhanced, enabling her to regenerate severed limbs. Not only that, but Lin Ruoxu now also possessed defensive and offensive means such as the light shield and light arrow. Furthermore, as long as her mental attributes reached a certain level, she could awaken other skills. Including Mayo's, I now have 2 talent points. Su Yang pondered slightly. Leaving the talent points like this was not a good thing. Transforming them into power was the best choice. Mental Master Valkyrie, Iron Body, Fire Manipulation. I should enhance these 4 talent skills. Let's enhance the Mental Master. After thinking for a while, Su Yang made a decision. Currently, the best way to strengthen himself was to enhance the Mental Master skill. LV8. This was not far from Qin Mingyao. Moreover, with LV3 Fire Manipulation, his throwing knife attacks were considerably stronger than Qin Mingyu's. In the dining hall, Su Yang was having breakfast. The gazes of the surrounding girls did not land on him. At most, they would occasionally glance at him. There was no meaningful significance in their stares. So, did that girl truly perform a night raid? Su Yang couldn't help but admire Lin Ruoxu. Impressive. But the next moment, a figure sat down beside him. "Su Yang, aren't you being too much? Xiao Xue hasn't even woken up yet." Su Yang was taken aback and then looked up at the beautiful woman beside him, utterly speechless. "Teacher Tang, if this was said by Cici, I wouldn't be surprised." "How?" His voice immediately lowered and Su Yang's tone turned playful. "Are you saying this to make me go to your room tonight? You? Behave yourself." Tang Yun's face turned crimson with anger. She was merely concerned about Lin Ruoxu. She knew how ruthless this man could be. Who knew that this guy was so unrestrained? Just as she was about to say something, Su Yang suddenly changed the subject. "By the way, Teacher Tang, did you use today's check-in?" "You?" Tang Yun was somewhat lost for words, fully aware that the other party was changing the topic. Yet she reluctantly replied, "I used it. Meow Meow gave me an enhancement, and I signed for this thing." As she spoke, she took out a card. An item. Su Yang's expression brightened. This was likely a good thing. Sure enough, upon receiving it, he saw that it was indeed a good item. Item upgrade card can enhance category consumable quality. Purple attribute can upgrade any item to purple quality. Enhancement requirement, purple item 1 tier 3 crystal core 10. This was actually an upgrade card that could directly enhance items. Although it could only be upgraded to purple, it was still extremely valuable. If he chose to upgrade equipment, he would obtain purple equipment. Once installed in the shelter, it could leverage the shelter's enhancement attributes to upgrade to gold. At this stage, let alone golden equipment. Even purple equipment was likely rare among shelters. Just as Su Yang was contemplating which item to upgrade, a small voice suddenly emerged. Master monitoring detects a large number of giant lickers approaching over 3,000 meters away. Giant lickers? Su Yang's eyes narrowed, but he did not feel anxious. Just giant lickers. At this moment, a rumbling sound of frantic running echoed from over 3,000 meters away from Su Yang's shelter. Several giant lickers were charging toward them. No, not just a few. Because there were even more giant lickers. When Su Yang and the others arrived outside the shelter, the number of giant lickers detected by the small monitor exceeded 30. Quite a lot. Indeed, surviving for 72 hours is not that easy. Su Yang was not surprised. He had anticipated this long ago. Bang, bang, bang. Since he had already anticipated it, he naturally had countermeasures. Gunshots rang out. For the 54-style pistol, with an effective range of 3,000 meters. A distance of less than a kilometer was nothing. Before those giant lickers could approach, several were hit. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosion-like sounds, and those giant lickers were killed. But it wasn't over yet. The giant lickers further away seemed to sense something and planned to turn and flee. But at this moment, they were all within range. Bang, 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 bang. A series of gunshots. In just a minute, there were no living giant lickers left within a 3,000-meter radius of the shelter. Gone. So soon. Haha, I killed 3. I killed 4. Nonsense, one of those 4 you killed was shot by me. Bullshit, your shot only disabled that giant licker. I was the one who killed it with the follow-up shot. Get lost, do I need you to finish it off? Watching the girls bickering, Su Yang smiled in silence. Tang Yun, who felt relieved, did not stop them. In such an environment, a little playful banter was harmless. Rather, other shelters probably couldn't afford to be playful even if they wanted to. In Su Yang's view, this wave of giant lickers attacking was undoubtedly the last obstacle to surviving for 72 hours. Now that it was resolved, things would be much easier. He just didn't know that a different change was occurring over 5,000 meters away in a shopping mall. There were hundreds of lickers and hunters as well as a dozen giant lickers. At this moment, they were gathered together surrounding a somewhat special giant licker at the center. This giant licker was actually smaller in size than the other giant lickers, just a bit larger than an ordinary licker, but it seemed capable of controlling all the surrounding lickers and hunters. Roar! Suddenly, this giant licker let out a roar. Instantly, chaos erupted on the scene. Both hunters and lickers began to wildly slaughter each other. Strangely, the slaughter avoided this giant licker. As one by one hunters and lickers fell dead, the giant licker began to feast on the corpses on the ground. However, as it fed, a layer of light red blood oozed from its body. When all the corpses were consumed, a small pool of blood had formed. Roar! The strange giant licker roared, and the blood in the pool surged madly toward it. In an instant, the strange giant licker disappeared. In its place was a colossal egg. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful heartbeats emanated from the giant egg, which radiated an ominous blood-black glow. Your shelter has survived for 72 hours, and the reward points have increased by 200. Therefore, even if it was used before, it doesn't matter. As long as the requirements are met, the reward points will be issued. Now there are 516 reward points. Today's safe house has also been refreshed. Item: Intermediate 4-story fine iron shelter blueprint. Category: Shelter blueprint. Quality: Special. A tribute can be used on the shelter to transform it into a special safe house made entirely of fine iron consisting of 3 above-ground floors and 1 underground floor. Warm reminder: using this blueprint can directly upgrade the shelter without any materials. The initial defense value is Tier 3, 1 star. 400 reward points. The shelter blueprint is actually the same as yesterday's, just with an additional layer today. Almost the moment it refreshed, this shelter blueprint was snapped up. Su Yang was not surprised. Just 400 reward points. The top 5 shelters that have persisted this long can all secure it. Logically, the top 7 should have enough reward points now for 400 points. However, there have been changes in the top 10 shelter rankings over the past 3 days. Even the second and third places have fluctuated from time to time. It is worth mentioning that today the reward pool also refreshed an upgrade card for items. But it is only blue. The price is also high, requiring 100 reward points. There are also some good items available, but they are mostly of blue quality, which Su Yang found unimpressive. While the truly valuable items are hard to come by, making it difficult for other shelters to purchase them. Let's wait until the last day when all the reward points are in hand before deciding what to buy. With the decision made, Su Yang no longer felt conflicted. Now he was looking forward to one thing. That is what kind of zombies would appear today and tomorrow. The giant lickers have also appeared. So should the Tier 3 zombies appear next? Unfortunately, Su Yang was disappointed. Since noon, the number of zombies besieging the shelter has indeed increased significantly. The hunters and lickers which used to appear occasionally are now frequent. However, no matter how many zombies appear, they only serve to provide them with points. The shelters in the chat channel have already given up on competing for first place, as Suyang and his shelter points have already surpassed 5000. The second place is still a bit short of 3000 points. Most importantly, hunters and lickers, the tier 2 zombies, are appearing from time to time. They have hardly stopped appearing. In just an hour, they can be killed in the hundreds. The points they bring alone exceed 1,000 each hour. Faced with this situation, Suyang and his team fell into a state of frequent battles. After discussing with the girls, Suyang decided to reorganize the team. 32 people divided into 10 teams. He himself would lead one team, and Qin Mingyao would do the same. Wang Sisi and Fang Shengnan would each lead 2 people in a team. The remaining members formed teams of 4. Each team was responsible for half an hour, taking turns to kill zombies. This distribution would allow them to leverage the shelter's 1,000 recovery ability, enabling everyone to maintain or be close to a full victory state. As for resting, each person only needs to rest for 3 hours a day. In this way, even if unexpected situations arise, the 2 teams on the next shift can provide immediate support. Time quickly reached the 4th day of extra survival. 96 hours have passed. But today there were no extra rewards generated, only ranking rewards. The reward pool has also refreshed. To Suyang's surprise, several shelter blueprints were refreshed today. The shelter blueprints that appeared in the first 3 days have all refreshed one today. Including today's, there are 4 shelter blueprints. Suyang was surprised, his gaze falling on the shelter blueprint refreshed today, revealing a glimmer of delight. Item: Intermediate 4-story steel shelter blueprint. Category: Shelter blueprint. Warm reminder: using this blueprint can directly upgrade the shelter without any materials. The initial defense value is tier 3, 3 stars. Yesterday, it was a fine iron shelter. Today it is steel. The initial value has also reached tier 3, 3 stars. Don't underestimate just a 2-star difference. In reality, the gap is significant. The defense value of tier 3, 1 star could be breached by a large number of lickers. The defense value of tier 3, 3 stars is different. Even facing hundreds of lickers attacks simultaneously, it can withstand for a period. Taking this opportunity to reduce the number of lickers would naturally make the shelter much safer. This blueprint costs 500 reward points. But Suyang still did not make a move. Tomorrow is the 5th day, and it will surely refresh better shelter blueprints. In addition to the shelter blueprints, there are quite a few good items that the reward pool refreshed today. One of them made Suyang unable to resist making a move. Item: Defense card enhanceable. Category: Equipment item. Quality: blue. Attribute: can increase the shelter's defense value by 1 star with a maximum defense value of up to tier 3, 10 stars. For shelters with insufficient defense below tier 3, it can be directly raised to tier 3, 1 star. Warm reminder: using this item will occupy 1 equipment slot in the shelter. Enhancement requirements: blue. Item 1, tier 2, crystal core 10. This defense card is valued at 100 reward points. 10 cards have been refreshed. Suyang immediately appeared but only managed to grab 2 cards. They're all tentacle monsters. I acted as quickly as possible and still only got 2 cards. Suyang looked frustrated. However, Guan Yusin rolled her eyes at him, saying, "You were already very fast, others couldn't even get one." Exactly, just look at how many complaints are in the chat channel. Wang Sisi added a comment. Chat channel. Today the reward pool refreshed a lot of items. It seems that the longer the survival time, the better the items that are refreshed. Damn it, which shelters grabbed the defense cards? I didn't get a single one. I'm crying. As soon as I saw the properties of this defense card, I froze for a moment. With that, all of them disappeared. Haha, I got one. Of my shelter's defense value has directly increased to tier 3, a 1 star. So envious, jealous, and hateful. Even if faced with a siege of lickers, tier 3, a 1-star defense can hold up. No worries, I didn't grab one today, but maybe tomorrow I can refresh more defense cards. I don't know how many defense cards will refresh tomorrow, but I know that very few shelters will last until tomorrow. At my side of the shelter already has a bunch of lickers popping up. I'm already planning to withdraw. After spending the reward points, I'm withdrawing too. Damn it, I forgot about this. If our shelter might not last until tomorrow. Indeed, shelters that did not grab the defense cards were all complaining. And it is likely that many shelters will choose to retreat. Suddenly, at this moment, a small sound echoed from the shelter. Master, an anomaly has been detected over 5,000 meters southeast of the shelter. An unusual situation. Suyang frowned. What is happening? Somewhere over 5,000 meters away is attracting a large number of zombies. According to the analysis, it is highly likely that a special zombie is evolving. The small response made Suyang narrow his eyes slightly. But he wasn't worried at all. Evolving. Even if it evolved, it would only become a 3rd-tier zombie, right? Over 5,000 meters. Suyang pondered for a moment, and decided to take a look himself. You want to check it out personally. Upon learning Su Yang's intention, Tan Qingyao frowned. I do not recommend you take the risk. No matter what type of zombie evolves over there, it will attack our shelter. I believe it is best to prepare here at the shelter. Su Yang naturally understood Tan Qingyao's meaning, but he still planned to go. I know, but I still intend to go take a look. Su Yang shook his head slightly and said, and he'll also replace the power supply for those cameras. You don't need to worry too much. Seeing the concern on Tan Qingyao's and the others' faces, Su Yang said no more. But the next moment his body felt light, and he flew into the air. You have raised your mentalist level. Qin Mingyao immediately noticed Su Yang's current state, flying with mental power. Moreover, it was so effortless, clearly not something achievable at just LV6. Yes. Su Yang nodded, smiling. My mentalist level has now been raised to LV8, along with my 31 points in mental attributes. Short-term flight is no longer a problem for me. This was the first time he flew like this outside the training room. However, at that moment, Wang Cici suddenly exclaimed, LV8, whom did you harm this time? Meow Meow only gave you 1 talent point, at most upgrading to LV7. Wang Cici said this with certainty, her gaze tinged with disdain. Honestly, with everything so busy, you still don't forget to bring us trouble. Yet she did not notice that as she spoke, Lin Ruoxu's face turned crimson nearby. In a sense, this time was not just about causing her trouble. Rather, it was she who had taken the initiative. She was now afraid Su Yang would make this clear. Of course, Su Yang wouldn't make this explicit. He was thick-skinned and could casually say anything. At most, he would find a chance to get back at Wang Cici. However, upon noticing that Lin Ruoxu looked like she might steam with embarrassment, Su Yang quickly changed the subject. All right, it's settled then. I'm off. With that, he felt light and suddenly disappeared from the shelter, appearing. I should follow and take a look. Qin Mingyao hesitated for a moment and said. Tan Qingyao nodded. All right, it's good to go together for support. After all, with the ability to return to the city, even if they encountered danger, they could instantly return to the shelter. Discovering Qin Mingyao following him, Su Yang said nothing more. He simply nodded, and the two flew towards the distance. Their flying speed, although not very fast, was much quicker than running on the ground. In just a few minutes, they arrived at the destination. Below, a large number of zombies were gathered, all frantically rushing towards a mall. To be precise, they were heading towards a blood pool inside the mall. Once those zombies entered the blood pool, they quickly dissolved into blood water. At the center of the blood pool was a massive blood-colored egg. At that moment, the giant egg was absorbing the blood water from the pool. Su Yang clearly felt that the existence within the giant egg was increasing in power every moment. It hadn't even hatched yet, and its aura was already beyond that of a giant devourer. Su Yang was secretly astonished. After hesitating for a moment, he decided not to let this thing continue. Raising his pistol, Su Yang aimed at the giant egg and unleashed a series of rapid-fire shots. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Each shot caused an explosion. The giant egg was blasted open, leaving gory holes. Surprisingly, these wounds healed quickly. The speed at which the giant egg absorbed blood water increased even more. The surrounding zombies became even more frenzied. Before Su Yang could strike again, the walls and columns of the mall were violently broken by these zombies. Boom. With a loud noise, the entire mall collapsed. In an instant, the blood pool and the giant egg were buried. However, Su Yang's expression became more solemn as the aura emitted by the giant egg grew ever stronger. Roar. Suddenly, a heart-shaking roar emanated from beneath the collapsed ruins, followed by a loud cry. Faintly, Su Yang saw a gigantic figure breaking out from beneath the rubble. The aura became clearer. A strong smell of blood wafted through the air. A terrifying figure standing 3 meters tall slowly stepped out from the dust. Its body was covered in gray-white rock-like skin, muscles bulging and knotted, causing the ground to tremble slightly with each step. Its arms were robust with veins bulging like pipes, and its muscles hard as iron. One arm hung below its knee, and its fingertips bore 5 bone claws, each half a meter long, glinting coldly with a dark green glow. Its pupils were murky blood red, devoid of any rationality, filled only with the most primal hunger and brutality for flesh and blood. This is a tyrant. Su Yang was startled, then a spark of excitement flashed in his eyes. This power is quite good. He could sense this creature's strength, but it did not pose a fatal threat to him. Very well. With a thought, Su Yang descended from the air. Such an opponent would allow him to fight with all his might and test his current strength. The tyrant took a few steps forward, glaring intently at Su Yang, its gaze bursting with overwhelming killing intent. Su Yang stood quietly 10 steps away, his figure tall and upright, appearing somewhat small compared to the tyrant's gigantic form. Roar. The tyrant moved. It simply threw a straight punch, and the wind from the punch whipped Su Yang's clothes violently. If this punch landed, it could turn a tank into scrap metal. Su Yang did not dodge or evade, meeting it with a punch of his own. Boom. Boom. The collision of fists created a sound like two giant hammers striking against each other in the void. Su Yang's waist sank, his legs sank into the ground, yet he remained as steady as a rock. In contrast, the tyrant stumbled back half a step, which only fueled its rage. Roar. The tyrant roared in anger, its over-knee-long arm swung suddenly, its claws slashing towards Su Yang's throat like 5 venomous snakes. Su Yang still did not retreat, an inch, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Bang! The claws fiercely scraped against his neck, sending a shower of dazzling sparks, yet not a scratch was made. Iron Body. Su Yang activated his iron body, completely metallizing his form. This was something the tyrant could not break through. Is that all? Su Yang said with a hint of derision in his smile. The tyrant seemed enraged, its claws dancing wildly, turning into a mass of lethal claw shadows, frantically tearing at Su Yang's body. The clanging sounds of impacts echoed like rain, sparks flying, yet still unable to penetrate his defenses. Su Yang was very sure that this tyrant was definitely a third-tier zombie. This meant that his iron body could withstand the attacks of a third-tier zombie. Moreover, after enduring such attacks, Su Yang confirmed one thing. The strength of the third-tier tyrant was slightly stronger than his. Yet under the violent frenzy of his gifted skill, his strength exceeded that of the tyrant before him. Since he had already verified what he wanted to know, there was no need to continue. Su Yang's eyes suddenly deepened, and an invisible mental force spread out like a spider web. 3 enhanced daggers silently rose from the shadow beneath the tyrant's feet. In the next moment, they transformed into 3 nearly indistinguishable silver flashes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The enhanced daggers accurately shot towards the tyrant's eyes and throat. These areas had relatively weak defenses on his entire body. However, the tyrant's reaction was astonishingly fast. He suddenly jerked his head, and his bone claws countered with incredible speed. Clang! The tyrant's bone claws knocked away the 2 enhanced daggers aimed at his eyes. Yet the 3rd enhanced dagger was infused with even stronger mental power by Su Yang. Swish! Under Su Yang's control, this enhanced dagger made a strange turn in the air, bypassing the defense of the bone claws and fiercely drilling into the tyrant's temple from an extremely tricky angle. Sizzle! A cold light flashed and penetrated through. Dark red viscous blood mixed with brain matter spurted out. The tyrant's massive body suddenly stiffened, his outstretched claws halting in midair, and a trace of genuine fear finally surfaced in his dead gray pupils. Su Yang stepped forward, raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, gently pressing against the tyrant's iron-like chest. Down you go. His arm muscles bulged, and the violent transformation was instantly activated, unleashing terrifying power without restraint. Boom. A loud crash resonated, as if a hammer struck a city wall. The tyrant's 3-meter-tall giant body was actually pushed off the ground, with one hand flying backward and crashing through 3 concrete walls before finally coming to a stop. The tyrant's chest bore a clear imprint of 5 fingers. As the dust settled, he lay silent in the depths of the ruins. Kill the Tier 3 bloodthirsty tyrant, 500 points. 500 points. Su Yang's eyes lit up. This is quite good. It directly increased by 500 points. However, this wasn't the end. This was Su Yang's first kill of a Tier 3 zombie. Due to the first kill and the bonus for killing above his level, an extra chance for a lottery draw is awarded. Indeed, there was a bonus for the first kill and for exceeding levels. Su Yang felt delighted. This time the reward was actually a lottery draw. A big lottery draw. But Su Yang only took a glance and turned to Qin Mingyao, saying, "Mingyao, hurry, let's go back." Sudden call from Su Yang surprised Qin Mingyao. Although some cameras had not yet been installed or replaced at this moment, she did not hesitate and directly activated the return to the city. Swish, swish. The 2 figures instantly vanished, leaving behind a mess of ruins. When Su Yang and Qin Mingyao reappeared in the shelter, Tan Qingya and the others were stunned. What happened? Guan Yusin's eyes flashed with worry. Did you encounter danger? No. Su Yang shook his head. I'll explain later. Meow meow, quickly give me a lucky boost. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the panel in front of him. At this moment, Su Yang was looking at the big lottery draw, which had a countdown of over 40 seconds. After obtaining the chance for the big lottery draw, it must be conducted within 1 minute. This was also the reason Su Yang returned so quickly. At this moment, he was also glad that he hadn't used his lucky boost today. Chun Miao Miao still had 1 more left just in case of unforeseen circumstances. Better safe than sorry. It now seemed to be the most correct decision. The big lottery draw was a gigantic wheel with over 100 small squares without any special markings, just colors. White, green, blue, purple, gold. The white and green squares occupied nearly 2/3 of the wheel. There were 30 blue squares, 20 purple squares, 10 gold squares, and 3 red squares. And 1 colorful square. Colorful. It turned out that above the gold was red and above red was colorful. Su Yang understood now. But Looking at the tiny, colorful area, he felt a bit exasperated. It would be almost impossible to hit this area. Oh. Chun Miao Miao was initially taken aback, but quickly prepared. With a gentle wave of her small hand, an invisible force enveloped Su Yang. All right. Almost at the moment Chun Miao Miao spoke, Su Yang internally whispered draw. The gigantic wheel began to spin rapidly, and the pointer rotated swiftly. Gradually the speed of the pointer and the wheel slowed down. When the pointer passed a red area and landed on a large white area. Don't stop there. Su Yang's heart raced to his throat. The pointer finally swept past the white area, and Su Yang's heart raced again. Because after the white there was that hint of color. Unfortunately the pointer did not stop and passed that hint of color. Finally it came to a stop. Su Yang smiled. Because after the colorful area was a gold square. Although it wasn't colorful, it was gold. Congratulations, you have won a golden item nano defense armor manufacturing card. Nano armor. Su Yang's eyes brightened as he looked down at the card that appeared out of nowhere in his hand. Item nano defense armor manufacturing card can be enhanced category equipment item quality gold attribute 1. Can manufacture 3 pieces of golden quality nano defense armor. Attribute 2. Can manufacture 30 pieces of purple quality nano defense armor. Attribute 3. Gives the shelter permanent blue quality nano defense armor unconditionally. Note 1. Only one of the 3 attributes of this card can be chosen. Note 2. This card requires no materials to manufacture a finished product. Enhancement requirements: purple item, 10 tier 6 crystal core, 10 a heart of the shelter 1. Good stuff. Seeing the attributes of this card, Su Yang felt ecstatic. It seemed that under the dual lucky boost luck was still on his side. However, after the ecstasy, Su Yang fell into a dilemma. Which one to choose? The Nano Defense Armor Manufacturing card can create 3 levels of armor. Logically, directly manufacturing the golden one would be best. But there were only 3 pieces. The purple one has 30 pieces, but there are 32 people. They can't just leave 2 people outright. The blue one can be permanently manufactured, but the problem is that it is only of blue quality. Exchanging a golden item for blue. It feels a bit like a loss. Hey, what's going on? Say something. Wang Cici's voice interrupted Su Yang's thoughts. Hey, it's nothing. It's a good thing. Saying this, Su Yang briefly explained the situation regarding the big lottery draw. He also shared the attributes of the nano armor card with everyone. The girls exclaimed, a golden item, and it's nano armor. Wow, this feels great, I want it. Wait, which one should we choose to manufacture? The golden one, right? After all, that level is higher. There are only 3 golden ones. I think the purple one is best since it can be enhanced anyway. It's better to choose the blue quality. Directly enhancing to level 100 is definitely not worse than the purple or even the golden one. Exactly, choose blue. Blue can be permanently manufactured. That may be true, but the blue level feels too low. The girls discussed fervently. Each choice had its arguments. But in the end, which one to choose left the girls in a dilemma. Choosing which one is indeed a question. Su Yang, however, had already made a preliminary choice. Although there are 3 options, in reality, there are only the gold and blue options. Su Yang's sudden words raised the confusion of the women. Why? Is purple not an option? Chun Miao Miao couldn't help but ask. It's not that it isn't viable, but it's not cost-effective. Tan Xingya seemed to understand Su Yang's words and explained. It's actually quite easy to understand. It's about enhancement. Choosing blue will certainly enhance, and the effect after enhancement will definitely surpass that of purple. But gold is the same as purple, right? Lin Ruoxue instinctively said. However, after finishing this sentence, she suddenly realized. No, it seems we currently don't have materials to enhance the gold quality items, and purple seems to be out of the question. That's right. Su Yang nodded and said, given our current situation, even if we can enhance purple, the materials and energy would likely be insufficient. At least it seems impossible to enhance to level 100, but we could manage with the blue quality. Now it all made sense to everyone. This is why Su Yang said there were only the gold and blue options. Purple was indeed unnecessary. Even if it could be enhanced with their current materials and energy, they probably wouldn't be able to enhance it by much. Blue can be enhanced to level 100, and its attributes would definitely be stronger than purple. As for whether it could rival gold, that was uncertain. Choosing gold goes without saying, it must possess incredibly powerful attributes. However, there is no doubt that even if he obtained the gold nano armor, Su Yang would be unable to enhance it. Even if the materials and energy were sufficient, he couldn't produce the materials to enhance the gold nano armor. So you prefer choosing blue? Tan Xingya looked at Su Yang, and though she was asking him, her tone was quite certain. Su Yang smiled and said, choosing blue will not only allow us to enhance to level 100, but also ensure that everyone has a set of nano armor. Most importantly, we can use this nano armor as our shelter's emblem. I believe that other shelters would not reject equipment like nano armor. Su Yang spoke confidently. With that said, naturally no one opposed him. Su Yang used this manufacturing card and chose the blue nano armor. To Su Yang's surprise, after use, the shelter directly generated a nano armor manufacturing station. This was an exclusive manufacturing station and also a type of equipment. However, after reviewing the attributes, Su Yang suddenly felt speechless. Equipment: nano armor manufacturing station, enhanceable category, special quality, purple. Attribute 1, can produce blue quality nano armor. Attribute 2, can produce 10 pieces per hour. Attribute 3, can use materials to repair. Enhancement requirements: epic grade titanium alloy 10, purple. Item 1, 6th tier crystal core 1, heart of the shelter 1. It was clearly purple grade, yet it could only produce blue nano armor. However, blue can only produce 1 piece per hour. Now that the speed has increased tenfold, that's not too bad. The enhancement materials were somewhat exaggerated. It wasn't epic grade alloy, but epic grade titanium alloy. Although both are purple quality, the latter is significantly stronger. Moreover, it also requires purple items, 6th tier crystal cores, in the heart of the shelter. This was consistent with the materials required for enhancing the previous gold manufacturing card, just less in quantity. Any of these 4 materials were something Su Yang could not provide at present. Not only could he not enhance them, but even the purple item upgrade card in his hand could not be upgraded. Because this manufacturing station was generated using the gold manufacturing card, it would be impossible to upgrade its level unless he had a red upgrade card. Forget it, let's check the specific attributes. Su Yang sighed and prepared to manufacture the nano armor. The materials for manufacturing the nano armor were not that simple. 5 units of epic grade alloy, 1 3rd tier crystal core, plus blue grade electronic components and electronic chips. Both electronic components and electronic chips fall within the category of materials with records at the decomposition station. But they were only blue. Thankfully, they were blue. If they required purple quality electronic components and chips, it would be impossible to manufacture. Su Yang decisively manufactured 10 pieces. Item: nano armor, enhanceable category, equipment quality blue. Attribute 1, defense value 3 tier 1 star. Attribute 2, force absorption, can withstand 2nd tier 5 star. Strength. Attribute 3, liquid deformation. When the nano armor was produced, it was surrounded by the women. Su Yang's gaze immediately fell on the enhancement requirements. When he saw that epic grade alloy was needed for enhancement, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. 1 unit of epic grade alloy costs 1,000 points of material energy. Enhancing once requires 1,100 points of material energy. To enhance to level 100 would require 1,100 material energy. For 32 people, that would amount to 352,000 material energy. Damn. After silently calculating in his heart, Su Yang couldn't help but mutter a curse. However, after understanding the attributes of the nano armor, Su Yang suddenly realized that the price was worth it. Just a defense value of 3 tier 1 star was enough to justify the cost, in Su Yang's view. A defense value of 3 tier 1 star. This could allow one to recklessly slaughter in a zombie tide. Force absorption at 2nd tier 5 star. This ability is even more special. As long as the attacking force does not exceed 2nd tier 5 star, the nano armor can withstand the attack without any damage. Even if more lickers attack, they could not inflict any harm on a person wearing the nano armor. Moreover, even if the strength exceeds 2nd tier 5 star, there will still be defensive protection from the nano armor. To put it plainly, attacks not exceeding 2nd tier 5 star would have no effect. All forces would be perfectly absorbed by the nano armor. Rebound effects do not exist. As long as the attack doesn't break through the defenses of the nano armor, the excess will still be partially absorbed. No matter what, it would just be a minor injury. Moreover, this was without any enhancement. Once enhanced, both the defense value and force absorption would surely improve. The third attribute, liquid deformation, is also a unique ability. It allows the nano armor to behave like a liquid, transforming into a state that satisfies the user under their control, not just the current black armor appearance. This ability could also turn the nano armor into everyday clothing, not necessarily in the form of armor. Upon seeing this ability, various stockings and uniforms floated through Su Yang's mind. Hiss! He couldn't think any further. Su Yang took a deep breath and forced himself to shift his focus. Enhance. Yes, he should enhance this nano armor. He didn't dare to say more, but at least enhancing a few pieces to level 100 was not a problem. However, for the first piece, he intended to enhance it to level 120. He wanted to see what the attributes would be after enhancing beyond level 100. Of course, the most important thing was he wanted to see how much the defense value would increase when this nano armor was enhanced to level 120. What level could the force absorption reach? Item: nano shield armor 120 can be enhanced. Category: equipment. Quality: blue. Attribute: 1, defense value 4th stage, 3 stars. Attribute: 2, shock absorption, can withstand 7-star force of 3rd stage. Attribute: 3, liquid transformation. Enhancement Attribute 1 Defense Value 520. Enhancement Attribute 2 Energy Storage 520. Enhancement Attribute 3 Shock Absorption 520. Enhancement Attribute 4 Toughness 520. Enhancement Attribute 5 Hardness 520. Enhancement Attribute 6 Agility 520. Enhancement Attribute 7 Transformation Ability 520. Enhancement Attribute 8 Nano Storage Capacity 520. Enhancement Attribute 9 Repair Speed 520. Enhancement Attribute 10 Weapon Mimicry can control the armor to change into desired weapons. Enhancement Requirements Epic Alloy 1 Second Stage Crystal Core. Enhanced to level 120. This is the first piece of equipment that Su Yang has enhanced to level 120. Previously, the transformation speed of the Nano Shield armor was visible to the naked eye. Now it can cover the entire body within 1 second. Remarkably, the head can also undergo special changes after being covered. It feels as if only a very thin layer of skin is added. There is no discomfort at all. Moreover, thanks to the built-in breathing circulation system, being in a toxic gas environment is completely safe. Most importantly, both the defense value and shock absorption attributes have improved significantly. One is at 4th stage 3 stars. The other is at 3rd stage 7 stars. This level is enough to make it impossible for Su Yang to deal with the tyrants he previously killed. Additionally, the enhancement attributes can increase by 520. The upper limit for the percentage of the Nano Shield armor is 500. Enhancing to level 120 will not introduce new enhancement attributes. Moreover, each previous enhancement attribute has also been improved. Each level of enhancement increases by 1. It may not seem like much, but this has broken the upper limit of enhancement attributes. A 520 increase in defense value at 4th stage 3 stars. Even if it is not at 5th stage, it is definitely invincible at 4th stage. The 3rd stage 7 stars have also been increased by this much, and they have certainly reached 4th stage. Other enhancement attributes are also quite good. Energy storage is the Nano Shield armor's own energy storage capability. It is worth mentioning that the Nano Shield armor needs to be charged. This is actually not a big deal, because the Nano Shield armor can directly absorb crystal cores to replenish energy. It is very convenient. By a small calculation, the energy stored in the enhanced Nano Shield armor at level 120 is quite considerable. It is enough to maintain normal operation for over 10 months. Even if it enters a combat state with greater consumption, it can still last for 10 days to half a month. The Nano Storage Capacity Enhancement attribute is for storing more nano machines. With the current storage capacity, even if the Nano Shield armor is completely destroyed 5 times, it can still remain intact. Repair speed is the Nano Shield armor's ability to absorb materials for self-repair. However, the speed is too slow. Even with a 520 increase now, it is still not fast. But when combined with the storage capacity, it works quite well. It can absorb materials for repair and storage at any time. Enhancement Attribute 10, Weapon Mimicry, is considered the best by Su Yang. This enhancement attribute is suitable for everyone. Because the nano storage capacity is sufficient, it can easily mimic some weapons. This ability is most beneficial for Su Yang, Qin Mingyao, and Wang Sisi. Qin Mingyao naturally mimics throwing knives. Su Yang has already tried it. The mimicked throwing knives, although they do not possess the piercing power and sharpness of enhanced daggers, but the strength is sufficient. Moreover, it also has agility attributes, making it quite practical. As for Wang Sisi, it is even simpler, mimicking a heavy weapon such as a heavy hammer. For her, this is stronger than any enhanced weapon. After all, the defense is high and the hardness is also adequate. At this moment, Wang Sisi has already taken the first set of enhanced level 120 nano shield armor into real combat. Not training, but actual battle. Aren't the zombies outside the best testing tools? Qin Mingyao said nothing, just calmly looked at Su Yang. Su Yang helplessly could only continue enhancing. 3 sets of nano shield armor have been enhanced to level 120. It is not that he does not want to enhance more sets, but the materials and energy are insufficient. Enhancing to level 120 requires 13200 materials and energy. If it weren't for the large amount of purple materials found in the purple treasure chest opened by Meow Meow yesterday, they would not have enough to enhance. Now, after creating 10 sets of nano shield armor, Su Yang and their materials and energy are completely in crisis. But everyone went crazy this time. Out of 20 sets of nano shield armor, only 3 sets were enhanced to level 120. But the other nano shield armors have also been enhanced to level 30 by Su Yang. Defense value and shock absorption have increased by 500 and 300. With the protection of these nano shield armors, the zombie tide is nothing at all. This time, 22 people charged out. Su Yang and Fang Shengnen do not need the nano shield armor. They cannot just stay back. Because there is very little material energy left, Su Yang can only take people out to scavenge for materials. An entire afternoon passed like this. Su Yang and his team harvested a good amount of materials, which decomposed into over 10,000 points of material energy. It is worth mentioning that during this time, they encountered a tyrant again. This one also had not hatched. After being stimulated, it hatched early, and its combat power was not as strong as the one Su Yang killed. This one was smashed to death by Wang Sisi. Wang Sisi has played around with the weapon mimicry of the nano-shield armor. Heavy swords, heavy hammers are just the beginning. She even created a super large baseball bat, a Wolf Fang Club. Most astonishingly, she actually produced a 40-meter-long great sword. This is because her nano-shield armor is enhanced to level 120 and the nano-storage capacity is sufficient. After trying various forms, she ultimately chose a giant hammer. That hammer is larger than her body, standing 3 meters tall when placed on the ground. That tyrant was literally smashed to pieces by her using this giant hammer. However, this time was a bit different. Kill a third-stage bloodthirsty tyrant, points 500. Due to the first kill and the bonus for challenging the level, an additional reward of 1 purple treasure chest. No way, I also got a first kill and challenge bonus. Why did I only get a purple treasure chest? Wang Sisi was a bit gloomy. It should be different for the first kill. A glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. My first kill should be the first among all survivors to kill a tyrant. And yours should only count for yourself. Wait, if that's the case, doesn't it mean that the previously killed devourers also had a lottery? Wang Sisi had a pained expression. We missed out on a lottery chance. Su Yang also agreed with this statement. However, they had clearly killed the devourers quite early. Is there really someone who killed the devourers earlier than them? It seems that some others have awakened powerful talents. Alright, at least we got a purple treasure chest. Let's pack up and head back to the shelter. Yes, the girls replied. With the nano-shield armor, even staying outside overnight is not a problem. However, Su Yang felt that they still needed to take a rest. Just then, Qin Mingyao, who had been flying in the air, suddenly landed. Su Yang, it seems there is a shelter over there. Shelter? Su Yang's expression froze, surprised. There is actually a shelter. In a remote corner there stood a shelter. However, when Su Yang and the others cautiously arrived here, they found that the shelter had nearly become a ruin. Except for one intact wall, everything else was shattered. Bloodstains were everywhere, along with some corpses and mangled flesh. If this had happened when they first crossed over, some of the girls might have already been retching. But now they had adapted. Was this destroyed by zombies? Li Lu said in disbelief. From the traces, it seems to have been ravaged by a giant licker. Su Yang pointed at a mark, his tone confirming. As he spoke, he walked inside. Little did he expect that a system notification would suddenly appear. You have successfully occupied this shelter. Please choose your reward from the following options. Reward 1. Gain a second space in the shelter, 500 cubic meters. Reward 2. Obtain shelter heart 1. This. Su Yang was taken aback. Occupied. Could a destroyed shelter still be occupied? Although surprised, Su Yang would not miss out on a readily available shelter heart. Not only the shelter heart, but similar to the shelter he had proactively occupied before this time, he also received some materials and resources. Though not much, it was sufficient for the consumption of 30 people for a week. Clearly this shelter was not weak. Yet they had still been wiped out. This scene shocked Su Yang, making him more vigilant. He could not be careless. He must not let down his guard just because they had the current shelter and various equipment. This was about survival. A moment of carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Upon returning to the shelter, Su Yang found that the number of zombies around was not as high anymore. It seemed that today's frenzied slaughter had produced results. The only problem was that the 20 people who had gone out were utterly exhausted. Their outing had been too long. They had not rested at the shelter. Fortunately, upon returning to the shelter, everyone recovered fairly quickly under the influence of a 1,000 recovery effect, especially with the feast that Xinyu had prepared. After eating, Su Yang felt quite rejuvenated. However, he quickly went to rest. The ones who had gone out all went to rest, as there might be a tough battle ahead. In just 3 hours, Su Yang had recovered to a fully energized state. It was still not yet dawn. Tan Xingyao was still there. After asking her a few questions, he let her rest. There were already quite a few zombies outside. In fact, during these few hours, Tan Xingyao and the others would occasionally shoot their handguns. They had also killed quite a number of zombies. Notably, their shelter's points had already exceeded 8,000. This was mainly due to the considerable number of second-tier zombies that had appeared today. Su Yang had used his telekinesis to kill some zombies while outside. After midnight, he did not use the check-in. Today marked the completion of an additional 5 days of survival. He planned to see what the reward pool would refresh with. He was not in a hurry to use his check-in with Tang Yun and Chun Mao's lucky boost. Once it hit past midnight, more and more people had rested well. By around 4 in the morning, everyone in the shelter had fully recovered. Everyone entered a state of readiness. However, to Su Yang's disappointment, there were no tyrants appearing until dawn. Only some additional giant lickers had shown up. When the clock struck 11 in the morning under Su Yang and the girl's anticipation, the tyrants finally appeared. And there were two of them. Su Yang felt a bit let down. In other shelters, they would hope that even first-tier zombies wouldn't appear. Yet here he was dissatisfied that there were only two tyrants. Indeed, it was indeed fewer. Qin Mingyao and He Mimi swiftly dealt with the two tyrants. Qin Mingyao was particularly fast as the tyrants approached. Dozens of enhanced knives flew out. In just a breath, the tyrant was pierced countless times. He Mimi unleashed several fireballs, turning that tyrant into charred remains. Then, there was nothing left. The remaining hunters and lickers were quickly killed as well. By the time it reached noon, the rewards for accumulating an additional 120 hours of survival had been distributed. The reward pool refreshed. Su Yang did not look at other items, but immediately sought the blueprints for the shelter. Many shelters now had reward points exceeding 1000. If the blueprints for the shelter refreshed at this price and were bought by someone else, it would be quite frustrating. As it turned out, Su Yang's thoughts were not wrong. The price for the shelter that refreshed today was indeed 1000 reward points. In fact, Su Yang didn't even check the price and directly chose to purchase. After all, what refreshed today had to be the best. Buying it was definitely not a loss. After purchasing, Su Yang discovered that over 10 blueprints for shelters had refreshed today, with 3 of them being the highest level. Indeed, sticking it out to the last day yielded exceptionally rich rewards. Just after Su Yang bought it, 3 had been cleared out. Fortunately, he acted quickly. He secretly rejoiced, and then began checking the properties of this shelter blueprint. Item: Intermediate 4-layer titanium alloy safe house blueprint. Category: Shelter blueprint. Quality: Special. Attributes can be used on the shelter, transforming it into a special safe house made entirely of titanium alloy with 3 floors above ground and 1 below. Note: titanium alloy is a special alloy of purple grade, far exceeding ordinary alloys. Friendly reminder: using this blueprint will directly upgrade the shelter with no materials required. Initial defense value is 4-star 1. Haha, indeed, the shelter blueprints on the last day are the most impressive. Seeing these attributes, Su Yang laughed joyfully. He also shared the blueprint's attributes with the girls around him. Is it strong? Let me see. Wow, titanium alloy. Initial defense value 4-star 1. I initially wanted to say that a lady shouldn't curse, but after seeing these attributes, all I can say is wow. Haha, the initial value is 4-star 1. What level will it be when enhanced to level 120? It must be 5-star, or even 6-star isn't out of the question. Does this mean our shelter will be the safest fortress? Hearing the girl's words, Su Yang's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't even know what to say. Enhanced to level 120. Do you want to see what the shelter's name includes? Titanium alloy. Although it's also a purple material, it is more special than epic grade alloys. Moreover, our shelter's decomposition station hasn't even recorded this titanium alloy yet. Even if it did, Su Yang was sure that enhancing it once converted into material energy would definitely be a number that would evoke love and hatred. But seeing the excited expressions of the girls, Su Yang restrained himself from interrupting their dreams. Shaking off those thoughts, he turned his gaze back to the reward pool. 2520 reward points had already been acquired. The intermediate 3-layer fine iron safe house blueprint and 2 defense cards had used up 500 reward points. The previous blueprint had cost another 1000 reward points. That left him with 1020 reward points. Since these reward points couldn't be carried over, Su Yang naturally planned to spend them all. Buzz. After a gentle tremor in the shelter, Su Yang realized they had returned to the safe haven. After surviving for 120 hours, no further rewards would be granted. This was similar to their task of killing zombies this time. Once they had killed 100 zombies, they would no longer receive points or treasure rewards. However, the number of zombies continued to increase relentlessly. Most importantly, Su Yang felt an inexplicable sense of danger in his heart. Li Lu had even informed him that some danger was approaching their shelter. Although it was vague, the threat was real. Su Yang guessed that there must be stronger zombies heading towards their shelter. This biochemical zombie world had likely been infested with zombies for quite some time. Not only their shelter, but other shelters had not encountered any survivors. At most, they had only seen some desiccated human corpses. A longer duration meant more time for the zombies to evolve. Who knows how many tiers of zombies this world has produced? The rewards were all collected. The reward points were spent. Since he sensed danger, Su Yang naturally did not plan to stay. They had finally returned. Let's not worry about anything, it's time for us to eat. Su Yang announced, prompting cheers from the women. Chen Yu and the others immediately brought out the feast they had prepared in advance. It was quite lavish. All the good things were laid out, especially the freshness enhancement feature that appeared after the spatial box was upgraded. This made the seafood and meat they obtained at the cold chain center even more delicious. They did not discuss other matters, simply engaging in light conversation. In fact, the women had been fighting all morning and were quite fatigued by the time they returned. Now after the meal, they had regained much of their strength. At this moment, someone approached. "Director, can we upgrade the shelter now?" Instantly, the gazes of the women turned to Su Yang. Clearly, they all had high expectations for the shelter upgrade. Sure, Su Yang nodded and without hesitation directly upgraded the shelter. The commotion in the entire shelter was not great. A wall merely twisted slightly, and a staircase appeared leading both up and down. Su Yang, as the director, immediately received feedback on the information. He could modify the equipment and place it freely on any floor of the shelter. Su Yang did not check this first, but instead opened the current panel of the shelter to examine its attributes. Not only him, but the women also checked the information on the shared panel immediately. Shelter upgradable. Level intermediate titanium alloy safe, house 110. Space 50000M superscript 3, 25005M4. Defense value tier 4 3-star, 110. Equipment 613 training room gold decomposition station gold independent network purple luxury entertainment room purple luxury sweet purple nano protective armor manufacturing station purple. Special attributes 110 return home subchannel power of space shelter warehouse number of people 10 cubic meters recovery 1000 equipment level 1 610. Upgrade requirements epic titanium alloy 100 epic ironwood 100 epic corundum 100 tier 3 crystal core 100 heart of the shelter 10 5000 cubic meters. Other shelters, even if they were also 4 stories high, had a total area of at most 2000, and the level of the safe house was indeed 110, just as Su Yang had imagined. What Su Yang did not expect was that this time, not only the defense value could receive such a level of bonus. The defense value increased from the original 10 to 110. Even the special attributes could receive this bonus. This applied to all special attributes. Not to mention the enhanced attribute of returning home converted into the shelter's special attribute was also improved. Each teleportation allowed Su Yang to have 5 return home instances, while other members had 3. Previously, he had 3, and others only had 1. But this was not the final count, because all special attributes had a 110 bonus attribute. Therefore, after each teleportation, Su Yang had 10 return home instances. Other members had 6 instances. After the warehouse upgrade, it went from 320 cubic meters to 672 cubic meters. The most astonishing part was the recovery speed now at 2,121 times. But such a thing could only be described as the more the better. In this upgrade, several original enhancement attributes had vanished. They should be said to have merged. Space protection, spatial coverage. This series of enhancement attributes had merged into the current power of space. The specific effects were the same as before, and the upgrade of the shelter also brought improvements. What delighted Su Yang the most was that he could now shrink the shelter's appearance to a smaller size. Previously, the smallest size was still over 10 cubic meters. Now it had completely shrunk to 1. Tan Xingya quickly noticed this, and with a look of surprise said to Su Yang, "Now the shelter's appearance can shrink to 1 cubic meter. I think we can create an outer shell." An outer shell for the shelter? Su Yang was somewhat taken aback, not immediately understanding her meaning. "Yes, exactly, the outer shell." Tan Xingya explained. "We can hide the real shelter and create an outer shell to confuse others. Since we have the ability of spatial protection, if we really encounter danger, this might be our last hiding method, right? How did I not think of that?" Su Yang's eyes lit up. The current power of space could allow the shelter's protective barrier to cover an area of 500 square meters. The range of the spatial gate had also increased to over 400 meters, creating a fake shelter to hide the real one. In this way, even if the spatial barrier was breached, enemies might not be able to find the actual shelter. If the spatial barrier is broken, it means the shelter's defense is compromised. However, the shelter being breached does not mean it is rendered useless. But now the tier 4 3-star defense value of the shelter is still quite high. Moreover, there is an additional 110 boost. A tier 4 3-star boosted by 110 should still be at least a tier 4 5-star, right? If combined with the teleportation card's enhancement. Even without tier 5, it should be able to withstand any attack within the tier 4 range. Furthermore, Su Yang's heart stirred as he took out a defense card. He had purchased 3 more of these before. That means he now had 5 cards. The only thing that made Su Yang hesitate was whether to use the upgrade card to enhance one of the defense cards to purple. Let's wait a bit, I'll check the attributes of the defense card after enhancement. Su Yang planned to enhance the defense. He could bind 18 types of items for enhancement, and the nano protective armor was enhanced not long ago. there were still 5 slots available. Giving one to the defense card was completely feasible. He just didn't expect that after enhancing the defense card would only yield 2 enhancement attributes. One was a percentage increase in defense value. The other directly increased the star level. However, the maximum was only 100 or 1 star. But no matter how much it increased, the limit was just tier 3 10 stars. However, when the enhancement attribute 10 appeared, Su Yang realized things were different. Item defense card 100 can be enhanced. Category equipment. Quality blue. Attribute can increase the defense value of the shelter by 5 stars up to a maximum of 4 tier 10 stars. For shelters with a defense value below tier 3, it can be directly upgraded to tier 3 5 stars. Enhancement attribute 1 defense value 1 star. Enhancement attribute 2 defense value 100. Enhancement attribute 10 a 1-star enhancement, a one-time skill. After use, this card disappears and the shelter gains a permanent defense value of 1 star. Friendly reminder, using this item will occupy 1 equipment slot in the shelter. Enhancement requirements blue item 1 tier 2 crystal core 10. This attribute is quite special. After understanding it, Su Yang realized that this attribute is not simple. The specifics can be fully reflected in the shelter. Shelter can be enhanced. Level intermediate titanium alloy safe house 110. Space 50,000 cubic meters, 2,505 m4. Defense value tier 4 4 stars, 110. Equipment 713 training room gold decomposition, table gold independent network, purple luxury entertainment room, purple luxury, sweet purple nano protective armor manufacturing, table purple defense value 1 star special. The shelter's defense value has increased. It has only increased by 1 star. But the shelter's defense value is tier 4. Yes, this defense card is gone. It has turned into a special, a tribute device. Su Yang could only think this way. The good news is that this 1 star has effects at the first tier of defense value. It also works at tier 3. It works for tier 4 and tier 5. Most importantly, this special attribute device, although it cannot be enhanced, can be stacked. That is to say, a defense card is equivalent to 1 star of defense value. Wang Cece exclaimed, turning to Su Yang and saying, "Director, quickly enhance the remaining 4 cards as well." I wish I could. Su Yang twitched his mouth, but enhancing it once requires 1 blue item. This one was only gathered after Tan Xingya spent 2 or 3 days acquiring enough blue items needed for enhancement to level 100. This blue item range also includes blueprints. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to gather enough. Maybe I can get some alloy sabers from Hu Kaming. Su Yang pondered. During this time, Hu Kaming had been disturbing him a lot. After all, being ranked first on the leaderboard for 7 days had already made Su Yang quite famous. Hu Kaming has turned into a sycophant. Unfortunately, no matter how much he flatters, Su Yang hasn't given him anything good. However, trading with him is a good choice. Aside from the defense card, all remaining reward points were used by Su Yang to buy handguns. They now have over 60 handguns in their shelter. There aren't many materials to enhance the handguns, and converting to material energy, enhancing once requires 30 points of material energy. Naturally, it would all be maxed out, all enhanced to level 120. Item type 54 pistol 120 can be enhanced. Category weapon. Quality blue. Attribute 1 lethality 80. Attribute 2 effective range 3,500 meters, magazine capacity 70 rounds. Enhancement attribute 1 accuracy 220. Enhancement attribute 2 void magazine capacity of 120 rounds, generates 3 rounds every 5 minutes. Enhancement attribute 3 explosive power 500. Enhancement attribute 4 penetration power 500. Enhancement attribute 5 explosion power 450. Enhancement attribute 6 destructive power 400. Enhancement attribute 7 armor penetration power 350. Enhancement attribute 8 bullet enhancement 300. Enhancement attribute 9 lock on. Enhancement attribute 10 triple shot, firing 3 bullets with each shot. The second bullet has the same power as the first, and the third bullet has 3 times the power of the first. Enhancement requirements common iron 10 excellent fine iron 1 tier 1 crystal core 1. This attribute, even with 2 handguns per person, they could handle 100 tyrants if they suddenly appeared. After a while, Su Yang stopped enhancing. Even if he wanted to continue, there weren't enough materials and energy, because Su Yang had enhanced everyone's nano protective armor to level 30. In terms of weapons, there are handguns. In terms of defense, there are nano protective armors. This ensures everyone's safety line before targeting other enhancements. Tan Xingya suggested selling nano protective armors. Su Yang agreed. This time they gained quite a bit from points. However, the number of items refreshed in the point store is limited. Most of them are still of no use to them. They can't possibly use points to buy materials. That would be too unworthy. It's worth mentioning that among the items refreshed in the points store this time, the heart of the shelter actually appeared, valued at 10000 points. It's cheap indeed, but there are only 3. This is too few for Suyang. After upgrading their shelter, every enhancement requires the heart of the shelter. Moreover, enhancing once requires 10. Right now, they only have 5 hearts of the shelter. Setting aside whether the materials are sufficient to enhance the shelter to level 100, they need at least 1,000 hearts of the shelter. But if they acquire them from other shelters, it might not be a problem. The issue is that upgrading the shelter from intermediate to advanced requires 10 hearts of the shelter. Even the biochemical serum might not convince other shelters to part with their hearts of the shelter. Suyang has already tried this with Hukaming. Tan Xingya also inquired with several old clients, and 1 heart of the shelter was quoted at 100 virus enhancement vaccines. It's simply outrageous. Even if they negotiate, they can't bring the price down much. The heart of the shelter is priced at 1,000 points in the points store. But on the trading channel, it starts at least 5,000 points. And there is no market even if there is a price. But nano-protective armors are different. Then let's give it a try first. Suyang opened his friend list and found Hukaming. Suyang, are you there? Hukaming, yes boss, I'm here. If you need anything, please command me, and I will go through fire and water for you. He replied almost immediately. As for that remark, Suyang chose to ignore it. He didn't say anything else, just sent over the attributes of a nano-protective armor. On the other side at Hukaming's shelter. Damn! When he saw the attributes of the nano-protective armor sent by Suyang, Hukaming's eyes widened. What's wrong? A strong man noticed Hukaming's reaction and couldn't help but ask. Hukaming said nothing, just shared his conversation list information with the strong man and others. Then, damn. A chorus of damn perfectly demonstrated the civilization level of the entire shelter. The people in Hukaming's shelter are actually all from the same hometown. They don't have any official jobs. If they have any, it can only be said that they are just construction workers. Don't think that construction workers only need strength. There isn't much work, and high-paying jobs are even rarer. If you want to work, don't others want it too? So having fewer people is not a good thing. Therefore, Hukaming took the lead to unite those from his hometown. After crossing over to the survival world, they are all part of the same shelter. They are all just a bunch of Hukaming, big boss, my dear big boss, can we sell some of this stuff? Hukaming, I can meet any of your demands. Hukaming, by the way, how much of that battle armor do you have on hand? Suyang, 3 heart of shelter for 1 set. Hukaming was dumbfounded at the price Suyang quoted. That is the heart of shelter. Although he really wanted the nano-protective armor, if he had to choose between it and the heart of shelter, he would undoubtedly choose the latter. Hukaming, big boss, don't joke around. Even if it's just 1 heart of shelter for a set, I want trade it. Hukaming, I'm just short of the heart of shelter, and my safe house can be upgraded to a higher level. Hukaming's words made Suyang's eyes flash with a glint. Upgrading a shelter from intermediate to advanced isn't something that all shelters can achieve. In fact, other shelters don't even need epic-grade titanium alloy. Regular epic-grade alloy would suffice. This naturally relates to the type of shelter after the upgrade. They have a titanium alloy shelter, so upgrading naturally requires titanium alloy. Hukaming's group certainly does not need that, but they must need epic-grade titanium alloy. Since the other party said so, it implies that other materials would be sufficient. Could this guy have returned to the previous steel mill in this transmission? Suyang's lips twitched. The more he thought about it, the more he felt there was a possibility. If he remembered correctly, Hukaming's shelter also managed to last until the 5th day. Though they didn't even make it into the top 100 on the leaderboard, that doesn't mean they didn't reap any rewards. If they had taken that steel mill, their haul would likely be unmatched by most in the top 10. Suyang, did you guys transport to the steel mill again this time? Hukaming, cough as expected of the top-ranking big boss, you guessed it right. Suyang, did you clear it out? Hukaming, cough big boss, let's talk about the price of armor. They really cleared it out. Last time the other party claimed to have 5,000 tons of steel, but Suyang didn't believe it at all. It's normal for an average steel mill to have several million tons of steel. 100 tons of steel can be decomposed into 1,000 points of material energy. 1,000 tons equals 1 million material energy. 5,000 tons would be. Suyang felt a rush of excitement, but he knew he had to stay calm. No, he couldn't calm down. Suyang stood up and pulled Tan Xingya into his room. It was the perfect time to suddenly pulled by Suyang. Tan Xingya was slightly stunned. When she was brought into the main bedroom of the suite, her face turned slightly red. It's broad daylight, can't you wait until evening? Tan Xingya said softly, her tone carrying an indescribable hint of joy. Huh? Suyang was taken aback for a moment before realizing. What do you think, I only sleep in your eyes? Tan Xingya said nothing, but the expression in her eyes already spoke volumes. Isn't that so? Su-yang felt quite vexed and helplessly shared his conversation with who came with her. He then voiced his speculation. Instantly, Tan Qingjia's face flushed bright red. Misunderstood. How embarrassing. But she quickly calmed down. A steel mill. After pondering for a moment, Tan Qingya signaled Su-yang to reply to the message. Su-yang, if we don't trade the Heart of Shelter, then let's use steel in exchange. Su-yang 100 tons of steel for one set of nano-protective armor. Hu Kaming 10000 tons. What kind of god-level Blackheart price is this? Hu Kaming 5000 tons. I can offer a maximum of 5000 tons for one set. 5000 tons is actually quite a lot. That's worth 5000 points of material energy. However, manufacturing one set of nano-protective armor only requires 600 points of material energy. To be honest, Su-yang was already tempted. But Tan Qingya calmly said, send the 30-level reinforced nano-protective armor to the other party. And add a note: 1 million tons of steel, 9 sets of ordinary, and 1 set of reinforced version. Su-yang immediately understood Tan Qingjia's meaning. The properties of the 30-level reinforced nano-protective armor were significantly stronger than the plain version. One could even say it fell within the range of purple quality. Sure enough, upon seeing the properties of the 30-level reinforced nano-protective armor, Hu Kaming was excited. No, he was anxious. Because a 30-level reinforced nano-protective armor has reached the 3rd stage in terms of force discharge. He knew very well the purpose behind Su-yang showcasing the properties of this set of nano-protective armor. But Hu Kaming still acknowledged it. He understood what it meant to have such a set of nano-protective armor. It meant they could ignore the threat of zombies and freely scavenge resources. However, he still couldn't accept the price. After discussing with his teammates, Hu Kaming began to negotiate. After some back and forth, Hu Kaming's group ultimately paid 300 tons of steel. On Su-yang's side, they provided 6 sets of plain nano-protective armor and 1 set of 30-level reinforced nano-protective armor. The total value was actually less than 800 points of material energy. However, the value of 300 tons of steel was equivalent to 30 million points of material energy. 30 million points of material energy is a lot. But how should one put it? To reinforce one set of nano-protective armor to level 120, it requires 1320 points of material energy. 10 sets would cost 32 million. Reinforcing all of their nano-protective armors to level 120 would consume over 8 million points of material energy. Then there were the spatial boxes. After all this reinforcement, they would be left with about 4 million points of material energy. So while 30 million points of material energy seemed a lot, in reality, it might not be enough. Especially for the training room, Su-yang had been thinking about, which requires 200 points of material energy for each reinforcement. Level 100 would mean 20 million. And that doesn't even account for 100 pieces of purple items. However, while this training room can't be reinforced to level 100, reinforcing it to level 10 or even level 20 is still feasible. During this transport, they obtained quite a few purple treasure chests and opened some, among which were several purple items of little use. For instance, the blueprints for purple single-occupancy rooms, purple kitchen blueprints. Su-yang never intended to install these in the shelter. A luxurious suite is already sufficient for a resting area. Moreover, the luxurious suite is also of purple quality. Not enough, it needs to be reinforced to at least level 30. Looking at the number of purple items collected, Su-yang shook his head slightly and did not immediately reinforce the training room. He planned to wait a bit longer. This wait extended until dawn. Chun Miao Miao opened 2 purple treasure chests, and combined with today's acquisitions, they finally gathered enough. Moments later, the attributes of the 30-level reinforced training room appeared before Su-yang. Item Training Room 30 can be reinforced category equipment quality golden shelter enhanced state, attribute a special training room capable of conducting simulated combat. Reinforcement Attribute 1, a virtual simulation reinforcement attribute 2, real simulation reinforcement attribute 3, training results 100 reinforcement requirements, epic grade alloy 100 3rd stage crystal core 100 any purple item 1. In the training room, a realistic simulation. As Su-yang carefully surveyed his surroundings, he felt an extraordinary sense of emotion within. This realistic simulation truly feels authentic. The 3 enhanced attributes that appeared after the training room's upgrade were indeed quite special. Naturally, Su-yang experienced them directly. The virtual simulation was somewhat similar to the previous one. However, to be honest, the previous simulation in the training room felt like a dream. The current experience should be well akin to playing a virtual game. It even allows for the adjustment of pain levels. The most exaggerated aspect is this realistic simulation. The virtual simulation could still be discerned as fake, but the realistic simulation was different. Everything felt genuine. In the simulated environment, Su Yang could see the dust rising in the air. He could smell the fragrance of the simulated flowers. Most importantly, fighting in such an environment was virtually indistinguishable from actual combat. If there was one downside, it would be. In realistic simulations, both physical and mental energy will be consumed, requiring time to recover. Regarding this drawback, Su Yang didn't find it to be a bad thing. On the contrary, it was a good thing. The more it consumed, the more beneficial it was for enhancing strength. The final enhancement attribute in particular filled Su Yang with delight. Training results 100. This was equivalent to doubling the cultivation speed. This understanding is not incorrect. After spending several hours in the training room, Su Yang finally left feeling quite accomplished. Subsequently, he found Tan Xingya to inform her to gather more purple items. As for blueprints and the like, he would acquire them as long as they were cheap. He aimed to upgrade the training room to level 100 as soon as possible, even though it was a considerable challenge. In the next 2 days, Su Yang and the others primarily focused on resting. Of course, the acquisition process did not slow down. After 2 days, they collected enough materials to upgrade the independent network to level 130. Yes, it's now level 130, or not 120 anymore. Over these 2 days, Su Yang had continuously consumed Chen Yutong and Wu Linlin. Both of their talents were upgraded to nutritionist and flavorist respectively. Given that both women scored over 80 points, Su Yang could currently enhance to level 139. Item Independent Network 130 Upgradable Category Consumable Quality Purple Protected State attributes the internal network system of the shelter capable of recording text, voice, video, etc. Enhancement Attribute 1 Network Coverage 80 km Enhancement Attribute 2 Signal Increase 530 Enhancement Attribute 3 Network Speed 530 Enhancement Attribute 4 Advanced Stealth Effect Enhancement Attribute 5 Void Server 9 Enhancement Attribute 6 Supercomputing Power Enhancement Attribute 7 AI Intelligence Enhancement Attribute 8 Computing Power 300 Enhancement Attribute 9 Void Transmission Enhancement Attribute 10 Void Memory capable of uploading all information to the Void Network. Point with no memory limit. Enhancement Requirements Any Green Device Blueprints 3 Second Order Crystal Cores 3 The independent network upgraded to level 130, making its computing power even more exaggerated. What troubled Su Yang was that now the computing power, coverage, and network speed had all increased significantly. Yet it was impossible to utilize them at the moment. The energy is insufficient. Relying solely on the luxury apartment's power system is far from enough. Even the supercomputing power was hard to exhibit. The additional attribute of void transmission is quite powerful. Even in places without electromagnetic waves, with the capability of this enhancement, attribute network coverage can still be achieved. The emergence of the void memory attribute meant that Su Yang no longer needed to worry about memory issues. Previously, Xiao Xiao had deliberately mentioned finding some devices to increase the independent network's memory. Although the independent network's memory was vast, it was better to be prepared. Now there was no need to concern himself with this aspect. In fact, what Su Yang truly valued was the void server. The increase in void servers allowed Xiao Xiao to manage more items. Su Yang now utilized 2 void servers. One was integrated with spatial power. With this, the ability related to spatial protection would be taken over by Xiao Xiao. This was much more convenient. The other was integrated with the manufacturing station for nano-protective armor. It is worth mentioning that although the nano-protective armor is controlled by nanomachines, it lacks intelligence. It only existed with some programs to obey orders. Now it was different. The manufacturing station integrated with the void server allowed the newly produced nano-protective armor to have the function of receiving independent network signals. With the current supercomputing power, Xiao Xiao could allocate weakened versions of itself to exist within these nano-protective armors. It is worth noting that the items Su Yang enhanced can inherit their levels. For instance, the current 120 level nano-protective armor, which does not have network functionality, can transfer its level to the newly manufactured nano-protective armor. Such inheritance would render the original nano-protective armor obsolete. After all, it only requires 6,200 points of material energy for a set, which isn't a significant issue for Su Yang and the others. With the assistance of the weakened version of Xiao Xiao, the nano-protective armor could exert greater effects. Over these 2 days, Su Yang and Tang Yun's sign-ins did not yield anything particularly special. However, there were still good items. This morning, Tang Yun's sign-in yielded 10 boxes of grenades. Each box contained 30 grenades. In total, that's 300 grenades. Su Yang considered whether to enhance them, but in the end he decided against it. One reason was the quantity. Currently, no other shelters had obtained grenades. Just the 300 grenades would occupy an enhancement slot, which seemed a bit unwise. Well, in fact, the main issue was the enhancement materials. The material needed to enhance one grenade equated to over 13,000 in material energy. This was not the primary concern. The main requirement was blue-quality gunpowder. While he could still gather some, the problem was that the decomposition station could not produce gunpowder, only the materials to manufacture it. Thus, the decomposition station could not create gunpowder. This was the primary reason Su Yang did not enhance the grenades. After this forced transmission ends, the next forced transmission would be in 3 days. That means the second forced transmission will occur tomorrow at noon. Su Yang felt that they were already prepared. The points gained had been spent a bit, leaving 2,000. This time the points obtained were roughly 1,000 plus a 300 bonus from the transmission card. Su Yang and the others earned over 3,800 points. After spending over 1,800, Su Yang planned to save the remaining 2,000. There really wasn't much good stuff in the point store. Most of the points spent were on items that enhanced attributes. These items were mostly used by Su Yang alone. As Tan Xingya and the others put it the strongest, his attribute enhancement was the most crucial. However, Su Yang did not expect that after increasing his strength and physique attributes by 50 points he would reach the limit. Your strength attribute has reached the current limit and you need to break through the level to enhance it. Your physique attribute has reached the current limit and you need to break through the level to enhance it. Have I really reached the limit? Su Yang stared in disbelief at his attribute panel. Name Su Yang. Talent, God level infinite enhancement unique. Strength, 505 max. Constitution, 50 max. Agility, 35-4. Spirit, 37-6. Talent skills SSS level sign-in options LV1 SSS level Psychic Master LV8 SS level Valkyrie LV5 SS level Information Controller LV1 SS level Healer LV1S level Lucky Star LV1S level Steel Body LV3S level Backpack Space LV1 A level Spiritual Perception LV1 A level Flame Manipulation LV3 A level All-Round Chef LV1 A level Material Master LV1 B level Berserker Transformation LV1 Talent points 2. Backpack, 99 Spatial Box Alloy Greatsword. Backpack Space, 1135 cubic meters 1. Is it full A? Su Yang furrowed his brow. Honestly, he didn't understand this situation at all. Wait, the zombies have tears, does that mean? A glint flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Do we survivors also have tears? But, how do we break through? Su Yang asked the small chat channel if there was any information on this matter. The response was that there was some. However, it was mostly speculation from others who discovered the existence of zombie tears. After all, who currently has attributes reaching 50 points? Perhaps only Su Yang himself. With the help of his talent, having attributes above 50 points is indeed possible, such as with the talent of Berserker Transformation. But he was certain that such attributes are different from high-tier attributes. He just didn't know how to break through. Haven't you found a way yet? Seeing Su Yang's helpless expression, Tang Yun couldn't help but ask. Su Yang shook his head slightly hesitatingly, saying, I suspect this might require completing some tasks to break this limit. So, does that mean we survivors actually have tears as well? I guess so. Su Yang wasn't very sure. But, forget it, it's not the time to discuss these matters now, he said, lowering his head to look at Tang Yun. It was nighttime, and this room belonged to Tang Yun. What do you want to do? Tang Yun's face turned bright. What do you think? No, you need to get out. Out. Su Yang smirked. Sure, but that has to be after we finish. The morning came, and Su Yang looked around. There was no one left. After washing up, he headed to the dining room. Everyone was up and busy. In just a few hours, the second force transfer would occur. 3 days of rest had been enough. As soon as Su Yang finished breakfast, Tan Xingya approached him, handing over the collected blue items. These are for enhancing the defense cards. This item can be stacked, and naturally Su Yang wouldn't miss it. After enhancing, the 4 defense cards ultimately raised the defense value to 4 stars. Defense value 5 stars. This brought their shelter's defense value to the 4th tier 8 stars. Just after finishing the enhancement, Tan Xingya asked, should we open that golden treasure chest? During these 3 days, all the purple treasure chests had been opened because the luck enhancement was used on the sign-in options between him and Tang Yun. As a result, Chun Miao Miao only used luck enhancement on herself once a day, and at most she would open 1 purple treasure chest. Naturally, the remaining purple treasure chests could not be left unopened. Opening all of them to enhance the shelter's strength was the most important thing. Not to mention, Chun Miao Miao found quite a few good items from these purple treasure chests. Among them was the virus enhancement potion. 3,000 points for 1. The points mall does refresh, but spending 3,000 points to buy such a virus enhancement potion is somewhat unwise. In these 3 days, Chun Miao Miao opened 6 from the purple and blue treasure chests. Su Yang directly enhanced to the maximum. He distributed them to Guan Yusin Wang Cici, He Mimi Lin Ruoshu Shu Yu, and Lilu. This is also why the backpack space is now 35 cubic meters. Shuya's attributes have increased. Now only one golden treasure chest remains. And today's sign-in options. First, give me a luck enhancement. Let's see the sign-in options. Su Yang turned to Chun Miao Miao next to him. Chun Miao Miao nodded and immediately gave him a luck enhancement. Then, it exploded. All purple. This was Su Yang's first time experiencing such a situation with the sign-in options. However, he wasn't satisfied with it. Sign-in successful. You can choose today's sign-in supplies from the following options. Option 1, high-end luxury, sweet purple 1. Option 2, indoor swimming pool purple 1. Option 3, external warehouse purple 1. What the hell is this? After going through so much to get a triple purple, and you give me these items. Su Yang's lips twitched, and he felt somewhat out of control. But they are all purple quality. You could say they are good. But what the hell is the use of these? Wait, a swimming pool. Su Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a good item. This is equipment that can be directly installed in the shelter. A swimming pool is a place for swimming. What do you need for swimming? Swimwear. In an instant, images of bikinis and stagnant water flashed through Su Yang's mind. This is a good item. Without hesitation, Su Yang chose the indoor swimming pool. If it weren't for the impending second force transfer, he would have planned to install this swimming pool. Seeing Su Yang choose the swimming pool, Tan Qingya opened her mouth. She initially intended for Su Yang to choose the external warehouse. But seeing Su Yang's serious expression, she immediately understood his thoughts. However, she didn't say anything. In fact, the first image that flashed in her mind was what kind of swimwear to choose. Seemingly afraid of being noticed by the other girls after Su Yang made his choice, he took out the golden treasure chest. Miao Miao, give me another status. Chun Miao Miao didn't say anything, just nodded. Lucky enhancement. Not just her, Su Yang himself also activated his daily luck enhancement. This is a golden treasure chest. Naturally, double luck enhancement is required to open it. I hope for good items. Su Yang silently shouted in his heart, and suddenly opened the golden treasure chest before him. Swish. The treasure chest opened, and a golden light burst forth, dazzling everyone. It's gold. Su Yang was overjoyed, and at the same time a system prompt rang in his ears. You open the golden treasure chest, and obtain swarm drone blueprint golden 1. Sure enough, it's a golden item. Wait, a drone. Su Yang was taken aback for a moment, wondering why it wasn't a weapon. But after seeing its attributes, his thoughts changed. Item swarm drone blueprint enhanceable. Category equipment blueprint. Quality golden. Attributes can install a swarm drone platform in the shelter. Enhancement requirements, any golden equipment blueprint 1, tier 7 crystal core 10. Is it a drone? A hint of surprise flashed across Su Yang's face. He originally planned to use a camera for enhancement, but now this is much better. With the drone in hand, why would we need a camera? Isn't this drone appealing? Is it really a drone? A swarm drone? Is this the kind of drone I was thinking of? It must be. Director, hurry and install it. Wait, this drone is already golden. Our shelter can apparently upgrade equipment by 1 level. Are you saying we will receive a red grade drone? Director, hurry, I can hardly wait. Can this conversation continue properly? Su Yang twitched his mouth. He was still not quite used to the bold words of some girls among the crowd. It was too intense. Without further ado, he directly installed the drone. Item swarm drone upgradable. Category equipment quality golden. Attribute 1 swarm drone platform. Attribute 2 hummingbird drone 30. Attribute 3 defense value level 3 1 star. Attribute 4 speed 100 km flight range 30 kilometers. Attribute 5 intelligent remote control. Upgrade requirements extraordinary alloy 10 electronic components golden 10 electronic chips golden 10 level 7 crystal core 1. Although I had anticipated it when I actually saw the upgrade requirements for this drone, Su Yang still twitched his mouth. This is quite harsh. Let's not even mention the level 7 crystal core for now. Just the first 3 types of golden materials alone are equivalent to 0 points of material energy. As for the level 7 crystal core, Su Yang only knows that the decomposition platform can now manufacture level 3 crystal cores. Not too much. 1000 points of material energy. By this calculation, perhaps 1000 points of material energy can produce a level 4 crystal core. As for the level 7 crystal core, I hope it's not as I imagine. If it really is, then don't expect this swarm drone to be upgraded to level 100. However, this is not the end. Although it can't be upgraded, it can still increase its level. A hint of uncertainty flashed in Su Yang's eyes. He wasn't sure if the special attribute of the shelter equipment level 1 would apply. Whether this attribute has an effect on golden equipment. Can it be upgraded to red quality? After a moment, Su Yang let out a sigh of relief, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. It worked. The golden swarm drone truly leveled up to red under the effect of equipment level 1. Item Swarm Drone Upgradable Category Equipment Quality Red Attribute 1 Swarm Drone Platform Attribute 2 Black Bee Drone 100 Attribute 3 Defense Value Level 6 1-star Attribute 4 Speed 0 km Flight Range 300 km Attribute 5 Intelligent Remote Control Attribute 6 Repair can consume materials to repair damaged body. Attribute 7 Manufacturing can consume materials to manufacture completely damaged bodies. Upgrade requirements Extraordinary Alloy 10 O Electronic Components Golden 10 Electronic Chips Golden 10 Level 7 Crystal Core 1. It's red. This is good news. At least in the future golden equipment can be upgraded to red level. Just unsure if red equipment can be upgraded. Above red there are colors. Su-yang pondered. The girls had already started discussing excitedly. Wow, it really is at the red level. Golden Epic Red Legend. Our shelter actually has legendary level equipment now. When it was golden quality, it was only one platform, now it's 3. Each platform has 100 drones, doesn't that total 300? Has it transformed from hummingbird to black bee? I hope it doesn't become smaller in size. What I'm curious about is whether this level 6, 1-star defense value can use these little guys as weapons. No, this type of drone has no weapons. It's a bit of a pity. What weapons do we need? With a speed of 100 km/h and a defense value of level 6, a 1-star, even without weapons they can crash into and take down a horde of zombies. It seems that could actually work. Anyway, with repair and even the ability to manufacture this is definitely not a problem. Upon hearing this, Su-yang's gaze was quite helpless. Do you all only see the bright side? Regardless of whether it is repairing or manufacturing, the materials consumed are definitely these extraordinary alloys. But he did not disturb their excitement. Instead, he began to examine this swarm drone. Although there are 3 platforms, it still occupies 1 equipment slot. Master, would you like to integrate a void server into the swarm drone? A small voice suddenly came. Su-yang nodded without hesitation, saying, integrate. In the next moment, a void server vanished, completely merging into the swarm drone. Integration complete. After the little voice spoke again, a slight smile appeared on Su-yang's lips. Shao control a few black bee drones. Let me see the functions of this red-grade drone. Yes. Buzz. Suddenly the shelter was filled with the sound of buzzing bees. A section of the shelter's wall suddenly opened, and then dozens of black bees flew out. Hiss! Who would know that this thing was a drone? While Su-yang and the others were astonished, a few display screens emerged from the cracked wall of the shelter. The images displayed on these screens were all the surveillance footage from those dozens of black bee drones. Xiao also relayed all information about the drones under her control to Su-yang and the others. The black bee drones have an extremely long endurance, capable of flying continuously for a month. Of course, this endurance is maintained at speeds not exceeding 100 km/h. The faster the speed, the quicker the consumption. The higher they fly, the same applies. Once out of energy, the black bee drones need to return to the platform to recharge. As for energy, direct charging is also possible. This gave Su-yang a headache, because to fully charge 300 black bee drones, the luxury suite's power system would take 10 days or more. It's not that the black bee drones charge slowly, but that the luxury suite's power system can't keep up. So should I buy a generator? Su-yang fell into deep thought. But a moment later, he dismissed the idea. It's not that he wouldn't buy one. It's just not the right time. The black bee drones currently have full energy. A single teleportation should be fine. Besides, the 3 platforms can also store power and other energy. They can connect to the luxury suite's power system now. Every little bit counts. The preparations are almost done. Time is also running short. There is still an hour and a half left. So, let's eat. Only when well-fed can one have the strength to fight. Su-yang did not enter the training room, but spent the entire morning leisurely. After eating, everyone chatted for a while. The second forced teleportation is about to begin. This time, Su-yang used a teleport card with a reinforcement level of 130. It is not a special teleport card for zombie survival, but a random world teleport card purchased from the Points Mall. Item Survival World Teleport Card Any World 130 Upgradable Category Consumable Quality Green Attribute 1 can teleport into any survival world instance and select a teleport location within 3 area ranges. Attribute 2. After the teleportation ends, it can extend the shelter's protective shield by 120. Reinforced Attribute 1. This teleportation increases the shelter's defense value by 300. Reinforced Attribute 2. This teleportation grants the shelter 300 points. Reinforced Attribute 3. The probability of treasure chests appearing during this teleportation increases by 1 level by 30. Reinforced Attribute 4. This teleportation can specify 1 survival task requirement to be exempted. Reinforced Attribute 5. This teleportation can randomly add 1 survival task requirement. Reinforced Attribute 6. This teleportation can self-define one survival task requirement. Rewards will be generated according to the requirement. Reinforced Attribute 7. If teleported to a world already visited, previous teleportation points can be selected as the teleport destination. Reinforced Attribute 8. This teleportation grants one shelter migration opportunity. Reinforced Attribute 9. This teleportation grants one shelter migration opportunity. Reinforced Attribute 10. A world selection allows choosing one from 3 worlds for this teleportation. Due to the use of a special teleportation card, please choose a survival world from the following. Choice 1. Island Survival World. This time, forced teleportation to Survival World. Choice 2. Zombie Survival World. Choice 3. Alien Survival World. Note: if you choose the Island Survival World, the number of treasure chests obtained will be doubled. As the forced teleportation began, 3 choices appeared before Swung. He had already experienced the zombie survival. The additional options were the island survival and alien survival. Alien. Is it the alien I am thinking of? Time is limited with only 1 minute to decide. Upon seeing the note, Swung felt that there was no need for further selection. Doubling the treasure chests. This time, whether it's the treasure chests obtained or the reward chests, they can be doubled. After making the choice, the shelter gently shook and appeared on a strange island. Swung had completely sealed off the shelter. Its size was about 1 cubic meter. The area of this island was 200 square meters. The initial size was based on the area of the shelter, which was double the size of the shelter itself. The larger the shelter, the larger the island. However, the area does not include the size of the suite and other facilities. It is only the size of the shelter itself. Swung's shelter had 4 floors, each being 2500 square meters. The total area is 100 square meters, which doubled is 200 square meters. Numerically, it seems quite large. In reality, the island where Swung's shelter was located had an area equivalent to a circle with a diameter of nearly 160 meters. To be precise, it's 159.6 meters. The radius is less than 80 meters. This means Swung can control the shape and size of his shelter, otherwise the entire island has very little open space. Survival Task Requirements. 1. Survive here with your team for 10 days. 2. Increase the area of the island by 3 times. Rewards will be distributed based on evaluation upon return. Looking at this task, Swung raised an eyebrow. Expanding the island area poses some issues, because there is no clear indication on how to expand the island's area. So the question arises, why set a survival task at all? Last time the task of killing zombies refreshed the points shop with many special items. If it weren't for that, Swung wouldn't have been able to increase his strength and physique attributes to 50 points. But what should he kill this time? Sea monsters. No, why do I have to kill anything? Swung's mind stirred, and in the next moment the survival task underwent some changes. Survival Task Requirements. 1. Survive here with your team for 10 days. 2. Increase the area of the island by 3 times. Requirement 3. Points Reward. Unlock rewards when the obtained points reach a certain level. Rewards will be distributed based on evaluation upon return. As expected, just as I thought. Previously, points and treasure chests were obtained by killing zombies. Now simply gaining points can unlock treasure rewards. The requirements are roughly similar. Earn 1 point to unlock 1 white treasure chest. Earn 10 points to receive 1 green treasure chest. Earn 100 points to receive 1 blue treasure chest. Earn 1000 points to receive 1 purple treasure chest. Earn 1000 points to receive 1 golden treasure chest. Earn 1000 points to receive 1 red treasure chest. Regardless of which level of treasure chest, only 1 can be awarded. Getting 10 purple treasure chests like last time is clearly impossible. But there's even a chance to obtain a red treasure chest. Seeing the final unlocking reward, Swung's heart raced and his gaze became eager. A red treasure chest. Moreover, the number of treasure chests they acquire this time is doubled. If they really obtain it, it would be 2 red treasure chests. But it's a bit difficult. 1000 points. The last forced teleportation, they didn't even manage to get 1000 points. I hope this time it will work. If I had known, I would have chosen the zombie survival world. Swung felt a bit regretful. Entering the zombie survival world once more would have made it easy to obtain 1000 points. The girls had already arrived on the island outside the shelter. Is this it? Is this considered an island? It's too small, right? Yeah, 200 square meters looks quite large, but the actual length is not even 200 meters. We are still better off if other shelters are even smaller. Other shelters? Swung laughed. Most shelters don't even have blueprints for shelters. Therefore, they could only upgrade to a normal intermediate double-story safe house. The area is about 100 square meters per floor, with a total area of 200 square meters. The island is only about 4,000 square meters. Diameter 5 meters. That's even smaller. Chat channel Island Survival. What the hell kind of island is this so small? For 1,000 square meters, and you dare call it an island. My shelter is 3 stories and has 6,000 square meters, but it's still too small. It's small, but the advantage is that it's easier to meet the second survival task requirement. True, increasing 4,000 square meters by 3 times would only make it 1,000 square meters, the smaller the better. We still don't know how to expand the island, so don't jump to conclusions too soon. Anyway, I've decided to complete the task within 10 days and then return. Me too. Complete the task within 10 days and return. Seeing this, Suyang couldn't help but shake his head slightly. This is survival. Enhancing one's strength and the functions of the shelter is the right choice. Ignoring the chat channel, Suyang began to arrange his side. The island may be small, but it is definitely the largest island. There are 2 things that need to be done now. The first is to understand the surrounding situation. This is simple. The Black Bee drone under small remote control has already begun to fly out of the island to survey the surroundings. The second thing is also simple. That is to create a fake shelter. The real shelter has already been buried underground on the island by Suyang. Thanks to the power of the space gate, all of them can enter and exit the shelter at any time. As for the fake shelter, that is straightforward. Simply manufacture some alloy steel plates from the decomposition platform and then assemble them. Under the control of flames, it is entirely possible to melt them into a whole. In just a few minutes, the framework of the simple shelter has already been constructed. Some remaining details are being handled by Himimi. The protective shield can be fully completed before the 120 minutes are up. At this moment, a small voice suddenly appeared. Now all members of the shelter are wearing nano-protective armor. The nano-protective armor itself does not possess communication capabilities, but because the small one has split off its own subprograms and left them in the armor. This is equivalent to having a means of communication. Of course, the premise is that they are within an independent network range. Master the No. 13 Black Bee drone is 3078. 5 meters away from the island and has discovered